Chapter 301, Joined at the Hips. 5 days had passed since William and Ash opened up their hearts to each other. They spent these 5 days learning more about their partner's life story. William told her everything about his childhood, just like he had told everything to Wendy at the underground lake when he accidentally wandered through the magic division. In return, Ash told William about her life in a secluded mountain that was protected by the Knights of the Helen Kingdom. In that mountain, there was a village where nymphs, half-nymphs, and humans lived together. William was very interested to know more about Ash, and he listened attentively to her story while holding her in his embrace. The one that suggested that they get to know each other was William because he wanted to know more about Ash's life before he'd met them on the road to the temple. He was relieved that she hadn't suffered any hardships while growing up. Ash narrated everything, including when she and her twin sister were selected to become Est's retainers. "You know, I thought that I was going to die when that troll brandished his wooden club to smash us," Ash said as she closed her eyes. She was resting her head on William's shoulder, while the latter held her in a firm embrace. "I have to admit that you looked very cool when you and Ella jumped over our heads and blocked that attack for us. Sometimes, when my thoughts wander, that scene always appears in my mind." William smiled and planted a kiss on her forehead. During these past few days, he realized that Ash was a true tsundere, and she looked extremely cute when she went full deer on him. He still couldn't believe that the boy, with whom he had a hate-hate relationship, would one day become one of his lovers. "Aren't you lucky?" William inquired. "You don't need to dream about me anymore because both of us are now joined at our hips. You can kiss, hug, and look at me every single day. You really got the better half of the deal when you saved my life." Ash wanted to roll her eyes at William's reply, but she was secretly happy that she could now be intimate with him when the two of them were together. "Will, let's try it," Ash proposed. "I don't really understand that synchronization thing that your big brother was talking about, but I feel that the current me is able to accept everything about you." "Are you sure?" William inquired. "Yes, I want to feel bonded with you, spiritually." Ash was a half-nymph. However, the blood of the nymph race was thicker in her veins, so her spiritual power was quite high. When her powers were sealed, the human side of her converted that spiritual power to magic power. Hence why she and Isaac were placed in the magic division along with Est. William lowered his head and kissed Ash's lips. Both of them had kissed many times now, and Ash was no longer embarrassed about having a deep and passionate kiss with William. After their kiss ended, William pressed his forehead over hers and muttered the incantation inside his head. Familia Oversoul. Ash's body turned into spirit energy and entered William's body through the gem embedded inside his chest. William felt a warm sensation spreading from his chest to all the parts of his body. He could feel a surge of power from within him, and this power felt familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. It was a strange experience. It was as if someone was hugging him from behind, and it made him feel that he wasn't fighting alone. William's eye color changed from light green to purple as Ash's power seeped through every pore of his being. "Incredible. Will, this is incredible," Ash whispered softly in William's ears. "I feel so connected with you. It is as if the two of us are sharing the same body." "I feel the same way as well," William replied. In truth, Ash didn't need to whisper in his ears. The two of them could communicate using thoughts, but since this was the first time the two of them had fused together, the young lady was still using the gestures that she was familiar with. "Are you ready?" William asked. "Yes," Ash replied. "I was born ready. Also, don't say what you are currently thinking. The two of us are connected, so I can read your thoughts." William chuckled as he summoned a water whip in his hand. He was planning to tease Ash and say that she was born for him, but the latter had already read the thought inside his head. "Concentrate." William took a deep breath as his expression became serious. It was the first time that the two of them had tried fusing together. A blue transparent mermaid hovered William's back. She was holding a sword whip in her hand and guided William in the proper way to wield his powers. "They did it faster than my initial estimate," Issei said as he observed William and Ash from inside his special domain. Lily and David sat beside him and observed William's training with calm expressions on their faces. "It would be best if you prevent William from talking to his lover after this training ends," Lily proposed. "I don't want him to be distracted when he starts my training course. Especially now that the Helen Kingdom is facing a crisis." "Okay," Issei replied. "I'll talk to both of them and say that their next reunion would have to wait until he has finished his training with you and David. My only concern is, can we make it in time?" Even with the time extensions inside our own domains, the possibility of the war nearing its end while he is training is very high. It doesn't matter, David commented from the side. He is not capable of helping anyone in his current state. I will only permit him to leave after he has ascended to and mastered the next phase of the shepherd job class. The Helen Kingdom can burn in hell for all I care. Issei and Lily nodded their heads in agreement. As gods, they didn't really care about the results of the war between the two dynasties and the Helen Kingdom. They didn't have any followers in the southern continent and they had no obligation to help. The only one they cared about was William and the people close to him. The shepherd was ill-equipped to participate in the war because his spiritual world had almost been destroyed. He would only hasten the continuance of the destruction of his sea of consciousness if he were to return to his world and take part in the defense of his kingdom. Only when the half-elf had mastered the power of his divinities would they allow him to leave the temple. They would not allow an incident similar to what happened with the astral worm to happen again. Chapter 302, Lily's Lollipop, Part 1. Time's up. Issei's voice reverberated within his special domain. William, who was resting his head on Ash's lap, sighed because the time they spent together had finally come to an end. Wait for me, okay, William said, while his hand reached out to caress the side of his lover's beautiful face. I'll come as soon as I can. Don't make me wait for too long, Ash replied as she lightly pinched William's cheeks. Goodbye, Will. See you soon, Ash. Issei had already informed both of them that they wouldn't be able to see each other again until William's training was completed. Because of this, the two didn't train on the last day of their stay in Issei's special domain. Instead, they spent their time locked in each other's embrace, nourishing the budding feelings they had for each other. Ash turned into particles of light and flew towards the sky of the domain. It was now time for her to return to her own body, leaving her lover behind. Satisfied? Issei asked as he appeared beside William with a mischievous smile. William nodded his head and smiled. Thank you, big brother. Is chuckled and patted William's shoulder. You can thank me after you've come of age. By then, no one will be able to stop you from going to third and fourth base. William was about to protest that he had already gone past third and fourth base in his dreams, but that would only make him look pitiful in Issei's eyes, so he decided to keep his mouth shut and just nod his head in agreement. Well then, time for you to start your training with Lily, Issei said. Big brother, what kind of ability does Lily's divinity have? William inquired. Is the lollipop that powerful? Issei rubbed his chin as he pondered William's question. Truth be told, he had no idea what Lily's divinity could do. Issei and Lily were both new generation gods, but their fields of expertise were different from each other. Issei's divinity allowed William to control an entire army under his command. As for Lily's divinity, Issei shuddered when a sudden thought came to his mind. Even he, as the harem god, had only thought of the little lowly goddess as a support-type goddess. Someone who would stay at the back and cheer for everyone to do their best during times of need. However, hidden underneath that cute and childish facade was a goddess that had many followers under her wing. If Issei was to rate the powers of the gods based on the number of believers they had, Lily's powers would be in the middle tier of the pyramid. I'm not sure how strong Lily's divinity is, Issei admitted. However, it will be best if you don't underestimate its potential. Remember, a divinity is something that you can't measure based on appearance. Although a lollipop might not be as intimidating as a sword, its uses may surprise you when push comes to shove. William nodded his head in agreement. Issei's divinity had brought him a lot of benefits. It was quite unfortunate that he could only use 30% of its power right now. Suddenly, a pink portal appeared in front of William. Big brother, let's go. Lily popped out of the portal and grabbed William's hand. Your training begins now. The lowly goddess winked at Issei before dragging William into her domain. The harem god only smiled and bid his goodbye to William, who was now about to start another round of divinity training. Lily stood in front of a whiteboard, wearing glasses and holding a wooden stick in her hand. She was like a little girl doing her best to look like an adult professor, and failing miserably because of how adorable she was. Did you fall in love with me, big brother? Lily adjusted the glasses on her face and gave William a serious stare. Maybe a little bit, William replied with a smile. Right now, he didn't care whether the image that he had seen using the glasses that Gavin had given him back then was real or not. Lily had always been there to support him. Regardless of her true form, William decided to accept Lily as she was. These were his honest feelings and Lily could see it as well. Big brother is getting good with words, Lily smiled sweetly. Are you planning to add Lily to your harem? No, William answered in a heartbeat. Although Lily is good, I will have to pass. Brother Issei told me that an FBI god exists. I don't want to go to jail. Jail is just another room, big brother. Lily shook her head in disappointment. You may have the money, wealth, and love of every person in your world, big brother, but, if you don't have a loli then your life will be incomplete. No loli, no life. Lily then gave William a thumbs up that made his liver itch. William rested his chin on the palm of his hand as he grinned at the lowly goddess that was coaxing him to commit a crime. I'll only consider legal lawless, William replied. Like one of those 100-year-old vampires that never age. Vampires are too mainstream, big brother, Lily giggled. Dwarves and halflings are always an option. Also, they are very loyal creatures. So, please do consider them, alright. William could only shake his head helplessly as Lily cleared her throat to continue her explanation. Now, let's have a serious talk about the divinity that I gave you, big brother, Lily said with a serious expression. Tell me everything you know about my divinity. William straightened his posture before he narrated the experiments that he had done in the past using the lollipop inside his sea of consciousness. Although he had the appraisal skill, the abilities of the divinity was still a mystery to him. Right, Lily nodded her head. My divinity doesn't only work on girls, but boys as well. Age is also not a factor. Even adults can gain benefits from eating the lollipops you create. Lily wrote a few things on the whiteboard in order to properly explain the effects of her divinity. Big brother, right now, the only lollipop that you can create is the pink lollipop, Lily explained while tapping the words, pink lollipop, written on the whiteboard. What this lollipop does is remove harmful status ailments from a person's body. You can even say that it is an all-purpose cure for lesser maladies, spells, and poison. I don't know if you were aware of this or not, but the pink lollipop can also cure the common cold. This is, also, why Eve hasn't ever gotten sick. William was pleasantly surprised by this discovery. He never thought that the pink lollipop that he had given to the kids in Lant had such an amazing ability. Chapter 303, Lily's Lollipop, Part 2. Just like the lollipops in your world, big brother, my lollipop comes in different colors as well. Lily tapped the whiteboard with her wooden stick as she continued her explanation. The red lollipop serves as a healing potion, while the blue lollipop is similar to a mana potion. Lily had a teasing smile on her face as she watched William's expression change the moment she explained the effects of each lollipop that William could create using her divinity. After her explanation, she raised her chin arrogantly and placed both of her hands on her waist. Now, do you see how powerful my divinity is, big brother? I bet you didn't expect that it wouldn't lose to Issei's King's Legion. You're right, Lily. I think I will never look at a lollipop the same way again. You foo. It's quite unfortunate that you are not my follower, big brother. If you were, you could easily rule the world by using the high-tier specs of my lollipops. Lily bragged. Do you regret not making me your patron god? William scratched his cheek, but didn't reply to Lily's inquiry. He knew that the lowly goddess was just teasing him. Although Lily's divinity far exceeded his expectations, he didn't regret choosing Gavin as his patron god. After all, the life he had right now wouldn't be the same without Gavin's blessing. After Lily's explanation, William was now aware that he could create 11 different lollipops with different abilities. Red, health potion, restores 100 hit points. Orange, grease, covers the ground with slippery grease in a 2-meter square radius from where the lollipop lands. Yellow, knockback, gains the ability to push targets away by 2 meters, regardless of size. Green, acid spray, fires a spray of acid from the tip of the lollipop that travels up to 10 feet from the caster. Blue, mana potion, restores 100 mana points. Indigo, magic missile, creates 4 magical darts that deal damage equivalent to your intelligence stat. Violet, fairy fire, illuminates the surroundings with violet flames that allows you to see invisible creatures within a 20 square meter radius. Chocolate, heroism, grants immunity to fear and increases resistance against mind-affecting spells. This lollipop can last up to 3 days. Pink, all cure, cures all status ailments, including poison, cannot cure ailments or poisons that are made from divine powers. White, light, cast an orb of white light that illuminates everything in a 10-meter square radius. Black, cloak of darkness, allows the user to meld with the shadows as long as this lollipop is inside the user's mouth. Gray, smoke bomb, creates a cloud of gray smoke that limits the line of sight. Basically, Lily's lollipops are one-time consumables. Also, there is a limit to the number of lollipops that William could create. With the exception of the pink lollipop, William could only create 50 of each type of lollipop per day. The great thing about it was that they didn't require magic or spirit power to make. After gaining Ash's spirit core, and the spirit energy from the underground lake, William's body gained the ability to use spirit power. Spirit power is also called prana. Unlike magicians who use the power within their bodies to cast spells, spirit power is the power to harness the energy within their surroundings. Of course, with William's spiritual world in shambles, he could only use spirit magic sparingly. Even so, this was a great boon for him. Being able to use spirit power allowed him to unlock job classes that relied heavily on prana, rather than mana. What William didn't know was that Issei, Lily, and David planned on helping William unlock more job classes during his stay in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods. How were they going to do that? Very simple. All they needed to do was talk to their friends and allow William to hold any of their artifacts. This would allow William to unlock job classes and even prestige classes without needing to buy items in the god shop. It was similar to the saying, hitting 10,000 birds using a single stone. Lily crossed her arms over her chest and smiled. Now that you know the different colors and abilities of the lollipops that you can create, why don't you give it a try, big brother? Okay. William rubbed his hands together as he tried to create a red lollipop for the first time. After entering Lily's special domain, his body had returned to being the pink teddy bear that she always carried around in her backpack. William focused his concentration on his hand as he activated Lily's divinity within his body. However, instead of a red lollipop, what appeared in his paws was a pink one. William scratched his head in confusion. Should I also say the words red lollipop to make my intentions known? Okay. Let's try it again. William handed the pink lollipop to Lily before trying again. The lowly goddess placed the lollipop inside her mouth as she looked at William with a mysterious smile. Although she explained the different abilities of each lollipop, she didn't tell William the method of creating them. She didn't do this to make things difficult for William. Lily had already broken a few rules by divulging the secrets of her divinity to someone who was not her follower. If she spoon-fed William and told him how to use her divinity effectively, she would suffer a backlash like Gavin had. This was something that she didn't want to happen because her other followers needed her guidance in their times of need as well. Don't worry, little wool, Lily thought. A year inside my domain is equivalent to a day in Hestia. You have plenty of time to discover how to use my divinity. The lowly goddess watched as William created a dozen more pink lollipops, while attempting to make a red one. Lily sat on a chair and watched with amusement as the pink teddy bear waved the lollipops in his hand in frustration. William didn't expect that making the lollipop he had in mind was difficult. However, he had gotten used to hardships during the harsh training he had done in the past. Lily had already told him that the effects of the lollipops could be upgraded if he met the necessary requirements. Right now, the power of William's lollipops were equivalent to low-tier spells. However, he could still upgrade them with the help of alchemy, which would make their effects extremely potent. Another great advantage of the lollipops was that they weren't limited to William's use only. Anyone could carry them around and use them at an appropriate time to deal with every situation. For people that didn't have any magic powers, William's lollipops would be like consumable magic scrolls for one-time use. The half-elf had already decided that he would arm his subordinates with his lollipops that would serve as the hidden aces in their sleeves. That way, everyone in the martial class would be able to use them even though they didn't have any magic powers inside their bodies. Chapter 304, A Secret Meeting with Mother-in-Law. The sound of water splashing echoed within the walls of the indoor spring within the special quarters of the Helen Royal Academy. There, a beautiful girl with blue hair washed the body of the red-haired boy who was floating above the water's surface. If this was a month ago, Ash would definitely not be able to look at William's naked body with a calm expression. However, after the two of them had spent some time within Issei's special domain, the two of them had become so close to each other that they bathed and slept together. Of course, Ash was embarrassed at first. How could she not be? Even so, William was so patient and gentle with her that, in the end, she wasn't able to stop herself from surrendering to her inner desires. Aside from training, the two of them spent their time getting to know more about each other. The beautiful mermaid learned the likes and dislikes of her lover, William, which made her feelings for the handsome half-elf grow by the day. After 20 days of living inside the special domain, the two had grown so close that they even bathed together. Of course, they didn't do anything inappropriate because William's willpower had grown after he had made love with the adult Wendy in his dreams. Ash wiped William's body with a wet cloth in a systematic manner, leaving no side untouched. Half an hour later, she left the indoor spring and helped dry William's body with a towel. The academy was almost devoid of students and teachers, because most of them had gone to the Windsor fortress as reinforcements. It had been 2 days since then and she was not aware that the fortress had already fallen. She didn't know that the defenders had already moved to Ravenlord Citadel to prevent the xianxia army from reaching the capital of the Hellen Kingdom, Gladiolus. After the morning ritual was completed, Ash undid her transformation and returned to being Ian. She couldn't stay in her nymph form for too long, because the curse of a goddess was not easily undone. At most, she could stay in her mermaid form for 3 hours in a day. That was the reward she received after clearing the trial of enlightenment back on the Corinter Mountains. Deep inside, she was thankful that she was given the opportunity to revert to her true form. If not, her relationship with William would not be as intimate as their relationship was right now. The two had moved to the dean's residence at Simon's insistence. Now that there was almost no one inside the academy, the dean's residence was the safest place within the academy because it was protected by the strongest runic formation cast by a legendary runemaster. After hearing about William's condition, Simon proposed that William stay in a special room that had the most dense spiritual power in the academy. Ian readily agreed to this proposal because it would increase the rate of William's recovery. When Ian arrived at their room, she noticed that something wasn't right in the air and raised her guard. She was firmly holding William in his embrace as she scanned the room for any abnormalities. "Very good, your perception is quite high," an approving voice said from behind the curtain of William's bed. When the curtain parted, Ian came face to face with an otherworldly beauty who seemed to be in her early 20s. Her beauty was enough to make kings and emperors kneel and profess their undying love for her. Although Ian was confident with her looks, in her mermaid form, she felt that she was nothing compared to the lady that stood in front of her. Her looks, and womanly curves, made Ian feel envious enough that she was hoping that what she was seeing was just an illusion made from her lack of sleep. Ian's gaze landed on the lady's light blue hair, which was a few shades lighter than her own blue hair when she was in her mermaid form. Ironically, the eyes of the lady were also a few shades lighter than Ian's own purple eyes. But the thing that caught Ian's attention the most were none other than the 2 purple horns that glowed faintly atop the lady's head. She had seen those horns so many times before that it was impossible not to recognize them. However, her discovery only made her even more confused. Ian couldn't feel any sort of malice or hostility from the beautiful lady who seemed familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Ian held William's body firmly as she gathered up her courage and said a name. "Ella." The lady smiled and nodded her head. "Lay William down on the bed first," Ella said as she looked at the red-haired boy in Ian's embrace. "There are some important things that I need to discuss with you. If possible, I would like you to cooperate with me. Not only for your sake, but for William's sake as well." Ian nodded her head and did as she was told. Although she didn't know how Ella managed to get a humanoid form, she knew that the beautiful lady would never hurt William. In fact, Ian was feeling anxious. It was as if she was going to have a meeting with her mother-in-law. Deep in her heart, she hoped that Ella wouldn't bring up the times when she argued with William in the past. More than anything, Ian wanted to gain Ella's approval because in the half-elf's eyes, Ella was his mama, who had raised him since he was a baby. Ella caressed the side of William's face and looked at him with eyes full of tenderness. After having her fill of skinship, which only lasted for half a minute, Ella returned her attention to the boy that was seated on the bed and holding her son's hand. "I need both of you to leave the academy and travel to the north," Ella said in a tone that demanded no room for opposition. "You are to bring the youngest prince, and the granddaughter of the great chieftain as well. Dave is still in the academy, so tell him to make the necessary arrangements. All of you must be away from the capital before midnight." "Why?" Ian asked. "Why do we have to leave the capital? What about the young lady? Did something happen on the front lines?" "I can't answer your questions right now, and it would be best if you let the youngest prince answer them for you," Ella replied. "Est is fine for the time being. However, It is of utmost importance that you leave the capital tonight. If you delay, not only you, but Will's life will also be in danger. There are people pulling the strings in the shadows and they are going to strike soon. If you really love William, then do as I say before it's too late. Ian looked at Ella's eyes and saw the urgency in them. She then clenched her fists and reluctantly nodded her head. Seeing that Ian had agreed to carry out her order, Ella lowered her head and planted a kiss on each of William's cheeks before standing up. Remember, you and the rest have to leave before midnight, Ella said as she walked towards the door. I will head to the north first and make the necessary arrangements. Also, Ian, Ash interjected. Just call me Ash, Ella. Ella turned her head and smiled. Well then, Ash, keep this meeting between the two of us a secret. William is still unaware of my existence and I plan to keep it that way for as long as possible. Okay. Ash nodded her head. Can I also call you Mama from now on? Ella giggled as she waved her hand to bid Ash goodbye. I'll think about it. See you soon, Ash. Ella closed the door behind her and sighed. Almost 15 years old and already has 4 ladies waiting for him to grow up. William sure is popular with the girls. William's second mother shook her head one more time before turning into particles of light. She planned to head north and make preparations for their arrival. David had secretly sent her a message through the Bell of Athanasia and told her everything that was happening in the background. After careful consideration, Ella decided that the north was the safest place for William at the moment. Although she was worried about the people important to her adopted son, now was not the time to be sentimental. War was knocking at the capital's doorstep and the final battle was only days away from reaching a conclusion. Chapter 305, The Jack of All Trades is a Useless Profession, Part 1. Congratulations, big brother. Lily tossed the pink teddy bear into the air in order to celebrate William's mastery of using her Tier 1 divinity. Thank you, Lily, William replied. I never knew that your divinity was this amazing. Hey, praise me more, big brother. Lily is amazing. Lily is the best. Lily is the cutest. Issei and David, who were watching this scene, nodded their heads in satisfaction. It took William 4 months to discover the trick on how to change the pink lollipop's color to the color that he wanted. Originally, he thought that he could create different colors if he wanted to. However, he was wrong all along. If not for the fact that he accidentally changed the lollipop's color while taking a short break, it might have taken him longer to understand how Lily's divinity worked. The default color of the lollipop was pink. However, if William were to visualize the effect he wanted, and not the color, the lollipop would automatically change its color to match the ability he desired. Of course, this was only a simple explanation of how the conversion was done. William needed to have a clear picture of the kind of power he wanted before the lollipop would bend to his will. After learning the trick, William used each of the lollipops in order to understand how their powers worked. The red, blue, chocolate, pink, and black lollipops either had to be consumed, or at least be inside William's mouth, to take effect. The orange, yellow, white, and gray lollipops had to be thrown and used as projectiles in order for them to take effect. Lastly, the green, indigo, and violet lollipops needed to be used as wands in order for their spells to activate. After mastering the power of the lollipops, William used his remaining days to create thousands of lollipops and kindly asked Lily to send them to his mailbox using the God Shop mail. Lily happily agreed to William's request because the boy had taken his time to master the use of her divinity. William sighed after he discovered that the power of Lily's lollipops could still be upgraded using alchemy. He couldn't practice alchemy in his current state because he would need to use magic power in order to power up the yin-yang cauldron replica that he received from the alchemist god. Since that was the case, he just focused his attention on creating as many lollipops as he could every day. Since every color had a daily limit, William would spend his remaining time sparring with Lily inside her special domain. Originally, William underestimated Lily because he thought that the little loli was only a support-type goddess. When the goddess activated the power of her divinity, William found himself on the receiving end of Lily's divine burst, which was called Lovely Merry-Go-Round. The lowly goddess summoned an army of toys that beat the crap out of William, and made him realize that you cannot judge a god or goddess by their looks. When William finally left Lily's special domain, the 3 gods took him towards the stalls of the gods that they were closest to. Their intention was to help William acquire job classes without too much hassle. William became ecstatic when he heard Issei's, David's, and Lily's suggestion. If he were to touch some godly weapons and artifacts, wouldn't that give him the chance to acquire rare job classes and even some, hard-to-come-by, prestige classes? Who are we going to visit first? Lily asked as she carried William close to her chest. Let's visit Luff's stall first, David said with a smile. He and I are good friends, so he might allow William to touch one of his artifacts to help him gain a job class. Luff, he's a good guy, Issei nodded his head in agreement. William, who was being carried like a teddy bear, asked Lily what kind of god Luff was. Luff is one of the blacksmith gods in the temple, Lily replied. If we were to rank him like the beasts in your world, he would be a Class S god. One of the blacksmith gods? You mean there is more than one blacksmith god? Yes, there are a few notable gods, namely Vulcan, Old Hephaestus, Ogun, Gibbel, and Gophanon. Although they have other professions, blacksmithing plays a major role in their sagas. William nodded his head before asking another question out of curiosity. By the way, what is your rank among the gods, Lily? Lily giggled, but didn't answer William's question. It was not because she didn't want to answer William's question, but because she knew that William wouldn't believe her even if she told him the truth. Soon, the three gods and the teddy bear stopped at a stall which was located at the northern side of the temple. Luff, my friend, are you busy right now? David greeted his friend with a smile. A man with golden hair and blue eyes looked back at David. He was holding a smithing hammer in his hand, and a spear and shield were strapped on his back. After seeing David's face, a smile broke out on Luff's weathered face. David, it has been a while since you last visited me, Luff replied. His eyes radiated friendliness, but it also held a sharpness that made William shudder unconsciously. Luff gave William a sidelong glance before nodding at Issei and Lily. The two gods nodded back. Although Issei and Lily were not too acquainted with Luff, they heard stories about him when David and them ate together at the gods' restaurant called Ambrosia. Luff, I came here to ask a favor. The name of this little friend of ours is William. David took the initiative to introduce William to one of the gods he got along with inside the temple. He is Gavin's follower. If possible, can you let him touch your artifacts for a few seconds? Gavin's follower. Luff tilted his head. Ah, is that god still here? I thought that he was going to disappear soon. Seriously, being a jack of all trades is a useless profession. William immediately narrowed his eyes when he heard the ridicule in Luff's voice. Gavin was his patron god, and although he wasn't popular among the gods, William still chose him because of his sincerity. Hearing someone ridicule Gavin in front of his face made him angry. Issei and Lily also frowned. Gavin was their friend, and hearing another god ridicule him didn't sit well with them either. They glared at the god who looked back at them in disdain. Clearly, Luff didn't think highly of Gavin, and he made sure to rub it in their faces. Chapter 306. The Jack of All Trades is a Useless Profession, Part 2. Naturally, not all the gods inside the Temple of the 10,000 Gods got along. There were several factions that were formed due to the differences in ideals and goals. David, Issei, Lily, and Gavin were part of the neutral faction. They were the faction that didn't cater to any side. Luff, on the other hand, was part of the righteous faction. They were the faction that detested evil and would often quarrel with the evil gods in the temple from time to time. So, this brat wants to touch my artifacts. Luff appraised the teddy bear in Lily's hand as he scratched his chin. Naturally, he could see William's soul and see the life he had lived before he was reincarnated. However, before Luff can even decide whether to agree to David's request or not, the teddy bear in Lily's hand spoke up. Let's leave this place, William said in a firm manner. I don't want to touch any of his things. It will only make me feel dirty. Although William was very tempted to touch the red spear behind Luff's back, he couldn't accept the way Luff referred to Gavin. William didn't lie when he said that touching Luff's belongings made him feel dirty. He couldn't understand it himself, but the thought of acquiring job classes with the god's artifact disgusted him. All right, David nodded. Sorry, Luff, my little friend is a bit sensitive. I'll treat you to a meal next time. No problem. However, oi, you brat, Luff stared long and hard at the teddy bear in Lily's hands. I have no obligation to help you. You are not my follower, so you mean nothing to me. So what if I ridiculed your patron god? Do you think that just because all of us are gods, we should hold each other's hand and be friends? How naive. Remember this, little boy. A jack of all trades is a master of none. It's a stupid profession. You're better off finding other gods to be your patron god. instead of trying to be a filthy hybrid. Luff, right, William asked back. What kind of god are you? You hold a blacksmith hammer, but carry a spear and a shield. Are you a blacksmith or a warrior? I think it's about time you clearly thought about what your real profession is. William's anger rose up inside his chest as he stared back at the god who thought too highly of himself. It took a while for William's memory to kick in, but he now remembered who Luff was from the myths that he had read about him on Earth. William laughed out loud, and his laughter was filled with ridicule and contempt. After remembering who Luff was, he now understood why the god of blacksmithing didn't like Gavin. Isn't it funny? William grinned mischievously. Someone who can also be considered a jack of all trades ridicules my patron god. What a joke. It's like the pot calling the kettle black. Simply ridiculous. What did you say, boy? Can you repeat that? There's no need to repeat it. You're just an imitation of Gavin. A god that was hailed as the sun god, the god of blacksmithing, the god of arts, and the god of justice, as well as a warrior god. William shook his head and his face was filled with contempt. A god of many professions, and not a master of one. That is you, Luff. Someone like you doesn't have the right to ridicule Gavin. Lily, let's go. I don't want to stay here any longer. I agree. Lily smiled and walked away carrying William. However, she hadn't walked far when Luff appeared in front of William holding his spear in his hand. Boy, you dare to slander a god inside our own temple? Luff asked. You've got guts. David stood in between Luff and William and made a gesture for Lily to back away. Lily took a few steps back, but she was secretly channeling her power into her hands. If Luff was going to attack William, she would not just stand by and watch it happen. Issei's hand had also moved to the dagger on his belt. The harem god had a smile on his face, but his eyes were looking at Luff with the intention to kill. He had recognized William as his sworn brother. If Luff were to attack him, that would be equivalent to declaring war on him as well. Luff, the boy is still young and hot-blooded, David said. Although he was at fault, he hasn't lived long enough to understand the rules of the temple. Don't worry, I will instruct him properly. Can you let his rude remarks pass? Luff snorted and returned the spear behind his back. David, you are my friend, so I will give you face and turn a blind eye just this once. However, you'd better not let me see that brat again. The next time I see him, I'll skewer his soul with my spear and personally throw him into the cycle of reincarnation. David nodded. He didn't want to antagonize his friend and make things difficult for both parties. The three gods left Luff's stall without turning back. David sighed in his heart because they had missed a good opportunity to help William gain new job classes. Not only that, William had also gained the ire of one of the gods belonging to the righteous faction. Of course, several gods saw this incident and all of them looked at the teddy bear in Lily's hands with varied expressions. Some of the gods belonging to the evil faction laughed and gave William a thumbs up. There was a famous saying that, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. In the eyes of the gods belonging to the evil faction, William did a good deed in antagonizing one of their enemies. So this is the child that my follower has set her eyes on. A lady that reeked of beauty and sensual desires looked at William with an amused expression. I don't know if he is brave or stupid, but I like his eyes. Maybe I should say hi to him before he leaves the temple. Not far from her, another goddess who sat on a black throne eyed William from afar. A smile was on her face as she looked at the teddy bear in Lily's hands. Ever since William had appeared in the temple, this particular goddess had sensed his presence right away. She watched as William trained inside Issei's and Lily's domains. She listened patiently as William told Ash her story. She watched how he treated his mermaid wife with love and care. She watched, and she watched. This was the only thing that she could do, for she knew that the time was not yet ripe for her to make her move. Your soul still burns brightly, little wool, the goddess thought as she eyed the teddy bear from a distance. Not even Ragnarok has diminished your light. I look forward to the day when I will personally snuff out that light inside your soul. The goddess sighed in pleasure as she remembered that delicious taste from thousands of years ago. The taste of the silver-haired warrior who fought side by side with the gods of Asgard, in a battle that was fated to end in their demise. Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that, the goddess said softly. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. Chapter 307, The Goddess of Lust Part 1. Would you like to acquire the blacksmith job class? Thank you, Sir Vulcan. William nodded his head. I acquired the blacksmith job class. Vulcan, the god of blacksmiths, who belonged to the evil faction, nodded his head. Lily clapped her hands and looked up at the 3-meter-tall god with sparkling eyes. Thank you, Vulcan, you're the best. I'll give you chocolates later, okay? Oh, you want the wine-flavored ones? No problem, I'll give it to you in a while. William watched in bewilderment. He didn't know how Lily was able to understand Vulcan's words, because no matter what kind of question the lowly goddess asked, the god of blacksmiths would only answer with a, We'll be visiting the others, thank you again, Vulcan. Lily picked up William and exited the hot smithy. Issei and David stayed outside because they were not close with Vulcan. The lowly goddess had told them that the god of blacksmiths was a very shy person. This was why he didn't know many people. Lily only got to know him after they had shared a table at Ambrosia. Because of that, the lowly goddess was able to become the friend of one of the most reclusive gods in the Temple of 10,000 Gods. The 3 gods, along with William, continued to stroll around the temple. Whenever they saw an acquaintance, they would politely ask if they would allow William to touch some of their weapons or artifacts. There were those who accepted their request, while there were some who politely declined. Even though there had been many rejections, there were still others who allowed William to touch their possessions. This allowed the half-elf to acquire a variety of different job classes for free. Would you like to acquire the barbarian job class? Would you like to acquire the warlock job class? Would you like to acquire the druid job class? Would you like to acquire the spiritualist job class? Would you like to acquire the life mage job class? Would you like to acquire the light mage job class? Would you like to acquire the rune mage job class? William was quite happy because he was able to acquire new job classes. However, it didn't end there. Since the artifacts of the gods were not simple items, he also managed to get some very rare prestige classes. Prestige class, Morpher, acquired. Requirements: Druid plus Beast Tamer or any class that can tame beasts at max job level. Prestige class, Elementalist, acquired. Requirements: 4 mage job classes at max job level. Prestige class, Gladiator, acquired. Requirements: any 3 basic warrior job classes at max job level. Prestige class, Time Mage, acquired. Requirements: requires Life Mage plus Dark Mage plus Light Mage at max job level. Prestige class, Geomancer, acquired. Requirement: Earth Mage plus Fighter at max job level. Prestige class, Ninja, acquired. Requirement: Geomancer plus Archer plus Thief at max job level. Prestige class, Rune Master, acquired. Requirements: Fighter plus Rune Mage. William couldn't move his eyes off of his status page as he read the information of the job classes that he had acquired, especially the prestige classes. If he was not in the presence of the gods, he might have been jumping all over the place out of happiness. Of course, he didn't do that. After all, he had an image to maintain. Issei, Lily, and David watched with amusement at the dazed teddy bear who was staring into space. Time Mage sounds powerful, but I'm very curious about the ninja job class, William thought with a serious expression. The Morpher looks fun, too. William scratched his head over and over again because he couldn't decide which among the prestige classes he should prioritize next. Soon, he was scratching his head with both paws, which made Lily giggle. Big brother, you're so silly. Lily picked up the frustrated teddy bear from the ground. Are you having problems choosing the job classes you will prioritize? Yes, William replied and sighed in his heart. All of them are so good. I can't decide which I should choose first. While Lily and William were having a conversation, a seductive chuckle suddenly reached their ears from behind. Oh, my, such a cute teddy bear you have there, Lily. A beautiful lady, who seemed to be in her mid-20s, walked towards them with a sweet smile on her face. Her long reddish-brown hair, that was arranged in a princess-style braid that rested behind her back, glistened from time to time, highlighting her beautiful appearance. She walked just like a supermodel, and William's gaze locked onto her sensuous body by itself. William gulped as the beautiful goddess stopped 2 meters away from Lily. Soon, William's eyes glazed over as he continued to look at the sensuous lady in front of him. Ha, he's down for the count, Issei chuckled. He has been completely charmed, David commented as he played with his beard. No mortal living or dead can resist your charm, Eros. Lily pouted. Look at what you did to our poor William. Eros, the goddess of lust and primal sexual desire, covered her luscious lips and giggled. Her charming blue eyes looked at her acquaintances in a mischievous manner. Don't be like that, Lily. I haven't even used my divinity on the boy. This is just who I am, it can't be helped. I know that. Lily sighed as he shook the infatuated teddy bear, who was looking at Eros as if she was the love of his life. Big brother, snap out of it. Lily kept on shaking the teddy bear, but it was of no use. The charm of the goddess of lust was the most powerful charm in the multiverse. Even the goddesses of love and beauty paled in comparison to her ability to charm people. Eros, make Big Brother snap out of his daze, Lily said while placing her right hand on her hip. Don't bully him, I know that you guys have been training him inside the temple. Eros smiled as she patted Lily's adorable head. How about you leave him with me for a few days as well? I'll help train him as well. Lily tilted her head, but she didn't reject Eros' offer. She knew that if William trained with her, the possibility of the half-elf getting charmed in the mortal world would be near impossible. I think it is a good idea, Issei commented from the side. He then looked at David, who was standing beside him. You are supposed to be William's next instructor, so you have the final say on this matter. David played with his beard and looked at the unresponsive teddy bear in Lily's hands. After careful thought, he firmly nodded his head and gave his approval. William is still young and bound to be led astray if someone were to use a very powerful charm skill on him, David said with a smile. Eros, can you promise me that he will be immune to charm and other mind-affecting spells after you finish your training with him? Well, I don't know about other mind-affecting spells, but I can guarantee that after my training, he will have a very high resistance against charm. Spells, Eros replied, I swear this upon my divinity. The three gods nodded their heads in recognition of Eros' oath. When the gods made an oath using their divinity, it meant that they would keep their promise till the end of time. All right, David looked at the sensuous beauty in front of him without batting an eye. We will leave William to you for a few days. Please, return him to us in one piece. I will. Eros nodded. Issei, Lily, and David had an idea why Eros had approached them. Since they had been watching over William, naturally they also knew the identity of the people he had recently interacted with. After bidding the three gods goodbye, Eros embraced the still-dazed teddy bear close to her chest, as she walked towards her palace. What she didn't know was that a certain god was sneakily following her from behind. In his hands was a box that would even make the goddess of lust flee in fear at the mere sight of it. And what he planned to do with the box was. Chapter 308, The Goddess of Lust Part 2. Eros continued to walk, carrying the teddy bear like a baby, until she reached the entrance of her palace. However, she didn't enter right away. Instead, she turned her head to look behind her and smiled. I didn't know that the god of contracts had a hobby of stalking the goddesses of the temple, Eros said in a teasing voice. Tell me, Saintess, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Saintess grinned as he walked towards the goddess of lust in a carefree manner. His hands were behind his back to prevent Eros from seeing the box in his hands. When he was only a few meters away from Eros, he stood perfectly still and spoke his mind. Eros, I need to ask a favor from you. I'll listen to your request first before giving my answer. When Saintess moved the box in front of him, Eros unconsciously flinched. Her primal instincts were telling her to run away. Eros knew then and there that whatever was inside the box in Saintess' hands was not a good thing. Please wait, I don't mean any harm, Saintess cried out in alarm when he saw that Eros was about to flee towards her palace. Let's talk. I promise I won't open the box. Eros eyed the god of contracts and remained where she stood. However, she kept her guard up and was prepared to flee inside her palace the moment Saintess pulled anything on her. Seeing that Eros was on guard against him, Saintess sighed in his heart. He decided to put his plan on hold and decided to compromise for the time being. I just came here to tell you that, after you finish your training with William, I would like to have a private talk with him, Saintess said. I promise I won't do anything to harm the boy. I just want to talk to him without Issei, Lily, and David finding out. That is all I ask. Eros frowned. Saintess was one of the gods that belonged to the neutral faction, so he was not her enemy. Even so, the thing that was inside the wooden box was making her feel like her life was in danger. Saintess holding the box in front of himself was akin to him pointing a gun at Eros, while having a friendly negotiation. In the end, the goddess reluctantly nodded her head, but added a condition. Swear upon your divinity that you will not harm the boy in any way during your private meeting, Eros stated. He is currently under my protection and I don't want Issei, Lily, and David to hold me responsible for your actions. Saintess hurriedly placed his hand over his chest and made his pledge. Although he didn't achieve his main objective, this was also a good opportunity to have a talk with William and ask for his cooperation. I need to ensure that I pass Donger to him without anyone finding out, Saintess thought as he made his pledge to Eros. After making his pledge, he walked away since Eros had already agreed to his request. The goddess of lust watched the god of contracts leave with a guarded stance. Only after Saintess disappeared from view, did she enter her palace in a hurry. It was forbidden for gods to fight inside the temple, but occasional brawls broke out every now and then. Naturally, these gods were punished and had to pay monetary compensation for the damages they had caused. They would also enter the god prison for a few years in order to give them some time to cool down and prevent their arguments from escalating. When Eros was finally inside the safety of her inner palace, she looked at the teddy bear who was still looking at her as if she was his lover. The corner of the beautiful lady's lips curled up as she opened her special domain. After entering the domain, along with William, the goddess of lust kissed the teddy bear's lips, which made the latter twitch. Soon, the body of the stuffed toy glowed and William appeared in his half-elf form. Using the power of her domain, she transformed the teddy bear's body into a near-perfect replica of the red-headed boy's body. William breathed out a sigh of pleasure when Eros caressed the side of his face. "Congratulations, William, it seems that my devout follower had set her eyes on you," Eros said with a sweet smile. "Unfortunately, the way you are now, you are incapable of staying by her side. What my cute daughters need is someone who won't fall prey to their powers. We need to ensure that you can protect yourself from their charms. Do you understand?" "Yes," William replied absent-mindedly. Eros chuckled and planted a kiss on William's forehead. As soon as she did that, the charm spell that had taken hold of the boy's body was immediately dispelled. William blinked once then twice before looking at the beautiful goddess in front of him. He then flipped his hair and raised his chin in arrogance. "My lady, I know that I am handsome, but using charm on me is against the rules," William said. "You can have my body, but you can never have my heart." Eros giggled as she eyed the arrogant half-elf in front of her. She then smiled mischievously as she lowered her eyes to look at William's lower half. "Well, I'm not really interested in your heart," Eros chuckled. "But, will your little boy down there really be enough to satisfy this goddess?" "I'm afraid not." The corner of William's lips twitched when he saw the seductive goddess look at his little will with interest. "Stand down, boy," William ordered his junior to not raise his head in defiance. He knew that the goddess in front of him was very powerful because she was able to charm him right off the bat. "My lady, who are you? Where am I? Where are Issei, Lily and David?" William threw a barrage of questions while keeping his eyes fixed on the goddess' chest. "What are you planning to do to me? Oh, my, so many questions at once. You sure don't know how to treat a lady on your first date." Eros glided beside William and whispered in his ears. "My name is Eros and I am the goddess of lust." William's body shivered as he was once again charmed by the goddess of lust. Although Eros wasn't actively trying to charm William, her divinity was always in effect. Any mortal would be hard-pressed to resist her charm even if their willpower was as steadfast and sharp as the blade of a sword. "This won't do," Eros poked William's nose. "You have to try harder, little Will." Eros flicked William's forehead and the charm spell was undone once again. When the charm spell was lifted, William crossed his hands over his chest and frowned. While in his charmed state, he had vague recollections of his surroundings, but he couldn't control his body. It was like he was walking on cloud nine, only wanting to be around the beautiful lady who was looking at him with a mischievous smile. "Can you do that one more time, Lady Eros?" William asked. "This time, I will use all my willpower to resist." "Come at me, bro." Eros giggled as she walked towards the boy. She then gave him a hug and didn't do anything else. William smelled something fragrant, like the scent of flowers in full bloom. He knew that this was the scent of Eros' body. This was the last thought that passed through his mind before his body slackened as the charm spell took hold of his body. "Strike 3, you're out." Eros took a step back and watched as William looked back at her like a devoted lover. The half-elf then moved towards her and gave her a hug, like a child seeking his mother's warmth. "Don't worry, we have plenty of time," Eros said as she embraced the red-headed boy and patted his head. This scene continued for a few minutes before Eros took the initiative to take a step back and look at the boy in front of her. The half-elf was hopelessly under the charm spell and was completely at the mercy of the goddess. I guess you're still too young and inexperienced to completely break away from my control. Fortunately, Issei, Lily, and David dragged you here. The goddess of lust placed her hand over William's forehead and closed her eyes. She scanned William's memories, looking for something that might help her understand how to help the boy resist the power of her divinity. A few minutes passed before Eros sighed and shook her head. She couldn't find anything that could help her strengthen William's willpower to resist her charms. Well, there is always that option. Eros, lips curled up into a smile. It's time to fight poison with poison. The goddess of lust willed her fingernail to grow longer and become as sharp as a blade. She then poked her left index finger until a single drop of blood oozed out from it. Take this and consume it, Eros ordered. You are collecting job classes, right? This will be a good addition to your collection. William obediently obeyed Eros' command and took her finger inside his mouth. He then licked a single drop of blood from her fingertip. A few seconds later, William's body shuddered as the blood of the goddess was absorbed by his body. Prestige class, Incubus, acquired. Requirement: approval by the goddess of lust. William's body was about to enter a transformation, but Eros stopped it. She didn't want the boy to become a full-blown incubus while he was under her charm spell. Eros used her divinity to forcefully tweak William's job class. She removed the horns, wings, and tail that were the common features of demonic creatures. When the rest of the transformation ended, William stood still with his eyes closed. Eros smiled because she could tell that she had succeeded in her experiment. If the incubus job class was equipped as William's subclass, he would turn into a pseudo-incubus. This would give him half of the power of a true incubus. The only way to fully awaken this job class was to pray to Eros in one of the goddess temples that could be found all over the world of Hestia. Only then would William be able to wield its full power. At that time, it would be of his own free will and choice. Are you feeling better now? Eros asked. William opened his eyes and nodded his head. Lady Eros, thank you for the job class. My only concern is, why did you do this? Eros smiled as she crossed her hands over her voluptuous chest. This is a one-time special service because I find you very pleasing to my eyes. Mind you, this job class is not something that you can find just anywhere. Only those that have gained my approval can become an incubus. Who knows? This job class might come in handy when you travel to the demon continent of your world. Demons are very sensitive and they can easily sense that you are not one of them. Just accept it gratefully, no need to thank me. William could feel a special kind of power surging inside his body and he was unsure about how to use it. He couldn't access the system inside the Temple of the 10,000 Gods and ask for its advice on what to do. Eros, lips raised in a knowing smile after seeing the discomfort on William's face. Don't worry, I will personally train you on how to use the new power that you have acquired. Eros patted William's shoulder. You and your lovers will be able to grow stronger once you master the arts of dual cultivation. Actually, that old man, Owen, from your world did a good job in teaching you the basics. I'm quite disappointed that he is a life archon and not an incubus. That old man would certainly be able to do well as one of my subordinates. William had to agree with the goddess of lust. The old cow that liked to eat young grass would certainly be a good candidate to become an incubus. Come, little Will, the goddess of lust extended her hand towards the boy. It's time for you to start your incubus training. William took a deep breath before placing his hand on top of the goddess' palms. He didn't believe that the goddess had gone out of her way to take him away from Issei, Lily, and David just because he was pleasing to her eyes. There must be some other reason behind it. However, right now, he had to focus on the training of the goddess. He was quite curious about what kind of training the goddess of lust had in mind for him. Although William didn't want to admit it, he was also looking forward to mastering the art of how to make his lover stronger as well. While William was having his training inside the Temple of the Gods, the Hellen Kingdom was already waging a bloody war with its neighboring kingdoms. Chapter 309, Preparation for Departure. Go to the northern regions with big sister Brianna. Prince Ernest frowned after he heard Ian's proposal. Why? At first, the young prince thought that Ian was bearing a message from Est. However, the latter came to see him in order to ask him to accompany him to the northern regions, along with Brianna. Because, it is what the Knight Commander told me before losing consciousness, Ian lied. He had anticipated that Prince Ernest would ask him this question, so he had prepared this story beforehand. He said that it was of the utmost importance that will decide the survival of the kingdom. Brianna, who was listening beside Prince Ernest, had a calm expression on her face. Her grandfather had taught her how to detect truth from falsehood depending on the tone and body language of the speaker. Prince Ernest was the same. He also received this kind of training from Simon, the Dean of the Royal Academy, to ensure that no one would be able to trick him with words. Naturally, both of them realized that Ian was lying. But the eyes of the boy staring in front of them were resolute. The words he said might be lies, but his conviction was real. Is the Knight Commander awake? Prince Ernest asked after pondering for a while. Will he be coming with us to the northern regions? The young prince decided to gather more information from Est's retainer and William's subordinate. Leaving the capital during this crucial time was not an easy decision to make. At most, he would need the approval of his father, King Noah, before he could leave the palace and go to the northern regions. Ian shook his head. The commander is still unconscious, but he will go with us to the north. Dave, his knight, is already preparing the provisions that we will need for the journey. It is only your decision that we are waiting for, Your Highness. Before Prince Ernest could even give his reply, the three of them heard a knock on the door of the prince's quarters. Suddenly, the door opened and King Noah, along with the Grand Archmage, Emrys, and Dean of the Academy, Simon, walked inside the room. King Noah immediately recognized Ian, but pretended that he didn't know him. He walked towards his youngest son because he had some things to tell him before he departed to the Ravenlord Citadel to raise the morale of the defenders of the kingdom. Prince Ernest, I know that this might be sudden, but the Dean will accompany you to our summer villa in Wildavian, King Noah said. Your Majesty, may I know why I must leave the capital? Ernest asked. He could tell that his father seemed anxious and it made him feel as if something bad was going to happen. King Noah sighed before patting his youngest son's shoulder. It's not safe in the capital. You will be leaving via a secret tunnel and head to Wildavian with the Dean. Wait for me to call you back to the capital. Until then, hide there and stay as low-key as you can. Prince Ernest glanced at Ian, who was kneeling in front of the king as per the duties of a knight of the kingdom. How about I go to the Corinter Mountains? Prince Ernest proposed. Big sister Brianna is feeling homesick and it might be good to stay there for a while. What do you think, Your Majesty? The northern regions. King Noah frowned, but it only lasted for a brief moment. He then glanced at Brianna, who was standing beside Prince Ernest, and nodded his head. I think this is a better idea. Simon, I'll leave the arrangements to you. Keep the prince safe. As you command, Your Majesty, Simon bowed. King Noah gave Prince Ernest a light hug before leaving the room. Although it was still noon, he needed to prepare for his departure to the front lines as soon as possible. Your Highness, I will take my leave to prepare the things we will be needing for our journey, Simon said. He was about to leave the room when Prince Ernest stopped him from leaving. Master, please, listen to what I have to say first, Prince Ernest stated. Knight Ian from the Angorian War Sovereign is already making the necessary arrangements for our trip to the northern regions. The Knight Commander will also be accompanying us on this journey. It will be best if we coordinate with them, so that we can leave as soon as possible. Simon glanced at Ian and the latter nodded his head in acknowledgement. The Dean of the Academy was very familiar with Est's retainer and knew that he could be trusted. Very well, Simon nodded. I have a feeling that the three of you were already planning to leave the capital before the king and I arrive here. Since that is the case, then let us just go together. When can we leave, Sir Knight? 2 hours from now, Your Excellency, Ian replied. We will come to pick up the prince as soon as we have finished our preparations. Simon nodded and told Ian to return after 2 hours. He still needed to tie up some loose ends before their departure to the northern regions. Prince Ernest and Brianna, on the other hand, started packing their clothes. Although Prince Ernest felt sad to leave the capital, he knew that his father wouldn't tell him to go unless there was a good reason behind it. Meanwhile, at the stronghold facing off against the Zelan dynasty, the battle had just ended, but it wasn't a full-blown battle. The Zelan dynasty wasn't too keen on having a direct collision with the Hellen defenders because they had received a report that the forces of the xianxia dynasty had already broken through another fortress and were on their way towards the capital of the Hellen kingdom. Unlike the ant army, which numbered in the millions and could be treated as cannon fodders, the great general of the Zelan dynasty, Ragnall Hakim Ifa, cared for the warriors and the Minotaur race who served as their guardian beasts. He was just waiting for the defenders of the fort to divide their forces to reinforce their capital before going in for the kill. That way, he could minimize the losses of his army and move towards the capital of Gladiolus unhindered. James and Lawrence stood on the ramparts with serious expressions on their faces. They had also received news from the capital that their forces were now congregating at Ravenlord Citadel. "Lawrence, take the other archmages and reinforce His Majesty in defending the citadel," James said after careful consideration. "Leave the fort to me. I'll stall for time." Lawrence glanced at his old friend and nodded his head. The old fox of Griffith understood that, even if they stayed here and defended the fort, it would be all for naught if the capital fell. His only concern was whether James would be able to resist the assault of the Zelenian army once they left their posts. "Don't worry, I can manage." James patted his friend's shoulder. "Make haste, we don't have much time." "Don't die on me, you old coot," Lawrence replied as he patted James's shoulder. "We still need to talk about our grandchildren's affair." James smiled and nodded his head. Although William had already told him that he had no intention of marrying Rebecca, he still kept mum about it in order to give Lawrence some face. An hour later, half of the defenders including all of the archmages left the fort in order to arrive at Ravenlord Citadel as soon as possible. The defenders that were left to defend the fort all had determined expressions on their faces. They had already resolved themselves to die in order to protect their kingdom from the invaders who planned to conquer their lands. James grinned as he faced the opposing army in the distance. Now that the troublemakers were gone, it was time for him to negotiate with the great general from the Zelen dynasty. The overlord of Lond may not like the current royal family, but he still cared for the citizens of the kingdom. "I hope that the old executioner accompanied his son to battle." James narrowed his eyes as he looked at the mighty army across their fortress walls. "Reaching a compromise will be easier if he's there to mediate the negotiation. I just need to dangle a bait good enough that he won't be able to resist." James had already prepared the bait for his old acquaintance. The only question was whether the person he was looking for was with the Zelenian army or not. Chapter 310, Good Things Should Belong to the Family. Disclaimer. I made a mistake on this chapter. As you may have already seen, this is a very long chapter, and the reason for this is because I accidentally posted 2 chapters instead of 1. There are 2 chapters in this novel, and one of them is Chapter 311 Saintess and William's Fated Meeting, Part 1. Because it is already included here, you don't need to unlock it on the. Thank you, General. There is movement from the fortress. A captain of the Zelenian army reported. The gates are opening. Ragnall Hakim Ifa, the divine champion of the Zelen dynasty, frowned when he heard the report. Even so, he walked out of his tent and stood at the front of the army to see what the Hellenians were up to. His short, dark brown hair swayed in the wind as he gazed at the battlefield. Using his enhanced vision, he saw a man with gray hair, along with 2 other men, walk out of the gates of the fortress and start to walk in the direction of the Zelenian army. One of the men was holding a blue flag in his hands, which meant that they wanted to have a dialogue with them. This was very common, especially during war times, when 2 armies were about to have a life-and-death battle. "Now, this is interesting," an old man said as he stood beside Ragnall. "It's been years since I've seen this bastard. Looks like he still has a few good years left in him to be able to remain in this world." To everyone's surprise, the old man started to walk, with the help of his walking stick, towards the 3 men, who had stopped in the halfway point between the Hellen fortress and the Zelenian army. Ragnall sighed as he followed behind the old man. Some of the captains wanted to follow them, but Ragnall waved them off, telling them that he and the army's strategist would handle the matter on their own. A few minutes later, James, Damien, and Gideon faced off against the old man and Ragnall at the center of the battlefield. Both sides stood a few meters away from each other and eyed one another with calm expressions on their faces. After a few minutes, the old man walked towards James until he was only a meter away from him. Suddenly, the stick in the old man's hand turned into a short spear. Without any warning, the old man thrust the spear straight towards James's chest with the intention of piercing his heart. At least, that was what should have happened, but a powerful hand held the blade of the spear in a firm grip, preventing it from hitting its target. "It's good to see that you're still a hale and hearty old geezer," James said with a smile. "I thought you had already kicked the bucket." The old man snorted as he glared hatefully at James. "How can I die when I know you're still alive? I'll only be able to leave this world in peace on the day I spit on your corpse." "Well, I don't plan on dying anytime soon," James replied. "Do your best to live for a century, you old fart, maybe then you'll get the opportunity." The old man transformed the spear back into a walking stick and stood perfectly straight. He was like a general on the battlefield that was about to lead his troops to battle. "So, are you here to offer your unconditional surrender?" The old man, who was notoriously known as Old Executioner by the Zelenian army, asked. His name was Hugo Akilifa, the father of Ragnall, as well as the father of James's wife, Urza. Naturally, he hated James with a vengeance. It was because he wasn't there when his beloved daughter Urza. Seeing the hostility on the old man's face, James couldn't stop himself from sighing in his heart. He knew that the Aoife family wanted him dead, much more than Aramis wanted him dead. His in-laws were a martial family through and had been generals in the military ever since the Zelen dynasty was founded. James had a hard time making them agree to his proposal to marry Urza many years ago. The overlord of Lant willed the painful memories to go to the back of his mind as he focused on the two people in front of him. He knew that since Hugo was here, their chances of reaching a compromise had succeeded by half. "Are you mute? I told you to speak." Hugo glared at James, who was reminiscing about the past. James cleared his throat before answering. "I came here to tell both of you not to attack the fortress for a few days. I know that you have already received news that the forces of the Aenarion dynasty have broken through Windsor Fortress and are currently on their way towards the capital. Since you already knew that, then why are you still here?" Hugo inquired. "Shouldn't you go back as well and act as reinforcements to your king?" "Why should I go and help him?" James asked back. "The king exiled my son, Morgan, from the southern continent. I have no reason to help him." "Hey, do you really think I'm stupid?" Hugo snorted. "Tell me the real reason why you are asking us not to attack. Now that your archmages are gone, at most, it will only take us 2 days to break the walls of your fortress. If I get lucky, I might even get the chance to spit on your corpse after we burn your kingdom to the ground." James smiled as he crossed his arms over his chest. In order for a new king to sit on the throne of the kingdom, the old one must be disposed of. This war is the perfect opportunity to wipe out the lineage of the royal family. When they're gone, the throne will be up for grabs. "Oh, so you plan to stage a civil war?" Hugo sneered. "I knew that you were a bastard, but I never knew that you were a traitorous bastard." "I plan to make my son, Mordred, the new king of the Helen Kingdom," James said with a smile. "Good things should belong to the family, isn't that right?" Hugo and Ragnall narrowed their eyes. Both of them weren't stupid and immediately understood what James was hinting at. The father and son pair exchanged a glance before looking back at James with serious expressions on their faces. "How confident are you?" Hugo asked. "As long as the private army of the Aoife family moves, then the chances of success are 80%, James answered without batting an eye. 80%, Hugo muttered. "So you mean to say that we will play fishermen when the war between the two sides reaches a conclusion?" James nodded his head. "Although the Zelenian army are warriors that are not afraid to die on the battlefield, the two of us fighting against each other will just create unnecessary casualties on both sides. You already know that even if you reject this offer, you will not get out of this battle unscathed." The overlord of Lant grinned evilly. "I'm confident that I can wipe out half of your forces and escape with my life. By then, your shares will be smaller when you divide the Helen Kingdom. Even if what you say is true, so what?" Hugo replied. "Land is still land, no matter how big or small it is, it will still belong to us." James quieted down and stared at Hugo with disdain. This lasted for a minute before the gray-haired man voiced out his thoughts. "Are you sure about that?" James asked. "I'm sure you already know that someone is pulling the strings from behind. I have a hunch that even if this kingdom was conquered, you and the Aenarion dynasty wouldn't be able to hold it for long. You're just puppets being played with by the puppeteer." It was now Hugo's time to become silent. As the retired chief strategist of the dynasty, he had long since noticed telltale signs that something was amiss about this war. The heads of the clans called out for conquest, and the king readily agreed to start a war. None of this made sense, and Ragnall had already confessed to him that he had misgivings about the orders from the higher-ups. 7 days, Hugo said as he turned his head to walk back towards the Zelenian encampment. "Let's talk again in 7 days." Ragnall gave James one last glance before following behind his father. He was also against this war because he had a feeling that they were being used as pawns by an unknown player behind the scenes. This was something that he couldn't accept, and the main reason why he hadn't ordered an all-out war against the Helen Kingdom and simply settled for short skirmishes. Now that James had given them an alternative, both father and son decided to wait a week to see what the outcome of the war between the Helen Kingdom and the Aenarion dynasty would be. If there was a chance to place James's son on the throne as the new king. Of the Helen Kingdom, Hugo and Ragnall were willing to work with him. After all, Urza's children were still part of their family. As long as the bloodline of the Aoife clan could become king, waiting a few days was a small price to pay for Hugo and Ragnall. Also, they were wary of the unknown organization working in the shadows. There was truth in James's words, and this was one of Hugo's main worries. He also thought that, even if the Helen Kingdom fell, their dynasty, and the Aenarion's dynasty, would return home with nothing. I hated when that bastard is right, Hugo cursed as he sat on the couch to rest his old and weary body. The retired strategist knew that if they really were to force a siege against the fortress, they would suffer many casualties on their side. He also didn't want to break all ties with James because that was the promise he had made to his daughter. Fine, let's wait and see for now. Hugo stared at the ceiling of his tent. It still won't be too late to act after 7 days. Chapter 308 Saintess and William's Fated Meeting, Part 1. William looked at the beautiful goddess in front of him with a smile on his face. His eyes glowed with power as his incubus class reached its max level. Because his powers had been unsealed before his battle with Carter. This allowed Eros, the goddess of lust, to teach William how to utilize his newfound powers to their full potential. Just like the special domains that Issei and Lily used to train William, Eros had also taken him to her own domain to be trained. 3 months inside the domain was equivalent to 3 days in Hestia. Aside from training William to resist her charms, Eros also taught him how to wield his demonic powers. The incubus job class allowed William to make and control illusions, enter a person's dream, drain the life force of others, and also a very rare ability that had a chance to copy a person's special skill through love-making. This copying skill was the skill he gained after absorbing the blood of the goddess. Even among the incubi that existed in the multiverse, only a handful had this ability. These were the people that had been personally blessed by Eros to become her champions. Being an incubus wouldn't be complete without the power of seduction. Naturally, William also gained an ability that was similar to charm. This skill was called Kiss of Seduction. However, since he was still a pseudo-incubus, he was unable to use this skill. Unlike the other job classes that he acquired, the incubus job class didn't have any advanced classes. William didn't mind because he didn't have any intention to take the incubus class to a higher stage. For him, being an incubus was no different from being a full-fledged womanizer. Belle had told him that she would only allow him to have 9 wives. Since that was the case, the incubus job class wasn't a good option for him to explore. Still, this class also came with many benefits. It allowed William to gain access to the dual cultivation skill, which allowed him, and his lovers, to gradually become stronger after they cultivated together. It also gave him a +100 enhancement bonus to all stats while the incubus job class was equipped. Being an incubus didn't give him immunity to Eros' charm skill. However, William was still able to resist it to a certain extent. For Eros, this was already good enough because even gods would have a hard time resisting her divinity if she unleashed her full powers. Well then, this will be the end of your training, little Will, Eros smiled as she patted the boy's head. Make sure to keep your promise, okay? Thank you, Your Excellency, William replied respectfully. I will keep my promise. Good, it's quite unfortunate that you can't be my follower because you already have Gavin. Even so, make sure to visit my temple after you've come of age. If you don't do that, you'll be sorry. I will keep my promise, Your Excellency. Eros was quite satisfied with William's character. Because of this, she wished that her daughters would pick him to become their lover in the future. Truth be told, Eros didn't train William just because her daughters took a liking to him. The goddess of lust wasn't that generous. All the incubi and succubi in existence were handpicked by her personally. She wouldn't bestow her powers on just any random passerby. Even if William was favored by 4 gods, that wasn't enough for Eros to make her move. If not for the direct order she had received from the most ancient, primordial goddess, she wouldn't have a reason to get in touch with the boy. The order of the primordial goddess was simple. Turn William to a pseudo-incubus and train him to resist charm and mind-affecting spells. Because of this order, Eros' interest in the boy was piqued. Since her daughters already had him in their sights, the goddess of lust thought that it would also be a good opportunity to get to know the half-elf. However, after training William for 3 months, she finally understood what kind of boy he was. Eros had a nagging feeling that William would bully her daughters in the not-so-distant future. Because of this, She made William promise her something, and the boy agreed to it. After exiting the domain, Eros suddenly remembered the promise that she had made with the god of contracts, Saintess. "William, are you familiar with the god of contracts?" Eros asked. "No," William replied. "However, I always ask him to preside over the contracts that I make in my world." Eros nodded her head as she looked in the distance. She immediately felt Saintess' presence right after she had left her domain. It seemed that the god of contracts was very anxious to meet with William before he reunited with Issei, Lily, and David. "Wait here for a while," Eros said. "It seems that the god of contracts wants to meet with you." Eros didn't wait for William's reply before she disappeared from where she stood. She reappeared a few seconds later in front of her palace and faced Saintess, who was standing outside the gates. The goddess of lust waved her hand and the gates opened wide to allow Saintess to enter. "Remember, you are not allowed to harm him in any way," Eros warned. "If you do something funny, you will definitely regret it." Saintess smiled and nodded his head. "I won't harm him, I just want to talk." 15 minutes. "I'll only give you 15 minutes. Eros moved aside and allowed Saintess to enter her palace. Although she was curious about what Saintess wanted to tell William, the god of contracts wanted a private meeting. Since incubi and succubi also used contracts to bind the oaths of mortals, Saintess was a business partner that she had to get along with. This was why she respected his request and allowed him to meet William. Also, it was a good opportunity to have Saintess owe her a favor. Since the god of contracts had already promised not to hurt William, Eros had no reasons to prevent him from seeing the boy. The goddess that was seated on the black throne frowned, but she didn't make any moves to intervene. Even though she was an ancient primordial goddess, there were certain rules that she had to adhere to in order to keep the peace within the temple of the 10,000 gods. "This is just a minor issue," the goddess thought as she continued to observe Liam from afar. "This will not affect the bigger picture." The primordial goddess only cared about the result and not the process. As long as William's current course didn't change, having a few bumps along the way could still be tolerated. Chapter 311, Saintess and William's Fated Meeting, Part 1. Disclaimer. Don't read this chapter because you have already read it previously. I double-posted 2 chapters by mistake, so you don't have to read this one. Chapter 312, Saintess and William's Fated Meeting, Part 2. "Little Wool, we finally meet face to face," Saintess greeted with a smile. "We don't have much time, so I'll cut the long story short. I am Saintess, the god of contracts, and I am very pleased that you always choose me to preside over the oaths that you have made in Hestia." "The pleasure is mine, Sir Saintess," William replied. "I am also very happy to meet you." The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Saintess decided to tell him the purpose of his visit. Saintess patted William's shoulder. "It was quite unfortunate that I wasn't here in the temple when you arrived. If I was here, I would have also given you a parting gift before you entered the cycle of reincarnation. Fortunately, another opportunity has arrived, so I'm here to give you the gift I wasn't able to give you before." Saintess waved his hand and a wooden box materialized out of thin air. He held it with both hands and presented it before William. "Inside this box is an amazing and very powerful artifact," Saintess explained. "However, it is currently sealed, so I can't show it to you right now. But rest assured that this artifact will be of great help to you in the future. Once you equip this artifact, you will practically become immune to depression." Immune to depression? William's face became serious. Such a thing exists. This sounds like a very powerful artifact. William of all people understood how hard it was to fight depression. When he was suffering from his disease, he was constantly depressed. If not for his brothers and sisters, who were always there to encourage him from the orphanage, he might have already given up. Saintess' smile widened as he continued his explanation about the benefits of his artifact. "Not only immunity to depression, but it also raises your stamina and vitality drastically. You can even say that you will become peerless after you use this artifact. But wait, there's more." Just like a scammer, Saintess used his expertise as the god of contracts to close the deal. "If you accept this gift of mine, I'll also throw in a freebie." Saintess waved his hand and a golden Rubik's cube appeared in his hand. This cube is called a pocket cube that will allow you to catch any monster of the centennial rank and below. You can only use it once, so use it wisely. William wasn't a fool. Although the god of contracts was giving him gifts, he knew that no lunch was free in the world. This is especially true in a place like the Temple of 10,000 Gods. "Sir Saintess, what is the catch? William crossed his arms over his chest. You are giving me these precious artifacts, is there something that you want from me? William understood that there is not a free lunch in this world, especially coming from a god. Yes, there is, Saintess replied honestly. I want you to keep this as a secret between the two of us. Don't tell this to anyone. Not even Gavin, Issei, Lily, and David. Why? Because you are my only hope. Saintess sighed as he looked at the red-headed boy. His pleading gaze was so pitiful that William couldn't help but scratch his head. On one hand, he didn't want to offend the god of contracts. On the other hand, he felt that the sealed artifact was something very dangerous that he didn't dare to accept it. Seeing his hesitation, Saintess decided to use his trump card. Okay, how about we compromise? Saintess proposed. I will send this artifact to you through the god shop. Using an anonymous name, I will be honest with you, this artifact cannot stay in the temple of the gods because the seal will be undone in 4 years. I also don't want it to be released in a random world because it will cause civilizations to multiply at a rapid pace. This is something we gods don't want to see. As long as it is inside your mail, it will remain inside it even after the seal is broken. Saintess came clean because he could tell that William wouldn't accept the wooden box until he revealed everything to him. Clearly, he had underestimated the boy's intelligence and decided to just spill the beans. But why me? William asked. Can't you send it to other people? Saintess firmly shook his head. I don't trust others, as much as I trust you. After all, you are someone that has received the blessings of 4 gods. I am not a good judge of character because I am the god of contracts. I must be impartial at all times. However, Gavin, Issei, Lily, and David are my friends. I believe that all of them have better eyes than me and are good judges of character. This is why, I can only ask this of you, William. Safeguard this artifact for the sake of the entire multiverse. William glanced at the wooden box in Saintess' hands and sighed. Sir, since you already said this much, can you please tell me what is inside the wooden box? Saintess nodded his head. The name of this artifact is... William started to sweat buckets as Saintess revealed everything to him. In the end, William decided to flee, but the god of contract grabbed his leg and wailed like a child. No matter how much William tried to get rid of him, the god stuck to him like a leech. In the end, William and Saintess reached a compromise. The red-headed boy agreed to allow Saintess to send him the artifact through mail. William had no intention of retrieving it no matter what happened, and Saintess was fine with that. The god shop mail had no expiration, so they didn't have to worry about the artifact breaking free even after the seal expired. As additional rewards for William's consent, Saintess gave him 5 more pocket cubes that would allow him to capture any beast that was centennial ranked and below. Sir Saintess, I have a question, William said with a serious expression. You said that the pocket cubes can capture beasts that are centennial rank and below. Can it also capture demigods? Demigods. Saintess rubbed his chin in contemplation. Aren't demigods usually of the calamity rank? This is only good for centennial rank beasts. William decided to explain his meeting with Kusaganaga, while the god of contracts listened with great interest. Even though they are demigods, as long as their strength regresses below the rank of centennial beasts, they can be captured, Saintess said after careful consideration. However, I advise you to not catch Kusaganaga. Don't worry, I have no intention of catching it, William stated. Kusaganaga had already been imprisoned for thousands of years. I don't want him to be imprisoned again. It is so pitiful. Saintess nodded his head in appreciation. At least you have a conscience. As expected of the boy that my friends have chosen. Well then, please, don't tell this to anyone. Understood. William promised. Saintess patted the boy's shoulder one last time before disappearing from the palace of the goddess of lust. William sighed because he had become the owner of a hot potato. Of course, he had no intention of retrieving the artifact from the god shop mail. The god of contract told him that if an item wasn't retrieved from the god shop after 100 years had passed, it would be automatically returned to its sender. By then, Saintess would have gathered enough divinity from his followers to seal the artifact once again for another 1,000 years. After weighing the pros and cons, William agreed to the condition because the pocket cubes were a temptation that was very hard to resist. It gave him an option to capture beasts that didn't belong to the herd. Also, Saintess said that it would always succeed in capturing any beast as long as the target was of centennial rank and below. William had the uncanny ability to always face strong monsters out of the blue. Even with his powers, fighting these beasts would require a lot of effort on his part. If he could capture these beasts from the get-go, it would save him a lot of effort and time in order to subdue them. Chapter 313, Sacrificial Offering. Roars and explosions reverberated in the battlefield as the two armies collided. Hundreds of thousands of ant-type beasts burned en masse as the mages of the Helen Kingdom unleashed their spells. The smell of burning flesh was thick in the air, but the defenders didn't bat an eye and killed more. The knights headed by the sword saint, Aramis, charged at the ant horde fearlessly and cut them apart like bamboo trees. Their war cries rumbled like thunder as they bulldozed their way towards the center of the army's ranks. Seeing this unstoppable onslaught, the great general of Aenarionia ordered his men to retreat. However, Aramis didn't back down and pursued them along with thousands of Hellenian warriors who were out for blood. Only a quarter of the warriors remained inside Ravenlord's citadel, while the rest accompanied their sword saint to kill as many enemies as they could. The griffins and hippogriffs in the air slaughtered the flying ants with a vengeance. The knights of the Angorian war sovereign had also joined the fray. In just a few days, the young knights had been baptized by a real war between kingdoms. They had seen the deaths of their comrades in the battlefield, and this brought a massive change to their mentality. The Angorian war sovereign, which used to number over 100, was now reduced to 70. Even though Priscilla did her best, it was unavoidable to not have any casualties in a war of this magnitude. 2 hours later, Aramis signaled to stop the pursuit. He knew that it would be a folly to continue and ordered everyone to return to the fortress. This was their third day of defending Ravenlord's citadel from the invasion of the Aenarion army. In these 3 days of fighting, over 1 million lives were lost on the battlefield. The majority of deaths came from the ant army that numbered in the millions. The great general of Aenarion, Magnus, treated the ant army as cannon fodder. However, the deaths of his human soldiers also numbered over 100,000. It was then when Magnus realized that taking the capital of the Hellen Kingdom would not be easy, because the defenders were putting their lives on the line to repel them. Soldiers weren't afraid to die on the battlefield. However, fighting against enemies who didn't fear death gave them a different kind of pressure. The bombardment from the mages and archmages alone was like looking at the destruction of the world. Firestorms and hurricanes would ravage the battlefield and turn everything in their path to ashes. As a dynasty that focused on martial strength, fighting against mages was a very hard thing to accomplish. Naturally, the Aenarion army also had a few archmages in their ranks, but they couldn't compare to the archmages of the Hellen Kingdom who numbered in the dozens. If not for the ant army, that was supporting the bulk of their army, Magnus wouldn't have the courage to wage war on the Hellen Kingdom, who was known for their martial and magical military forces. Just where are those bastard Zelenians? Magnus gritted his teeth in anger. How come they're still not here? While Magnus was cursing his situational allies, one of his subordinates entered his tent to give a report. Sir, over 500,000 warrior ants have just left the nest and are now headed here to serve as reinforcements, the subordinate reported. At most, it will take them 2 days to arrive here. 2 days was enough time for his army to rest. He would just wait for the ant army to arrive and whittle the numbers of the defenders down little by little. Magnus nodded his head after hearing his subordinate's report. He then handed the soldier a sealed scroll and ordered him to get one of their ant riders to travel towards the Zelenian encampment to pass the scroll to the old executioner. He didn't know why their allies hadn't arrived yet. According to his estimate, the forces of the Zelenian army should have regrouped with them a day ago. However, they were still out of sight and it was making Magnus agitated. He knew for certain that the Hellen Kingdom would have no chance of resisting if the Aenarion and Zelen dynasties formed a united front to bring down Ravenlord's citadel. Just what is taking them so long? Magnus pounded the wooden table inside his quarters, breaking it apart. Your Majesty, the enemy has been successfully repelled. Aramis bowed. You did well, Aramis, Noah replied. Rest for now. I'm sure that they won't be back for a few days after this disastrous defeat by your hands. As you will, Your Majesty. Aramis pressed his fist over his chest before leaving the commander's quarters. As soon as he left, Prince Lionel stepped inside the room to see his father. He had also participated in the war and fought on the front lines among his private army. He was the crown prince of the kingdom and the soldiers needed to see that he was not a coward in order to gain their respect. Prince Rufus had joined the rank of mages of the kingdom and fought the flying ants using his powerful spells. Both princes had shown everyone what they were capable of doing and received praises from the nobles and soldiers alike. Prince Lionel didn't fight on the battlefield just to gain the recognition of the nobles and the soldiers. He fought because he wanted to impress the third princess of Frisia, who was also within Ravenlord Citadel. As their ally, she was there to oversee the aerial cavaliers of Frisia, who fought bravely alongside their allies in this war against the Xianxia dynasty. Unfortunately, aside from casual banter, Prince Lionel could tell that Princess Sidonie was not interested in him, which made him very frustrated. Since the battle had just ended, he thought that this was the perfect opportunity to see his father and initiate his plan of action. "Your Majesty, congratulations on your victory," Prince Lionel said with a serious expression. King Noah nodded and made a gesture for his son to sit. "What brings you here today, Prince Lionel?" "Your Majesty, the enemy won't be back for a time, so I decided to use this opportunity to ask a favor from you." "A favor?" Prince Lionel nodded his head. "Since I gazed upon the Oathkeeper key, I have been constantly researching in order to find the location of the hidden domain. According to the records that I've read, the clue for how to find the domain lay on the key itself." King Noah smiled. Of course, he also knew this information. He even spent a lot of time studying the Oathkeeper key to find the location of the hidden domain because it was the duty of each king that received the inheritance. At first, he thought that he would be able to find this elusive domain during his reign, but after many years had passed, he had already given up on finding it. Now, seeing Prince Lionel mention this discovery, King Noah already knew what his son was going to ask of him. "Your Majesty, if I may be bold, can you please lend the key to me for a few days?" Prince Lionel asked. "I do not know what the outcome of this war will be, but I feel that I will regret it for the rest of my life if I don't try to decipher the secrets hidden within the Oathkeeper key." King Noah pondered for a bit before summoning a small ornate box from his storage ring. "Here, take it," King Noah said as he handed the box to his son. "Return it to me once this war is over." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Prince Lionel bowed respectfully. "I promise that I will do my best to find the hidden domain that belongs to the royal family." Just as soon as Prince Lionel said these words, a knock was heard on the door. A few seconds later, it opened and the second prince of the kingdom, Rufus, entered the room. When Prince Rufus saw the ornate box in Prince Lionel's hand, his gaze clouded for a brief moment before returning to their normal calm. He controlled the emotions in his heart as he bowed to his father and said the reason for his visit. "Your Majesty, I am here to submit the detailed report of the casualties and losses that we suffered today," Prince Rufus said as he handed a black ledger to King Noah. "I will now take my leave, Your Majesty. I still need to raise the morale of the mages of our kingdom." King Noah extended his hand to pat Prince Rufus' shoulder. "You did well today. Continue to inspire and support your comrades in battle." "Yes, Your Majesty." Prince Rufus placed his fist over his chest and gave a brief bow before leaving the room. The second prince of the kingdom knew that he was a step late in acquiring the key. Fortunately, he had already prepared a plan B in case Prince Lionel managed to get the key before him. "You can have the key for now, big brother," Prince Rufus sneered inside his heart. "Because you won't have it for long." Prince Rufus knew that Prince Lionel was not aware that the organization had also approached him. Using this fact, he had plotted against his big brother so that the key would land in his hands. If King Noah only knew that both of his sons had already decided to betray the Hellen Kingdom, he would have definitely refused to hand the key over to either of them. Unfortunately, he was not aware, and so the next phase of the organization's plan, to take over the southern continent using Noah's kingdom as a sacrificial offering, began. Chapter 314, The Next Stage of the Shepherd Job Class. Great Chief Evander personally welcomed the arrival of Prince Ernest and his granddaughter to the Carinthar Mountains. The oracle had informed him a day ago that representatives would arrive from the Hellen Kingdom and they should be treated as VIP guests. After the last incident with William, Great Chief Evander had regained his calm and understood what he needed to do. The residence of the Great Chieftain was located at the middle of the mountain, while the rest of the tribes were near its base. They only went to the third, second, and first peaks during special events, so they spent most of their days within their corresponding strongholds. Great Chief Evander didn't say anything when he saw William's current state. He just made sure that the order of the oracle was carried out properly. Also, in order to prevent any mishaps, he ordered his second son, Connell, to go to Caudale's stronghold at the base of the mountain to prevent anyone from entering their domain. The oracle had given all the tribes explicit orders to not leave the mountain while the war between the Hellen Kingdom and the two dynasties was taking place. This was in accordance with the decree that was passed by their sovereign, which everyone in the Corinter Mountains obeyed with reverence. Ian was in the midst of changing William's clothes when the little loli, Brianna, barged inside the room. "Oh, sorry," Brianna said when she saw Ian taking off William's shirt. "Please, don't let me disturb you. Carry on with what you are about to do." Ian couldn't possibly allow the little girl to see his lover's naked body, so he decided to ask Brianna the reason for her visit. "Is there something you need, Lady Brianna?" Ian asked. The little loli smiled mischievously as he approached William's bed. "Do you need help taking his clothes off? I can help you do that. I can manage them myself, Lady Brianna. Please, don't bother yourself with the commander's needs because I will be here to take care of him." "Is that so?" There was a hint of disappointment in Brianna's voice. Even so, her disappointment didn't last long as her small hands caressed the sides of William's face. "I haven't had the time to see him after the incident at the Grand Colosseum," Brianna commented as she marveled at the softness of William's face, which was the complete opposite of his rough hands. "Ernest gets jealous easily, so I didn't get the chance to check his condition up close while we were inside the carriage during our journey." "How is he? Do you know when he'll wake up?" "He's recovering," Ian replied as his eyes focused on Brianna's hands that were caressing William's cheeks. He was very tempted to pry the little loli's hands away, but he knew that he couldn't make a scene inside the great chieftain's residence. "As for when he will wake up, I have no clue. I hope he wakes up soon." Brianna nodded her head sadly. "I hope for that as well. Big Brother is a good person. If he hadn't been there during the ceremony, I don't know what might have happened to me by now." Ian sighed internally and cursed the unconscious half-elf who was being pampered by the tribe's little princess. After a minute had passed, Brianna's hands had moved from William's cheeks to his ears, then to his neck, then back to his cheeks. For some reason, Ian felt uncomfortable with other girls touching William so intimately. Especially girls whom William hadn't acknowledged as one of his lovers. Although he knew that Brianna and William shared a close relationship, it was more of a brother and sister relationship than lovers. "Say, do you like him?" Brianna suddenly asked as she shifted her attention to the older boy. "I do," Ian replied without batting an eye. Brianna nodded as if she had already expected this answer from Ian. "I can see it in your eyes. The way you look at him is that of tenderness and affection. However, does Big Brother know?" "Really?" The little loli's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a very juicy piece of gossip. "Big Brother is fine with it." "Yes," Ian replied. "I see." Brianna smiled before reluctantly pulling her hand away from William's face. "You and Big Brother are our special guests. If you need something, don't hesitate to ask. The residents of the Great Chief will do our best to accommodate your needs." "Thank you," Ian nodded. "I will take note of it." Brianna gave William one last glance before leaving the room. She couldn't stay for long because she knew that Ernest would come looking for her. The youngest prince of the Helen Kingdom was very wary of William. Prince Ernest was afraid that the half-elf would take his big sister's affection away from him, and make Brianna his fiancée. Because of this, the prince was feeling anxious, which made Brianna, as well as Simon, shake their heads helplessly. 5 minutes after Brianna left the room, Ian resumed changing William's clothes into more comfortable ones. He then laid beside William and used synchronization. It was unsafe for her to transform inside the residence of the great chieftain, so she just settled with having her mermaid form inside William's sea of consciousness. She hoped, more than anything, that the boy she had loved for 4 years, would once again open his eyes and hold her in his warm embrace. Meanwhile in the temple of the 10,000 gods, "You look more manly now, Big Brother," Lily said as she eyed him up and down. "I guess being trained by the goddess of lust would turn even the meekest of sheep into a raging bull ready to battle." William smiled and patted the loli's head. "And you're still as cute as ever, Lily." Lily giggled as she allowed William to pat her head. It had been many years since a mortal had done that to her and it made her feel nostalgic. "Very good," Issei nodded in appreciation. He also felt the change in William's aura and it made the red-headed boy look more confident. After entering Eros' domain, the teddy bear that was used to hold William's consciousness had been remodeled to become a near-perfect replica of his body. Because of this, he didn't need to return to his cuddly form in order to continue his training. David cleared his throat and made a gesture for William to follow him. He was the boy's final instructor, and the last hurdle before William could return to his own world. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at David's residence. Issei and Lily followed David because they were curious about what kind of training the god of shepherds would give William. David didn't mind them tagging along because they were his good friends and William's supporters. The god of shepherds took them to a room where a golden portal glowed brightly. Seeing the portal, William remembered when he stood beside the cycle of reincarnation. If not for that incident with Truck-kun, he might have entered a different portal and lived a different life than the one he currently had. William, your shepherd job class has reached its max level, correct? David asked as he looked at the golden portal at the center of the room. Yes, William replied. David turned his head to look at the boy with a smile. Since that is the case, you need to upgrade your job class to its next stage. Usually, shepherds are not supposed to have any advanced classes or anything, but since you are a good boy, I prepared 3 advanced classes that you can choose from. Thank you, Sir David. William grinned. I always wondered what the next stage of the shepherd class would be. Now, I will finally see it with my own eyes. David waved his hand and 3 choices appeared in front of William. The boy excitedly checked the new classes that David had given him with a big smile on his face. He felt blessed that David had taken his time to prepare special classes just for him. However, a few seconds later, the smile on his face became stiff as he finished reading the information of the classes that were presented to him. Advanced Job Classes. Option 1. Big Daddy Shepherd. Spank me daddy one more time. Option 2. Big PP Shepherd. The bigger they are, the harder they are. Option 3. Small PP Shepherd. It's not the size that matters. It's the performance. William almost spat blood then and there after reading the information of each job class. He would rather keep the shepherd job class in its basic state than choose any of the horrible classes that David had prepared for him. Chapter 315. What is a shepherd? I've thought long and hard about choosing the best advanced class for you. David patted his chest with pride. In the end, these 3 job classes stood out. No need to thank me. Just pick anything you like. Sorry, but I'll pass, William replied firmly. Who would choose any of these job classes? I'd rather unlock my prestige classes rather than pick one of these choices. William would not accept it. He would never accept it. He would die of shame just looking at this job class, leaving him no choice but to ask the system to lock it forever. But I worked hard to choose these job classes for you. David replied with a pout, which made William look at him in disdain. Issei and Lily also backed away as their expressions turned to disgust. Yuck, an old man trying to act cute is disgusting. Lily covered her lips with her hands. She was afraid that she would say her thoughts out loud if she didn't do so. Issei, on the other hand, was also covering his lips, but it was for a different reason. He was doing his best not to laugh out loud. The harem god was the one that gave these recommendations to David in order to prank William. Sir David, are these 3 the only choices I have? William inquired. He was hoping that the god of shepherd was just pranking him. There are still more, right? Well, if you don't want to choose from these options then we can generate a job class randomly. David admitted. However, the job class you will get is random. You will not be able to change it because it is a permanent job class. Are you fine with that? William nodded his head. He believed that the random job class would be loads better than the 3 options that were presented to him. Understood. However, before we do that, let me ask you something, William. David looked at the boy while playing with his beard. Tell me, what is a shepherd? A shepherd is someone who tends goats and sheep. William answered. Someone who watches over the herd. You're not wrong, but you're only half right. David chuckled. Listen, William, a shepherd's primary responsibility is the safety and welfare of the flock. This is true. However, you don't need a flock or a herd to be a shepherd. David patted William's shoulder and looked at him with a serious expression. A shepherd's role is to watch over, look after, or guide somebody. They don't necessarily need to be a member of the herd or a flock. Those who will follow you, and stand by your side, are the members of your herd. Remember this, and remember it well. William nodded his head. He half understood and half doubted David's words. Still, he knew that the old god wouldn't say these words if they didn't have a purpose. Where are my manners? David patted his forehead as if he had forgotten something important. Sit first. There are still a few things I need to tell you before your trial starts. David waved his hand and several wooden chairs appeared in front of William, Issei, and Lily. When everyone was seated, he gave William a lecture about the secrets of the shepherd class. Tell me, William, What do you think the most loyal beast within our herd is? David asked. A sheep, William replied with uncertainty. Or maybe a dog. David chuckled as he played with his beard. William, you can never trust a sheep. Because some of them are wolves in sheep's clothing. As for dogs, although they are man's best friend and loyal to a fault, they are not the most loyal creature of the herd. Are they perhaps goats? No. Goats are moody creatures. One moment they are licking you, the next second they are eating your clothes. Also, they like to butt heads with everyone. I see. William nodded. Then which animal is the most loyal member of the herd? David rested his wooden staff over his lap as he closed his eyes. The most loyal member of the herd is not actually an animal, but a monstrous beast. They are the beasts that swore eternal loyalty to me thousands of years ago. They also lived in your previous world, Earth, at one point in time, but now, they can only be seen in fantasy books. William gulped as he waited for the continuation of David's explanation. He wondered what kind of monster David was referring to and why the god was telling him this information. David opened his eyes and smiled. It was as if he was remembering the image of a dear old friend that he hadn't seen for thousands of years. The most loyal member of the herd is actually the Minotaur race, David stated. They are our eternal protectors, and because of this, they will never, ever, hurt us. Even if you kill them, they won't fight back. That's why, William, no matter what happens, no matter the situation, you are not allowed to harm them and their race. Even if they are the enemy. Can you promise me that, William? William thought about it and reluctantly nodded. I promise. Good. Now I will tell you why you need to ascend to your next job class. David pointed at the golden portal at the center of the room. Your trial lies in that portal. You can only leave this place once you enter the gate of heaven. Naturally, it won't be easy because it is guarded by the celestial army. William, only the souls of the dead can come to the temple of the gods. The only exit in this place is the cycle of reincarnation. Issei and Lily, who was seated beside William, nodded their heads in agreement. David didn't lie. Only the souls of the dead can come to the temple of the gods, and they had already broken a few rules by bringing William's consciousness over. Actually, the one who proposed to bring William's consciousness to the temple was David. Issei and Lily didn't support his idea because they knew that once William was brought to the temple, he would not be able to leave, unless he entered the cycle of reincarnation. However, David assured the two gods that he had a way to let William go back to his world safely. This was why Lily used her powers to pull William's consciousness from Hestia and sealed it inside her pink teddy bear. That way, William would be able to materialize on their plane of existence even with an incomplete soul. I'll be honest, unless you advance your shepherd job class, you will not be able to leave this place, David explained. Well, I don't mind if you stay here, but can you really leave your family and friends behind? Of course not, William replied firmly. But, Sir David, can we compromise on the job classes? Can't you give me a cool-sounding job class? Actually, those 3 job classes were just my way of joking with you. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, but you're half serious, right, Sir David? David grinned. William, the second stage of the shepherd job class relates to your soul. It will automatically adjust itself to the most compatible setting for you. No matter what you get, know that this is the most appropriate job class that will ensure your growth. That's why, you can rest easy. Right, I knew that Sir David only thinks of my well-being. Of course, I am the god of shepherds. I can't possibly bring harm to you, right? Issei and Lily watched this nonsense exchange from the side. They didn't believe David's words because he was one of the most notorious pranksters in the multiverse. The only thing that the two gods could do was light an incense candle for William in their hearts because he was about to get pranked really hard. Now William, enter the portal, David gestured. It is time for you to unlock the next stage of the shepherd job class. Yes, William bowed his head to David, Issei, and Lily. After paying his respects he walked towards the portal with a determined expression. His family, lovers, friends, and acquaintances were still waiting for him in Hestia. He needed to get back to them as soon as possible. He was also worried about the current situation of the war because all news was cut off from the mortal realm. The moment he entered the portal, he found himself standing in what seemed to be a mountainous region. After scanning his surroundings, his eyes automatically locked on a giant gate that was shining in the distance. That must be the Heaven's Gate that Sir David was talking about, William thought. That is where I need to go in order to go back. William clenched his fist and was about to use his magic powers in order to hasten his travel when he felt that something was wrong. The half-elf frowned and pointed at the ground beside him. He waited for a time but nothing happened. Void arrow, firebolt, water ball, stone bullet. William sighed because his conclusion was right. He was unable to use his magic powers in this trial and had to rely on his physical strength and divinities to reach his destination. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, William thought as he took a step forward. Wait for me, everyone. I'll be home shortly. Chapter 316. Little brother, you are far too naive. David chatted with William as the boy made his way towards the giant gate in the distance. According to the god of shepherds, William needed to clear 12 trials before he could challenge the Heaven's army that was guarding the gate of heaven. Each checkpoint would unlock part of William's power. The first trial would allow him to upgrade his shepherd job class to its next stage. David didn't tell him what the trials were. He only pointed in the direction that William must travel. After walking for a day, William arrived at a small clearing surrounded by stone pillars. At the center of the clearing stood a 2-meter-tall goblin shaman. With just a glance, William was able to determine that the goblin was not a regular goblin shaman. It was a goblin witch doctor that was 2 stages higher than the goblin shaman. Class A straight off the bat, William frowned. As expected, this isn't going to be easy. When has life been easy? Defeat him and you will be able to ascend to your next stage, David said using telepathy. Good luck. William summoned his wooden staff and walked towards the clearing with steady steps. He felt the irony of this trial because the first ever monster that he had faced in his life was a goblin. It was his first life and death experience after being born in Hestia and, because of that incident, he became a shepherd. The goblin witch doctor started chanting and created 2 shadow copies of itself. The 3 goblins chanted and summoned 6 pairs of spectral hands that hovered around them. William knew that he had to fight seriously in order to overcome his first trial. For some reason, the bracelets on his wrists and ankles had also been replicated when Eros used her powers to mold his body. The half-elf removed the bracelets and tossed them aside. This was the first time that he was going to fight with his full power, using only his physical strength. Truth be told, William was also curious to know just how strong he was now. For him, this trial was the perfect opportunity to test his progress without holding anything back. Meanwhile inside Ravenlord Citadel, Your Highness, we've succeeded. A pretty maid reported as she entered Prince Rufus' room. My cousin managed to retrieve the box that the Crown Prince had been safeguarding. Very good, Prince Rufus replied with a smile. Give it to me. Yes, Your Highness. The maid bowed and presented the ornate box to Prince Rufus with both hands. The second Prince of the Hellen Kingdom took it and checked its contents. He grinned when he saw the key inside the box. The years he had spent bribing the Crown Prince's personal maid attendant had finally paid off. This was why he was confident that he could acquire the ornate box from his older brother's hand. Outside, Prince Lionel was the perfect image of a gentleman, but behind closed doors, he would torture his subordinates to vent out his stress and anger. Most of them hated Prince Lionel, but they were helpless against him. They were afraid that if they disobeyed him, they would be dead the next day. This gave Prince Rufus the opportunity to gain these servants' loyalty and have them secretly spy on his older brother. The Oathkeeper key that Prince Lionel had managed to acquire from his father was now in Prince Rufus' hands. The second prince couldn't stop himself from grinning because he could tell how mad his older brother would be when he woke up the next day. The Crown Prince's personal maid had served Prince Lionel a tea that contained a very potent sleeping drug that Prince Rufus had acquired before leaving the capital. This was his backup plan just in case Prince Lionel managed to acquire the key before him. After gaining the key, he immediately contacted the agent that was assigned to him by the organization and asked for a meeting. An hour later, Prince Rufus, along with a man wearing a black robe, entered one of the secret passageways of Ravenlord Citadel that led outside the fortress. It was too dangerous for them to meet inside the citadel where the Hellen army was on high alert from the invasion of the Aenarion army. In a spacious artificial cave that was hidden a kilometer away from the fortress, several men wearing black robes stood behind a man sitting on a black chair. Prince Rufus walked towards the man seated on the chair and presented the ornate box to him. The man seated on the chair smiled and took the box, but he didn't open it right away. He made a gesture and one of the men behind his back moved forward to take the ornate box from his hand. Check it if it's genuine, the man ordered. Yes, my lord, the black-robed man opened the ornate box and used a monocle to check the Oathkeeper key that Prince Rufus had brought with him. Prince Rufus didn't say anything and waited for the examination to be over. After checking the key, the black-robed man whispered to his lord and backed away with the ornate box in his hands. Prince Rufus, you did well in stealing the Oathkeeper key from your big brother, the man praised the second prince. However, his next words made Prince Rufus' jaw drop in disbelief. However, the key that you presented to us is only an imitation, the man continued his explanation. Isn't that right, Your Highness, the Crown Prince? A black-robed man entered the cavern and glanced in Prince Rufus' direction. He then removed the hood hiding his face and sneered. Little brother, you are far too naive, Prince Lionel said in a teasing tone. Do you really think that you can bribe my subordinates? This is just wishful thinking. Isn't that right, Isabella? The Crown Prince's personal maidservant appeared behind Prince Lionel and looked at Prince Rufus with ridicule. Your Highness, Prince Rufus, please, don't think bad of me, Isabel said with a smile. I am the Crown Prince's personal servant, and my loyalty belongs only to him. Isabella looked at Prince Lionel with an infatuated gaze, and the latter smirked, pulling her closer to him. Little brother, I find it funny that you tried to bribe my woman, Prince Lionel stated. Isabella had been my bed warmer for years. You really think she would switch over to your side just because you promised to? Give her 1,000 gold coins. Ridiculous. Prince Rufus gnashed his teeth in anger. After thinking about it rationally, he had really been naive in thinking that he could bribe his older brother's personal maidservant to switch sides. Also, it didn't take him long to realize that this whole incident was a setup by his big brother in order to lure him out of the citadel. You got me good, big brother, Prince Rufus said through gritted teeth. Are you going to kill me now? Prince Lionel rubbed his chin as he gazed at his little brother who had always been butting heads with him. It is a very tempting offer, but I don't like to dirty my hands by killing my own kin, Prince Lionel replied. Sir, please imprison my brother and make sure that he will be there to witness my coronation when I become the Emperor of the Southern Continent. Done. The man seated on the chair nodded his head. Take him away, but treat him as a guest instead of a prisoner. Although he failed in his attempt, he was still loyal to the organization. We do not treat our accomplices badly. Prince Rufus wasn't the type to sit idly as they tried to capture him. He invoked his strongest spell in order to kill everyone inside the cavern, but the organization was not full of fools and had already anticipated his action. All it took was a single chop at the back of his head to knock Prince Rufus unconscious. He was then dragged away by two black-robed men to be imprisoned in one of their private dungeons. Prince Lionel watched as his little brother was taken out of the room, but he didn't show any signs of remorse. Instead, the Crown Prince looked at the man seated on the chair and asked the question that mattered. When will you honor your end of the bargain? Prince Lionel asked. The man smiled as he stared back at the Crown Prince that betrayed his own kingdom. 3 days from now, Your Highness, the man replied. In 3 days, the lands of the southern continent will never be the same again. Chapter 317, Heroic Avatar. William supported himself using the wooden staff in his hand. His clothes were dyed with blood and his breathing was ragged. The battle against the hobgoblin witch doctor had just ended, and it was a very close call. Floating not far from him was a golden beast core, which proved that he had slain the Class A monster. Congratulations, William, David said via telepathy. Now, touch the beast core and unlock the next stage of your shepherd job class. William forced himself to stand and used his wooden staff to walk towards the floating golden core. Finally, William muttered as he reached out his hand to touch it. Immediately, William was bathed with a golden light. The half-elf closed his eyes as he felt a new kind of power wash over his body. It didn't take long before a system notification broke him out of his daze. Congratulations, your shepherd job class has ascended to its next stage. New job class, Quick Shot Shepherd. Quick Shot Shepherd, quote. It hasn't even been 5 seconds. In ancient times, when demons stirred and evil spread across the land, there wasn't enough time to do things in a proper manner. This was how the Quick Shot Shepherd was born. He was the hero that many needed, but not the one they deserved. A shepherd who roamed the lands and shot, pew pew pew, to girls and foes alike. William spat blood and collapsed on the ground as he read the introduction of his new job class. Tears streamed down the sides of his face as he raised his middle finger towards the heavens. He cursed David in his heart as he wept bitter tears. He'd rather fight a dozen goblin witch doctors at the same time than have this job class in his system. FCK, I should have chosen the sugar daddy shepherd. William wept bitterly. At least, I would be able to tolerate the name. The half-elf was overcome with regret because he remembered David's words before he entered the portal. William sighed and wiped the tears in his eyes. Fortunately, no one could see his job class, so this stain in his history would be safe from everyone. He would just ignore it and level up his other job classes when he got back to his world. After making his decision, William read the rest of the information of his new job class. Increase stamina by 200%. Receives +20 enhancement to all stats. 50% increased resistance to debuff spells. 30% increased resistance to nature spells. Host has learned passive skill, quick shot. Host has learned passive skill, fast reload. Host has learned passive skill, strider. Host has learned passive skill, favored enemy. Host has learned passive skill, wild empathy. Mythic. Host has learned passive skill, ambidextrous. Host has learned the skill, heroic avatar. Quick shot. The quick shot shepherd is the fastest shooter in the world. After finishing a round, he just needs to wait 5 seconds before he can fire again. This skill applies to any large projectile weapon, e.g., ballista cannons. This skill also works with spells of any circle. Fast reload. Receives +20 enhancement bonus to dexterity. Allows the shepherd to reload and shoot faster. This passive skill works on anything including spells of any circle. Strider. Receives +20 enhancement bonus to agility. Grants the shepherd enhanced mobility on any kind of terrain. Favored enemy. Increase damage to an enemy of your choosing by 50%. Current favored enemy, none. Wild empathy. Mythic grants the shepherd ability to communicate with any type of beasts including mythical type beasts. Ambidextrous. Allows the shepherd to have equal mastery with both of his hands. Heroic avatar. Allows the shepherd to use the power of an immortal heroic hero that protects the temple of the 10,000 gods. This skill only lasts for 15 minutes. During that time, the shepherd will be able to wield all the abilities of his chosen immortal hero. This also includes the abilities of their battle regalia and weapons. This skill can only be used once every 24 hours. This skill duration and overall performance of this skill is subject to change depending on how powerful the immortal hero is. Current heroic avatar, no hero chosen. William had a complicated expression on his face after reading the information of his new job class. If he looked past the name of his job class, the skills he acquired weren't too shabby. In fact, they were pretty good. According to his hypothesis, the quick shot shepherd was a job class that specialized in ranged warfare. The favored enemy also allowed him to increase his damage against those whom he chose as his main enemy. It was quite unfortunate that he could only choose one kind of enemy in the list. After thinking long and hard, William decided to not designate an enemy for the time being. The one that piqued his curiosity the most was the heroic avatar skill. Sir David, are you there? William inquired. Congratulations, William, David replied. I was surprised to see the job class that you acquired. However, don't worry, I won't judge you. I don't really mind if you can only last for 5 seconds. William rubbed his face with both hands as he tried to calm himself from embarrassment. His injuries had already fully recovered after acquiring his new job class. Even his tattered clothes had been repaired and no bloodstains could be found anywhere. After taking control of his emotions, William inquired about the skills that he had gained from his upgraded new profession. Sir David, how does the heroic avatar skill work? Good question. Frankly, I didn't expect you to acquire this skill. You really got lucky this time, William. David seemed to be in a very cheerful mood as he explained the heroic avatar skill to William. Just as the name suggests, the heroic avatar skill allows you to call upon the power of the immortal heroes that the gods have recognized, David explained. Some call them heroic spirits, Argonauts, Empyreans, and Aenarions. But, no matter what names they are called, one thing is certain. All of them created epic sagas that made their names resound from generation to generation. Now, to answer your question, you need one of these heroes to recognize you and deem you worthy to wield their powers. How will they deem me worthy? You don't have to worry about that. The moment you ascended to your advanced class, all of these immortal heroes became aware of your existence. David chuckled. Look up, William, all of them are now watching you. William raised his head to look at the sky. There, He found countless stars shimmering even during the day. Somehow, he felt exposed under the scrutiny of countless gazes and it made him feel uncomfortable. Seeing his discomfort, David assured him that he didn't need to pay attention to them. All he needed to do was fight his way towards the gate of heaven, and complete the trial that was assigned to him. Chapter 318. I Choose You. 3 months had passed since William had entered the trial. After many gruesome battles, he finally arrived at the 11th trial that would allow him to face the end of his journey. William took a deep breath as he stepped into the desert where he would face his next enemy. Oink, ha ha ha, good job in getting this far, half-elf, a pig demon stood holding a 9-toothed rake in both hands. Oink, it's quite unfortunate that I, the great Zoo, will not allow you to pass. A strong gust of wind blew and the desert sands warped into a tornado. Soon, the image of a terrifying sand demon wearing a brown robe appeared beside the pig demon who named himself Zoo. My name is Shah, and I am the guardian of this desert, Shah declared as he narrowed his eyes. It has been many years since I was trapped in this domain. This is the first time I've seen a half-elf venture into this land. I wonder what you will taste like. There are many types of beastkin in this story and I will be calling them based on their forms. For example, dogkin, catkin, and foxkin. William frowned. Right now, he couldn't use the full function of his system because only a part of his soul had been taken to the temple. Even so, after facing many strong beasts, on different occasions, he was able to assess the ranking of the two enemies in front of him and it made him clench his fist in frustration. Both of them are in the initial stages of the centennial rank, William thought. If it was one-on-one, I might be able to win by luck. But against two, it's impossible. William knew his abilities very well. Currently, the weapon in his hand was a replica of his original wooden staff. Although it was sturdy, he knew that it wouldn't be enough to defeat the two centennial beasts in front of him. While William was thinking of ways to overcome this hurdle, the demonic pig in front of him pointed its rake in his direction. Oink, too bad, half-elf, Zoo said with a sneer. Your journey ends here. We will be generous and give you two choices. The first choice is to accept a swift and painless death. The second one is to suffer a slow and tortuous death. Oink, pick one. Shah, the sand demon, crossed his arms over his chest. The sands behind William rose towards the sky forming an impassable wall. Clearly, he had no intention of letting their prey escape from their grasp. Speak, half-elf, Shah stated. What do you choose? William unsummoned his staff and placed both of his hands inside his pockets. I choose you, William shouted as he took out the gifts that Saintess gave him in exchange for accepting his proposal. Go, pocket cubes. William threw 2 golden cubes at the 2 centennial beasts, which made Zoo snort at him in disdain. However, Shah felt that the golden cubes weren't normal so he decided to play it safe. Zoo raised his 9-toothed rake in an attempt to swat it. However, the moment the rake came in contact with the cube, the golden cube expanded into a 6-meter wide cube that engulfed the demonic pig hole. Finding himself trapped within the cube, Zoo made a fuss and pummeled the cube's walls with his 9-toothed rake. How dare you try to capture this great Zoo? Zoo roared as he brandished his weapon left and right in an attempt to break the golden cube that was shrinking ever so slowly. No matter how much force he put in his blows, the cube didn't break, which made the demonic pig very anxious. The other golden cube hit Shah squarely in his chest and expanded to capture him too. Unlike Zoo, the sand demon was caught instantly, or so William thought. Due to his senses being honed through his training in life and death battles, William jumped backwards, just in time to dodge a sand spike that formed under his feet. The golden cube that captured Shah spit out a sand clone that the sand demon had used to prevent himself from getting captured. Oink, save me, Shah, Zoo pleaded for his friend's help. The sand demon threw a punch at the golden cube from afar and a giant sand fist formed to answer his call. When the sand fist was about to hit the cube, a barrier appeared and repelled the attack from connecting. No, Zoo screamed as the golden cube shrank completely. It then flew towards William, who held it in his hand. You bastard, Shah roared and summoned a tidal wave made of sand with the intention to crush the boy who dared to capture his friend. Zoo and him were once immortal heroes from the heavens. But, due to an accident that caused great damage to the divine realm, both of them were punished and stripped of their immortality, before being exiled to this domain. They were given the duty of gatekeepers. Their role was to prevent anyone from reaching heaven's gate. This punishment of theirs was set to last for 10,000 years. After their sentence had been carried out, they would be given the opportunity to enter the cycle of reincarnation and have their memories erased, to live as mortals once again. William didn't hesitate and threw the pocket cube towards the sand wave that was about to turn him into a pancake. The cube glowed and released Zhu from within. "Go, break it apart," William ordered. Zhu roared as he decisively swung his rake towards the wall of sand in front of him, dispersing it completely. "Zhu, what are you doing?" Xia yelled as he reappeared 100 meters away from his friend. "Xia, I can't disobey him," Zhu explained. Xia glared at the red-headed boy in the distance and shouted. "You enslaved him, how dare you?" William didn't bat an eye and glared back at his opponent. "If you promise to help me reach Heaven's Gate, I promise that I will release your friend." "Don't listen to him," Zhu shouted. "Just kill me and kill him afterwards." Xia quieted down as he thought of a way to rescue his friend. Their duty was to prevent anyone from reaching Heaven's Gate. He couldn't possibly break the oath he had made to the Jade Emperor. He had already broken his oath once, he couldn't possibly break it again. In the heavens above, the heroic spirits looked at this scene with various expressions. Some of them were Jews and Xia's colleagues and knew them well. These heroes sighed as they watched their former comrades, who had lost most of their powers and divinity after being banished from the heavens. Others, who were their enemies, laughed out loud after seeing their current plight. For them, watching Zhu and Xia suffer was pure entertainment. Some of them were even itching to bestow their powers on the boy in order for the two ex-heroes to suffer in his hands. "I can't break my oath twice," Xia said in a firm manner. "I'm sorry, Zhu." "I know, brother," Zhu replied with a sad smile. "Please, kill him for me." Before Xia could even stop him, Zhu raised the rake in his hand to slam it into his own face. He planned to behead himself in order to prevent himself from hurting his brother. "Stop, I forbid you from killing yourself." The rake stopped mere inches from Zhu's head. No matter how much he tried to force his hand to move, the rake remained in place. When William accepted the golden cubes from Saintess, he thought that they were just meant to capture beasts. However, the golden cubes were not ordinary cages that trapped beasts. They could also trap demonic creatures. It was imbued with a very powerful contract that would force any demon or beast that William captured to obey his every command. Naturally, in order for this ability to not be abused, Saintess gave it a limitation. Any beast or demon that William captured would obey his command for 5 years. When the 5 years was over, the cube would automatically release the captured beasts and give them back their freedom. William was not a fan of slavery, so he felt bad about using this method to make Zhu obey his orders. However, he didn't have the leisure to be merciful. If he didn't capture Zhu, he would not stand a chance against these centennial-ranked warriors who used to be immortal heroes. Unable to kill himself, Zhu squealed in frustration. His squeals reverberated across the desert, which made the heroic spirits who didn't like him laugh in the heavens. Among the countless stars in the sky, a king looked down at the two while holding a wine cup in his hands. The wine remained perfectly still in the cup. His eyes gazed upon the two warriors before shifting towards William, who was looking at Xia with a serious expression. The wine cup is called a choco or choco. Ask Google Senpai what they look like. You don't want to break your oath, but I want to reach Heaven's Gate, William said softly. Since both of us will not change our minds, how about we compromise? Zhu returned to the golden cube and William returned it to his pocket. Let's fight, one-on-one. We will only use our physical skills and abilities. We will not use any spells or magic power. William proposed. If you win, I promise that I will release Zhu. However, if I win, you will allow me to pass. Xia summoned his crescent moon spade and pointed its tip at William. I accept your challenge, half-elf, Xia agreed. Let the gods and the heroes in the heavens serve as my witness. I, Xia, will fight with my honor and dignity on the line. I will honor my oath as the wager of this battle. Roars of cheers and approval resounded from the sky as the immortal heroes acknowledged Xia's vow. William took a deep breath as he summoned the wooden staff in his hand. He felt admiration for the sand demon's character, but he had no intention of losing. The two fighters faced off against each other with the gods and heroes as their witnesses. Even the Jade Emperor, who had exiled Zhu and Xia from the domain of heaven, observed the battle from his throne. His aged-old eyes looked at the sand demon who had once served under him. He then glanced towards the distance to look at the king who was still holding the wine cup in his hand. The king hadn't taken a sip from the wine cup ever since William appeared at the 11th trial. Sensing the Jade Emperor's gaze, the king gave him a brief nod before looking back at the battle that was about to take place. David watched from his palace with a smile on his face. Although the chances of William winning this fight were slim, he believed that his protege would still manage to break all the walls that stood before him. Chapter 319, Quick Shot War Arts. What is your name, boy? Shaw asked. William replied. William Von Ainsworth. The sand demon nodded and took a fighting stance. My name is Shaw stated. And I will not let you pass. The wind blew over the desert, but the two fighters just stared at each other for a while. Neither of them took the initiative to attack. It was as if they were waiting for a signal before their fight started. All of a sudden, Shaw charged forward and William followed suit. The sand demon's weapon, the crescent moon spade, shone with a vengeance as the sunlight reflected off the tip of its blade. Shaw was once a heroic spirit. Although he was stripped off his divinity and powers, his mastery over his weapon had stayed with him, even in exile. The weapon he wielded specialized in hook, stab, scoop, sweep, smack, and chop strikes using techniques from spear, staff, broadsword, and trident fighting styles. It was an all-purpose weapon for both attack and defense. Unlike William's wooden staff that looked so plain to the eye, the crescent moon spade was capable of cutting things like a blade. Although Shaw knew how to fight in close combat, he was more of a sorcerer that specialized in sand spells. Even so, he was stronger than William physically, so he thought that he wouldn't have a problem fighting the half-elf one-on-one. When the two weapons collided, William was immediately sent flying due to the strength behind Shaw's attack. As a centennial rank beast, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Shaw didn't follow up his attack and looked at the boy with a calm gaze. This is the only time that I will show mercy. If you don't plan on dying, then you'd better fight me seriously. William held the staff in his hands firmly as he narrowed his eyes. Such strength. My hands are still tingling from pain due to his casual strike. Well then, time to use my skills. The half-elf took a step forward and charged towards the sand demon. Shaw stood completely still and waited for the boy to reach his strike zone. When William was only 3 meters away, the sand demon used the tip of his weapon to scoop up some sand and throw it at William's face. The boy momentarily shielded his eyes with his hand, and Shaw took that opportunity to attack. The sand demon didn't feel any shame in doing what he did. In the battlefield, when matters of life and death were on the line, there was no such thing as a dirty trick. He slashed at the boy's body with the intention to cut it in half. However, his attack completely missed its target. The moment William covered his eyes, he slammed his staff on the ground and somersaulted above the sand demon. The half-elf delivered a strike in midair, aiming for the sand demon's head, but he was up against a centennial rank beast that couldn't be easily hoodwinked in battle. The blow was completely mitigated when Shaw used his right arm to block the strike from above. He then turned around and delivered a kick to William's chest, which sent the boy flying several meters away from where he stood. However, before Shaw could even follow up his attack, William's staff slapped the side of his face, stopping him in his tracks. William had the ability to infuse his aura on his weapon to make it attack on its own. Unfortunately, Shaw's face was thick enough to withstand a full strike from the staff at close range. No damage, William muttered as he successfully landed on the ground. Time to try something different. William ran away in order to gain distance from the sand demon, but he didn't run too far from his enemy. When he deemed that the distance was sufficient, he raised his arm to summon the wooden staff and channeled his aura on its body. Quick Shot War Arts, First Form, William said as he held the wooden staff like a flamethrower, aiming its tip at the sand demon in the distance. He also didn't forget to firmly plant his feet on the ground as he took a shooting stance. Destroy everything in your path. Railgun. A thunderous clap resounded as a concentrated ball of aura shot out from the tip of the wooden staff. William's face contorted in pain as he skidded tens of meters away from where he stood due to the skill's powerful recoil. Shaw didn't know what the boy did, but his instincts honed in battle made him jump subconsciously to his right side. A second later, his left arm exploded after getting hit by the invisible attack that William had just fired. The sand demon screamed in pain at the unexpected injury he received. Everything happened so fast that he didn't understand how the boy was able to hurt him at that distance. All he knew was that the boy shouted, and a few seconds later, his arm was destroyed instantly. William looked at the sand demon while gritting his teeth due to pain. The recoil of the railgun was so strong that William felt that his right arm was about to fall off from his shoulder, due to the searing pain he was experiencing. The sand demon roared and charged at William. Whatever the boy was planning, he wouldn't allow him to do it again. William wanted to fire another railgun at the charging demon, but he was afraid that his arm would literally be severed from his body due to the backlash. With his current strength, he could only fire the railgun once. However, if there was a healer nearby, he could fire it every 5 seconds as long as his injuries were healed completely. Seeing that his enemy was closing in on him, William held the staff with his left hand. Due to the passive skill, ambidextrous, William could use his left hand as if it was his dominant arm. The two exchanged a couple of blows from each other in close range. William didn't try to parry or block Shaw's weapon because the demon was stronger than him physically. All he did was dodge the demon's attacks, while channeling his aura into his weapon. William's right hand lay limp at his side as he thrust his staff at his adversary, aiming at his eyes, neck, face, and chest. Quick Shot War Arts, second form, William roared internally as he aimed the staff at Shaw's body at close range. Shotgun. Shaw's body bent over as a powerful force slammed into his stomach. If not for the armor he was wearing, he might have already suffered serious injuries from the attacks that he was seeing for the first time. Before William could fire another shot, Shaw brandished his weapon filled with his own aura intent. Although William was a few meters away from the sand demon, a powerful force swatted him away like a tennis ball getting hit by a racket. Blood spurted from the shepherd's lips as he crashed heavily on the sandy desert floor, creating a dust cloud. Shaw panted as he glared at the red-headed boy in the distance. He didn't expect that the boy had several tricks under his sleeve and had caught him by surprise not only once, but twice. He would be a fool if he allowed William to get his way all the time. While Shaw's reasoning was sound, he didn't understand the mechanics of William's ability. Also, he made a mistake when he attacked William just now. Instead of closing in and going for the kill, Shaw sent the boy away with his strike that allowed the half-elf to have the tactical advantage over him. Naturally, Shaw realized this as well, but it was already too late. He was about to run towards the boy's direction when he saw the half-elf with an evil grin on his face. William's staff was firmly embedded on the sand, supported by his left hand, and aimed in Shaw's direction. Obliterate. Howitzer. Shaw's body broke apart as William's full-powered attack exploded in his face. A.N. Howitzer is similar to a cannon. For more information please ask Google Senpai. Chapter 320. You don't have much time, Will. William spat blood as he was pushed away by the recoil of his last attack. Although the quick shot war arts were quite powerful, he still hadn't thought of a good way to withstand the recoils of his stronger attacks. Also, the more powerful attacks drained his stamina drastically every time he fired a round. Now, he understood why one of the attributes that he gained from acquiring the job class was an increase in his stamina by 200%. With his current strength, he could only fire railgun and howitzer 4 to 5 times using his original body, before running completely dry. Although the body he was using was strong, it was still only a replica and didn't have his natural attributes. I need to find a job class that is sturdy enough and has increased stamina recovery, William thought as he gasped for breath while lying face up. His body was aching all over and he couldn't even lift his hand to prop himself up. It was at that moment when a shadow loomed over his body. Shaw, the sand demon, stood a few meters away from him. William glanced at his opponent's body. There were no signs of the damage that he had caused during their clash. You won, Shaw said after a full minute of silence. As promised, I will let you pass. William sighed in his heart and used his thoughts to control the golden cube in his pocket. The demonic pig, Zhu, appeared beside William and looked at him with a complicated gaze. After giving a snort, Zhu picked up William like a sack of rice and carried him on his shoulder. Be grateful, oink, Zhu commented as he walked in the direction of the last trial that William was about to take. I will carry you until we reach the end of this desert. Oink, however, I won't help you fight against the celestial guards that protect the heavenly gate. You are on your own. Oink, thank you, William sleepily replied. This was another downside to using the quick shot war arts. It made him sleepy now that his stamina had been completely drained from his body. Shaw glanced at the sleeping boy that was being carried by his friend towards the heavenly gate. He hesitated for a brief moment before deciding to follow behind Zhu. As one of the great generals that once served the Jade Emperor, he knew how formidable the celestial guards were. He wanted to tell William that reaching the gate was impossible in his current state. Why? Because the celestial guards that guarded it were 1,000,000 strong. Not only that, the bulk of this army was composed of gold rank fighters. There were also thousands of platinum and mithril rank warriors. What was worse was that there were also a dozen adamantium ranks that served as commanders for this massive army. Clearly, William didn't stand a chance of fighting them all, even if Zhu and Shaw were to help him battle. Zhu also thought this way, so he felt generous and decided to bring William to his last trial, so the boy could see the impossible mission he was trying to complete. After the conclusion of the battle, the king finally moved his wine cup towards his lips to take a sip. The battle hadn't progressed how he thought it would due to William's unique way of fighting. The king was amused by the half-elf's battle strategy. He could tell that William was proficient in close and ranged combat. However, the ability to use aura to manifest his unique abilities piqued the king's interest. The other immortal heroes chatted with each other. Watching William fight was like watching a TV show for them. They found his struggles interesting, especially after watching him clear the trials one by one. Of course, there were others that were looking forward to his despair when he fully understood the next challenge he was about to face. What William didn't know was that the trial also had a special meaning. There were certain individuals with strong will powers that died in their worlds. These souls refused to enter the cycle of reincarnation the natural way. Since that was the case, the heavenly domain was made to give these souls a chance to prove their worth. Any soul that was able to clear the trials and reach the heavenly gate would be allowed entry into the temple of the gods, where they could choose a patron god and receive their blessings. What happened to the souls that were unable to clear the trial? Simple. They were dragged by the celestial army out of the heavenly domain and tossed into the cycle of reincarnation, where their memories would be erased. This was done so they could live their new lives without having any attachments to their previous one. William was unaware of this rule because David didn't tell him. The God of Shepherds planned this whole thing because he believed that William would be able to overcome this obstacle. This was why he had asked Lily to smuggle a part of William's soul to the temple and store it inside a vessel. Also, David wanted William's soul to be bathed with divine energy so that when he returned to his world, he would immediately regain consciousness. This way, William wouldn't need to spend a few months in a comatose condition, which was detrimental considering the current situation of his kingdom. As much as possible, David wanted William to regain his ability to fight for the sake of the people that were important to him. "I believe in you, Will," David thought as he glanced at the countless immortal heroes that were watching William's trial. He hoped that one of them would lend him their hand and bestow upon him the power of the heroic avatar. This way, William would have another trump card that he could use when he fought against an opponent that he couldn't defeat with his current strength. If one were to classify the heroic heroes, who were protecting the temple of the gods, all of them could be compared to beasts that were at the peak of the millennial rank. "You don't have much time, Will," David thought as he looked at Ravenlord's citadel. The defenders of the citadel were in the middle of an intense battle against the Aenarion dynasty. The 1,000,000 ant reinforcements had arrived, and both sides were wholeheartedly slaughtering each other, painting the battlefield with the color of their blood. Chapter 321, The Day the Sky Fell. King Noah stood on the ramparts as his gaze eyed the battlefield. The ant army was now crawling up the fortress walls while the defenders fought bravely to repel them. Rain was falling from the sky, but this was not ordinary rain. It was the blood of the tens of thousands of humans, beasts and flying ants that waged war across the skies. Although King Noah was worried about the disappearance of his son, Prince Rufus, they were currently at war and he could only assign a small number of men to look for his whereabouts. Lawrence, and the other archmages of the Hellen Kingdom, threw spell after spell after spell in order to repel the invaders from the fortress. The Sword Saint, Aramis, was currently thinning out the ants that were trying to overcome the fortress defenders as well. His disciples, Sid and Aerith, were also fighting side by side as their swords claimed the lives of their enemies. As the battle was nearing its peak, a man, wearing a red robe, stood on a mountain overlooking the battlefield. Several men wearing black robes stood behind his back as they waited for his signal. "It's time," the red-robed man said softly. "We have gathered more than enough sacrifices. Tell them all to activate the altars." "Yes, my lord," a black-robed man replied. He then threw a red orb towards the sky where it exploded, revealing a red skull. A few seconds later, the red skull started laughing as it grew in size, until its visage overshadowed the entire battlefield. Suddenly, hundreds of pillars of light shot out towards the sky from different locations across the southern continent. The Helen Kingdom and the Aenarion's dynasty momentarily paused their battle as the screams and shrieks from the souls of the dead sounded through the sky. The millions of souls that the organization had collected from the ongoing war flew from the altars that they had built towards the red skull that was laughing in the sky of the battlefield. It was as if the skull was mocking the warriors for their stupidity of fighting against each other. The laughter of the skull was heard all over the southern continent. Everyone who heard it felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end and a tingling sensation passed through their spines. When the skull stopped laughing, it opened its mouth wide to swallow all the souls that were being sent to it by the altars that the organization had built. Its eyes glowed with a crimson light as it devoured the power of the souls it had ingested. Soon it shot a beam of red light into the heavens. This was the pseudo-11th circle spell that the organization had prepared for this day. A spell that would allow them to conquer the entire southern continent with ease, without anyone to stop them. At that exact moment, a golden beam of light shot out from the west and collided with the red light that shot towards the sky. The golden light came from the statue of the goddess Astrid which stood on top of the temple that William and Est had visited in order to clear the trial of courage. The two spells collided. After that, a purple aurora borealis descended upon the entirety of the southern continent. James looked at this marvelous sight from within the fortress he was defending inside. "Jekyll, Ezio, I'll leave everything in your hands," James said. "Understood," Jekyll replied. "Yes, my liege." Ezio turned into a black mist and hid in Jekyll's shadow. "Rest assured, we will not fail." James nodded and looked towards the west where Lant was located. "Watch over them for me." As soon as these words left his lips, James's body was engulfed by the light of the purple aurora borealis. Within the blink of an eye, his body, along with the rest of the people inside the fortress who were above the age of 20, turned into crystal statues. Jekyll opened his mouth and swallowed the statues of James, Damien, and Gideon. The smile of the dentist of Lant disappeared as he scanned the entire battlefield that was littered with crystal statues. The human armies of the Zelen kingdom were not spared and all of them had turned into statues as well. The Minotaurs and the other beasts of the Zelen army were unaffected by the effects of the spell, but all of them were greatly weakened. Jekyll transformed into his true form and opened his mouth wide. Soon, all of these beasts were helplessly sucked into his gaping mouth, which was akin to a black hole. He only stopped when no survivors of the beast army were left on the scene. Half a minute later, Jekyll returned to his human form and gazed in the direction of Ravenlord Citadel. Such a devious plan. Jekyll grinned evilly. "Well then, I guess it's time to go back to Lant. Let's go, Ezio." A red portal appeared behind Jekyll and Ezio's blood wyvern screeched in greeting. The dentist of Lant jumped on its back as Ezio's mount flew towards the west. What happened? Aerith gasped as she looked at the crystal statues around her. The ant beasts had become paralyzed, but they didn't turn into statues like the humans. "Master!" Sid shouted as he ran towards the sword saint, who had also turned to crystal, while killing a centennial ant that had managed to climb over the wall. Loud thudding sounds resounded across the battlefield as the flying magical beasts crashed to the ground. Their riders had turned into crystals and the beasts did their best to land in their weakened states. Some of these statues fell off from their mounts and crashed into the ground. Sid didn't have the time to check the fates of these statues that had fallen from thousands of meters above ground. His mind was still reeling from the shock that his master had ended up in this manner. Aerith stood beside her brother and examined her master's current form. She had never heard of a spell that could turn someone into a crystal statue. "Your Majesty," Est shouted as he hurried towards King Noah's side. Isaac ran beside him as they made their way to the ramparts where King Noah stood, frozen in place. All the adults inside the fortress had been turned into crystals, while the students, and young knights that had taken part in the war, were spared from the effects of the 11th circle spell. Pandemonium ensued as the survivors tried to understand the situation they were currently facing. Meanwhile in Lant, Mama, Papa, Eve looked up at her parents who were standing side by side. They were currently outside the Ainsworth residence and looking in the direction where the red skull had appeared in the sky. "Mama, Papa," Eve cried out as she hugged her parents' bodies. She didn't understand what was happening. All she knew was that his parents had stopped moving and weren't paying attention to her. "Wah, Mama, Papa." Tears started to stream down the side of Eve's face as she called out for her mama and papa. It was quite unfortunate that, no matter how much Mordred and Anna loved their little girl, they were unable to hear her call because they had turned into crystal statues. They were unable to wipe away the tears on their daughter's face, and tell her that everything was going to be all right. Eve's sad wailing echoed within the Ainsworth residence. Her pained cries didn't stop as she firmly held onto Anna's statue. This also marked the beginning of the darkest days that the southern continent had seen for the past 1,000 years. Takam glanced at the land from the peak of the Corinter Mountains. He sat on his throne as he surveyed his domain. His thoughts returned to the time when he met the half-elf and shared a few words with him. "Survive the war first," the demigod muttered the words that he had told William several weeks ago. "Let's meet again when the sky falls." The sky had already fallen. Now, all he had to do was wait. End of Volume 2, When the Sky Falls. Chapter 322, The Shepherd vs. the Celestial Army, Part 1. Eve, William shouted as he reached out his hands to hug his beloved little cousin. That is when he awoke from his dream. Out of nowhere, the image of Eve's crying face appeared inside his mind, which prompted him to wake up from his dreamless sleep. The half-elf immediately stood up and scanned his surroundings. He was feeling restless and something was urging him to take action as soon as he could. It was currently nighttime within the heavenly domain, and countless stars twinkled in the heavens. Not far from him, Zhu and Sha sat on a log. Zhu stirred the campfire that he had made, and waited for the fish Sha caught earlier to finish cooking. William had passed out after releasing Zhu from the golden cube to keep his promise. He didn't know that Zhu had acted of his own accord and brought him to the edge of the 12th trial, where the million-strong celestial army, that guarded that heavenly gate, stood. "You're finally awake, oink," Zhu said after hearing William's shout. "Oink, are you hungry? The fish are almost cooked." Sha glanced in the boy's direction before closing his eyes to meditate. Since he had lost to William, he wanted to see how the boy would be able to cross this last hurdle and reach the heavenly gate in order to clear this trial. William nodded and said his thanks to Zhu before sitting on the log opposite the two demonic guardians. He stared at the bonfire as he recalled the sad expression on Eve's face. It was so heartbreaking that William wanted to go to Lant as soon as possible to check on her condition. "It's cooked," Zhu announced. "Here, have one." The pig demon handed the grilled fish to William, before grabbing another to pass to his friend Sha. After he had given each of them a piece, he grabbed the 5 remaining fish and ate them hungrily. William didn't say anything and just absent-mindedly bit into the grilled fish in his hand. He was still thinking about his little cousin and wondered if what he saw was really a dream or reality. The 3 of them ate in silence. Only the crackling sounds of the bonfire and Zhu's chewing could be heard within their small camp. Half an hour later, William raised his head to look at the pig demon that was currently smoking on a pipe. Based on their surroundings, the half-elf realized that they were no longer in the desert where they had fought earlier. As if reading his thoughts, Zhu removed the pipe from his lips and blew a puff of smoke towards the red-headed boy. "We are currently at the boundaries of the heavenly gate." "Oink," Zhu stated. "You see that small shrine over there? That is the teleport gate that will take you to the Elysian Fields. It is also the final battlefield that you need to overcome in order to leave the heavenly domain." "Thank you for the information, but can you tell me more?" William inquired. "I noticed that each trial's difficulty increased the closer I traveled to the heavenly gate. Honestly, if I didn't use any underhanded tricks, I would not have been able to defeat the 2 of you. What is the final trial like?" Zhu glanced at the meditating Sha behind him and tapped the sand demon's shoulder. Sha sighed as he opened his eyes to look at William. "The last trial is finding a way to reach the heavenly gate that is protected by the celestial army. Mind you, this army is numbered in the millions. If you don't have any tricks that will allow you to sneak through the heavenly gates unnoticed, you will have no choice but to fight your way through." William frowned as he pondered the difficulty of his last mission. He had already formulated a plan in his mind, but he didn't know if it was applicable. The only methods he could use were the skills that he had learned in his quick shot shepherd job class. He had tried to activate the heroic avatar skill many times during his trials, but no immortal heroes seemed interested in lending their hand to help him. Feeling restless, William walked towards the shrine that would take him to the Elysian Fields. However, he didn't enter it right away. He sat cross-legged in front of it and meditated. William would wait until morning before entering the shrine when his mental strength had reached its peak. Zhu and Sha watched him from a distance. They had discussed during their journey, while carrying the sleeping William, that they would go with the boy to the Elysian Fields to see how he would fare against the celestial army. They wanted to see, with their own eyes, if the boy that had beaten the two of them would be able to create a miracle. Does he have any chances of winning without a heroic hero stepping in to help him? Lily asked. David played with his beard as he looked at the meditating boy from his palace. I don't know. Although I believe in William, the chances of him succeeding this trial without any outside interference is very low. Lily nodded before looking at Issei, who was seated beside her. How about you? Do you think he will be able to clear this trial? Even if he is able to use the power of our two divinities, his chances are next to impossible, Issei answered. Right now, he can only use the power of our divinities and his shepherd class. I believe that David wants him to explore and experiment with new techniques by relying solely on the abilities we bestowed upon him. Lily nodded and secretly glanced at David before whispering in Issei's ears. Should we pull some strings and bribe one of those immortal heroes to become William's heroic spirit? You shouldn't do that, David reprimanded the lowly that sat beside him. Karma also plays a role in the fate of an individual. I believe that William's determination will be able to reach his destined guardian. Let fate play its course. Forceful intervention might give an outcome that none of us want to see. Lily sighed and tossed her idea aside. David was right. Karma also played a role in a person's fate. He just hoped that the karma that William had accumulated in his previous lifetime would be enough to move the hearts of the immortal warriors that were currently watching over his trial. A few minutes before sunrise, William opened his eyes and carefully stood up from the ground. He did some light stretching and summoned the wooden staff in his hand. After taking a deep breath, he touched the shrine in front of him. A small ripple appeared in the place where his hand had landed. Soon William's body was sucked inside the shrine. Seeing that the boy had already left for his trial, Zhu and Sha hurried towards the shrine. Brother, let's go. Oink, Zhu said. It has been a while since I've seen the celestial army. My hands are starting to itch. Sha hummed as he placed his hand over the shrine. William stood on a vast plain. In front of him was a towering mountain where thousands of flags fluttered in the air. Warriors that numbered in the millions looked at him with a serene gaze. They were the soldiers that protected the heavenly gate from any trespasser who dared to try and leave the domain. William planted his wooden staff on the ground and aimed its tip at the center of the giant gate that stood in the middle of the towering mountain. William braced himself and executed the plan that he had thought of while meditating. He was going to try it for the first time and he didn't know if it was going to work or not. Even so, he didn't hesitate and went ahead with his plan. This was the last hurdle that stood in his way, and William would not allow anything to stand in his way. William glared at the celestial army in the distance as he channeled his aura in his wooden staff. Quick Shot War Art, Chapter 323, The Shepherd vs. the Celestial Army, Part 2. Quick Shot War Art, Fusion Form. William said with determination. Blitzer Railgun. William's body merged with the wooden staff, before it shot towards the center of the heavenly gate at a speed that broke the sound barrier. The celestial soldiers that were deployed a kilometer away from the heavenly gate were completely caught off guard by William's unexpected move that they were unable to do anything to stop him. When William was only 100 meters away from the heavenly gate, several celestial warriors wearing gray armor flew into the air and collided with him. A resounding clap ensued and the Grey Knights were pushed back by the collision, sending them flying in different directions. The wooden staff continued its flight towards the heavenly gate, but its acceleration had greatly diminished. It was then when a black celestial knight flew towards him holding a golden shield. A loud crackling sound reverberated in the air as the wooden staff and the golden shield collided. The red-headed boy's form appeared in front of the golden knight with a stream of blood oozing from the side of his lips. However, William didn't falter. He stepped on the head of the knight and used it as a stepping stone to jump forward. The heavenly gate was only a few dozen meters away from him and he took this opportunity to propel himself to it. Suddenly, another black knight appeared. This time, it grew in size like a giant and used its hand to swat the half-elf like a fly. As the hand descended, William raised his staff to face it head-on. Magnum Burst. William roared as he executed the very first multi-purpose skill he had used since he acquired the Shepherd Job class. The small wooden staff nullified the force of the hand and pushed it back, along with the giant knight, due to its knockback effect. 3, 2, William counted inside his head. 1. William aimed his wooden staff at the gate and prayed that he would make it in time. Quick Shot War Art, Fusion Form. William yelled internally. Blitzer Railga, a Crimson Knight suddenly appeared in front of William and unleashed a battle aura that caused a powerful gust of wind that blew William away, injuring him, and preventing him from finishing his move. The Crimson Knight then unsheathed his blade and flew towards William. His intention was to cut William in half to end his life, and bring his soul back to the cycle of reincarnation. The half-elf couldn't see the heavenly gate from his vantage point because he got disoriented by the Crimson Knight's surprise attack. In the end, William pointed his wooden staff in the direction opposite of where the knight was coming from and shouted, "Blitzer Railgun!" The red-headed boy shot out like a blur, dodging the Crimson Knight's attack that would have sliced him in half. A few seconds later, an explosion was heard a few miles away from the heavenly gate. The Crimson Knight gazed at the cloud of smoke rising in the distance and sheathed his weapon back to his scabbard. Frankly, the Crimson Knight felt admiration for the boy because the half-elf almost succeeded in his plan. If he was only a second late, the boy would have definitely passed through the gate due to his unexpected display of skill. William's body, which was covered in injuries, laid in the center of a 10-meter deep crater. The impact he received during the collision with the knights had broken several bones in his body. His desperate struggle to escape from the Crimson Knight had succeeded. However, the injuries he sustained in his emergency landing worsened those injuries. Right now, William was paralyzed because his spine had received significant injury due to the force of his landing. Fortunately it didn't snap, but he was currently in very bad shape. William had his eyes closed, but his senses were still active. It was then when he felt two familiar presences approaching him, which made him sigh in relief. "Oink, are you still alive, boy?" Zhu asked as he tapped William's face with his hand. "Shaw, I think the boy is dead. Can I eat him?" William couldn't raise his arms, but he still managed to raise his middle finger to prove that he was still alive. Zhu pretended to not see the injured boy's attempt to prevent himself from getting eaten. Shaw, on the other hand, just shook his head and sat beside the fallen boy. "You almost did it, kid," Shaw said. His voice was laced with respect and admiration because this was the first time he had seen someone almost clear the trial in less than a minute. William sighed internally as he endured the pain that was racking his body. The red-headed boy was not new to pain. He had suffered many times in the past and the pain he was feeling now was just second nature to him. Since he couldn't move his body, the shepherd decided to sleep in order to recover from his exhaustion. Soon, a loud snore escaped from William's lips, startling the pig demon and the sand demon by his side. Zhu and Shaw, who were watching over the boy, glanced at each other in surprise. They never thought that the boy would be able to sleep in his current state, let alone snore at the same time. "What a weirdo." "Oink," Zhu gasped. "Bro, are you sure I can't eat him? Looking at him annoys me right now." Shaw snorted as he gazed at the heavenly gate in the distance. His eyes narrowed into slits as a possibility crossed his mind. That was so close. Lily waved her hands and stomped her foot in frustration. If that annoying Crimson Knight hadn't interfered, William would have cleared the trial. Crimson Knights are equivalent to the Saint rank in mortal standards. If we are going to compare the rank to those of beasts, he would be in between the Millennial and Myriad beast ranked categories. The rule of thumb is that Saints will always be weaker than Myriad beasts if they fought one-on-one. Issei and David both sighed at the same time. Both of them agreed with Lily. Even David was surprised by William's ingenuity to create the fusion art. Basically, the quick-shot shepherd job class allowed William to create his own skills, as long as they were within the scope of its limitations. The first skill that William created when he defeated the second trial was the quick-shot war art. This skill was inspired from the various war arts that belong to the martial classes. Since it was an acceptable skill, the laws of the heavenly trial approved of it. The fusion war art was the last skill that William decided to create after winning against Zhu and Shaw. He figured that using himself as ammunition was a good alternative in order to surprise the defenders of the heavenly gate. Of course, it also gave William excellent mobility during battles, and a good means of escape when things got out of hand. After all, very few beings could catch him if he traveled at the speed of sound. The immortal warriors that had watched William's battle had their mouths opened wide. They couldn't believe what they saw, and some of them even wondered if they were capable of preventing the boy from passing through the gate if they were the ones in the position of the Celestial Knights. The king grinned as a playful expression appeared on his face. "Unexpected, truly unexpected," the king said softly before drinking from the wine cup in his hand. He sighed deeply in order to appreciate the taste of the heavenly wine made from the immortal peaches from the garden of Xianxia. That trick will only work once, the king thought as he glanced at the sleeping boy who was riddled with injuries. What are you going to do next, kid? Chapter 324, Unwanted Guests That Came from Distant Lands. While William was recuperating from his injuries, the battle at Ravenlord Citadel had come to a complete halt. While the students and the young knights were busy trying to understand what had just transpired, the red-robed man, who was watching this scene, frowned. The pseudo-11th circle spell that they executed should have put everyone above the age of 20 into deep sleep. Their plan was to kill all the important and strong people in the southern continent, while they were in this helpless state. However, the spell that they cast using millions of souls didn't work the way they had envisioned it to. That golden light, the red-robed man muttered. Just where did that golden light come from? When the spell was about to activate, a golden light had shot out from the west and collided with the red beam in the sky. The leader of the organization that managed the southern continent knew that the golden light was responsible for changing the properties of the spell that they had worked on for years. The red-robed man had already received reports from his subordinates that the important figures that they had planned to assassinate couldn't be killed because the crystal statues were impregnable. No forms of weapons, nor magic, could break it, rendering the assassins helpless in accomplishing their missions. The red-robed man pondered for a while before giving out his order. Secure the crystal statue of the Helen King, along with the archmages, and the high-ranking nobles, the red-robed man ordered. Also, capture the princess of Frisia. The crown prince wants her. Yes, my lord. Est looked at the king's crystal statue with a distraught expression on his face. The fourth-year students of the magic and spirit divisions had already tried to undo the spell that had turned the king into a statue, but none of their spells worked. In the end, the head prefects of both divisions concluded that this was a spell that far exceeded their level of expertise. Right now, the whole fort was in a state of chaos and no one knew what to do next. It was at this time when Lionel, the crown prince of the Helen Kingdom, made his presence known and raised his voice. Everyone calm down, Prince Lionel ordered. Do not panic. For now, take care of the injured and those that are in critical conditions. They are our priorities. There's nothing we can do for the people that have turned into statues. For now, focus on the living. Est felt his blood boil when he heard the words, focus on the living. It was as if Prince Lionel had declared that those that had transformed into statues were already dead and beyond saving. Isaac hurriedly grabbed Est's shoulder and shook his head. Calm down, young master, Isaac said. Now is not the time for internal conflict. The king is safe, at least for now. There's no need to have an argument with the crown prince. Est closed his eyes and forcefully took hold of his emotions. He took a few deep breaths in order to calm his nerves. You're right, Isaac, Est replied after his anger had dissipated. Let's help the others first. Yes, young master, Isaac nodded. The two were about to help the injured students and knights of the kingdom when they saw the third princess walk towards them with her maid-servants trailing behind her. How is the king? Princess Sidonie asked. Est shook his head and looked at the princess apologetically. The king is under some kind of curse. Right now, none of the students here have the ability to undo his curse. I see. Princess Sidonie nodded her head. She was about to ask a few more questions when a familiar voice called out to her from behind. Princess, I'm glad that you are safe, Prince Lionel said with a smile. It would be best if you stayed beside me for now. Your loyal knights have turned into crystal statues and we are currently understaffed. I will be more than happy to ensure your safety, while we try to find a way to dispel the curses that fell upon our people. Princess Sidonie looked at the handsome young man, but she didn't move towards the crown prince. Instead, she walked towards Priscilla who was ordering the members of the Angorian war sovereign to regroup. Vice Commander, will it be fine if I place my safety in your hands? Princess Sidonie asked with a light bow. She didn't like the crown prince of the Helen Kingdom because she didn't trust him. The mere thought of staying by his side made her skin crawl. Priscilla nodded and gave the princess a sweet smile. Of course, your highness. The Angorian knights will ensure your safety. Thank you, Vice Commander, Princess Sidonie curtsied. I will be in your care from now on. Prince Lionel watched this exchange with a smile, but he didn't think much of it. Now that Princess Sidonie's guards were out of the picture, there was no one in the kingdom that could save her from him. The Angorian knights were the knights of the Helen Kingdom. Since that was the case, they would take orders from him. You can struggle all you want, my beloved princess, but it won't change the fact that you can't escape my grasp, Prince Lionel thought. The organization had promised him that they would secure the princess for him no matter what. This alone gave Prince Lionel the confidence that Princess Sidonie wouldn't be able to leave the Helen Kingdom under their watchful eye. Meanwhile, in the sea of the southern continent, forward, Elendor, the commander of the Elven regiment, ordered. The time has come to conquer. Set forth to the lands of the southern continent. The elves cheered as they carried out their commander's order. The 11 princess, who had joined this expedition, sat on her makeshift throne and observed the land that they were about to conquer. A flash of anticipation appeared on her light green eyes as she envisioned the flags of their homelands being raised on foreign soil. She was sent by her father to oversee the mission, but the king didn't order her to take part in the invasion of the southern continent. The elven princess was only there as a spectator. She didn't have any authority to command the elven army that was composed of the prodigies of the various clans of the Silvermoon continent. Even so, she was still a princess and the elves still held her in high regard. Even Elendor, who secretly wished to become her life partner, was very courteous to her every time the two of them were to exchange words with each other. Almost at the same time that the elven fleet moved forward, the Craterian naval armada also set forth towards the southern lands. Jason, the commander of the Craterian fleet, smirked as he gave the elven fleet a sidelong glance. He was very tempted to test the mettle of the elves, but he knew that his mission was more important. The Crater armada and the elven fleet parted ways. They were not going to the same destination. However, Elendor and Jason knew that this was just a prelude for the battle that was about to take place. They had an unwritten agreement that they would settle their differences once they had occupied the lands of the southern continent. Only, after they had secured their respective territories, would they face off against each other to see who was more capable between the two of them. For Elendor and Jason, no one in the southern continent was their match. Not even the organization who had unknowingly prepared this wonderful scenario for the unwanted guests that came from distant lands. Chapter 325, Escape from Ravenlord Citadel. An hour after the adults had turned into crystal statues, a semblance of acceptance had descended among the survivors in Ravenlord Citadel. The injured had been taken care of, and everyone looked to Crown Prince Lionel for orders. Since the king and the great general were out of commission, he was the highest commanding officer inside the fortress. Naturally, Prince Lionel did his best to make himself look good in front of the warriors, and most importantly, to Princess Sidonie. However, the princess remained indifferent to his advances to personally safeguard her own safety. Princess Sidonie stuck close to Priscilla and remained with the knights of the Angorian war sovereign, which irritated the crown prince to no end. While he was still thinking of ways on how to get his hands on the princess, the black-robed members of the organization appeared in the fortress. "We are the special order working directly under the king," one of the black-robed men announced as they entered the fortress. "We came to take custody of the king and the other important members of the kingdom." The black-robed man removed the hood that was covering his face. Prince Lionel recognized the man because it was the man who had acted as the middleman between him and the organization. "Sir Callum, you're finally here," Prince Lionel greeted the man and walked in his direction. "You're here to ensure the safety of the king and the great nobles of the kingdom?" "Yes, Your Highness." "Good. I'll leave my father in your hands." "Thank you, Your Highness," Callum replied before making a gesture. "Take the king and the other nobles. We are going to bring them back to the capital." Over 100 black-robed men scattered in different directions in order to carry out Callum's order. Est frowned, but he didn't do anything to prevent the unknown group from doing their duties. Although he didn't like the crown prince, the king's safety was his top priority. Also, a single glance was enough to tell him that Prince Lionel was familiar with the man named Callum. Even though he was still uneasy, there was nothing he could do in the current situation. Prince Lionel then dragged Callum to the side and the two were discussing something. Both men glanced in the direction of the Princess of Frisia from time to time as they continued their chat. "Tonight, Your Highness," Callum said, "I will personally escort the princess in your chamber tonight." "Good," Prince Lionel replied with a smile. "Make sure that she doesn't get hurt as much as possible." "We will do our best, Your Highness." However, the princess from Frisia had this troublesome ability. It's her charm, right? Prince Lionel was aware that Princess Sidonie had a special constitution. She was born with an unusual ability to make anyone around her fall madly in love with her. Naturally, he also thought that the feelings that he felt for the princess were due to her powers. However, the prince didn't care. Princess Sidoni was the girl he had chosen to become his bride. Whether his infatuation was due to her charm or not, he would not let anyone take her away from him. "Don't worry, Your Highness," Callum assured the prince. "We have prepared a way to capture her that will yield the least sacrifice." Prince Lionel nodded. As long as Princess Sidoni became his woman, he didn't care what method the organization used in order to subdue the princess. The two men talked more about how to carry out their plan, while the black-robed men used the power of wind to carry the statues towards the carriages that were stationed behind the fortress. Since they couldn't assassinate the king and the other high-ranking nobles, taking them to their hideout was the next best thing that they could do. Priscilla glanced at the princess standing by her side and the latter nodded her head. What Prince Lionel and Callum didn't know was that Priscilla had the uncanny ability to focus her sense of sight and hearing in a certain location. The vice-commander of the Angorian Knight Order had heard the talk between the Crown Prince and Callum as if they were talking right next to her. "Knights, let's kill the ant army while they are still immobile," Priscilla ordered. "Although the ants seem to have been paralyzed, it's possible that they will recover soon. Now is the best time to eradicate them while they're still unable to defend themselves. Follow me." Yes, just like the ants, the other magical beasts like the griffins and hippogriffs had suffered from the aurora borealis that descended from the sky. They were currently too weak to fly, so they couldn't accompany the knights to cull out the sea of ants that was right outside their fortress. Priscilla ordered the gates to be opened and the knights stormed out to start their extermination. Prince Lionel watched with an amused expression as the princess followed the knights in their undertaking. The young magicians and knights vented out their anger on the immobile ants and chopped them to pieces. Prince Lionel thought that this was a good opportunity to score some brownie points with the knights and the princess, so he decided to join in the massacre. However, before he could put his plan into motion, a loud screech tore through the skies. The blade wyvern, that had pulled the princess's carriage, suddenly descended from the skies. Ironically, it still had the flying carriage attached to its body. Before anyone could react to its sudden appearance, Princess Sidoni grabbed Priscilla's hand and channeled her magic power into the bracelet that she wore on her right wrist. The two were enveloped with a radiant light and disappeared from where they stood. The blade wyvern then uttered another screech as it flapped its mighty wings and fled using its full speed. Prince Lionel's face contorted in shock and rage as he raised his hand to give out an order. "Capture the princess." Callum, who was standing beside him, immediately shot towards the sky like a rocket. He hadn't thought that the princess would try to escape from the fortress as soon as they arrived. His plan was to wait until nighttime to capture the princess without alerting anyone. Although he was a wind battle mage, he didn't have the ability to catch up to the blade wyvern, which was known as one of the fastest beasts that could fly in the sky. The only thing he could do was relay his message to all the members of the organization that the princess had escaped. The man wearing a red robe looked at the fleeing wyvern in the distance before shaking his head. "Fools, what do you think you're doing?" The man sighed and made a gesture. "Contact our agents in Frisia. Tell them to lay an ambush for the princess once she appears on their borders." "Yes, my lord." The black-robed man used a communication crystal to talk to his comrades that were currently taking over the kingdom in the Far East. As soon as the pseudo-11th circle spell descended from the sky, the organization had immediately moved to capture the princes and princesses of the royal families of the three major powers of the southern continent. They would pave the way for Prince Lionel to become the overlord of the entire southern continent, as per their agreement. "Princess, we should return to Frisia as soon as possible," Priscilla proposed. "I'm sure that the young warriors of our kingdom will come to your aid." Princess Sidoni shook her head as she looked outside of the carriage window. "Frisia is no longer safe. I'm afraid that my father has also turned into a statue. The survivors will either soon be imprisoned or ruled over by the organization that has used everyone as their chess pieces." The Princess of Frisia had known about the existence of the organization because she had charmed one of their members. It was quite unfortunate that the one she captured was only a grunt who was ordered to keep an eye on her. Even so, the information that she received from that charmed member was enough to tell her how dangerous her opponents were. Princess Sidoni and Morgana had no intention of falling into their hands. "Then, where should we go?" Priscilla asked. Princess Sidoni pondered for a while before relaying her intention to the blade wyvern. The wyvern screeched in agreement as it changed its course. "We're going to the Xianxia dynasty," Princess Sidoni answered. "Now is a good time to take control of an army." "Army?" Priscilla tilted her head. It was at that moment when a sudden realization hit her and her body shuddered uncontrollably. Princess, when you said army, are you perhaps referring to the... Princess Sidoni smiled and nodded her head. I've always thought of doing this in the past, but with my current ability, it was impossible. However, right now, a golden opportunity has arrived. If I don't use this to my advantage, then I would be a fool. Morgana, who was inside Princess Sidoni's mindscape, nodded her head. So what if they manage to take over the human kingdoms? They won't be able to defend it with their measly manpower. Princess Sidoni nodded in agreement with her other half. As long as she succeeded in taking control of her target, she wouldn't have to worry about anyone trying to capture her within the southern continent. After all, even though the organization was strong, they couldn't possibly fight off an army that numbered in the millions. Chapter 326, World-Shaking Battle of Epic Proportions. The giant golden ape stood when it saw the blood wyvern approach the airspace of Lant. After seeing Jekyll riding behind its back, it lowered its guard and sat near the entrance of the village. Good job, Luffy, Jekyll greeted the golden ape. Have there been any troublemakers as of late? The Orobro shook its head and patted its chest twice to say that everything was in order. Jekyll nodded and thanked the guardian of Lant for doing its duty. The blood wyvern then landed in the center of the village where the town hall was located. A lady, wearing a black dress, was standing near the entrance. Celine watched as the blood wyvern landed in front of her before giving Jekyll an inquiring glance. James, Damien, and Gideon have been turned into crystal statues, Jekyll said. This spell is slightly different from the one that the organization had planned. Celine nodded. As a member of the organization, she was not affected by the continental spell because of the oath that she had made when she joined the group. I think it has something to do with that golden light, Celine replied. Yes, Jekyll agreed. I don't know how it happened, but I'm quite satisfied with the result. With this, the important figures of each kingdom are unharmed. However, I can't say the same for their heirs. A black mist separated from Jekyll's shadow. A few seconds later, Ezio appeared in front of the two with his trademark hood covering his face. How about the others? Ezio asked. Celine sighed and waved her hand. The doors of the town hall opened and several statues were found inside. Jekyll scanned the statues and saw several familiar faces. The most noticeable one was Owen. The old bastard had a lecherous smile on his face and had given the two thumbs up pose before he was turned into a crystal statue. A small chuckle escaped Jekyll's lips because he understood the old man's antics. All the fighters of Lant had been gathered inside the town's hall. Barbados, and the other veterans of Lant had placed a powerful formation around and inside the town hall to prevent those who were not affiliated with Lant to enter its premises. How about the kids? Jekyll asked. How's Eve? The kids are fine, Celine answered. Eve is sleeping with the other kids in the underground shelter. All of them are safe. Jekyll and Ezio both nodded. They had already made enough preparations, so they were not worried about the safety of Lant. What they were worried about were Matthew's, Leah's, and William's conditions. Celine had sent Oliver to watch over William. The parrot monkey had sent her several messages these past few days and told her that William was safe for the time being. As for Matthew and Leah, Ezio would be flying towards Ravenlord Citadel to look for them. He would then bring them back to Lant, so that they would be protected by Jekyll and Celine. The only reason he had returned with Jekyll to Lant first was to make sure that the town was still in one piece. They were afraid that the organization would take this opportunity to attack the town while the veterans of Lant were in their helpless state. Although they couldn't destroy the statues, they could still carry them away from the town, in order to deal with them at a later time. Go and bring Matthew and Leah here, Jekyll said to Ezio. I'll watch over the town while you are away. Ezio nodded and jumped onto the back of the blood wyvern. It screeched once before flapping its wings to soar towards the sky. Jekyll and Celine watched as the assassin disappeared from the horizon before exchanging information with each other. William is in the Corinter Mountains? Jekyll inquired. Yes, Celine answered. He's being well taken care of right now. Is that jealousy I hear from you, Celine? Jekyll teased. Our little Will is so popular with the ladies. I'm sure James will be laughing out loud when he marries many wives. Celine sighed and rubbed her forehead. When it came to William, her feelings were a bit complicated. The half-elf was her only disciple and she cared for him. Perhaps, she even cared for him more than she would care for her own family. This was why she had sent Oliver to watch over William and keep him safe, while she stayed in Lant to protect its residents from possible attacks from the organization. Since all of the veterans were out of commission, only Selene, Luffy, the Wyverns, the Mountain Trolls, Jekyll, and Ezio were left to protect the town. Although they were few, they were a force to be reckoned with because all of them had the fighting force of centennial rank beasts and above. Seeing Selene's complicated expression, Jekyll decided to stop his teasing. He was about to discuss their next course of action when he felt a powerful presence nearing the town's gates. Luffy's roars echoed throughout the town as the sound of fighting ensued. The wyverns that were patrolling the skies screeched as they, too, descended to join the Ouroboros in battle. Jekyll and Selene glanced at each other before charging towards the gates to reinforce the beasts, who seemed to be fighting a hard battle. They still didn't know who, what, or how many attackers there were. All they knew was that they were more than capable of dealing with a millennial beast, and a dozen centennial wyverns, with ease. When Jekyll and Selene arrived at the gates, Luffy had already fallen on the ground with a broken arm and leg. His hateful roars, even in his injured state, showed that he was still prepared to fight this enemy that had appeared out of nowhere. The wyverns, on the other hand, were currently in a variety of injured states as they tried to prop themselves off the ground. In the midst of this carnage, a handsome middle-aged man, with long black hair that rested behind his back glanced at the two new arrivals. Selene's face paled because the presence the man was radiating was a rank that she was very familiar with. Demigod, Selene gasped. The black-haired, middle-aged man raised an eyebrow as he looked at Selene. He eyed her from head to foot before shifting his gaze to the dentist of Lant who was glaring back at him. Stand back, Selene, Jekyll stepped forward to confront the man. I'll handle him. The dentist of Lant changed into his true form and roared before charging fearlessly at the demigod who was causing a ruckus in his domain. The middle-aged man snorted before flying towards the sky. Jekyll followed suit and soon, a world-shaking battle of epic proportions was fought over the skies of Lant. Selene watched in awe as the gusts of wind buffeted her from the ground. This was the first time she had witnessed a battle of this level. Seeing that the two powerful beings were not holding back their punches, she hurriedly activated the defenses of Lant to prevent any damages from befalling the town. Although the children were safe inside the shelter that they had made long ago, Selene didn't want to take any chances. Why? Because a single attack from the demigod could easily wipe the entirety of Lant from the face of the southern continent. Selene was also not confident that she would be able to survive an attack of such magnitude. Right now, the only thing that stood between total annihilation and survival lay in the hands of the dentist of Lant, who always had a smile on his face. Chapter 327, Williams and Shaw's Collaboration, Part 1. Dark clouds hung over the heavenly domain as William looked at the giant gate in the distance. Several days had passed since his first attempt to enter the heavenly gate, and his injuries were now fully recovered. He was thinking of a way to bypass its defenders. After failing the first time, he knew that the same trick wouldn't work twice. The Celestial Army was now aware of his ability, and the commanders of the Celestial Knights had congregated near the gate. Zhu and Shaw sat beside William as they ate several grilled fishes that they had caught in a nearby river. They were waiting for William's second attempt to reach the gate. The first one caught them completely by surprise, and their admiration for the boy was raised to a higher level. Even so, both of them knew that the boy would have to try something new if he wished to overcome the obstacles that stood in his way. William's eyes narrowed as he did several calculations inside his head. Frankly, if that Crimson Knight hadn't appeared, he would have cleared the trial already. However, there was no use crying over spilt milk, and William wasn't the type to mull over this mishap for a long time. Zhu, isn't this trial unreasonable? William inquired. Has anyone cleared this trial in the past? Zhu was about to say that the trial was indeed impossible to clear, but an image appeared inside his mind. A powerful troublemaker that defied heaven's will had once challenged the Celestial Army alone and actually won. This was a story of thousands of years ago when he was still just a captain in the Celestial Army. It took him 1,000 years to climb to the rank of general, only to be exiled in his 300th year of serving the Jade Emperor. Oink, there was one person that cleared it in the past, Zhu said with undisguised admiration. He was an irregular that broke all the rules of the world. Since then, no one else has cleared this trial and all souls that failed were sent to the cycle of reincarnation. William was surprised because he never thought that there was actually a person that had managed to clear the domain. He then tried to pry more information from Zhu, but the pig demon didn't say more about that legendary being that challenged the Celestial Army and won. The half-elf looked at the gate and sighed. He then created several different colored lollipops in his hand. William used the quota for the number of lollipops that he could produce in a day. After doing this, the red-headed boy placed them inside his pocket, causing it to bulge. He currently didn't have any storage items in which to store the lollipops he created. The only thing he could do was carry them along with him. "Xia, can I ask you for a favor?" William inquired. "It depends on what kind of favor you want," Xia replied. He didn't reject or accept William's proposed question because he was also curious about what the boy planned to do. William grinned as he explained the plan he had in mind. "If possible, I want you to." After he finished making his preparations, William summoned his staff and trudged forward. He placed a chocolate lollipop inside his mouth as he prepared to fight. His mind cleared up as soon as the chocolate taste spread inside his mouth. His fear and anxiety also decreased by a good margin. Right now, William was in his A-game mode. William ran towards the heavenly gate using the movement technique that he had practiced many times in the past. The weakest celestial knights that guarded the gates were of gold rank. According to Celine and the others, William's rank was in the gold rank as well. But that was when he was still in training. Now, William had gone past that rank and had entered the initial stages of the platinum rank. When William was only a mile away from the heavenly gate, hundreds of golden knights charged in his direction. Some of them flew, some ran, while others allowed their comrades to engage William while they prepared for anything unexpected. They were not fighting as individual fighters. They were fighting as an organized group that had protected the heavenly gate for thousands of years. When the first batch of fighters were about to clash with William, the boy threw 4 gray lollipops under his feet. A cloud of smoke that extended up to 30 square meters covered William's surroundings. The celestial warriors didn't enter the cloud of smoke and merely extended their palms forward. They roared and their aura exploded from within their bodies. It caused a repelling effect that blew away the cloud. However, when the smoke was dispersed, the shepherd was nowhere to be seen. It didn't take long for them to realize that William had vanished into thin air. "Search for him," the captain of the celestial army ordered. "Go, he has to be here somewhere." The 100-strong regiment swept the place where William disappeared, while those guarding the gate raised their guard. They already knew what the boy was capable of, so they extended their senses to the limit. Even the Crimson Knight floated above the battlefield and scanned the surroundings using his aura. Still, they weren't able to find the boy, who had completely vanished from their sight. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters underground. Relentless Dragon, Assault. William thrust his spear forward in order to create a tunnel in front of him. The dirt flew in the air, but the boy didn't mind it. He had his eyes closed, as he continued his relentless assault to create a path under the ground. Soon, the dust and debris that he had made vanished into thin air as a small black hole sucked it all up. Earlier, William asked Xia to send him 1,000 meters under the ground where he would create a tunnel to sneak up to the heavenly gate. The smokescreen he made earlier was just a distraction in order for him to disappear in front of the watchful eyes of the celestial army. Since the lollipop was made out of the power of divinity, the celestial army, who had good vision, was unable to penetrate the smoke that William created. Because of this, he was able to execute his plan and made the entire celestial army feel constipated. Since they couldn't find William, they were forced to be on high alert, lest the boy slipped past their defenses again. William dug, and dug, and dug some more, all while the small black hole sucked up all the debris that he had made. Xia, who was above the ground, had a mischievous look on his face as he glanced at the panicking celestial army in the distance. Zhu, on the other hand, was laughing hard because he knew what the boy was doing. His piggy lips curled up into a smirk as his beady eyes narrowed into slits. He was looking forward to seeing the result of William's daring plan. An hour passed then too. The celestial army kept on searching, and even the Crimson Knight landed in front of Xia and Zhu to interrogate them to see if they knew where the boy was. Naturally, the two kept mum and only gave the Crimson Knight a devilish smile. The demonic pig even joked that William had turned into a flea and was currently on the head of one of the golden knights that attacked him earlier. This may have sounded like a ridiculous idea, but the celestial army took it seriously. There were some souls, who came from other worlds, that had a transformation ability. In the past, there had been a challenger that could transform into a stone. He almost succeeded in crossing through the gate. However, a guard, who suddenly felt the need to do some stretching exercises, accidentally stepped on him, ending his transformation spell. It was a bitter pill that the celestial army had to take back then. Even though Zhu was just joking, they still couldn't stop themselves from thinking about the, what if he is telling the truth? Scenario. Because of this, the hundreds of golden knights were ordered to stand in a line while those with powerful senses inspected their hair, and armor, and anywhere else a flea could run to and hide. This made the pig demon roar in laughter, which annoyed the more than 100 golden knights that were being inspected by their superiors. Even Shah, who had a serious disposition, had a smile on his face as he observed from afar. What William was doing was not just merely creating a tunnel to reach the heavenly gate. He was working hand in hand with Shah to create a surprise for the celestial army that seemed impossible to defeat. Chapter 328, William's and Shah's Collaboration, Part 2. A day passed. 3 days passed. Many more days had passed by since William's disappearance, and the celestial army's faces had started to get irritable. They had been on high alert for the past 6 days, and some of them even felt constipated because they were always on guard for William's sneak attack. It was as if there was an itch inside their body that wouldn't go away no matter how hard they tried to scratch it. While all of this was happening, the half-elf that they had been looking for was snoring under the earth after working hard for the past 6 days. William was very tired. He knew that there's no way that he would win against an army that numbered in the millions if he faced them head-on. This was why he prepared a surprise for them, thousands of meters under their feet. At the start, it was only him working alone, but after a day, Shah decided to join in on the fun and helped him clear the land beneath the earth. The sand demon that was seated right beside Zhu was only a sand clone that Shah had created in order to prevent the celestial army from noticing anything suspicious. The pig demon was their lookout that would warn Shah if anyone started to come near their location. Seriously, this plan of yours is so evil, Will, Shah muttered as he glanced at the snoring half-elf beside him. The sand demon was also very tired, but a hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. Tomorrow, Shah thought, all of this will end tomorrow. Shah slowly closed his eyes as well. Their work had been completed. All that was left to do was rest and recover their strength for the big battle that would happen the next day. The gods and the immortal heroes were quite interested in the outcome of this trial. They couldn't see where William was, but they didn't care. For them, who had lived in the heavens for thousands of years, this was first-class entertainment. However, William's disappearance had made some of the gods and immortal heroes return to their duties. They had waited a few days, but the half-elf was nowhere to be seen. They just asked their friends and acquaintances to call them when the battle began once again. The king sipped his wine cup as his brows furrowed into a frown. He had used his eyes to scan over the battlefield and the boy couldn't be found anywhere. The other warriors did the same and got the same results. What did this mean? It meant that William was currently not on the battlefield. Since that was the case, there was only one place he could be hiding. Naturally, if the king and the other immortal warriors had thought of this, the gods and the celestial army thought of it as well. The Crimson Knight had already ordered the knights to use their aura to attack the ground under them, in order to force the boy out, but it was to no avail. When they started their attacks, Shah had taken William very deep under the ground where the shockwaves wouldn't reach him. After a full day of bombardment, the celestial army stopped. They had already done their best, but the rat that was hiding underground refused to come out no matter what. What they didn't know was that their attacks had unknowingly helped the half-elf loosen the hard layers of soil under the army's feet. Because of this, the drilling process became faster. William and Shah didn't have to forcefully break these solid rocks and soil, which made their work less troublesome. They even thanked the celestial army in their hearts because they had made their jobs easier. When the 7th day came, the celestial army was at their wits' end. They had finally reached their limit, and even the slightest movement would trigger them into action. What they didn't know was that this was also a part of William's plan. After working with Ezio for 6 months, the boy had learned how to create tension. Ezio was an expert in making his victims feel uncomfortable. He would never give them a moment of rest. He would make them feel as if they were being watched all the time, which would put stress on their bodies and minds. William had employed the same techniques with the celestial army with the help of Shah. The sand demon would make certain parts of the ground shake, rise, and create dust clouds which would prompt the army to go and investigate it. The celestial army had grown tired of this harassment and just ignored these random movements from the ground. When the sun finally set, and darkness covered the domain, William's eyes opened. A wicked grin appeared on his face as he unwrapped a black lollipop before placing it in his mouth. "Is it time?" Shah asked. He then stood up and crossed his arms over his chest. William nodded. "It's showtime." Perhaps it was just a coincidence, but on the 7th day, when William decided to execute his plans, there was no moon in the sky. The battlefield around the Heavenly Gate was shrouded in darkness, and only the light within its portal could be seen for miles. A golden knight yawned in order to release the pent-up exhaustion inside his body. Soon, more yawns spread across the battlefield as the other soldiers gave in to their body's instincts. They said that yawns were contagious. When one person yawned, everyone would yawn as well. After the golden knight finished yawning, he felt something brush off his body, like a passing breeze. The knight scanned his surroundings, but didn't see anything suspicious. Thinking that he was just imagining things, he returned to his vigil in order to prevent the half-elf from getting past the Heavenly Gate. William slowly made his way towards the Heavenly Gate with steady steps. The lollipop inside his mouth was the black lollipop that allowed him to use the passive ability, Cloak of Darkness. As long as the lollipop was inside his lips, he could use the cover of the night to move without being detected. Naturally, this skill had its limitations. Powerful individuals, who were able to see through illusions and temperature, would be able to detect him right away. Fortunately, none of the knights that he had passed by had these abilities. Every so slowly, the gap between William and the Heavenly Gate lessened. When he was only a few hundred meters away from the gate, William's steps became slower. He was doing his best to create the least amount of noise in order to prevent others from detecting his presence. It was one of the things he learned from Ezio during his training, and so far, things were going smoothly. That was until... Achoo! One of the guards sneezed and everyone looked in his direction. The Celestial Knight was embarrassed and bowed his head in apology to his superior. However, before he could even raise his head, another sneeze sounded right beside him. William hurriedly covered his nose, to prevent himself from sneezing one more time. It was quite unfortunate that when the guard sneezed, he sneezed right on William's face, which irritated the half-elf's nose. The half-elf's body tensed as he remained completely still. A few seconds later, several auras washed over his body, making it stiffen. William sighed as he took the lollipop out from inside his mouth. His cover had already been blown, so there was no use hiding it. "You know, you should really cover your nose when you sneeze," William nagged at the knight that sneezed on his face. "You lack manners." The Celestial Knight grinned as he nodded. "Sorry. I'll do better next time." "That you should." William wiped his face using his shirt. He then gave the Celestial Knights that had already encircled him a refreshing smile before waving his hand. "Bye." The knights closed in and hacked William with their weapons, but the boy remained unmoved. When their attacks hit the boy's body, it collapsed and turned into a pile of sand. "He's here," the captain of the Celestial Knights shouted. "The boy is here." The powerful captains of each squad activated their auras and scanned their surroundings. After 7 days of waiting, their target had once again made himself known. "Quick shot war art, fusion form." William's voice echoed eerily in the dark night. "Blitzer railgun." The Black Knight commander near the gate immediately turned himself into a giant and used his body to block the entrance of the Heavenly Gate. The Crimson commander stood in front of the giant and unsheathed his blade, while expanding his senses to the limit. Suddenly, the Crimson Knight slashed his sword at something, only to find himself being covered in a sticky substance. After taking a whiff of it, the great general of the Celestial Army identified it as grease. The Crimson Knight frowned and used his aura to repel the foreign substance from his body. Although the knight wasn't fully certain, he could have sworn that he had heard a low chuckle the moment the grease splattered on his body. It was as if William was making fun of him and the Crimson Knight hated it. The battlefield once again descended into darkness because they had lost the trail of the boy once again. A minute later, a loud explosion was heard a few meters away from the Heavenly Gate, prompting everyone to look in that direction. William stood at the center of several knights that had lost their consciousness. The boy casually unwrapped a chocolate lollipop in front of everyone, while his green eyes glowed in the darkness. He then pointed his staff at the Heavenly Gate and said, "Quick shot war art, fusion form." William's voice echoed eerily in the dark night. "Blitzer railgun." William disappeared from where he stood and the Crimson Knight immediately went to block his trajectory. However, nothing happened. Soon, several loud voices echoed across the battlefield and all of them were saying the same thing. "Quick shot war art, fusion form." William's voice echoed eerily in the dark night. "Blitzer railgun." Several whooshing sounds followed after and several projectiles flew towards the Heavenly Gate from the darkness of the night. Those with strong senses were able to pinpoint these flying objects, and went to intercept them. Suddenly, a blinding white light descended upon the battlefield. The light came from the flying projectiles that the commanders of the Celestial Army tried to intercept. They were the concentrated white lollipops that William had fused together, to create an intense blinding light that forced the knights to close their eyes. Several of these lights appeared at the battlefield at the same time, which forced the defenders to shield their eyes for a brief moment, due to its intensity. However, what followed next made the gods and immortal heroes suck their breaths in surprise. Those were the last words that the Celestial Army heard before the ground from under their feet collapsed, sending all of them falling into a huge pit that was over 1,000 meters deep. Chapter 329, Break All Walls That Stand Before Me. Part 1. Roars of surprise and anger reverberated in the night, as the Celestial Army that was several hundred meters away from the Heavenly Gate, fell into the pit that William and Shaw had painstakingly created many days ago. The two had made sure to dig deep enough around the Heavenly Gate so that all the guards stationed near it would be caught in their trap. This also prevented the other Celestial Knights, who were stationed farther away from the Heavenly Gate, to reinforce their comrades from the boy who was currently hovering in midair, thanks to Shaw's ability. When their trap activated, William threw several yellow lollipops towards the giant that was blocking the Heavenly Gate with its body. The lollipop looked so harmless, that the giant ignored them, and focused his attention on the hovering boy in the sky. The moment one of the yellow lollipops hit his body, a powerful force made him stagger, forcing him to take a step backwards. The power of the yellow lollipop was a knockback spell, which was similar to William's Magnum Burst. The only difference was that this spell disregarded the enemy's size and strength. As long as it hits a target, that target would be knocked back regardless of how sturdy or strong it is. The giant wanted to recover his balance, but William had perfectly timed the interval of the lollipops he threw. One could even say that the moment the first lollipop hit the giant, his fate was already sealed. The giant was forced to take several steps back until his entire body passed through the Heavenly Gate. Lily, who was watching William employ the power of her divinity, jumped like a fangirl and raised her small fists as she shouted William's name. The giant wasn't the only one that was forced by William to enter the gate. The poor Crimson Knight was also pushed back along with the giant due to that brief moment when they covered their eyes. Quick Shot War Art, Fusion Form. William said as he pointed his wooden staff towards the Heavenly Gate that was free from obstruction. Blitzer Railgun. Earlier, William shouted his ability in order to make the Celestial Knights panic. He was only using a bit of psychology in order to force them to make choices that would work in his favor. Naturally, his efforts paid off and he was able to eliminate two of the greatest threats that prevented him from entering the Heavenly Gate, by using the white lollipops to blind them temporarily. William's body merged with his staff, and it flew towards the Heavenly Gate at the speed of sound, which was now devoid of defenders. The staff was about to pass through the portal when a golden shield, that had the emblem of the sun in its center, blocked his path. William's fusion with the staff broke apart as he was repelled from the gate by a powerful force. He was about to fall into the same pit that he had dug earlier when a cloud of sand caught him in midair. "Very good," a taunting voice said from behind the shield. "A being worthy to be David's successor. However, did you think that I would just sit back and watch you clear this trial, boy?" William wiped the blood that had emerged from the corner of his lips due to the collision against the divine shield that blocked his path, away. He then glared at the hateful god that had insulted Gavin in the temple. Luff, David's friend, and one of the gods that belonged to the righteous faction stared back at the young boy with a teasing smile plastered on his face. "I wasn't able to put you in your place in the temple because the gods there need to follow certain rules," Luff sneered. "However, inside this domain, we are allowed to descend in order to test worthy souls and keep them from entering the temple of the gods. Don't worry, on behalf of David, I will beat you up, but still leave a breath in your body. This will be your punishment for insulting a god." Luff summoned his spear and pointed it at the pit that had trapped the Celestial Army. Immediately, the ground rose up, bringing the knights back to the surface. The bewildered warriors looked at William before looking at the god that was standing right in front of the gate. "Fools, what are you looking at?" Luff scoffed. "Capture the boy and beat him up for me." As soon as Luff gave an order, the soldiers activated their weapon auras and attacked William at the same time. Facing thousands of energy attacks from all directions, Shaw hurriedly pulled William away, preventing the attacks from hitting the boy. However, the Celestial Knights that could fly had already taken action and engaged the boy in the air. Quick Shot War Art, Fusion Form. Blitzer Railgun. William shot out towards Zhu and Shahu. We're standing in the distance. When he was close enough, he hurriedly cancelled the effects of the war art fusion. Xia used his powers to catch the boy and prevent him from taking any further damage. The sand demon lowered William on the ground before checking his condition. Zhu, on the other hand, stood in front of the two and raised the rake in his hands as he took a fighting stance. The demonic pig knew that the celestial army would not let the boy go after the embarrassment that they had suffered at his hand. Although William and him had a rough start, Zhu had recognized the boy's determination and tenacity. He also cursed the bastardly god, Luff, in his heart for bullying a child. Zhu knew that a battle was inevitable, but he didn't mind. Even though he and Xia knew that there was no hope in winning against the celestial army, they wouldn't just stand by and let William get beaten up under their watch. Meanwhile in the temple of the gods, "You bastard," Lily roared in anger, "I'll beat the crap out of you." Lily's divinity exploded from her body as she prepared to descend to the heavenly domain. Since Luff had insulted Gavin, and tried to attack William, the lowly goddess had added the sun god to her blacklist. Although she belonged to the neutral faction, that didn't mean that she would allow other gods to bully the boy that she had given her divinity to. Issei had already unsheathed the dagger in his hands and his eyes were cold and murderous. Just like Lily, he also planned to descend as well and stab the god of bastards that dared to bully his younger brother. William forced himself to stand by using the wooden staff in his hand. He knew that his trial was about to end, but he was unwilling to let it end this way. At the very least, before all the bones in his body were broken, he would do his best to smash his staff into the god's face. That is the only way that William could think of to erase the gloating smile on Luff's annoying face. Chapter 330, Break All Walls That Stand Before Me. Part 2. Lily and Issei were about to descend to the heavenly domain when David reached out to grab their arms. "Wait," David said, "don't go." "Shut up, old coot," Lily protested. "I don't care if Luff is your friend. I'll beat the crap out of him." "David, let me go," Issei said without turning his head to look at his friend. He had already decided to battle it out with Luff and make him pay for his arrogance. "I understand that the two of you are angry, but if you go, this will only escalate into a brawl between gods," David replied firmly. "If one of you goes down there right now, the rest of the righteous faction will follow. It will not just be a 2-on-1, a quarter of the gods in the temple will become involved as well." "So?" Issei asked back. This time he turned around to face David. "So what if this becomes a full-blown brawl? If they send 100, I'll stab 100. If they send 1,000, I'll stab 1,000. David sighed, but his grip on the arms of his two friends remained firm. This is a critical time for William. Just wait for a while. "Wait for what?" Lily stomped her foot angrily. "Wait for him to get ganged up on." The lowly goddess was one of the most adorable gods in the temple, but when she got angry, she was like a fearless honey badger that would even attack a lion. "Please, for William's sake, trust me," David replied. "If you go down there, he will miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Issei frowned, but didn't make a move to pry off David's hands from his arm. He glanced at the red-headed boy as he gripped the dagger in his hand more firmly. 10 minutes, Issei stated. "If nothing happens in 10 minutes, I'm going down there." David nodded. "Okay, just wait 10 minutes. Lily snorted, but she had already summoned a candy cane in her hand. Since Issei had compromised, she would also do the same. However, after 10 minutes, even if David pleaded, she would go down to the heavenly domain and smack Luff's face using the candy cane in her hand. The king held the wine cup in his hand and remained completely still. He looked at the battlefield as if remembering a time in the distant past. A past when the worlds were still at war with each other and the gods looked down on mortals and immortals alike. When the first celestial knights descended from the sky, Zhu roared and waved the nine-toothed rake in his hand to create a tornado. The flying knights were sucked up along with the soldiers on the ground. Zhu may be a pig demon right now, and devoid of most of his divinity, but he was once a great general of the heavenly army that served under the Jade Emperor. He still had aces under his sleeves and 100 gold knights would not be able to defeat him. "Can you move, William?" Xia asked. "Yes," William replied. "Sorry for including you and Zhu in this mess." Xia snorted as he faced the army that was nearing their location. "This army will not let any of us go, so I say we charge our way forward." "I agree, brother." Zhu grinned. "This scene reminds me of the time when we fought those monsters from the abyss. My blood is boiling." Oink. Xia chuckled because he remembered the event that Zhu was talking about. Indeed, That battle was an unforgettable one because the odds were not in their favor. Even so, Zhu and him were able to escape it with their lives and make their way back to the heavenly palace to receive their punishment from the emperor. Listen, William, we will pave the path for you, Xia declared. Don't worry about us, just focus on reaching that gate. Do you understand? Yes, William answered with determination. Since Zhu and Xia were willing to help him, he wouldn't reject their offer. He just channeled his aura in his wooden staff and prepared himself to fight to the death. Go, Zhu roared as he took the lead as the vanguard. He waved his rake left and right and sent the celestial knights flying as if they were dry leaves that were being cleaned up by the rake in his hand. Suddenly, everything became dark as millions of arrows flew in their direction. Xia roared and summoned the sand from the jug behind his back, to form a dome of earth to protect them from the rain of arrows. The arrows embedded themselves in the moving dome, making it look like a giant porcupine, but the three under it were unharmed. A few seconds later, Xia dispelled the earth dome and manipulated the sand to swirl around them. They looked at the tens of thousands of warriors that were surging towards them like a swarm of locusts. Zhu increased his size until he became a 4-meter-tall giant demonic pig. His eyes glowed red as he entered his rage mode. He bulldozed through the army in front of him like a tank, swinging his rake with the intention of slaughtering everything in his path. Naturally, Xia and William weren't idle either. They fought side by side with Zhu and repelled the celestial army to the best of their abilities. The gods and immortal heroes were impressed by their battle prowess and even thought that they might just be able to make it. Unfortunately, courage and determination alone could not overcome the disparity in numbers. Like a swarm of ants, they outnumbered their opponents 400,000 against one. The first to fall was Zhu. Although the pig demon fought valiantly, his enemies were not pushovers either. No one in the celestial army was weak. They were also great warriors when they were still alive, and they had retained their skills even after they passed over to the afterlife. The second to fall was Xia. He did his best to protect Zhu and William from the merciless onslaught, but one of the surviving Black Knights was able to pass through his defenses and delivered a mighty blow to the Sand Demon's chest. After that, it was William's turn to suffer. The celestial army pinned him down and delivered countless blows to his body, which made Lily roar in anger. Amidst the beating, William's determination never wavered. He fought, tooth and nail, even biting the hands of those that pinned him down with his bloody teeth. It was at that moment when a string of words appeared inside his mind. Gripping his staff, William shouted and unleashed a magnum burst which sent the knights around him flying. That small gap immediately closed as the enraged knights charged at him with bloodshot eyes. "Break all walls that stand before me," William roared before he was pinned down and pummeled by the celestial knights, who were duty-bound to bring him to his knees. It was then when a dominating shout answered him from the heavens. "Sweep away all adversaries." Ryu, Jingu, bang, a giant golden metallic staff descended from the heavens. It was at least thousands of meters long, and 100 meters wide. It created a powerful shockwave that blasted away all the celestial knights that were pinning William, Zhu, and Xia to the ground. William panted and opened his eyes that had become swollen from the beating. Although it was still dark, there was some kind of golden light that allowed him to see his surroundings. The first thing the half-elf saw was a person's back. It wasn't as big as his grandpa's, but William felt that this was a back that wouldn't bend to anyone. He then raised his gaze and saw a golden metallic staff that glowed brightly in the darkness. The boy realized that this was where the light was coming from. As if sensing his gaze, the person turned around to look down on him. Although William's vision was a bit blurry, he could somehow detect that the edges of the person's lips in front of him were curled up into a smirk. "What's your name, kid?" a playful voice asked. William forced his bloody lips to open as he spoke out his name. "William, my name is William, Your Excellency." A chuckle escaped the person's lips as he crouched down to offer William an outstretched hand. Due to the person's closeness, William was able to see his facial features. It was then when he realized that the person who came to his aid wasn't human. It was a monkey with golden eyes that seemed to blaze like flames amidst the darkness. "You have a good name, kid," the monkey replied. "From now on, you can call upon me in your time of need." The monkey had a mischievous look on his face as he grabbed hold of William's hand, giving it a firm shake. "Your Excellency, what is your name?" William asked. Although he had a nagging feeling that he already knew the identity of this legendary hero, he still dared to ask to confirm his suspicions. "Me, I am none other than the handsome Monkey King," the monkey declared in a teasing tone. The great sage that equals heaven. The one and only, Sun Wukong. Chapter 331, Our Battle Will Be Legendary, Part 1. Sun Wukong, William thought as he firmly gripped the Monkey King's hand. The latter then helped him to stand on his own 2 feet before looking at the celestial army that had reformed their ranks. Clearly, they wouldn't allow William to pass through the gate without a fight. Kid, I'll take care of the small fries, but you will have to take care of that one over there, okay? Sun Wukong twirled the golden staff in his hand and pointed at Luff, who stood in front of the heavenly gate like a gatekeeper. Okay, William readily agreed. Sun Wukong patted his shoulder in a casual manner. Relax, I'll lend you my power when you fight against him. As long as this king is around, you don't have to worry about anything. Sun Wukong pulled a few hairs from his head and gave William a wink before blowing them off his hand. These strands of hair flew in the air for a brief moment before transforming into exact replicas of the Monkey King. Zhu and Sha had propped themselves up from the ground while the two had been talking. Although they had received heavy injuries, they glared fearlessly at the celestial army in front of them. The pig demon and the sand demon raised their weapons high with arrogance. Clearly, they wanted to give the knights some payback for ganging up on them. Let's go. Sun Wukong grinned. Observe carefully, William. You need to understand how my abilities work. William nodded his head as he ran behind the Monkey King and his clones. Within his status page, the name of Sun Wukong shone brightly in golden bold letters. This meant that the Monkey King had been registered under his heroic avatar skill. What did this mean? It meant that he could use the Monkey King's abilities for a short period of time when he activates the heroic avatar skill. This skill only lasts for an hour. During that time, the shepherd will be able to wield all the abilities of the immortal hero Sun Wukong. This also includes the battle regalias and weapons that belong to him. This skill can only be used once a week. Current heroic avatar, Sun Wukong. Heroic rank, Immortal Saint High. William noticed some distinct changes in the description of the skill. Before, the description of the heroic avatar only lasted for 15 minutes and could be used once a day. Now, it could be used for an hour and had a cooldown time of 1 week. The half-elf guessed that the changes in the skill's description had something to do with the heroic spirit that had been registered as his heroic avatar. Even so, he was quite thankful that the immortal hero that had appeared before him was quite powerful. William focused his attention on the Monkey King's fighting style so that he would be able to utilize his hero's strength when he activated his heroic avatar. The Monkey King's clones rampaged across the battlefield. The golden staves in their hands extended several meters long as they swept across the battlefield, while doing their monkey antics. Shouts of pain and helplessness erupted throughout the celestial army as the overpowered Monkey King swaggered towards the heavenly gate, sending anyone who stood in his way flying in every direction. Devastate all that stands in my way, Sun Wukong ordered. Ryu, Jingu, bang. The golden staff in Sun Wukong's hand grew in size until it was 300 meters long and over 2 meters thick. The Monkey King slammed it against the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that blew all the celestial knights away. It was as if he had parted the sea with that strike, allowing himself, William, Zhu, Sha and his clones to pass through the defenders with ease. Lily giggled as she cheered for the Monkey King's one-sided massacre that offered no mercy to his enemies. The lowly goddess had been raring to rampage a few minutes ago, but David had prevented her from descending to the heavenly domain. After the appearance of Sun Wukong, her anger disappeared completely and she was now cheering for the monkey wholeheartedly. As for Issei, he had a smile on his face as he nodded his head in satisfaction. Just like Lily, the harem god had been itching for a battle, but he put it aside for now since the most troublesome monkey in the celestial world had appeared on the battlefield. The Jade Emperor sighed as he watched Sun Wukong laugh out loud as he brute-forced his way through the sea of defenders. It reminded him of the time when the Monkey King had defied his decree and fought off the heavenly army of his Jade Palace. I almost pity the celestial knights, but this battle is far from over, the Jade Emperor thought as he looked at Luff, who seemed mildly amused by Sun Wukong's dominant performance. Just like everyone else, Luff had restrictions that were applied to him when he entered the heavenly domain. If Sun Wukong's rank was at the peak of a saint, Luff's rank was that of a myriad beast at its peak. Saints would always be weaker than myriad beasts, but the Monkey King didn't shy away from fighting against strong opponents. This was why the heavenly army had lost repeatedly against him in the past. Sun Wukong was practically one of the most invincible beings in all of creation because his body couldn't be damaged by anything. Although he wasn't a god, he was still a force to reckon with. Not to mention, his weapon, Ryu Jingu Bang, was capable of injuring and dealing lethal damage to gods. After an hour of intense fighting, the majority of the celestial knights were lying on the ground, unconscious. The surviving knights knew that it was a hopeless battle, so they decided to stand aside and let the king, who had been given the title Heaven's Equal, to pass unimpeded. Sun Wukong didn't make things hard for the knights who refused to fight and let them be. Soon, they arrived in front of the heavenly gate where the god of the sun, Luff, was waiting for them. "All right, you're up, kid," Sun Wukong said as he handed his golden staff to William. "Knock his teeth out." William nodded and accepted Ryu Jingu Bang from Sun Wukong. The moment he held the weapon in his hand, he could feel an overwhelming strength wash over his body. The Monkey King turned into particles of light and flew towards William's chest, merging with him. All of William's injuries recovered at an astonishing rate as if he had drunk one of Jekyll's regeneration potions. Luff held his shield in his left hand, and a red spear in his right. A sneer was plastered on his face as he pointed his weapon in William's direction. William snorted as he twirled the golden staff in his hand. A metallic ding echoed across the battlefield as he slammed the staff on the ground. "Finally a worthy opponent," Luff declared. "Our battle will be legendary." William ignored his words, as he pointed the tip of the golden staff at Luff's face. "No, bitch, it's clobbering time." Chapter 332. Our battle will be legendary, Part 2. Luff laughed when he heard William's snarky reply. His laughter only lasted for a brief moment before he threw his shield towards the boy without warning. William stepped aside to dodge the attack, but his battle instincts told him to get away as soon as he could. The half-elf didn't think twice and jumped back decisively. It was at that moment when Luff's body materialized and swapped places with the shield. The god then thrust his spear in William's direction, shooting a beam of light. William somersaulted in the air to evade Luff's attack before making a sweeping motion with the golden staff in his hand. The staff extended and swung towards the god who was looking at William in disdain. Before the staff could even hit him, Luff disappeared from the ground and reappeared 100 meters above William. He then spread his hands wide as he looked up into the heavens. "Praise the sun," Luff shouted. Suddenly the darkness of the night disappeared, and a giant blazing sun appeared in the heavens. Luff's body turned golden as the spear in his hand turned dark red. "Bloom in the battlefield," Luff declared with arrogance. "Fleur du soleil." The hair on William's neck stood on end as he faced the familiar attack that he had used back in Hestia. He already had his suspicions that the Sun Knight job class and Luff were connected with each other. He just didn't expect that even his weapon, Soleil, was an artifact that originally belonged to the sun god. Naturally, the spear that Luff used wasn't Soleil. He had lent Soleil to Astrid who, in turn, gave it to one of her warriors who fought for humanity during the Dark Era in Hestia. However, since the weapon originally belonged to him, Luff was able to use Soleil's power, just like William was able to use the lightning god war arts in battle. The flaming spear flew towards William, leaving trails of flames in the sky. This attack was similar to a nuclear strike that could wipe out entire armies with a single attack. William's Sun Knight job class was only able to bring out a fraction of Soleil's true power. The half-elf didn't dare to try and find out how strong this attack could be after being used by a god. "Quick shot war art, fusion form," William said with determination. "Blitzer railgun." William fused with his weapon and shot towards the heavens, evading the flaming spear. While he was soaring towards the sky at the speed of sound, a thought crossed through his mind. "I feel like I'm forgetting something," William thought as he traveled thousands of meters above the ground in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile on the ground, FCK, oink, Zoo exclaimed as he realized the great danger that they were about to face. "Run!" The pig demon ran with everything he had because he had no intention of turning into roasted pork. "Fool!" Shaw grabbed his friend's arm before using his ability to dive under the ground. A few seconds later, a world-shaking explosion erupted on the battlefield. The Celestial Army, who tried to flee, was immediately enveloped by radiant light before their bodies turned into ashes. Despite Ju's and Shaw's attempt to escape underground in order to prevent injury and death, they were not spared from the explosion. The two received serious injuries as the shockwave from the blast descended on them with a vengeance. Fortunately, the two of them were strong individuals and the powerful attack didn't take their lives. William had already cancelled his ability mid-flight and looked down on the devastation on the ground. A blazing 10-mile crater had formed in the ground where the spear landed, turning everything around it into a sea of flames. William had to admit that it was quite an impressive sight, and he hoped that there wouldn't come a time when he had to use a similar attack back in his world. It was an attack that had the potential to wipe out entire cities off the face of the earth. After the initial shock had passed, William summoned a cloud using the Monkey King's power and mounted it. He then charged at Luff, who looked back at him with a contemptuous gaze. Immolate, solar flare. Luff pointed his finger at William. Immediately after that, a 30-meter miniature sun formed in front of William. The sun expanded its size and was about to explode when William thrust his spear towards it. Not happening, William roared. The golden staff in his hand extended and its thickness expanded to over tens of meters. The golden tip collided with the miniature sun and pushed it along with its descent towards the arrogant sun god, whose expression immediately became serious when his own attack was directed back at him. Not only that, William's attack was right behind the solar flare, which made the sun god take these two attacks seriously. Aegis. Luff stood firm and held the shield. In front of him, the shield expanded until it was 3 meters wide, shielding Luff's entire body behind it. A powerful explosion made the sky tremble as the solar flare erupted right in front of Luff's golden shield. A few seconds later, the nearly 40-meter thick staff slammed against the shield, sending Luff crashing towards the ground along with it. The moment his 2 feet landed on the ground, Luff shouted as he resisted one of the most dangerous weapons in existence. The weapon of the Monkey King could injure gods, and it was something that all of the gods in the temple were aware of. This was why Luff had to treat it seriously, or else he would suffer terribly. The ground under his feet cracked as he held up his shield to combat the staff that was pinning him to the ground. Lily's mouth opened wide as she looked at the staff that extended thousands of meters long, and nearly 40 meters thick. William roared as he channeled his aura into the staff to crush the annoying god like a bug. Luff gritted his teeth as he endured William's unreasonable attack that broke all the rules of the heavenly domain. However, what he didn't know was that the half-elf's attack wasn't over yet. Quick shot war art, 4th form. William shouted, Grand Bazooka. Issei, Lily, and David's eyes widened in shock because they had completely forgotten that William's ability could be channeled through his weapon. The immortal heroes and the gods watching the battle unconsciously shuddered because they, also, just remembered this fact. Everyone who was watching this scene from the heavens knew that they wouldn't want themselves to be at the receiving end of this unreasonable attack of epic proportions. Just as they expected, another world-shaking explosion, that wouldn't lose to Luff's full-powered attack earlier, broke out from the tip of the golden staff. Zhu and Shaw, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, raised their middle fingers in William's direction. The two of them cursed the half-elf for not thinking about their well-being when he fired the gigantic bazooka at point-blank range. Soon, the entire battlefield, including the heavenly gate, was bathed in a fiery blaze that extended up to the heavens, destroying everything in its wake. Chapter 333, A God's Pride. When was the last time I felt pain? The gigantic staff pressed on the golden shield, exerting unbelievable pressure that made the ground under his feet shatter from the impact. When was the last time I was injured? A searing pain spread through his arm as he kept the shield above his body. However, due to the weight that was pressing down on him, his body crouched down a bit to support the golden shield that was preventing him from getting a fatal injury. When was the last time I fought seriously? Blood started to trickle down the side of the man's lips as he endured the attack that had almost brought him down to his knees. When was the last time that I felt alive? While he was thinking these thoughts, a loud shout descended from the heavens. Quick shot war art, 4th form. Grand Bazooka. The man chuckled as he braced himself for the inevitable. This kid sure got me good. A world-shaking explosion made the man's ears bleed because his eardrums had been ruptured by the Grand Bazooka that had been fired at him at point-blank range. The man gritted his teeth as he used his willpower to envelop his entire body in a golden aura to lessen the injury that he was about to sustain. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape this attack, so the least he could do was prevent himself from getting completely obliterated by the attack that came from the fusion of a mortal with an immortal. A fiery blaze extended up to the heavens, destroying everything in its wake. Even in his current form, the man felt his skin tearing apart due to the intense heat of the flames. He didn't know how long this pain lasted, because every passing second felt like years. If his ears were still working, he would have heard the cracking sounds coming from the arm that was propping the shield up. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear and the inevitable had happened. The arm that supported the shield bent in an unnatural angle and it came crashing down on the man's face. His entire body was pinned to the ground as the force of the blast devastated his surroundings. When the attack finally ended, the man opened his eyes. He then pushed the shield, that covered his face, aside with his bloody left arm because he wasn't able to move his other arm. His blurred vision locked on a tiny black speck in the sky, and he knew, more than anything else, who that small and frail visage belonged to. The man's body was hurting all over, but he didn't care. He forcefully propped himself up, but he wasn't able to stand. His legs had also been broken due to the power of the blast that battered his entire body. The man chuckled internally, as he looked up at the boy that hovered in the sky, while standing on top of a cloud. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, he could see the expression on his face. The boy was sweating buckets and his breathing was ragged. Clearly, the last attack had taken its toll on him. The man looked past the boy and stared at the burning sun behind him. It was currently midnight inside the heavenly domain, but due to his ability, the sun was shining unimpeded in the sky. It pushed away the darkness of the night and illuminated everything in the world. The man's gaze lingered at the sun for a minute before shifting his attention back to the boy that was looking down at him from the heavens. Luff remembered when he was born in the temple of the 10,000 gods. The faith of his believers had poured into his body, filling it with unsurpassed strength. He was born intelligent and wise, for it was what the people had portrayed him to be. He was Luff. He was born a trickster. He was born a craftsman. He was born a judge. He was born a warrior. He was born a king. He was born a god. Asal, your brood never ceases to cause trouble for me. Luff chuckled internally as he thought of a distant past, where an idiotic, red-haired man built his statue in a plane that had long ceased to exist. Luff shook his head as he locked this memory deep inside his heart and focused his attention on the boy that carried that man's bloodline in his veins. Do you know what Sun Knights, champions of the sun, and scions of Solaris have in common? Luff asked. Although he was injured, his voice was firm and steady. It didn't sound like the words he spoke came from a defeated person. I don't know, William replied. He continued to gaze down at the man lying on the ground, riddled with injuries and open wounds that blood trickled out of, staining the earth with a crimson hue. As long as the sun shines down from the heavens, they are practically invincible. Luff smiled. As if waiting for that moment, several popping sounds were heard in his broken arm, the one that had held the golden shield. His legs, that were bent at unnatural angles, straightened themselves. All the wounds on his body closed up and recovered completely. Luff stood up from the ground and patted the dust that had accumulated in his body off as if he just woken up from his nap. The blood on the ground turned into golden flames until no traces of it were left. If not for the fact that everyone had witnessed what had happened a while ago, they would think that everything they saw was just an illusion. As long as the sun is at its zenith, I am invincible. Luff declared. His statement carried a hint of pride. It was the pride of a god that had been born out of the beliefs of millions of people. A pride that wouldn't lose to a mortal child. A pride that wouldn't lose to an immortal monkey king. A pride that would endure the test of time. Luff raised his hand and a flaming spear appeared in his hand. He then grinned as he looked at the boy whose expression had turned serious. Come, boy, Luff said in a teasing tone. He then pointed the tip of the spear in William's direction as he prepared himself to fight once again. Time for round 2. Luff laughed. He laughed wholeheartedly. Lightning God War Art Final Form. Luff raised his hand and the flaming spear disappeared. It was replaced by the very first spear that William had held in his second lifetime. The spear that was called the Ainsworth family's heirloom. Lightning bolts poured down from the sky and congregated at the tip of the divine spear in Luff's hands. If William thought that the time when he used the skill Thunder God's Wrath was already heaven-defying, then the scale of Luff's attack far surpassed everything that he could think of. Make the world tremble in your presence, Luff stated. Annihilate all opposition, Asal. Chapter 334, Returning to the Temple of the Gods. William had a very bad feeling as all of his senses screamed at him that death was fast approaching. He firmly gripped the golden rod in his hand as he gritted his teeth. Since his opponent had now become serious, it was time for him to get serious as well. Quick Shot War Art, Fusion Form. William shouted internally as he pointed the tip of his spear. Blitzer Railgun. Make the world tremble in your presence, Luff roared. Annihilate all opposition, Asal. The two powerful attacks activated at the same time. William's attack traveled at the speed of sound. The other, at the speed of lightning. The half-elf was bathed in heavenly lightning and pain racked his body. However, he endured. He dodged Luff's attack by a hair's breadth, but it was enough to seriously injure him. If his skill activation had been delayed by half a second, the god's attack would have hit him without a doubt. The golden rod's body was strong. After all, it was a weapon that belonged to one of the greatest immortal heroes of all time. Even against the attack of a god, it was a weapon that wouldn't be destroyed that easily. 8 seconds. It took 8 seconds before Ryu Jingu Bang passed through the heavenly gate. William's vision blacked out right after he managed to escape with his life. Luff stared at the heavenly gate with a smile as he raised his hand. Athibar. Asal, the lightning spear, and one of the 4 jewels of the Tuatha De Danann, returned to his hand. You're just as slippery as your ancestor. Luff grinned evilly. Isn't that right, Asal? The spear in Luff's hand remained silent. The god snorted and casually threw the spear towards the sky, where it disappeared. He then returned to the temple to rest. Even though it had only lasted for a brief moment, he still enjoyed the short battle he had with William after staying in the temple for thousands of years. William groggily opened his eyes. He then tried to move his body and immediately regretted it. Tendrils of electricity snaked around him, and the smell of burnt flesh reached his nose. It was also at this moment when a wave of burning pain washed over his body. The half-elf gritted his teeth as he summoned a pink lollipop into his hand. He tore the wrapper off using his teeth before placing it inside his mouth. William sighed in relief as he tasted the familiar, cherry-flavored, sweetness spreading across his taste buds. The numbness and semi-paralysis he was feeling wore off after eating the pink lollipop infused by the divinity of a goddess. The next thing he did was summon a red lollipop. He didn't eat it right away. Instead he held it firmly in his hand as he increased the effects of the lollipop. Just like the white lollipop, William could compress and stack the effects of the red lollipop, making it a very powerful healing candy. After exhausting half of the red lollipop's daily quota, William placed it inside his mouth to eat. Immediately, he could feel his injuries getting better. Although they were far from a complete recovery, it was still better than nothing. I almost died back there, William thought as he chewed on the lollipop inside his mouth. The crunching noises of the candy being grounded by his teeth sounded non-stop. Suddenly, a light cough was heard in the distance and a pair of feet walked towards him. "Child, I'd appreciate it if you didn't litter here in the entrance of the temple," an old man with a long white beard said in annoyance. "Do you want me to make you pay with god points?" William turned his head to the side and saw the familiar old man that had once opened the gate to allow William, and those that came with him, to enter the temple of the 10,000 gods. Gramps, why am I here?" William asked. He thought that after he entered the heavenly gate, he would return to his world where his loved ones were waiting for him. "You're here because you entered the heavenly gate," the old gatekeeper said with a hint of approval and admiration. "This is the second time I've seen someone manage to clear the heavenly trial." "Not bad, young man. Not bad." William groaned as he covered his face with a hand. He still didn't understand why he ended up in the entrance of the temple, but since that was the case, he just had to meet with Issei, Lily, and David to know what was going on. A few minutes passed before William managed to stand on his own 2 feet. He summoned the golden staff that belonged to the Monkey King, and it flew to him as if it was originally his. William gritted his teeth as he dragged his injured body towards the gate with the aid of the golden staff. The old gatekeeper walked beside him, matching his pace. It was his way of showing respect to the second person that had cleared the trial and fought against the celestial army within the heavenly domain. Naturally, he remembered who William was. This was why he was both surprised and curious about how the boy managed to return to the temple a second time. Usually, souls that were still living were banned from entering the temple. Only the souls of the dead were allowed to enter the gates that he had guarded since time immemorial. However, since William cleared the trial, he would be given special rights to enter the temple for a second time even though he was still technically alive. "Well then, I welcome you once again to the temple of the 10,000 gods, the old man said as he opened the gate to allow William to pass through. "May this be the last instance you visit this temple during your lifetime. Of course, I will be here to welcome you once again when the fates decree for you to return to the cycle of reincarnation." William smiled bitterly as he nodded his head. Indeed, the next time he would enter this temple again would be on the day of his death. The images of his family, friends, and acquaintances flashed before his eyes. It was then when he remembered that there were still some things that he still needed to do. His lovers, Wendy, Est, and Ian were waiting for his return. He also hadn't met the goddess Astrid to ask her about the method that would remove the curse from Est's, Ian's, and Isaac's bodies. Since Est and Ian were his lovers, it was his responsibility to return them to their true forms. There was also the fact that he still hadn't seen his patron god, Gavin. Issei, Lily, and David had casually mentioned that Gavin had received a backlash when he forced himself to descend to William's world. William knew that he still had many things to do. Dying so young was not one of them. If possible, William didn't want to die too soon. He still had promises to keep. Promises he was determined to keep. Chapter 335. What I want, is you. You and your men are incompetent fools. Prince Lionel slammed his fist on the table as he glared at Callum. You promised me that I would have her. But what did you do? You let her escape. Callum narrowed his eyes, but he didn't say anything to the crown prince who was looking at him with bloodshot eyes. It was indeed his mistake for underestimating the third princess of Frisia, who was not only beautiful, but also well versed in reading the books on the arts of war. What he didn't know was that Princess Sidonie was also a clever strategist behind closed doors. She would order her pets to do missions for her, and some of these missions included the assassinations of corrupt officials in her kingdom. Well, the one giving the orders was Morgana, but since they shared the same body, everyone who was in the know about her dual personalities still credited these achievements to Princess Sidonie, who only dreamed of finding her one true love. Our agents are already looking for her trail, Callum reported. The journey to Frisia will take at least a week, and we have already laid ambushes to intercept her along the way. Prince Lionel was so mad that he wanted to laugh out loud when he heard Callum's reply. Do you honestly believe that Princess Sidonie is not aware of the ambushes that you have laid out for her? Prince Lionel questioned. Do you think of her as a fool? The lady I love is not a small fry that you can capture using tricks for little kids. Prince Lionel pounded the table once again to vent out his frustrations. Since he dreamed of making Princess Sidonie his wife, he did his best to investigate everything about her. The things she liked to eat, her hobbies, and anything that would make her happy. He studied it for many years in order to increase his chances of closing the distance between the two of them. However, when the princess had arrived in the capital, all the preparations he had made didn't work. It was as if he was talking to a completely different person. Truth be told, Princess Sidonie didn't like to deal with Prince Lionel. This was why, most of the time, when the crown prince and the princess were alone, it would always be Morgana talking to the crown prince. Princess Sidonie would only talk to him when they were in the presence of others, which made all of Lionel's attempts futile. The crown prince also realized that ever since the party where the princess had danced with William, Princess Sidonie would always ask him things about the half-elf. This made the crown prince very jealous, to the point that he ordered his men to assassinate the unconscious half-elf. But none of the men he ordered to do this task had returned to his side. That was when Prince Lionel realized that there was someone strong protecting the boy. Since that was the case, he stopped giving out orders in order to keep his men from dying. Fortunately, William had fallen into a coma after the demon invasion in the academy. Because of this, the princess didn't have the opportunity to meet with him before the war started. This was the only consolation Prince Lionel had after his failed attempts to get rid of the red-headed boy. If he only knew that there was an overprotective goat and parrot monkey by William's side, he would certainly not think to send assassins to kill him. Find her no matter what, Lionel ordered. We had a deal and it's your turn to keep your end of the bargain. Callum covered his head with a hood because he was afraid that he would slap the prince if he looked directly at his face. Fine, I will personally go and look for your princess. But, remember this, we are not your minions whom you can order around however you like. Don't push your luck, Crown Prince. Callum left the room, leaving a frustrated Prince Lionel behind. Soon, the sound of things breaking could be heard inside the room. The Crown Prince vented his anger until he could no longer break anything. He vowed that the next time he saw Princess Sidonie, he would pin her down, and show no mercy. Prince Lionel always got what he wanted. However, he also understood that he had to rely on the organization to make him the emperor of the southern continent. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide, I will find you, Prince Lionel vowed. When that day comes, I will make sure that you will no longer be able to run away. Princess Sidonie, I will make you regret running away from this prince. Princess, Are you sure about this? Priscilla asked as she followed behind Princess Sidoni. What if the queen wasn't affected by that continental spell that they invoked? Princess Sidoni walked as she removed the rings in her fingers one by one. It doesn't matter if the queen is active or not. What is important is that she's defenseless right now. The two young ladies walked into a wide tunnel, hundreds of meters below the ground. Princess Sidoni and Morgana knew that they would have a hard time escaping their pursuers. The two of them didn't excel in combat, so fighting wasn't an option. This was why Princess Sidoni took Priscilla with her when she escaped from Ravenlord Citadel. The princess knew that the organization was also present in Frisia, so she decided to make a detour. Morgana suggested that they go to Anthium where the Queen Ant, that supplied the Anastasia dynasty with unlimited warrior ants, was located. Soon, the two arrived in a very spacious cavern littered with countless eggs. At the center was a giant beast, that was also the guardian beast of the Aenariontia dynasty. It was none other than the myriad beast known as the crowned nightmare Queen Ant. The Queen Ant had the lower body of an ant, and the upper body of a beautiful woman. She had already sensed Princess Sidoni's approach and raised her head in defiance. Currently, she was in a weakened state because the continental spell had also affected her, even though she was deep underground. Don't come any closer. The Ant Queen shrieked because her instincts were telling her that Princess Sidoni was a very dangerous being. What do you want? Princess Sidoni ignored the Ant Queen's pitiful struggles as she removed the last accessory from her hand. What I want, is you, Princess Sidoni said as she removed the veil that covered her face. The Queen Ant's expression immediately softened as her gaze locked on Sidoni's beautiful face. Seeing that her plan had worked, Sidoni moved closer to the Queen Ant. She just needed to do one last thing in order to seal the Queen's fate. Using her hairpin, Princess Sidoni pricked her fingertip until a drop of blood was formed. She then wrote a magic circle in the air using her blood as a medium. Soon, a magic contract of master and beast hovered in front of her. The Queen Ant lowered her massive body in order to allow Princess Sidoni to embed the magic circle into her forehead. The Queen Ant offered no resistance and allowed the contract to merge with her body. Half a minute later, Princess Sidoni felt a strong connection with the myriad beast, which proved that she had succeeded in making the myriad ant queen her beast companion. Since she was young, Princess Sidoni had always wanted to make a myriad beast her beast companion. Although the Queen Ant had only average fighting skills, it was capable of producing an army that numbered in the millions. With this, Princess Sidoni wouldn't have to worry about not having enough warriors to fight for her. The only thing she needed to do now was to wait a few days for the ant eggs to hatch. These eggs had been unaffected by the spell because they didn't quite meet the requirements that had crippled the entire southern continent. Sidoni was sure that the moment they hatched, only a handful of individuals in the current southern continent would be her match. Chapter 336. Don't cause too much of a ruckus in hell. When William entered the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, he saw a good number of candidates that were wandering around the countless stalls within the area that William had labeled as the bazaar. He wasn't able to stop the smile that formed on his face, as the sounds of cheesy pick-up lines reached his ears. It reminded him of the days when he first entered the temple and had met Gavin, Lily, Issei, and David. William walked very slowly as he used the golden staff to support his body. Although Lily's candy had helped him recover, the damages he sustained from Luff's overwhelming attack were still present in his body. Clearly, it would take more than a few lollipops to completely recover from the attack of a god. He was about to look for Issei, Lily, and David when a familiar figure blocked his path. Well, look at who we have here, the apple goddess, Lulu, said as she crossed her arms over her chest. What happened to you, little Will? You look like you've fought against an entire army. The gods in the nearby stalls chuckled at Lulu's teasing words. Naturally, they had also watched William's battle inside the heavenly gate and eyed him with renewed interest. For them, watching a god personally fight against a candidate was pure entertainment. Hello, Lulu, William greeted with a smile. Have you been well? Lulu grinned as she patted William's shoulder, which immediately made the half-elf grimace in pain. Well enough, Lulu chuckled. Here, have an apple. Don't worry, this one is free of charge. Lulu handed a golden apple to William and urged him to eat it. For some reason, the golden apple reminded him of the apple that he was given in Asgard by the adult Wendy in his dreams. William only hesitated for a brief moment before taking a bite on the apple. Soon, a wave of warm and soothing energy traveled across his body. It felt so comfortable that he wasn't able to prevent a sigh of pleasure from escaping his lips. After taking the first bite, William ate the apple with gusto until nothing was left. The pain and exhaustion he felt disappeared like a fleeting breeze, and he could feel his strength returning to his body. "Thank you, Lulu," William said, sincerely. "You're welcome," Lulu replied as she patted William's shoulder. "The next time you reincarnate, make sure to choose me as your patron god. I can at least guarantee that no one will be able to kill you easily, not even a god." Lulu winked at William before returning to her stall. For some reason, William believed that the words of the apple goddess weren't empty boasts. With such a miraculous apple that could instantly heal any injuries, her followers would indeed be very hard to kill. Before William could even react, a certain lowly goddess jumped onto his chest like a cannonball, sending him skidding a few meters across the floor. In the end, William fell down on his back while holding the mischievous lowly in his arms. "Lily, I just recovered," William said before patting the lowly's head, who was clinging to him like a leech. "Can you take it easy on me?" Hey, Lily giggled. William sighed because Lily could be a handful at times. He then raised his head to see Issei and David walking towards his direction. Both of them were smiling and Issei even gave William a playful wink when he neared the boy. "Congratulations on completing the heavenly trial," Issei said with a smile. "You really caused quite the commotion. The Jade Emperor now has a headache about how to deal with the aftermath." David chuckled as he continued Issei's explanation. "Over 1,000,000 celestial knights are out of commission because of you. The heavenly domain will have to be closed for repairs. Also, all of the defenders are now undergoing hell training as punishment because they failed to stop you from entering the heavenly gate." Lily pulled William up from the ground and patted his clothes for him. "Don't worry, big brother. After 10 years, the heavenly domain will reopen. I sure pity the next candidate who undertakes the trial. They will not stand a chance because the celestial army will not allow themselves to be defeated for a third time. They will lose half of their salary if this incident happens again." William felt sweat forming on his forehead after hearing Lily's words. He felt like he was the cause of all these problems and wondered if the Jade Emperor would ask him to pay for the damages that he had caused after Sun Wukong descended on the battlefield. The three gods could read William's thoughts and snickered internally. They were the true culprits behind William's trial, so naturally, the blame should be on their shoulders. The three cheapskates were more than happy to push all the blame on William when the Jade Emperor came to ask for compensation. "Now that you have cleared the trial, and registered your immortal guardian, it is now time for you to return to your world," David said. "Do you want to return now? Or do you still have unfinished business that you have to settle here?" "I still have some unfinished business," William nodded. "Sir David, do you know the goddess Astrid?" "Astrid?" A playful smile appeared on David's face. "Of course I know her. Do you want to talk to her about something?" "Yes." William explained the curse that was placed on Est, Ian, and Isaac, to the three gods that supported him. Naturally, they were aware of this backstory because Astrid had come clean when William and Est were fighting together at the Trial of Courage. "Also, I want to see Gavin as well," William said. "I'm also worried about his condition." The three gods nodded simultaneously. William was one of the two followers of Gavin. It was perfectly understandable for the boy to want to see him. Although Issei, Lily, and David had their reservations in allowing the two to meet, they still decided to allow William to see his patron god. "Let's go visit Astrid first," Issei suggested. He then patted William's shoulder before whispering in his ears. "Astrid is a stubborn goddess. She will try to intimidate you, but do not falter. After all, you are doing this for the sake of your lovers, right?" William nodded his head seriously. "Yes, I need to find a way to return them to their original bodies." Lily, who was standing beside William, grabbed his arm and waved it from side to side. "Don't worry, big brother, if she doesn't agree, we can always blackmail her to cooperate with you." William scratched his head as he looked at the adorable Lily in front of him. The more he interacted with Lily, the more he thought that she was a battle goddess in disguise. Even so, he pushed these thoughts aside because he needed to focus his attention on the goddess that held the fate of Est and Ian in her hands. Astrid was seated in her garden and drinking tea with her twin brother, Amen. Amen was one of the Ars Godia that presided over Hell and the supreme commander of the 40 legions that rampaged among the higher planes that the gods ruled. Ironically, he was also one of the three gods whom the Crater Empire worshipped. Unlike his prideful and stubborn twin sister, Amen was charming, confident, and a well-known rule breaker. There were even times when Astrid had to personally drag him back to the temple in order to prevent him from getting out of line. Even so, the twins got along really well. The only problem was that their personalities were the complete opposite of each other. "Looks like an interesting brat is planning to demand something from you, sister dear," Arwen teased. Astrid placed her teacup down on the table and gave her twin a sidelong glance. "He's just a brat, you don't need to mind him too much." Arwen smirked before standing up from his seat. "Well then, I'll be returning to my palace. See you later, Astrid." "Stay away from trouble, Arwen," Astrid warned. "Don't cause too much of a ruckus in hell." Arwen chuckled. He then winked at his twin sister before disappearing from the garden. Astrid looked at the teacup on the table with a calm expression. She already knew that William would look for when he appeared in the temple, so she had prepared a quest beforehand. It was not like she was against lifting the curse on her devout followers. In fact, she even wanted to do it as well. However, it wasn't as simple as that. In order to keep her promise to the Helen Kingdom, she needed to ask for the favor of another god. And that god had already escaped back to hell in order to prevent his twin sister from introducing him to William. That's right, the god that agreed to help Astrid tweak the continental spell that descended on the southern continent was none other than Arwen. In order to break the curse, William must travel to the central continent and find a way to make the Marquis of Hell agree to lift the curse on his lovers and friend. However, knowing her twin brother's personality, Astrid knew that William would be sent on a wild goose chase. She just hoped that at the end of that journey, her devout followers would once again recover the things that they had lost. The goddess waved her hand as the gates of the garden opened wide. William walked with steady steps, accompanied by 3 of the gods who supported him from the heavens. "Let's see how far you can go, boy." The corner of Astrid's lips curled up because she could already see the hardships that William would face as he tried to negotiate with Arwen. "Show me that you are worthy of my devout followers, love. If you can't even do this much, then you don't deserve Est's and Ian's affections." Although Astrid was grateful for William's help, that didn't mean that she approved of him. She decided to use this test to judge the half-elf's character. Only after he passed her twin brother's test, then and only then would she recognize him as a man worthy of her followers, love. Chapter 337, The Undying Lands. In a hidden valley found in the southern part of the Helen Kingdom, a man wearing a red robe stared at a monument that had been covered by moss. The man casually removed the mask he was wearing, for there was no longer any need to hide his real identity. He had placed an enchantment on his face mask that distorted his facial features to prevent others from recognizing him. The man, with short, dark brown hair and green eyes, looked at the monument with a smile. His hand rose up to casually stroke the pointed tip of his ear as if trying to confirm that it was there. Unlike the pointed ears of an elf, the man's ears were more human-like. However, it wouldn't change the fact that his elven ancestry had ensured that he would forever be an outcast among the full-blooded elves. That's right, he was a half-elf that was shunned from the Silvermoon continent because of his impure bloodline. His name was Connor Garnell Roz, one of the leaders of the organization that went by the name Deus. Connor was the one assigned by the Supreme Pontifex to take command of the entire southern continent. Due to having no competition, he used the funds of the organization to pursue his own goals, while paying lip service to their Supreme Pontifex, who was in charge of the main branch of Deus in the central continent. Every member of the organization had their own goals when they joined. However, they all had one thing in common: they wanted the world to descend into chaos and strife. For they were people who had been cast away by society and suffered untold hardships from their clans. Celine was once one of them. Due to her ill-gotten fate, she wanted to take revenge on those that had made her life miserable. More than anything else, she wanted to make the High Council of the Elves pay for the sufferings that she had undergone during the early years of her life. This was why she reached out to the organization, and they in turn accepted her into their ranks. However, after meeting William, Celine had mellowed out a bit. Although she still hadn't forgotten those who wronged her, she was not in a hurry to seek her revenge. For her, the most important thing was to teach her only disciple everything she knew about dark magic. That way, when the elven prophecy was fulfilled, she could freely join the Prince of Darkness and turn the Silvermoon continent upside down. Frankly, Celine didn't believe that William was the one in the prophecy. More like, she didn't want William to become the person who would cover the world in eternal darkness. She would rather have someone else take that role instead of the narcissistic half-elf that had suffered cruelty at her hands. Just like Celine, Connor hated the Silvermoon continent as well. Perhaps, he hated it more than she did. Why? Because he was a half-elf. A race that the proud elves deemed as filthy. Connor closed his eyes to push away the unwanted memories that had resurfaced inside his mind. 2 minutes later, he had regained his calm and once again looked at the monument that had been hidden inside an artificial cave in the valley, located in the southern regions of the Helen Kingdom. All of you stand back, Connor ordered the loyal supporters that had followed him for many years. I will open the gate to the Undying Lands. Over a dozen black-robed men stepped a few meters away from where Connor stood. They knew that their leader had been looking for the key that would unravel the secrets of the southern continent. Connor took out an ornate box from his pocket and opened it. The Oathkeeper key glowed and shot a beam of light towards the monument. A few seconds later, the monument started to change its shape until it took the form of a teleportation gate. Connor made a gesture and one of his subordinates entered the portal. As the leader of the organization, he was not allowed to take chances. This was why he decided to use his trusted confidant as a scout to check the other side of the gate. 10 minutes later, his subordinate returned and made a report. "Yes, sir, it is unbelievable." The black-robed man stuttered. His face was wild with excitement and Connor could tell that they had hit the jackpot. The domain is filled with rare resources that can only be found in Class S domains and higher. Also, there is a floating island in the sky. I tried to use my mount, but the domain seems to have a restriction that prevents any forms of flight. Connor nodded. He did his best to hide the excitement on his face because he had finally found the Undying Lands. The domain where the first ruler of the Helen Kingdom had been enshrined. This was also the hidden domain that was rumored to hold the secret of immortality. "Good," Connor replied. "Everyone, follow me." When Connor and his men entered the domain, they were immediately greeted by lush greenery. Although they didn't sense any living beasts within the domain, they could tell that it was very much alive. Even after thousands of years this place had thrived without intervention from the outside world, Connor mused as he observed the surroundings. He could feel the dense magic and spiritual power in the air. This was the sign that many rare herbs, minerals, metals, and other rare treasures resided within the domain. However, the most eye-catching landmark of the Undying Lands was the floating island in the sky. Connor deemed that it was at least a mile long from where he stood. He was very curious about what secrets the island held, so he immediately activated the flying artifact in his possession. The artifact came to life, and Connor could feel that it was working properly. However, his feet were still firmly planted on the ground. Clearly, what his subordinate said about the flying restriction was true. Although he was disappointed, Connor also felt happy because no one would also be able to sneak onto the island. There must be a hidden passage somewhere, Connor thought as he scanned his surroundings. I need to find it as soon as possible. Before they come knocking on my door. Connor knew that his superiors had become suspicious of his recent actions in the southern continent, so he decided to use the continental spell as a distraction to prevent them from finding out his real intentions. He was also aware that the Crater Empire and the elves had arrived and were currently in the process of conquering the human kingdoms that had no power to resist their invasion. That's right, Connor didn't care about the southern continent. He also didn't care about the promise he made with Lionel. The Crown Prince was just a means to acquire the Oathkeeper key. Although he wouldn't mind letting the traitorous prince keep his rule in the Helen Kingdoms, he would not lift a finger to help him conquer the lands that the Craterian Empire and Elven forces had captured. As a member of the organization, he still couldn't defy the Supreme Pontifex. The only time he would be able to do so was when he, himself, had discovered the secrets of immortality. Then and only then would he be able to break free from the chains that bound him and enact his vengeance on the elves who had killed his family. Wash your necks, patriarchs of the Sala, Nasir, Reese, and Aron clans, Connor said softly as he stared at the floating island in the sky. I will personally come to kill each and every one of you. But before that, I will kill all your prodigies first. Although he was certain that the head of the organization that was assigned to the Silvermoon continent was behind the movement of the elves, he wouldn't let that stop him from getting his vengeance. But before that, he would focus his attention on gathering the resources inside the domain and finding a way to reach the floating island, which he assumed held the secrets that he was looking for. Chapter 338, Invaders of the Southern Continent. A few days after they reached the shores of the southern continent, the elves immediately headed to the Zelen dynasty to start their first conquest on human lands. Just as they expected, everyone above the age of 20 had turned into crystal statues. One could even say that taking over the kingdom was just like stealing candy from a baby. There were a few that tried to resist, but they were unable to match the strength of the elven prodigies. Weak, so weak, one of the elven prodigies exclaimed after defeating a 19-year-old boy who tried to protect the rest of the surviving children that were gathered in the town hall. Several other teenagers laid on the ground injured, while others were unconscious. The other elven prodigies looked at the fallen humans with disdain. They didn't expect much resistance from the survivors, but the young warriors of the Zelen dynasty were simply too weak. "Why don't we just kill them?" a handsome elf with green hair proposed as he stepped on the head of one of the fallen warriors. "I'm sure that killing them would teach the others that they shouldn't oppose our rule, right?" Cheers of agreement sounded from the elves, which made the handsome elf grin wickedly. "That's enough," a cold and commanding voice ordered. The handsome green-haired elf was about to protest, but immediately held back his complaint when he saw the owner of the voice that ordered him to stop. "I was just joking, Princess." The green-haired elf stepped back and gave a respectful bow. A beautiful elf with long, honey-blonde hair and blue eyes nodded her head in understanding. She was the representative of the king who was given the duty of supervisor for this expedition. Although the command of the entire mission lay in Elendor's hands, no elf that was born in the Silvermoon continent would defy the orders of the royal princess. This was true even though she only had the rank of supervisor. Even Elendor had to be respectful of her wishes, for she was Eowyn, the fourth princess of the Starlight Forest, and high princess of the Silvermoon continent. Although humans have enslaved our race for thousands of years, that doesn't mean that we have to lower ourselves to their level, Princess Eowyn said. "We are elves. Our race is superior to theirs. There's no reason for us to act as barbarians." The green-haired elf smiled and nodded his head in agreement. "It is as you say, Princess. I'm sorry, my emotions got the best of me." "Understandable. Please, make sure that you don't repeat these actions again in the future." "Understood, Your Highness." The green-haired elf backed down completely. None of the other elves said anything. They just glanced at their commander, Elendor, waiting for his orders. "Gather the warriors and lock them up in the prisons," Elendor ordered. "As for the human children that can't fight, leave them be. They are of no threat to us." Elendor smiled as he glanced at the princess who was standing a few meters away. "Since Her Royal Highness is merciful, then we will also show mercy. This is the difference between our race and the barbarians. We shouldn't lower ourselves to their level." The young elven prodigies didn't dare say anything in front of the princess, but in their hearts they wanted to humiliate the humans and make them pay for the long years of slavery that their race had suffered in their hands. Although they agreed on the surface, that didn't mean that they wouldn't do anything when the attention of the elven princess laid elsewhere. They were very keen in torturing and enslaving the humans that had treated the elven race as their playthings. After receiving Elendor's orders, the elven warriors dragged the fallen teenagers away and tied them up to prevent them from causing trouble. Their takeover of the capital of the Zelen dynasty went very smoothly. However, they were not able to capture the survivors of the royal family. One could even say that the members of the royal family were no longer in the capital when they arrived. It was as if they were expecting their arrival. It was at that moment when over 100 black-robed men appeared on the castle walls with weapons at the ready. "Who are you and what are you doing in human lands?" one of the black-robed men asked. Elendor sneered and unsheathed his blade. "My name is Elendor, the commander of the elven forces that will take over this kingdom. Men, kill these mongrels." Several of the elves immediately summoned their bows and began shooting. Those who were proficient with magic immediately cast spells in order to keep any of the black-robed men alive. The elders that had come with them in this undertaking had already warned them that the southern continent had fallen under the control of a notorious organization. They added that if they were to meet them, they should do their best to exterminate all of them if possible. The leader of the black-robed men immediately ordered a hasty retreat as he cast protective spells in order to protect him from the elven arrows and spells that were falling upon them like rain. As one of Connor's commanding officers, it was his duty to take complete control of the Zelen dynasty. Even so, the difference in numbers was enough to tell him that fighting the elves wouldn't change anything. "Retreat," the black-robed man ordered as the members of the organization did their best to escape with their lives. Unfortunately, not all of them were lucky and died under the hands of the elven prodigies who ran after them as if they were hunting wild boars in the forest. The black-robed men had already felt the presence of blademasters and archmages among the elven army. It would be pure folly to stay and die a dog's death, so he decided to use a teleport scroll in order to escape with his life. He had only one goal in his mind, and that was to report the current state of affairs to his leader, who was currently in the Hellen Kingdom. Elendor watched in disdain as the members of the organization were massacred left and right. He didn't even bother to order the Blademasters, who accompanied him, to take part in the slaughter. For him, having the young elves take the blood of the members of the organization was a good warm-up for their conquest in the human lands. "Your Highness, please, accompany me to the castle," Elendor said with a confident smile. "Although the barbarians are crude, their palace is the only fitting place for you to rest. Allow me to escort you there, Princess Éowyn." He didn't even bat an eye on the blood-curdling screams that reverberated in the air, as he invited the princess to tour the human castle like they were having a stroll in the forest. Princess Éowyn nodded. "Thank you, Commander, for your offer. Please, allow me to inconvenience you for the time being." "Serving you will not inconvenience me, Your Highness. Instead, it will be my pleasure to accompany you." "Thank you, Commander." It only took half a day before all the survivors of the dynasty were gathered. The elven forces made sure that all able-bodied teenagers were imprisoned. Elendor picked many beautiful ladies out from among the teenagers because he planned to turn them into slaves. Naturally, some of the elven girls also picked a few handsome men to become their manservants during their stay as well. Yes, they had brought slave collars made in the Silvermoon continent as per order of their patriarchs. They deemed that it was only natural to make the humans pay for the years of enslavement that the elves had suffered under their hands. Elendor's plan was to turn these slaves into guides that would tell them more about the extent of the territories that fell under the Zelen dynasty's rule. Naturally, Elendor and his officers also planned to make these beautiful slaves their playthings. The elven commander had approved of it, and Princess Éowyn had decided to turn a blind eye to his actions. For her, turning the humans into slaves was much better than outright killing them. This was the unwritten compromise that Elendor and her had agreed upon. As a supervisor, she mustn't interfere with how Elendor did things. She was only there as a spectator. Preventing unnecessary killings was the only thing she could do for the original citizens of the Zelen dynasty. "Still, the royal family has no backbone," Elendor said softly as he looked at the castle. At the first sign of trouble, they immediately turned tail and ran. Well, it's not like there would have been any difference had they stayed. The commanding officers beside him nodded their heads in agreement. They were certain that, aside from the Craterian army, everyone that survived the continental spell was completely under their mercy. "What do you mean she's missing?" Jason asked the black-robed man under his feet. "If you don't tell me what I want to know, I'll kill all of you." After the Craterian army landed on the shores of the Kingdom of Frisia, they immediately seized its capital. However, unlike the elves who held the humans in contempt, the Craterian army didn't hurt the citizens, and only focused on the black-robed men that had taken over the palace. "I swear I'm telling the truth," the black-robed man pleaded. "Princess Sidoni escaped from the Hellen Kingdom and her whereabouts are unknown. We don't know where she is. Please, I told you everything I know. I beg you, let me go." Jason sneered as he raised the sword in his hand and cut off the man's head in one fluid stroke of his blade. "Useless people don't deserve to live," Jason stated. He then turned his eyes to the rest of the black-robed men who were lined up and kneeling in front of him. "I'll ask again, where is my cousin?" Jason inquired with an evil grin. "You don't want to suffer the same fate as this useless man, right?" The black-robed men that had been detained by the Craterian army shuddered. They really don't know where Princess Sidoni was. If they knew, they would not hesitate to immediately tell the bloodthirsty prince, who didn't bat an eye when killing people, the whereabouts of the princess. Of course, Jason knew that they really didn't know the answer to his question. What he was doing was purely for entertainment. He had made it a hobby to make his victims beg for forgiveness before he ended their miserable lives. Chapter 339, Gavin's True Form. William sighed after leaving the garden of the goddess Astrid. He thought that he would be able to come to an agreement with her, but the latter was firm and wouldn't yield to any of William's proposals. Amen, William thought as he followed behind Lily, Issei, and David. Just what kind of god is he? Astrid had told him that if he wanted to lift the curse that was placed on Est, Ian, and Isaac, he must meet with her twin brother, Amen, in the Crater Empire, which was located in the central continent. Although William had planned to go to the central continent, it was only for his battle with Rebecca. Now, he had no choice but to go there earlier than planned in order to free his lovers from the curse that bound them. Lily, just what kind of god is Amen? William inquired. Currently, Lily was walking beside him and matching his pace. The lowly goddess smirked as she pondered how to answer William's question. Many consider Amen to be one of the most notorious troublemakers to be born in the temple, Lily answered. He is part of the Hell faction that opposes the Heaven faction. Ah, before I forget, Astrid is one of the gods that belongs to the Heaven faction. Sounds complicated. Very complicated indeed. However, what you should worry about is his unpredictability. Lily grinned as she glanced at William. Simply put, Amen hates losing. However, when you catch him in a good mood, he can be a very amiable character. So, pray that you meet him when he is in a great mood. William nodded and then asked the question that really mattered, what if I meet him when he's in a bad mood? What then? Big brother, don't jinx it. Lily shook her head helplessly. If you happen to be really unlucky and met him when he's in a foul mood, be prepared to be given a quest that is near impossible to complete. Like I said earlier, Amen hates losing. Since he doesn't want to lose, he will do his best to prevent you from winning. What a troublesome god. Well, he is a sour loser. Issei and David chuckled at the same time because they were also acquaintances of Amen. Being part of the neutral faction, the three gods enjoyed mingling with the different factions, and oftentimes befriending them. The neutral faction also served as intermediaries to help resolve conflicts between the opposing factions. In fact, Lily and Amen were close friends. The reason why Lily didn't mention this to William was because she didn't want her close friend, Amen, to give the boy any kind of special treatment. The lowly goddess was a firm believer that those who were able to endure hardships were stronger than people who had it easy in life. She didn't want William to take shortcuts in order to help his lovers undo the curse that was placed on their bodies. Right now, they were on their way to visit Gavin's hut on the outskirts of the temple. William was worried about him and the three reluctantly agreed to his request to visit their fallen comrade. This is as far as we go, Issei said as he pointed at a small hut in the distance. Gavin is still recuperating, so don't be shocked by what you're going to see. William nodded his head as he walked towards the hut in the distance. The moment he entered the hut, the three gods gave each other a knowing glance. They were quite curious about how the red-headed boy would react after seeing the true form of the god he had chosen as his patron. So you're finally here, a crisp and sharp voice greeted him as soon as he entered. William blinked once then twice as he stared at the man in front of him. A man wearing black padded armor, with sharp and hawkish features, sat in the center of the hut. He then pointed at the spot in front of him and ordered William to sit. The red-headed boy subconsciously obeyed the command because of the man's intimidating aura. It's good to see that you're doing well, despite your spiritual world getting destroyed, the man said after giving William a hard long look. However, you can't fight for more than an hour in your state. Make sure to finish all battles before the time limit. Understood. Why yes, William stuttered. The god in front of him was like an unsheathed blade that was radiating a certain sharpness that demanded absolute obedience. Have you mastered the use of Issei's and Lily's divinities? Gavin asked. Have you upgraded your shepherd job class to the next stage? Yes, William answered. This time his answer was firm. He then stared straight at the god in front of him and voiced his thoughts out loud. Gavin. William couldn't believe that the chubby patron god he had met in the temple was the same man who was sitting in front of him. The difference between the two was like heaven and hell. I know what you're thinking, but this is my original form, Gavin commented. Of course, the one you met is also me. Right now, that version of me is currently injured and has to recuperate. A short silence descended inside the hut before William asked another question. How long will it take you to recover? William inquired. Gavin answered without batting an eye, a year. During that time, I will be unable to do anything to help you in your world. So, make sure not to get yourself killed. Unless you want to be reincarnated as a monkey in your next life. Do you want to? Of course not. Then don't die. Simple, right? William nodded his head repeatedly. He had no intention of dying anytime soon, so he affirmed Gavin's words. Gavin glared at him, but the half-elf only gave his patron god a sheepish smile. In the end, the god of all trades sighed and pressed one of his fingertips against William's forehead. In order to keep what happened last time from happening again, I will unlock a special feature in your system to allow you to merge 5 job classes into one, Gavin said with a serious expression. Know that you can only do this once. So make sure to only choose the best job classes to merge together. William felt a divine power enter his soul. However, this feeling didn't last long. He understood that Gavin had made a great compromise to ensure his safety, and he was very thankful for it. Merging 10 job classes was a high hurdle in his current state. Being able to merge 5 of them would allow him some leeway and to obtain a job class that would definitely be a level stronger than the prestige classes he currently had. After passing his power to the boy, Gavin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Go, Gavin ordered. I'll see you in a year. William stood up and bowed his head to show his respect to the god that had sacrificed a lot for him. Thank you, Gavin. Do not worry about me. I'll do my best to unlock the full power of the Jack of all trades in the future. Gavin opened his eyes momentarily before he closed them again. I believe you. Now, go. William looked at his patron god one last time before leaving the hut. A few minutes after he left, Gavin vomited a mouthful of blood before he collapsed on the floor of his hut. He was still injured, and he had transferred more of his divinity to William in order to bestow a new ability upon him. This took a toll on his already weakened body. Because of this, he would have to seal himself within his hut for 3 years in order to have a complete recovery. He lied to William because he knew that the boy would worry about him if he told him the truth. Gavin knew that Issei, Lily, and David would look after William, so he was able to impart his power to the boy without worries. Stay safe, William, Gavin muttered before he lost consciousness. The god of all trades hoped that the next time he opened his eyes, his devout follower would be able to accomplish the things he had set out to do. He believed that a day would come when William would be able to keep his promise. His promise to unlock the full power of the Jack of all trades and let his name be known far and wide within the world of Hestia. Chapter 340, Blame the fact that your surname is Ainsworth. The students and the young knights inside Ravenlord Citadel were feeling restless. It had been a few days since the adults had turned into crystal statues and Prince Lionel had locked himself up in his room, refusing to see anyone. Right now, the ones in charge of the students in the academy were none other than the head prefects of their respective years. Even so, they were feeling the pressure because they were worried about their own families. Some of them had already snuck out of the fortress to go back to their hometowns to see how their family and relatives were doing. The head prefects decided to turn a blind eye to these behaviors because they could understand how these students were feeling. Maybe we should go back to Lant for a bit, Leah proposed. She was quite worried about Matthew's current mental state. Although her lover did his best to hide it, Leah knew what he was thinking deep inside. After a few minutes of silence, Matthew hugged his wife and kissed her forehead. I'll ask for the prince's permission first, Matthew said. It would be bad if we suddenly disappeared and left the other students behind. Leah nodded her head in understanding. As the head prefect of the 4th years in the magic division, Matthew held a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Go, Leah replied. I'll wait for you here. Matthew gave her a kiss on the lips before heading out of their quarters. He knew that Leah was right, and staying here would just make it hard for him to focus on his duties. Aside from his parents, Matthew was also very worried about his little sister, Eve. He felt his heart break more at the thought of his little sister crying alone inside their residence. Wait for me, Eve, Matthew muttered. Prince Lionel frowned when he heard his subordinates report that several nobles from the academy were asking for a meeting. He had been so preoccupied with Princess Sidoni's escape that he had tossed everything else aside. Since he was the temporary ruler of the Hellen Kingdom, he needed to show his face to his subjects and show them that he cared for them. Fine, tell them that we will gather in the conference room in an hour, Prince Lionel said with irritation. The manservant attending him hurriedly bowed his head and left the room. He knew more than anyone else that staying with Prince Lionel, while he was in his current state, was asking for a beating, so he hurriedly escaped to do his bidding. An hour later, all the nobles, the knights, the head prefects and their officers sat in the conference room, waiting for the crown prince's arrival. Thank you for your patience, Prince Lionel said after he entered the conference room with a smile. He then headed straight towards the highest seat of honor. He scanned the room once before taking his seat. The kingdom is currently in chaos, and we don't know what the future holds, Prince Lionel began his speech. However, I believe that, if we all work hand in hand, we will be able to face any challenges that we are going to face after this unexpected turn of events. He paused for a bit to allow his words to sink in, before continuing. I gathered all of you here to hear your thoughts. Now, Tell me, what do you want to tell this prince? Prince Lionel inquired. There were several factions in the Helen Kingdom and they were separated by their regions. The west, south, north, and east had a head noble that oversaw their territories and acted as the representative of everyone. Lawrence was the representative of the west, while Aramis was the representative of the south. The north and east had their own respective heads as well, but since they had all turned to crystal statues, the duties now fell upon their heirs. A third-year student of the magic division stood from his seat and made his thoughts known. Your Majesty, I suggest that we temporarily return to our domains. If we leave our territories unmanaged, it will be harmful to the kingdom. Right now, we need to focus on stabilizing our resources and maintaining order, the handsome young man with short, light brown hair, and green eyes said with a serious expression. His name was Jareth, Rebecca's older brother. He had seen how his grandfather had turned into a crystal statue and was worried that his parents had suffered the same fate. Fortunately, Rebecca was now in the central continent, so he didn't need to worry about her. However, he would like to return to their territory for the time being to see to the welfare of the survivors. Prince Lionel narrowed his eyes, but as someone that was trained to handle the affairs of the kingdom, he couldn't ignore the thoughts of the nobles under his rule. The southern faction had never liked him, but they also didn't make things difficult for him. A smile broke out of Prince Lionel's face as he nodded his head in an amicable manner. Very well, I will agree to let all of you return to your hometowns, but let us set a deadline. I will give all of you exactly 2 weeks to settle things on your end. After that, we will all meet back in Gladiolus to talk about the future of our kingdom. Everyone in the room sighed in relief because they thought that the crown prince wouldn't agree to their request. After the main issue had been dealt with, the conference turned into a discussion about how they would help each other during this time of emergency. The meeting ended after 2 hours and everyone in the room left with satisfied smiles on their faces. When Matthew left the conference room, he saw Leah waiting for him in the hallway. Sorry, I was a bit worried, so I came here to wait for you, Leah said with a smile. Did you get permission from the crown prince? Matthew nodded his head and held his lover's hand. Let's go. The two walked hand in hand in the hallway. What they didn't know was that the crown prince was looking at the two of them from afar. If I'm not mistaken, that is the head prefect of the 4th years in the magic division. Prince Lionel narrowed his eyes. He's the cousin of that filthy half-elf. Prince Lionel hated William because of his jealousy. Naturally, he wanted the half-elf to suffer, but his subordinates were unable to take his life. The prince's eyes then landed on the beautiful young lady with long, midnight blue, hair that walked beside Matthew. Ever since Princess Sidonia escaped his grasp, the prince had wanted to vent out his frustrations on someone. Not bad, she suits my taste well, Prince Lionel thought as he continued to appraise Leah from afar. He then made a gesture for one of the black-robed men to come closer. I want her, Prince Lionel ordered. Bring her to my room tonight, in the capital. The black-robed man nodded his head in understanding. He was Callum's right-hand man. Before he left to look for the princess, Callum ordered him to cater to the demands of the crown prince while he was away. What about the young man beside her? The black-robed man asked. Prince Lionel's lips curled up into an evil sneer as he gave Matthew a sidelong glance. Beat him up, but don't kill him. If possible, bring him back as well. I plan to have fun with his lover. Wouldn't it be better if he was there to watch it? Understood, the black-robed man replied. His hands were already stained with blood and these kinds of plays were nothing new to him. He just didn't think that the crown prince of the Helen Kingdom also had that kind of twisted hobby. The crown prince grinned as he looked at the couple in the distance. If you want someone to blame, then blame the fact that your surname is Ainsworth. Prince Lionel sneered. Now that all the adults had turned into statues, he didn't have to worry about the repercussions of his actions. I will start with the two of you, then I will deal with that filthy half-elf next. Prince Lionel knew that no one in the Helen Kingdom had the power to oppose him. Since he had the organization backing him up, he had nothing to fear. He deemed that this was the perfect opportunity to show everyone the fate of those who dared to get in his way. Prince Lionel walked back towards his room in a good mood. He was looking forward to an entertaining night. A night that he would never forget for as long as he lived. Chapter 341, The Wrath of the Righteous. Just leave me, Leah pleaded. It is me that they are after. No, Matthew replied as he held her hand firmly. You are my wife. How can I possibly let anyone take you from me? The two were currently hiding inside a small house in order to lose their pursuers. An hour ago, they used a teleportation gate that would connect them to the town called Westwind. This town was still many miles away from Lant, but this was as far as the teleportation gate could take them. Earlier, they noticed several black-robed men following behind them, just before they entered the teleportation gate. The two didn't pay them attention because they were the special forces of the Helen Kingdom. At least, that was what Prince Lionel told everyone in the conference room. Matthew thought that they were just going to inspect the other towns to see how the survivors were doing. It never crossed his mind that those same men would try to snatch his wife away from him, after arriving at Westwind. An intense battle ensued and the two were immediately pushed back. Not only did their enemies have the advantage in numbers, they were also quite strong. The majority of the people among the black-robed men were in the platinum ranks, but 4 of them were in the mithril ranks. Platinum ranks are equivalent to Class B beasts, while mithril ranks are equivalent to Class A beasts. Matthew and Leah were only at the middle stages of the platinum rank, so they were easily overpowered by their enemies. During the battle, the two noticed that the black-robed men were just focusing their attacks on Matthew and ignoring Leah. In order to protect her lover, Leah decided to take a gamble and block a fatal attack that was meant for Matthew. The black-robed man hastily pulled back his attack, but Leah was still injured in the process. Fortunately, she only received minor injuries because she was wearing special armor under her clothes. In a desperate attempt to escape from their attackers, Leah used the same skill she had used during the dungeon outbreak to escape from the Lamias. She and Matthew appeared inside a public bathhouse because Leah's ability allowed her to teleport to nearby places with bodies of water. Matthew carried his exhausted lover out of the bathhouse and hid inside the nearest house in the vicinity. Fortunately, the house was empty, so the two didn't have to worry about having strangers get hurt because of them. Just why are they doing this? Matthew thought. He tried to think of a reason for why the special forces of the kingdom hunted them down as if they were escaped criminals. After pondering for a while, Matthew still couldn't think of any reason why the black-robed men wanted to capture Leah. It was at that moment when a possibility appeared inside his head. Although it was absurd, it was the only thing that Matthew could think of. Could it be the prince? Matthew gritted his teeth in anger. Although he didn't want to believe it, and wanted to toss this idea aside, his instincts were telling him that he was spot on. Bastard! Matthew cursed the crown prince who acted like a benevolent ruler in front of them, but was secretly planning something vile behind their backs. Matthew looked at his beautiful wife who was sleeping in his embrace. And held her tighter. He wouldn't allow anyone, not even a prince, a king, or an emperor, to touch his wife. While he was thinking of a way to escape from their predicament, a gaseous substance entered the sole window of the room. Matthew caught a whiff of it and was immediately alarmed. It was a gas that could paralyze a person if they were to inhale it for an extended period. He had learned about this gas during a laboratory lesson inside the Royal Academy and was very familiar with it. He channeled his magical energy into his leg and foot before kicking the wall beside him. A big hole appeared soon after, and he jumped out of the house without looking back. Leah woke up at that exact moment and was disoriented by what was happening around her. Matthew didn't have time to explain as he channeled his magical energy into his feet to run as fast as he could from their pursuers. Just as they were about to reach the gate of the town, several black-robed men appeared before them. "Stop running," one of the black-robed men said in a teasing manner. "If you cooperate, you will not get hurt." "Why are you doing this?" Matthew asked. "Why are you targeting us?" "You don't need to know," the black-robed man answered. "Your only choice is to obediently cooperate, or we will beat you up until you cooperate. I'm sure that the young missy in your arms doesn't want you to get hurt." Leah bit her lip as she stared at Matthew, then turned to the black-robed man who seemed to be the leader of the group that was tasked to catch them. "If I go with you, will you let him go?" Leah asked. "Oh," the black-robed man grinned. "Very well, come with us obediently and we will let him go unharmed." "No," Matthew rejected Leah's proposal. "I will not leave you with these scums." The black-robed man chuckled, but he didn't do anything else. He had no intention of letting Matthew go because the prince wanted him to be brought back as well. The only reason he agreed to Leah's proposal was to prevent the girl from getting hurt further. Once she is in their hands, they would immediately capture the boy and bring the two of them to the crown prince's chambers in the capital of Gladiolus. "Matthew, this is the only way. I don't want you to get hurt." Leah looked at her lover pleadingly. "Please, just go." "Never. I'd rather die." Matthew was adamant. Clearly, he had no intention of letting Leah go alone. "I'll count to 3, the black-robed man said with a smile. "If the young lady doesn't turn herself in, then we will have no choice but to do it the hard way." Matthew glared at the man as he held Leah close to his chest. He channeled his magic powers around his body to create mage armor. Clearly, he planned to fight to the death to protect his wife. Leah knew that Matthew had made up his mind, so she decided to respect his decision. Although she couldn't move right now due to exhaustion, she still had enough magic power to shoot a few spells to protect the young man she loved the most. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes and began counting. 1, 2, 3, time's up. The leader of the group made a gesture and the encirclement closed in on the two lovers. "Get them, but do your best not to damage the girl." Ever since the continental spell was activated, thick gray clouds covered the continent, preventing the light of the sun from coming in. Not only that, a powerful barrier enclosed the entire southern continent. This move was done to prevent any outside influences from reaching the southern continent and disrupting the organization's plan for a one-sided conquest. Of course, this barrier also extended up to the sea. The fleets of the Crater Empire and the elves were already within the territorial waters of the southern continent, since they had anticipated that something like this to happen. They used powerful artifacts to allow their ships to pass through the barrier while it was still not fully formed. Aside from the Elven fleet and the Crater army, no other forces would be able to enter the southern lands unless they used extraordinary means to do so. The moment the continental spell was activated, the southern continent had been closed off from the rest of the world. Suddenly, the sky darkened as thunder rumbled in the heavens. The black-robed men paused for a bit before continuing their mission. Although the sudden change in the weather caught them by surprise, they didn't think much of it. Just as they were about to close in on the two teenagers, several lightning bolts descended from the heavens and struck all the black-robed men. Only the leader of the group was able to dodge in time and escape getting seriously injured. "Not bad," a teasing voice praised the leader of the black-robed men. Matthew's and Leah's eyes widened in shock as they stared at the young man that was standing in front of them. He had his back turned on them, but his blazing red hair and his voice had already given away his identity. "Who are you?" the black-robed man asked as he raised the weapon in his hand. The red-headed boy smirked as he summoned a wooden staff into his hand. "Just a shepherd," William answered. "Now, I will count up to 3. If you haven't knelt down and apologized to my big brother and big sister by the time I'm done counting, then I will have no choice but to do it the hard way." Thunder rumbled in the heavens, and lightning snaked down from the sky. Sparks streaked out of William's eyes as an evil smile spread across his handsome face. 1, 2, wait, please, have mercy. William chuckled and pointed at his face. "Tell me, does this look like the face of mercy to you?" Before the man could even give out a reply, a flash of bright light streaked across the sky followed by a roar of thunder. William had no intention of showing any mercy to those who tried to hurt the people that were important to him. Soon a blood-curdling scream reverberated in the town of Westwind. This served as the prelude to the war that would be written in the history books. A war which would still be talked about for thousands of years in the future. A war that many historians would fondly refer to as the Wrath of the Righteous. Chapter 342, let's return to Lant first. "So, are you ready to spill the beans now?" William asked with an evil smile plastered on his face. Cased. Tendrils of lightning snaked across William's hands as if they had a life of their own. The leader of the black-robed men, Lewis, shuddered as he looked at the devilish smile of the young man in front of him. He could feel that he was only just a hair's breadth away from being turned into a charred corpse. "I'll talk," Lewis answered hurriedly. "I'll tell you everything." William nodded and made a gesture for Lewis to start talking. The right hand of Callum told William that they were sent by the Crown Prince to capture Leah and bring her to his chambers tonight. They were also ordered to beat up Matthew if he resisted and drag him back as well. When Matthew and Leah heard Lewis' confession, their expressions immediately became grim. Matthew already had a hunch that it was the prince that sent the black-robed men after them, and it made him want to rip the bastard prince into pieces. Leah, on the other hand, was in disbelief, but Matthew's reactions told her that what she heard was indeed the truth. After this realization, she felt disgusted with the Crown Prince and buried her head into her lover's chest. "I swear, everything I told you is the truth. Please, let me go," Lewis begged. "I promise that I won't tell the prince anything. I'll just mention that our targets successfully escaped." Lewis swallowed his pride and begged. He made an oath that if he managed to escape with his life, he would definitely tell this incident to their leader, Connor, and beg him to take vengeance for him. He was confident that, with the members of the organization that were scattered across the southern continent, the half-elf would have nowhere to hide. Okay, you may go. William waved his hand in a casual manner. Don't let me see your face again. Lewis bowed repeatedly, while sneering inside his heart. He then walked away and headed towards the teleportation gate, which would bring him back to the capital of the Helen Kingdom where the Crown Prince was waiting for him. However, he had only managed to walk 20 steps before his feet stopped moving. Blood flowed out from the corner of his lips as he collapsed on the ground, on the verge of dying. He forced himself to turn his head to look behind him, only to see the red-headed boy looking at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Soon, Lewis' eyes clouded over because his heart had ruptured inside his chest. William had planted a strand of lightning deep within Lewis' heart and detonated it like a miniature bomb. The half-elf had no intention of letting him go in the first place, because he had already dealt with a few people similar to Lewis. He knew that these people were better off dead because if they were left alive, they would make others suffer simply by existing. Well then, how about you two fine gentlemen tell me everything about your organization? William glanced at the two surviving men from the organization who were playing dead on the ground. Of course, if you love playing dead, I will be more than happy to send both of you to the afterlife. We will tell you everything. Spare us, we're just following orders. William snorted as he summoned a whip made out of water, and used it to tie up the two men to prevent them from escaping. After making sure that they were properly tied up, William smiled and looked at his big brother and big sister, who were looking back at him with grateful expressions. Suddenly, a boy materialized out of thin air and stood beside William. He glared at the half-elf before pinching his waist. You just regained consciousness 2 days ago and you're already pushing yourself. Ian reprimanded. What was that part about taking it easy for the time being? Didn't you say that you wouldn't overexert yourself? What if your spiritual world collapses again? What are you going to do then, huh? William's intimidating presence immediately disappeared as he tried to pacify Ian, who was about to smack him to oblivion. It was an emergency. Besides, you merged with me so my spiritual world is safe, William replied as he grabbed Ian's wrist. He then used his other hand to touch his forehead and spoke in a monotone voice, oh no. I'm feeling dizzy. William's body wobbled dangerously and was about to fall down when Ian caught him. The brown-haired boy looked at William anxiously as he supported the half-elf's body. Of course, William was just acting to stop Ian from nagging at him. Matthew and Leah looked at this scene with complicated expressions. Matthew looked confused, while Leah was looking at the two in amusement. When Ian noticed that Matthew and Leah were looking at them in a weird manner, he hurriedly let go of William, making the half-elf fall on the ground with a thud. Head Prefect Matthew, Vice Prefect Leah, it's good to see that both of you are safe, Ian said as he ignored the fallen boy near his feet. He even hurriedly kicked William's bum, which made the latter yelp in pain, in order to vent out his frustration for being seen in a weird manner by others. Matthew cleared his throat as he pretended not to see his cousin being mistreated by the handsome brown-haired boy in front of him. If I remember correctly, you are one of the officers in the first-year magic division, Matthew replied as he cleared his throat. Are you Ian, or Isaac? I am Ian. Sir Matthew, can you please tell me what happened to my young master and my twin brother? Ian inquired. He was very worried about Est's and Isaac's safety because the last time he saw them was before they left for the war. Your young master and your twin brother are safe, Matthew replied. We parted a few hours ago and if I remembered correctly, they were planning to return to the capital. Est seemed to be worried about his mother's safety, so he decided to see her condition as soon as possible. Your twin went along with him. They should be in the capital by now. Ian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Est and Ian were safe and had survived the war against the army of the Aenarion dynasty. A loud shriek resounded in the sky as Dave and his partner, Lionheart, descended from the sky while pulling a flying carriage. Since Est and Isaac are safe, let's return to Lant first, William proposed as he dusted himself. I'm worried about Eve and the townspeople that were left behind. Matthew and Leah nodded their heads because it was their sole purpose for leaving the fortress. Ian didn't have any objections and decided to come along with them back to their hometown. Although William looked healthy on the outside, his spiritual world was still far from a full recovery. In order to ensure that the red-headed boy wouldn't push himself like he usually did, Ian resolved to stay by the half-elf's side for the time being. After all, if something unexpected occurred, he was the only one that could enter William's sea of consciousness and initiate treatment when necessary. Chapter 343, The Presence of a Demigod. While riding inside the flying carriage, Matthew and Leah narrated everything that they had experienced during the war. The swarm of ants that covered both the land and the sky, and the sacrifices that were made to prevent the fort from being overrun by the invaders. William listened with a serious expression to his big brother's and big sister's tales because he had no idea how the war between the Helen Kingdom and the Two Dynasty transpired. Issei, David, and Lily didn't tell him anything about the war and prevented him from making contact with Ian, who was constantly nursing his spiritual world. He understood that the gods didn't want him to worry, so that he could train in peace. Now that his training was over, he wanted to know everything, so that he could formulate his next course of action. So, we're dealing with an unknown organization and they were in cahoots with the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. William frowned as he digested the information taken from his relatives and the two prisoners that he had brought along for questioning. I never liked the Crown Prince, Ian commented from the side. The young master doesn't like him either. William nodded his head as he glanced at the two tied-up men that were looking at him with anxious faces. You said the name of your leader is Connor, right? William asked. What is the name of your organization? Deus. The two men answered simultaneously because they were afraid that if they didn't answer right away, William would kill them, just as he did to their superior, Louis. What can you tell me about him? William wanted to know more about the main culprit behind the continental spell that had turned everyone into crystal statues. If he could find a way to reverse the curse, he would be able to seek the help of the adults in dealing with this organization that went by the name Deus. The leader, I don't know anything about him. Right, he just gives us orders. We're just grunts, so we didn't get to interact with him much. What does he look like? William pressed on with his questions. Tell me his age, race, or anything that would help me identify him. The two men glanced at each other before lowering their heads. Both of their lips were quivering as if they were fighting an internal battle. William noticed this and immediately changed his line of questioning. He was familiar with this condition because he had encountered a similar situation when he was traveling with Ezio. Forget my earlier question, just listen to me first. William narrowed his eyes as he observed the body language of his two captives. Nod if the answer is yes, and shake your head if the answer is no. Understood. The two men nodded in understanding. Is your leader human? The two men hesitated, but didn't nod, or shake their heads to answer William's question. Does he always wear a mask? The two men nodded this time. Can you tell me the location for the headquarters of your organization? The two men shook their heads. Do you know the goal of this leader of yours named Connor? The two men shook their heads once again. William noticed that both of them were perspiring so much and a subtle magical pulse was starting to radiate from their bodies. The half-elf finally understood that the oath they had made rendered them incapable of answering certain questions. He knew that if he continued his inquiries, the two men would probably suffer a backlash and die in front of him. The interrogation came to an abrupt halt, and no more words were spoken inside the carriage. Matthew and Leah slept because they were exhausted from their escape from their pursuers. As for the two men, William knocked them unconscious to prevent them from doing anything unsatisfactory. A few hours later, the familiar scenery of Lant appeared in their eyes. William's face immediately became serious when he noticed some craters and deep cracks in the ground as they neared his hometown. A single glance was enough to tell him that an incredible battle had taken place while he was away. Dave, fly higher. We will first check the situation from the sky. Don't land until I tell you to do so, William ordered Dave using telepathy. This was an ability that he could freely use with the people that were part of his King's Legion. He hurriedly woke up Matthew and Leah to tell them about the current situation. Just like William, the two's expressions immediately became serious as they saw the destruction that had taken place near their hometown. With his keen vision, William noticed something golden in the distance. It didn't take him long to see that it was none other than Luffy. The golden ape that guarded his hometown. Orobro was currently lying on the ground and seemed to be unconscious. Not far from Luffy, several wyverns were also lying on the ground, as if they were in deep sleep. The flying carriage circled Lant from the skies as William and the others observed the surroundings. It was at that moment when they saw something fly from Lant and head in their direction. A loud piercing cry reverberated in the air as Blitz, John's trusted animal companion, greeted William and his entourage. The hawk shrank in size and flew beside the carriage. Blitz shrieked once again and William nodded in understanding. "Let's land," William ordered Dave. "Head towards our family residence." Dave acknowledged William's order and maneuvered the flying carriage to descend from the sky. As they neared the hometown, they noticed that the streets were deserted, and none of the residents could be seen anywhere. As William focused his attention on the house where he grew up, he noticed 3 figures standing near the entrance of his home. The half-elf immediately recognized his master, Celine, and the dentist of Lant, Jekyll. Both of them were standing beside each other. He was quite surprised to see that his master, and the dentist of Lant had not been affected by the continental spell. Even so, he was very relieved to see that both of them were safe. After taking control of his emotions, William then shifted his attention to the stranger that was standing a few meters away from the two. A sense of dread immediately gripped William's heart when he felt the aura that leaked out of the man's body. William was quite familiar with this aura because he had been in close proximity to one of them. Demigod, William thought as he once again glanced at Celine and Jekyll, who were giving him the "don't do anything reckless" stare from where they stood. William nodded to tell them that he understood. An expression of relief immediately passed through the two people's faces as they nodded back at him. The black-haired stranger looked at William with an intrigued expression. There was even a hint of appreciation on the man's face as he watched the flying carriage land on the ground. When Dave jumped down from his griffin to open the carriage, the first to step out was not the half-elf, or any of the people that were by his side. It was none other than a white and fluffy Angorian goat. Ella stared at the black-haired man for a brief moment before jumping out of the carriage. She had been resting inside the thousand-beast domain when she felt the presence of a strong entity near William. Naturally, she wouldn't allow the boy to be harmed by someone that was way out of his league. The brows of the man rose up as he stared at the harmless-looking goat that was standing beside the red-headed boy. The black-haired man had come to Lant to visit an old friend. He didn't expect that what was waiting for him was a surprise beyond his wildest imaginations. Chapter 344, One of the Four Evils. William, Ian, Jekyll, Celine, Matthew, Leah, and the black-haired middle-aged man sat inside the conference room inside the Ainsworth residence. Ella stood beside William as she observed the stranger, who was also eyeing her with curiosity. Jekyll cleared his throat in order to catch everyone's attention. "Let's all start with an introduction," Jekyll said as he looked at William and the rest who had just arrived in Lant. "This is my father Vladimir. You can just call him Lord Vlad or just Vlad. He is your grandfather's best friend." Matthew and William frowned as they glanced at Vladimir, who was still looking at Ella with great interest. Their grandfather, James, liked to boast and tell stories about his adventures. However, he didn't mention, not even once, that he had a best friend that went by the name Vladimir. Jekyll's attitude towards his father was lukewarm. It had been many years since they last saw each other, and the first thing they did after their reunion was brawl. Originally, Vladimir had been hibernating inside the Strathmore forest when he felt an incredible magic power descend upon the entirety of the southern continent. Although he was curious, he didn't feel any interest in investigating the cause of the disturbance. What prompted him to leave his lair was due to the sudden loss of connection between him and James. Both of them had been very close friends over the years, and their relationship was a strong one. Feeling that the connection was suddenly lost, he left his territory and traveled towards James's hometown, which was Lant. When he arrived, he saw Luffy, who was standing near the gates of the town, and thought that the golden ape was one of the culprits behind James's disappearance. It didn't take him long to neutralize the Orobro before the wyverns came flying towards him. Because he was in humanoid form, his demigod presence was greatly hidden. However, that didn't stop the guardians of Lant from perceiving him as a threat to their territory. After knocking the wyverns unconscious, he was about to wipe them all out when Jekyll and Celine appeared at the gates. Seeing his son, Vladimir decided to put off killing the Orobro and wyverns until he knew more about the current situation. However, before he could even say anything, Jekyll had transformed into his true form and engaged him in battle. Vladimir thought that it was the perfect opportunity to beat the crap out of his son, whom he hadn't seen for years, to see if he had grown stronger. The result of the battle was Jekyll's complete defeat. Although Jekyll was strong, he was still far from stepping into the ranks of a demigod. After beating Jekyll to a pulp, he then started to interrogate his son to know the current situation. Jekyll even showed his father James's statue that he had stored inside his stomach for safekeeping. Vladimir pondered for a while before finally making a decision. For the time being, he would stay in Lont to protect James's hometown while he was out of commission. As a demigod, he had also tried to undo the curse, but it was far too complex for him to resolve with his limited arcane knowledge. An awkward silence descended inside the room because Vlad didn't pay any attention to William, Matthew, and Leah. Seeing that his father had no intention in talking to William or Matthew, Jekyll decided to ask them what they had seen outside of Lont. Matthew glanced at William first before narrating the battle at Ravenlord Citadel. He also explained how Deus tried to capture Leah and him due to the orders of the Crown Prince. "We brought back 2 members of the organization, but they seem to be under an oath," William commented after Matthew finished his tale. "I was afraid that they would die if I pried any further, so I decided to bring them here to be interrogated." Jekyll nodded his head and smiled. "Good job. I'll interrogate them later and get the answers that we need. How about you, William? The last time I saw you, your spiritual world had been destroyed. I thought you would be in a coma for a few months, but it seems that you've somewhat managed to recover." William grinned. "I woke up a few days ago, but I'm not fully recovered." "Can you fight?" Jekyll asked. William nodded his head. "I can. However, I can't fight for a long period of time. According to my estimate, an hour is my limit." Celine looked at William with a worried gaze, but she decided to not say anything for now. She planned to make a detailed examination of William's spiritual world later. The beautiful elf wanted to personally see the extent of the damages that her disciple received from the battle with the astral worm. After exchanging information, Celine cleared her throat to catch everyone's attention. "Right now, all the adults in the southern continent have turned into crystal statues," Celine said with a serious expression. "I'm not sure why the organization did this, but it shouldn't be as simple as conquering the lands and establishing an empire. There has to be a deeper meaning behind it." Although she was a member of the organization, she only received periodic reports from them. The last letter she received from Callum was a warning to remind her of what would happen if she went against them. "We don't have much information," Jekyll admitted. "What we gathered was that Deus and the Crown Prince were in cahoots with each other. I wouldn't be surprised if they've made Prince Lionel their puppet emperor at this point." William closed his eyes and tried to connect to the members of his legion who were currently outside of Lont. It was at that moment when a familiar chirping answered his telepathic summons from a great distance away. Aethon, the small wren, chirped and reported everything he had seen since he parted with the boy. Due to William's unconscious state, the wren decided to continue his information gathering while his master was asleep. Ironically, the little wren was able to come in contact with Connor's group by chance, and started following them. He followed them when they went south because his instincts were telling him that they were up to no good. After a few days of spying on them, Aethon was able to witness how Connor used the Oathkeeper key to open the domain and explore it. The wren had pondered for a long time if he should follow them inside the domain or not. In the end, he decided to stay put and just observe them from afar. He was afraid that if he entered the domain, his connection with his master would be cut off and Connor and his subordinates might discover him. "Thank you," William thanked the enthusiastic bird through his connection. "Don't do anything dangerous and just stay where you are. I'll be there shortly." Aethon chirped to say that he understood. Due to the distance between them, William wasn't able to keep the connection for a long time. However, he still managed to pinpoint Aethon's current location with the help of the system. After talking to his little reporter, William shared the information that he had compiled with the help of the system. It seems that the Undying Lands have finally been discovered. Vladimir, who had kept his silence since the beginning of the meeting, finally made his presence known. Jekyll's father chuckled as if remembering something sinister. He then gazed at William and eyed him with scrutiny before shifting his attention to Jekyll. "I will stay here in Lont and guard this place," Vladimir declared. "Leave James and the rest of the statues under my care. I'll keep them safe. You and that boy investigate what is happening in this kingdom and find a way to undo the curse." "Okay," Jekyll replied. Although he didn't get along with his father, he felt at ease knowing that he would be staying in Lont as its protector. This would allow him to scout the Hellen Kingdom and get a better grasp of the current situation. William stared at Vladimir and subtly used his appraisal skill on him. After ascending his shepherd class to its next stage, a few features of the system had been unlocked, and one of them was the strengthening of the appraisal skill. Xianxia, Lord of Chimeras. One of the 4 evils, Nightmare Behemoth. Threat level, Calamity High. Chapter 345, tempted to give a good spanking. Woo 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 woo. Eve clung to Matthew as she cried her heart out. Ever since Mordred and Anna had turned into statues, it was Celine who personally took care of the youngest member of the Ainsworth family. The children and teenagers of Lant, who weren't affected by the continental spell, were currently in the underground shelter. It was a shelter that James and the other veterans of Lant had secretly built after the incident of the beast tide that happened many years ago. In order to prevent the worst-case scenario, they decided to make a safe place to hide the women, children, and the old people during emergencies. Now that Vladimir had taken the role as Lant's protector, Celine and Jekyll decided that it was safe for the children to return to their homes. This action turned the ghost town version of Lant into a lively one. After assuring them that their parents were in no immediate danger, the children of Lant worked hand in hand with Matthew to make a detailed plan on how they would establish roles for each and every one of them. Living in the countryside, the children were very much self-sufficient because they would often go out to fish, hunt, and forage with their parents. The problem that Matthew currently faced was the other two towns that were part of their territory. Fuchsia and Zinner had long been added to their lands, and it was his duty as the temporary viscount of the land to see that they were well taken care of. This was a massive undertaking that Matthew had to face, but he was confident that he would be able to come up with something. After all, his wife, Leah, was by his side and she was very good at managing territories, just like him. After Eve stopped crying, she then turned to William and asked to be carried on Ella's back. William happily agreed to the request of his cute niece and patrolled with her, while she rode on Ella's back. After a short talk with Jekyll, he and William decided to leave Lant the next day in order to investigate the southern regions where the leader of Deus currently was. After dinner, William and Ian went to Celine's house so that his master could inspect the damage in his spiritual world. While this was happening, two figures appeared on the eastern side of Lant where a small grove was located. "Who are you?" Vladimir asked. "I've lived on this continent for many years and, yet, I have never heard of someone like you. Did you perhaps come from the central continent?" A fluffy white Angorian goat looked at Vladimir with a calm expression. "I was born here in Lant and raised by your best friend," Ella replied using telepathy. "It was only recently that I discovered that I was the incarnation of a goddess." Ella looked in the direction of the Ainsworth residence as if reminiscing beautiful memories. "However, my current vessel is not strong enough to house my true form. It's quite unfortunate that I don't remember any of the times I was able to transform into my deity form due to the limitations that bind me." Vladimir rubbed his chin because this was the first time he had heard of such things. This was his first time seeing the incarnation of a goddess in the thousands of years that he had lived. "Then why don't you change your vessel?" Vladimir inquired. "If you like, I can help you snatch a vessel that would be strong enough to house your divine soul. Perhaps one of the holy maidens in the central continent would be a perfect match for you." Ella shook her head firmly. Although her current body had limitations, it wasn't to the extent that she found it uncomfortable. After all, if she hadn't met William in her current form, she might not have awakened her past memories due to David's intervention. "Keep this a secret," Ella said. "I intend to stay by William's side for as long as possible." Vladimir raised his brow as he asked another question. "What is that boy to you? What is your relationship to him?" One of the four evils was curious about what kind of relationship Ella had with the half-elf, who was also the grandson of his best friend. He wanted to know why an entity such as Ella would choose to remain by his side. "William is the most important person in this world to me," Ella gave Vladimir a sidelong glance before walking away. "I hope that you and him will get along in the future." The Angorian goat increased her pace as she ran towards Celine's house. Vladimir looked at her retreating back while deep in thought. He had been sleeping for many years and was currently wondering what he would do now that he was awake. For the time being, he decided that he would safeguard James's hometown. As to what he would do after this incident was over, this was something he could figure out while waiting for James's curse to be lifted. "How are you even still alive?" Celine asked after looking at William's broken spiritual world. William smiled as he held the hand of the beautiful mermaid that was beside him. "It's because of Ash. If not for her, I'd probably be dead by now, Master." William took off his upper clothes and showed Celine the gem embedded in his chest. He knew that Celine only wanted the best for him, so he decided to tell her the truth. This was why Ash was also present in his spiritual world. He wanted to formally introduce one of his future wives to his master, Celine. The dark sorceress curiously eyed the gem and even touched it using her finger. After seeing Ash's true form, the elf managed to connect the dots and lightly pinched William's ears. "Very good, little disciple," Celine teased as she pulled on William's ears. "You snagged yourself a lover in your dying state. I'm quite impressed with how you managed to pull that off." Celine shook her head as she let go of William's ears before inspecting the gem once again. "If I'm not mistaken, the heart of a mermaid allows you to gather spirit power inside your body," Celine commented. "Do you have access to spiritual power now?" William nodded his head in affirmation. "Also, if I remember correctly, the act of giving a mermaid's heart to someone is akin to making that person their life partner," Celine said as she glanced at Ash, who stood beside William. "Does this mean that you chose him as your significant other?" "Yes," Ash replied. "He said that he's going to take responsibility." Celine eyed the beautiful mermaid before shifting her attention back to William's collapsed spiritual world. "How long will it take for him to fully recover?" Celine inquired. Ash lowered her head as she made an estimation. "According to my estimate, it would take at least 4 to 5 months for him to fully recover. Right now, he will be able to fight for an hour if he is alone and up to 3 hours when I merge with him. Fighting beyond that time limit would put a great strain on his sea of consciousness, which might lead to its complete collapse." Celine nodded. She had made the same assessment after checking her surroundings. "Make sure that you keep a close eye on him," Celine said after a few minutes of silence. "My disciple is dumb. He needs someone with a good head to take the reins. Not only is he dumb, he's also a womanizer." Ash joined Celine in bad-mouthing the boy by her side. "I'm worried about the future. The way things are going, he will be adding more girls into his harem." William raised his head to look at the broken sky above him. He was curious if he could fly high enough to enter that giant gaping hole inside his sea of consciousness. Perhaps, by doing so, he would be saved from being forced to hear the discussion of the two beautiful ladies who were badmouthing him. Deep inside he was very tempted to give both of them a good spanking. Of course, he only thought of this in his head and didn't actually dare to spank the two ladies. He vowed that, when he became older, he would let them know who the boss was, and punish them severely when. Chapter 346, No One is Allowed to Leave Alive. When morning came, the flying carriage left Lant and headed towards the southern regions of the Helen Kingdom. William, Jekyll, Ian, and Dave traveled for 3 days before arriving. On the outskirts of the hidden valley where the Ren, Aethon, was currently located. They didn't know how many members of Deus were stationed inside the valley, so they decided to be more sneaky in their approach. "Let's rest for now," William proposed as he looked at the sun in the sky. It was currently around noon, and it was still a few hours away from sunset. "We will infiltrate the hidden valley in the evening. Dave, you will be here on standby when we start our operation." "Yes, sir," Dave replied. The group ate lunch using the rations they had gotten from Lant before resting inside the carriage. The Griffin, Lionheart, was given the role of lookout, while everyone slept. "Has there been any progress in finding a path that leads to the floating island?" Connor asked. "No, my lord," one of the black-robed men answered. "This domain is quite big. Based on our initial estimate, it is at least a quarter of the size of the Helen Kingdom. It would take a few weeks with the current manpower we have to fully map it." Connor nodded his head in understanding. After opening the domain, he had sent some of his trusted subordinates to bring over 100 members of Deus to map the surroundings. The main reason they were finding it hard to maneuver the terrain was due to the restriction on any form of flight. Because of this, they had no choice but to do things the hard way and travel the domain by land. "Should I bring more men here?" Connor thought. Right now, they had a shortage of manpower because the members of Deus were scattered throughout the different kingdoms in the southern continent to seize control of its people. Unfortunately, forces from the Craterian Empire and an elven force had arrived, which forced these agents to flee for their lives. Sadly, not all of them were lucky and over half of them were captured. The elves didn't kill the members of the organization, but they made sure to lock up any of them that had come back, to try and infiltrate the capital of the Zelen dynasty, for interrogation. The Craterian Empire, on the other hand, was brutal in their approach. They didn't bat an eye in killing the members of the organization who couldn't give them the information they wanted. Of the 1,000 members that had taken control of the Kingdom of Frisia, less than half remained. They were the lucky ones that were assigned to ambush Princess Sidonia on her journey back to her kingdom. After the members of the organization escaped Frisia, they gathered their remaining forces and made a beeline towards the Aenariontia dynasty. The members that were stationed in the Xianxia dynasty were able to secure it for themselves, because the survivors offered very little resistance. Right now, at least 5,000 members of the organization were currently stationed in the Xianxia dynasty and 20,000 stationed in the different parts of the Hellen Kingdom. The Craterian army, led by Jason, numbered 50,000. The Elven army, on the other hand, only numbered 20,000. However, they couldn't be underestimated. All of these elves were superior to humans in terms of rank, and their fighting prowess couldn't be looked down upon. Unlike humans, elves had a slower reproduction rate. This was why very few had left the Silvermoon continent to travel in human lands. They were always in danger of being caught by slave traders and sold as slaves. Elves had always been sought out for their beauty, and one could even say that there was not a single elf whose beauty was below average. After pondering his options, Connor decided to temporarily return to the capital of Gladiolus to see the current situation. He tasked his subordinates with continuing to explore the domain and write down the locations of the various precious resources that could be gathered within this unexplored frontier. The hidden valley was home to many ferocious beasts. This was why it was chosen as the hiding place of the domain that was called the Undying Lands by the first king of the Hellen Kingdom. However, the mighty roars of the beasts couldn't be heard anywhere. It was as if they had all gone into hiding. In the darkness, two figures traversed the valley with nimble feet. Jekyll took the vanguard, while William ran behind him. The half-elf was carrying Ian in his arms, because the brown-haired boy wasn't able to keep up with Jekyll's pace. At first, Ian proposed that he just merge with William, but the latter opposed it. The two of them could only perform Familia Oversoul for 3 hours. William didn't want to waste that precious time traveling the hidden valley. Although he was confident in his fighting ability, he could only fight for a limited period of time due to the destruction of his spiritual world. 3 hours might be a long time, but William was used to fighting inside the Goblin Crypt, which lasted for half a day or more. The only saving grace was that he could call upon his King's Legion to fight for him when he was only dealing with small fries. Chirp, I miss you too, Athon. William grinned as he rubbed the head of the chatty wren with his finger. Tell me, have there been any changes? Oh, their leader left. Interesting. William rubbed his chin as he thought of a plan to infiltrate the hidden domain. According to Athon, the leader of the organization left alongside a dozen of his subordinates. He didn't know where they were going because William had tasked him to monitor the entrance of the domain at all times. There are only 2 guards at the entrance. Jekyll sneered. It seems that they lack the manpower to secure this location. We came at a good time. William nodded in agreement. Since we don't know what is in store for us when we enter the gate, I say we just knock out these 2 and interrogate them first, William proposed. It wouldn't hurt to know more about our enemy before we barge inside their den. You're learning, little Will. I have good teachers. It's a shame that you didn't choose me back then. I would have taught you a lot. Jekyll teased. William wasn't able to stop himself from shuddering after hearing Jekyll's words. He didn't regret choosing his maestro, Fayrite, to become his teacher while he was still struggling to return to a normal life. The half-elf had a feeling that if he had chosen Jekyll back then, he might be living a life quite a bit different from the lifestyle that he had right now. Let's just knock the guards unconscious first. William stepped forward and disappeared from where he stood. Jekyll gave a soundless chuckle, as he too disappeared, leaving Ian behind with Athon. A few seconds later, the 2 pitiful guards were subdued and underwent Jekyll's hellish interrogation. For the first time, William was able to witness how devilish the dentist's method was in getting the answers he needed. It was at that moment when he made a vow to himself to not get on Jekyll's bad side. The consequences were something he couldn't afford to experience. After getting the information they needed, Jekyll made sure to dispose of the 2 guards without leaving any evidence behind. Only after the deed was done did William fetch Ian from their hiding place. It was now time to enter the hidden domain. Their agreed-upon battle plan was really simple. No one from Deus was allowed to leave the Undying Lands alive. Chapter 347, The Undying Lands. Who are you peep arg? Intrid ga. Jekyll and William didn't allow any of the members of Deus to call for reinforcements after entering the portal. Although the 2 guards that they interrogated told them that they had less than 100 people inside the hidden domain, they still didn't trust their words completely. The spiritual power in this domain is unbelievable, Ian said after scanning his surroundings. Clearly, this place has been left undisturbed for centuries. Jekyll nodded in agreement. This is a treasure trove waiting to be plundered. I can now understand why these people were covert in their actions. Athon, who was perched on top of William's shoulder, chirped with pride. It was due to his contribution that they were able to discover this hidden domain that had been kept secret since the Helen Kingdom was founded. William's gaze focused on the floating island in the sky. For some reason, he felt that something on the island was calling out to him. Suddenly, the dagger that had been entrusted to him by King Noah flew out of his storage ring. It hovered in front of William and pulsed with a red light. Back then, when he tried to use his appraisal skill to identify the dagger, he wasn't able to gain any information about it. However, after upgrading his main job class, certain functions of Gavin's divinity had been upgraded as well. William grabbed the floating dagger and immediately used his appraisal skill on it. Relic of the Oathkeeper. Relic from the era of the gods. In order to find the secrets to immortality, the first king of the Helen Kingdom poured the kingdom's resources into developing this hidden domain. The first king was a very powerful archmage that specialized in dark magic, and also a cautious person. After discovering a lost relic from the era of the gods, he decided to put a restriction on the domain in order to prevent any form of flight. This was to ensure that no one would be able to step foot in the fortress where an ancient power was imprisoned. Only the holder of the relic of the Oathkeeper would be exempt from the restriction and be able to gain access to the flying fortress that was called Avalon. Is this just a coincidence? William thought as he stared at the dagger in his hands. When King Noah gave him the sheathed dagger for safekeeping, he thought that it was just something that the king had done on a whim. However, this was far from the truth. King Noah had known that the princes were acting weird since they reached out to him to talk about the Oathkeeper key. What Prince Lionel and Prince Rufus didn't know was that there were actually two keys that were handed down to each king of the Helen Kingdom. One was the Oathkeeper key. The other, the relic of the Oathkeeper. The Oathkeeper's key was merely a replica to enter the hidden domain. The relic of the Oathkeeper, on the other hand, not only served as a key to open the domain but also an important relic to provide access to the flying fortress, Avalon. Between the two, the relic of the Oathkeeper was the most important one, and King Noah understood that he had to entrust it to someone that he could trust. Even though he didn't know where the hidden domain was located, he believed that as long as William held the relic, no one would be able to take advantage of the domain that had been passed down the line of the royal family from one generation to the next. Naturally, the king has another reason why he did this. During the marriage ceremony of Matthew and Leah, the king's most trusted advisor had gone to Lont as the king's representative. He was wearing a special artifact that hid his real appearance, so no one was able to identify him during the event. He was also the one that had witnessed William's strange behavior and secretly followed him. Although he was not 100% certain that it was William who had manipulated the lightning storm, his intuition told him that this was the case. After reporting this incident to King Noah, he and his advisor decided to keep this secret to themselves, until the time that William decided to expose this secret on his own. Because of this, the ruler of the Helen Kingdom felt that the ancient relic would be safe in William's hands, because those who could wield the power of lightning were also secretly referred to by the royal families in the world of Hestia as the bane of all evil. Interesting, Jekyll muttered as he walked towards William to examine the dagger in his hand. The runes inscribed in this dagger are very ancient. Even someone as knowledgeable as me can't decipher the meaning behind it. William returned the dagger inside his storage ring and glanced at the floating island in the sky. Now was not the time to quench his curiosity. It was more important that they get rid of all the agents of Deus that were currently exploring the domain. They were also worried that Connor would return with more reinforcements. If that happened, even though the three of them were strong, they would still have a hard time dealing with all of them at the same time. Let's hunt the members of Deus first, William said. After that, we need to find a way to seal this domain or move it to a different location. We can't allow Deus to secure the Undying Lands no matter what. Jekyll smirked because William was just like James when it came to treasure. The old man had a favorite phrase whenever he looted bandit camps. It's no crime to steal from a thief. However, when Jekyll asked James why he ransacked the treasury of the Helen Royal Academy, the old coot said a very funny thing. I didn't steal from the treasury of the Royal Academy. I stole the treasure that the organization had stolen from the Royal Academy. It is no crime to steal from a thief. Jekyll was quite certain that William had the exact same mindset as well. However, he didn't mind it one bit. After all, the half-elf and him were on the same side. After that short episode, William summoned the beasts from the Thousand Beast domain. They didn't have much time, so he decided to do a full sweep of the domain using all the manpower at his disposal. Soglav almost drooled when he sensed the dense spiritual power density in the air. He then looked at his business partner with a wide grin on his face. Ever since he had started to accompany the boy in his adventures, he always made a killing, whether it be monster meat, beast cores, and even resources that couldn't be found in the forest where he resided. Because of this, he decided to have a talk with the boy and negotiate a new contract where he would play a more active role. Naturally, this would also give him more rewards as well. Kronos, Aslan, as well as the other Angorian war ibexes were also summoned to join the cleaning operation. It had been a very long time since they had gone into action and they were itching to test their strength against strong opponents. The Blood Eagle was perched on top of William's shoulder. Since there is a flight restriction, it couldn't be of much help aside from sensing the locations of the humans in the domain. The Angry Birds, on the other hand, was forced to stay inside the Thousand Beast domain because they couldn't help at all. Besides not being able to fly, William was afraid that the Angry Birds would start to curse out loud, alerting their enemies that there were intruders within the Undying Lands. Go in teams of 4 and search every nook and cranny of this domain, William ordered. Once you discover the enemy, engage them at once. If possible, capture them alive. If it's not possible, kill them. The beasts growled, shrieked, and screeched as they acknowledged William's order. Jekyll went alone, while William, Ian, Athon and the Blood Eagle formed a team to search for the members of Deus. They knew that they should complete this mission as soon as possible to prevent any mishaps from taking place. Meanwhile, within the flying fortress of Avalon, an ancient being opened its eyes. It had sensed the relic of the Oathkeeper and knew that someone had intruded inside his territory. Rattling sounds echoed in the fortress as things started to rise from their slumber. Hundreds of thousands of green orbs of light burned like torches amidst the darkness. Foolish mortals, a hoarse voice spoke from deep within the fortress. The Undying Lands belong to the undead. The only way for all of you to stay is when all of you are dead. Chapter 348, God points don't fall down from the sky. Do you feel anything weird? One of the members of Deus asked the comrade by his side. What do you mean weird? His comrade replied, I feel like we are being watched or something. Don't be too paranoid, man. There's nothing in this domain aside Fro Arg. What's Ro Bwah? Soglav and his doppelganger Sneak attacked the two men using the ability Shadow Punch, rendering both of them unconscious. He then used his darkness whip to bind the two of them before dragging them back to their meeting place. The same thing was happening all around the domain as William's legion swept the domain in order to capture or eliminate the members of Deus. It was quite a daunting task because the domain was quite vast. Nevertheless, William managed to capture half of the members of Deus after 2 days. These agents were not weak and the majority of them put up a good fight. There were cases when some of the members of William's legion were at a disadvantage. Fortunately they could communicate to each other via telepathy and managed to gang up on their targets. Like always, William left the interrogation to Jekyll while he and the other beasts continued their search. 6 days later, all of the members of Deus had been subdued. The great part about their operation was that they managed to get the maps that the agents had painstakingly made. For William, this was a great boon because they no longer needed to put a lot of effort in mapping the domain themselves. Also, he was pleasantly surprised when he found out that 3 days inside the Undying Lands was equivalent to a day in the real world. This lessened his worries about Connor returning anytime soon. I gathered all the information that I can get from them, Jekyll reported as he approached William, who was busy reading the information that was on the maps. Did they say anything that we didn't already know? William inquired. Just a few things, and most of them are about the Helen Kingdom falling completely into their hands. They are now focusing on bringing more men here to gather the resources for their organization. I see. William sighed. He and Jekyll knew that staying inside the domain for an extended period of time would be dangerous for them. Also, once Connor found out that there were others that had discovered the entrance to the Undying Lands, he would definitely increase the guards that would be stationed to protect it. Currently, William didn't have the manpower to deal with Deus. The members of his Night Order had all returned to their hometowns to check the current situation of their families. He knew that he couldn't count on them to help him at this point in time. There was also the issue of the floating island in the sky. William was very tempted to explore it, but time was not on his side. System, is there a way for us to move this domain? William was out of options, so he decided to ask the system for recommendations. Host, after analyzing the domain, I found out that its structure was similar to the Ring of Conquest. The monument outside this domain served as the vessel, which is similar to the ring on your hand. As long as we can move it, then we can take this domain with us. However, there is just one big problem, and that is, the monument is connected to the entire hidden valley. In order to take away the monument, we have to take the entire valley as well. William rubbed his face with both hands. He knew that things weren't going to be so simple, but the reality still made his head hurt. Is there anything that we can do? William didn't want to give up. Even just sealing the entrance to prevent others from coming in will suffice. The monument was made from the era of the gods. It has very powerful runes inscribed on it. Sealing it is not an option. The only choice we have is to take the entire domain as a whole. And how do we do that? William asked. We will need 1 million god points in order to merge the Undying Lands with the Thousand Beast domain. William looked at his pitiful god points and felt his heart ache. Currently, he only had 2,980 god points. It was near impossible for him to do what the system was trying to achieve. Just where are we going to get 1 million god points? William looked at the sky in resignation. God points just don't fall down from the sky. While William was feeling depressed, a series of notification sounds emerged from his status page. The system alerted the red-headed boy that he received several pieces of mail from the god shop. Mail 1. Sender. No loli no life. Subject. God points loan. Hello, this is the cutest Lolita. Congratulations, you have been chosen among the many candidates to have a loan from the cutest loli in the multiverse. Attached in this mail is 200,000 god points. This loan is payable within 10 years with 0% interest. If the loan is not paid within 10 years, you will have no choice but to sign a contract with this cute Lolita the next time you kick the bucket. Mail 2. Sender. Simp King. Hello, this is the Simp King. Congratulations, you have been chosen among the many candidates to have a loan from the most suave man in the multiverse. Attached in this mail is 200,000 god points. This loan is payable within 10 years with 0% interest. If the loan is not paid within 10 years, you will be forced to marry 100 ladies in a span of 1 year. If you don't want to die by SNU, you'd better increase your stamina, dear comrade. Mail 3. Sender. Old Ginger is still spicy. Hello, I might be old, but I'm still spicy. Congratulations, you have been chosen among the many candidates to have a loan from the most refined, elegant, and charismatic man in the multiverse. Attached in this mail is 200,000 god points. This loan is payable within 10 years with 0% interest. P. Saw. Aside from the god points, there is also a wooden staff included in this mail. Make sure to give it to a little girl that has the name Eve. This is very important. She has a lot of potential and it would be a waste if she became the priestess of another god in the future. All good things must stay in the family. Mail 4. Sender. One night stand. Hello, I need a one night stand. Attached in this mail is 200,000 god points. This loan will be paid the next time you visit the Temple of the Gods. Don't worry, I will not tell your wives about it. Mail 5. Sender. Donger forever. I will be sending the goods in another mail. You don't have to pay me back because I am rich. Remember your promise. Mail 6. Subject. Donger. The corner of William's lips twitched as soon as he finished reading all the correspondence he had received from the god shop. He didn't expect that the god points he was lacking would literally fall from the sky. It was quite easy to know who the senders of the letter were. However, he was still surprised when he saw that One Night Stand and Donger Forever were also helping him with his dilemma. Although the contents of the letter from One Night Stand were troublesome, he thought that the goddess of lust was just teasing him. As for the last mail from Donger Forever, William didn't dare to open it. He was afraid that if touched the dangerous mail he would be unleashing a terrible calamity into his world. Better be safe than sorry, William thought as ignored that last piece of mail he had received from the god shop. Still, I didn't know that gods could loan god points. William closed his hands and pressed his hands together to offer a silent prayer to the gods who were always there to support him from the heavens. He thanked them for their love and support and promised to repay them as soon as possible. William knew that his patron god was currently recovering from the backlash he received from the battle against the astral worm. He felt sad about the fact that Gavin was injured because of him. May you recover soon, Gavin, William finished his prayer inside his heart before taking the God points from the mailbox. Since he now had the necessary amount of God points in hand, it was time to steal the domain out of the hands of the organization. Chapter 349, Unexpected Turn of Events. After getting a 1 million God point loan from several sponsors, William decided to bring the entire Hidden Valley inside his domain. Since the ancient monument was merged with the land itself, it would be impossible not to bring the valley along when he moved the entrance of the Undying Land inside his domain. When Jekyll heard William's explanation, he thought that the boy had gone crazy due to the killing. "Can you repeat what you said?" Jekyll asked as he looked at William in a weird manner. "I will be taking this entire domain with me," William replied with a smile. "I know that it sounds unbelievable, but trust me, I can make it happen." They had already exited the hidden domain and were currently standing in front of the monument that served as its entrance. Ian and Soglav were also looking at William as if he had lost his marbles. Although they had only spent a brief time inside the Undying Lands, they understood that it was something that couldn't be taken as a whole as if it was just a cabbage from the farm. William knew that none of them would believe him, and he wasn't surprised about it one bit. Frankly, he also didn't know how the system would do it. The only thing he could do was believe that it would become a reality. "Okay, so what are we going to do now?" Jekyll inquired. Although he was still in doubt, he decided to trust William just this once. He also wanted to see how the red-headed boy was going to pull it off. Jekyll knew that he himself wouldn't be able to carry away the entire domain, even if he used his true form. "Please bring Ian and Soglav to where Dave is and leave the valley as soon as you can," William explained. "I don't want any of you to be caught up in what is going to happen." Jekyll reluctantly nodded his head and took Ian and Soglav with him. Ian gave William a worried glance, but the latter only smiled back and told him that everything was going to be fine. When the three had left the hidden valley, William focused his attention on the monument in front of him. "System, I'm ready. Host, please brace yourself. Initializing domain merging, pooling, resources, first phase commencing." As soon as the system finished his announcement, the entire hidden valley started to shake. The beasts that were living in it roared in confusion and fear as the land they had lived in for many years suddenly suffered from an earthquake. The flying beasts immediately took to the skies, while those who roamed the land ran away in panic. All the inhabitants of the hidden valley started to flee in different directions. William didn't have time to worry about them because he was busy trying to keep his footing. He had already embedded the wooden staff on the ground and used it as support to prevent himself from being tossed about with the shaking of the ground. The system had told him that he should remain as close to the monument as possible in order for the transfer to work. William just didn't realize that the entire ordeal was, literally, going to be an earth-shaking experience. Ian, Jekyll, Soglav, and Dave, who were currently flying not far from the hidden valley, saw an unbelievable sight. The valley started to break free from its surroundings and slowly rise. While this was happening, several beasts jumped off the edge of the valley, while it was still a few meters above ground. The majority of them were Class D and Class C beasts. There were even a handful of Class B beasts in the mix. They were all dumbfounded by what was happening to their old hunting ground. First phase completed, starting the second phase. Just like what had happened back in the Corinter Mountains, the system temporarily established a pseudo-god domain. This was the only way to forcefully merge the thousand-beast domain in the hidden valley. Meanwhile, inside the floating fortress in the Undying Lands, "Someone is trying to bend reality," a hoarse voice said with undisguised surprise. "Foolish mortal, do you think that you can take the Undying Lands as you please?" A gigantic beam of dark light shot from the fortress towards the gateway of the Undying Lands. It passed through the gate and traveled across space and time. Emergency! A powerful wave of dark energy is about to pass through the monument. Host, brace yourself. Just as soon as the system warned William of the incoming attack from the domain, a surge of dark energy erupted from the monument and descended on William like a tidal wave. Just before the wave was about to fall upon him, the collar on William's neck glowed brightly. At the same time, the blue gem embedded in his chest shone with a radiant blue light. A black rose tattoo, with the blue gem at its center, appeared on William's chest and forcefully swallowed the mass of dark energy at a rapid pace. Soon, a giant dark magic barrier enveloped the entire valley that was still floating in the air. The spectators watching from the outside didn't know if this was part of William's plan or not. Jekyll frowned because he had briefly sensed the presence of a very powerful being within the valley. The dentist of Lant was certain that it didn't belong to William because the presence he felt was in a realm that was well beyond the boy's current capabilities. Pseudo-demigod. Jekyll narrowed his eyes. I'm certain, it belonged to a pseudo-demigod. A pseudo-demigod was a being that had reached the peak of the myriad beast realm. They were just a step away from becoming full-fledged demigods, and Jekyll was sure that the one responsible for this phenomenon was a being that was as stronger than him. However, this understanding didn't help the current situation. Jekyll didn't hesitate and made up his mind to save the boy from harm. After all, William was the one and only son of that person. A person whom Jekyll had acknowledged as the most precious companion in his life. Get as close as you can to the valley, Jekyll ordered. I'm going to save William. Dave gritted his teeth as he and Lionheart flew towards the valley that was floating in the sky. However, just before Jekyll was about to jump, the entire hidden valley disappeared right in front of their eyes. Chapter 350. Kiss my hand to show your undying loyalty. Somewhere between the god realm and reality, there floated a valley. A concentrated ball of dark energy pulsed within the cave where the monument was located. Because of the system's sudden intervention, the integration of the monument and William's own domain was forcefully put into a halt. The system didn't dare to continue the merging, while William was still unconscious and submerged in dark energy. Within that concentrated ball of darkness, a small blue light pulsed in a steady rhythm. It was steadily absorbing the dark magic at a rapid pace as if it was an impoverished person that hadn't eaten in days. Gained express points, 5,000. Dark Wizard Job class has gained a level. Health points, 7,238 10,000ths. Mana, 17,500 17,500ths. Job class, Quick Shot Shepherd level 13. Subclass, Dark Wizard level 20. Stats Express, 122,391 438,257ths. Dark Wizard level 20. Job class Express, 25,250 75,976ths. Dark Wizard Job class has gained a level. Stats Express, 173,117 438,257ths. Dark Wizard level 21. Job class Express, 4,274 85,016ths. Just before William got hit by the dark energy, the system had switched his subclass to Dark Wizard. When this job class was equipped, William's resistance to dark magic's corruption was boosted to an unprecedented degree. Also, the Collar of Wisteria and the Spirit Core worked together to transform the dark energy into spirit energy, which helped strengthen William's body and spiritual world. With each passing hour, the concentrated ball of dark energy shrank. Stats Express, 258,859 438,257ths. Dark Wizard level 22. Job class Express, 726 94,250ths. An hour after the ball of dark energy disappeared, William finally opened his eyes. His body was aching all over as if he had been trampled by a herd of Angorian war ibexes. It took him a few more minutes before he could ask the system about what had transpired while he was unconscious. Congratulations, host. Your Dark Wizard job class has reached level 22. Huh. William blinked before he hurriedly opened his status page to see if the system was just teasing him. After checking his stats for the third time, a smile broke out of William's face as he silently thanked whoever was responsible for giving him a free boost in experience points. Host, please listen to me. We are currently in a dangerous situation. Right now, we are hovering between the real world and the god domain. If the host doesn't act soon, we would be unable to return to Hestia. Based on my calculations, we only have 15 minutes to complete the merging of the domain before we get stuck here forever. FCK, hurry, restart the merging. William hastily ordered the system. Restarting merging of domains, second phase commencing. William focused all of attention on the monument as he helped the system forcefully attach the hidden valley to his Thousand Beast domain. Fortunately, no other attacks came from the Undying Lands, which allowed William to complete the merging. Host, I'll open a portal through time and space to return you to your world. Make sure to enter it as soon as possible. 3, 2, 1. Forceful tearing of time and space initiated. A small portal that was only a meter wide appeared in front of William. He didn't hesitate and entered it head first, because he knew that the system couldn't maintain it for a long period of time. After entering the portal, William found himself falling headfirst towards the ground. Luckily, he only fell 5 meters above ground, and was able to turn himself around somewhat, so he didn't suffer any injuries at all. However, before he could even assess his surroundings, he felt a sharp blade against his neck. "Don't move," a familiar voice ordered him from behind. He didn't need to turn his head to know who the owner of the voice was. "Priscilla, are you trying to kill your drop-dead gorgeous and super awesome Knight Commander?" William asked in a teasing tone. "See, Commander William." Priscilla hurriedly removed the blade that was pressed against William's neck and backed away. William turned his head and looked at the black-haired beauty in surprise. "Fancy meeting you here, Priscilla." William looked at his vice commander whom he hadn't seen for a long time. It was at this moment when he realized that his current surroundings were somewhat dark and dry. "Where are the other members of the Knight Order?" William inquired. "Where are we?" Priscilla looked at William with a complicated gaze. She didn't know how to answer the half-elf's inquiry because she didn't know whose side he was on. Fortunately, there was someone in the spacious underground cavern that came to her rescue. "Allow me to answer that question for you, Sir William." A voice that was as smooth as silk entered William's ear from the back. William turned his head and came face to face with an angelic beauty with long reddish-brown hair. The half-elf could have sworn that he had never seen hazel eyes as beautiful as hers, that seemed to stare right through his soul. A familiar feeling took hold of his body as Princess Sidoni walked towards him. Her fragrance assaulted his senses as she tenderly caressed the side of William's face, while looking straight into his eyes. "Kneel," Princess Sidoni ordered. "From now on, you will be my knight. My personal protector that will stay with me for life. Kneel, Sir William, and kiss my hand to show your undying loyalty. In turn, I promise that I will treat you well and keep you with me until the day you draw your last breath." Princess Sidoni looked at the handsome half-elf in front of her and gave him her sweetest smile. She had turned many people into her personal slaves, but he had to admit that the red-headed boy held a special place in her heart. Even Morgana had no complaints about making William their knight in shining armor. Although they wouldn't admit it, both girls felt their heart beating fast as they stared at William's light green eyes that were as clear as a polished emerald. Princess Sidoni and Morgana watched as the boy, whom they liked, raised his hand and lovingly. Chapter 351, Give Me Your Babies. Princess Sidoni and Morgana watched as the boy, whom they liked, raised his hand and lovingly pinched their nose without any warning whatsoever. "Kneel." "Sorry, Princess, you don't have the authority to make me kneel," William said in a teasing tone. "Even if my lovers were to ask me to kneel, my knees will not bend. I am a man of character and my loyalty is hard to claim. Please, look for someone else to become your knight. This sir is not interested." William reluctantly let go of the princess's nose and the latter hurriedly took a few steps back in shock. "Why you dare pinch my nose?" Princess Sidoni was shocked because this was the first time someone dared to act this rude towards her. "Wait, that's not the problem. Why aren't you kneeling? Didn't I state the reason just a moment ago? Like I said earlier, Princess, you don't have the authority to make me kneel." "Impossible. How can you not obey my order?" Priscilla, who was standing at the side, looked at William in disbelief. She was one of Princess Sidoni's loyal retainers who had traveled to the Helen Kingdom in order to gather information for possible candidates that would serve under the princess. William was one of the candidates that Priscilla had deemed able to match her mistress' beauty and brain. If the commander of the Angorian Knight Order became one of Princess Sidoni's loyal retainers, then she would gain an overwhelming influence within the Helen Kingdom. For a brief moment, Princess Sidoni thought that her power was not working. However, Morgana assured her that it was working perfectly. "Switch with me, Sidoni. Let's see if that half-elf can resist my charms." Princess Sidoni passed the baton to her other half, Morgana, so she could deal with this unexpected situation. The moment Morgana took control of Sidoni's body, the princess's aura changed. Her hazel eyes turned a golden hue as she approached William with a seductive smile. Without asking for the half-elf's permission, Morgana grabbed his hand and pressed it over her chest. "I want to give birth to your babies," Morgana said as she stared at William's eyes lovingly. "Give me your babies." Princess Sidoni, who was watching from inside their mindscape, covered her face in embarrassment. She didn't expect her big sister to act so shamelessly in front of William and even demand that he give her his babies. "No," Princess Sidoni screamed internally as her entire face turned beet red in shame and embarrassment. How she wished that she could dig a hole within their sea of consciousness, so she could bury herself in it. William raised an eyebrow because of the princess's unexpected action. If he was still the naive boy in his past life, he would definitely try to squeeze the soft chest that was right under the palm of his hand. Unfortunately, William had not only touched, but had done more things to the adult Wendy in his dreams. Not only that, he had also been trained by the goddess of lust herself in order to resist charms and seduction. The half-elf was now a veteran who would not easily bend to a beautiful lady's seductive charms. There had been some girls who confessed to him back in the academy, but he rejected them all because he wasn't the type to take things half-heartedly. At that time, he was dealing with the issue with Carter and his feelings for Wendy had just started to bloom. However, this was the first time that someone asked him directly to give them his babies. Even though William was thick-skinned, he wasn't able to stop himself from being shocked at the princess's unexpected demand. "You want my babies?" William inquired. He felt like the princess was just joking, so he decided to confirm what she said just in case he misheard her. "Yes, I want to give birth to 2 of your kids. A girl and a boy. We will name the girl Abby and the boy Alex," Morgana nodded. "If you want more, I can give you more, but I am worried that my figure will suffer because of the childbearing. At most, I can promise you 3. How about it? Will you give me your babies?" The corner of William's lips twitched. If he wasn't sure earlier, he was sure now that the lady in front of him was serious. She had even thought of the names of their children. William had to admit that the princess was someone that he couldn't take lightly. Princess Sidoni, who was inside her sea of consciousness, had already crouched down on the ground, closed her eyes, and covered her ears with her hands. She was also chanting the phrases, "This is not happening," and "This isn't real," repeatedly as if trying to hypnotize herself that this was all just a dream. A few moments ago she only wanted to bury herself in a hole. Now, she wanted to slam her head against the wall to knock herself unconscious from the embarrassment. "I'm sorry, princess." William shook his head as he slowly, but firmly, pulled his hand away from her soft chest. "Right now, I already have 4 lovers waiting for me. Although I can tell that you are somewhat serious about me, I don't think that I will be able to return your feelings." Morgana raised an eyebrow then shot Priscilla a glance. The latter immediately shook her head, which meant that she wasn't aware that William had other lovers. The only potential lover she knew was Wendy, who was always by William's side. "What are their names?" Morgana asked in a dangerous voice. She and Sidoni had always gotten what they wanted, and this was the first time that someone actually dared to refuse their advances. If Lionel and the men of the Kingdom of Frisia were to know that their beloved princess wanted William to become her lover, they would all hack him to pieces in order to take his place. The red-headed boy could sense the subtle killing intent in the princess's words. His instincts were telling him that if he ever mentioned his lover's names, the angelic beauty in front of him would do everything in her power to erase them from the face of the earth. "And here I thought that my master was the only one who was the crazy kind of crazy." William's expression became serious as he stared at the golden-eyed beauty in front of him. He could sense a pressure that was different from her physical and magical presence. "She's strong," William thought. "This spiritual pressure is insane." William hurriedly used his appraisal skill on the princess. After the new features of the system were unlocked, his appraisal skill was now able to reveal some information about people as well. Name: Sidoni Val Frisia Morgana. Age: 16. Title: Succubus Princess. One of the 7 deadly sins that represents the sin of lust. Chapter 352. Are you going to submit or not? "I see. So, you are that girl that Lady Eros told me about," William thought as he ordered the system to switch his job class to Incubus. While the goddess of lust was training William to resist seduction and charm, she would often mention that her sweet and beautiful daughter was looking for her one true love. Eros even shamelessly told William that if he was looking for more lovers, he should just hook up with her darling daughters and roll around on the bed as they pleased. The power of lust was now overflowing from Morgana's body, and the spectator from the side, Priscilla, found her breathing getting ragged. She had been charmed by Princess Sidoni many years ago and had become her devoted subject. Because of this, the princess had reduced her control over her and allowed Priscilla to act with her own free will. Even so, the loyalty that was born through those years had remained in her heart. Now, she was being charmed anew. Morgana's powers were simply too strong for anyone to resist. Half a minute later, Priscilla looked at Morgana with an infatuated gaze, deprived of her ability to think and act. "Why?" Morgana asked. Why is my power not working on you? Because I'm too handsome and you know it, William replied with a smirk. Fortunately, her charm is still lacking in divinity right now. Earlier when Morgana tried to charm William, she was only using a fraction of her powers. Now, she was going all in, but to her surprise, the boy in front of her was still unaffected by her powers. Also, for some strange reason, she was finding him more attractive compared to when she had first switched with Princess Sidonie to take control of their body. What Morgana didn't know was that her powers and William's incubus job class were resonating with each other. William's own charm and charisma were strengthened whenever he used his incubus job class. This made Morgana, and Princess Sidonie, who had resumed her observation of the half-elf, confused and bothered. There hadn't been a time where they needed to use the full extent of their powers to charm someone. And even at their best, they were still unable to put the red-headed boy under their control. Morgana reigned in her surprise as she looked at William in a new light. As expected of the man we chose. Good, breaking you will be worth my while. A red mist enveloped the beautiful princess. Half a minute later, she reappeared wearing a dominatrix latex suit that highlighted her curves. Right now, she was only 16 years old, so her growth was still in its final phase. Even so, her irresistible figure, coupled with the power of lust, were more than enough to bring almost any man or woman to their knees. Morgana raised her hand and a blood-red whip materialized in the air. She grabbed its handle firmly in her hands. The beautiful seductress then lashed it on the ground, leaving a meter-deep gash that made William's liver itch. I'll give her a tire 12/10, William thought as he summoned his wooden staff and took a fighting stance. The only things missing now are the rope and the candles. Should I tie her up and make her understand that this sir is not someone she can bully? The corner of Morgana's lips curled up as he eyed William from where she stood. I'll give you one last choice. Kneel and submit to me, or I'll whip you until you submit to me. William snorted. How about I whip you instead? You're not the only one who's trained with a whip. William summoned a water whip that floated in the air. Due to his connection with Ashian, he was able to use her abilities as well, strengthening his control over his water magic. Morgana frowned because according to the reports she had read, William had no magic power whatsoever. She had also confirmed this when they danced together, at the banquet back at the palace of the Helen Kingdom, because she learned through experience that some of the information that her subordinates may have gathered could be wrong. The frown on her face disappeared just as fast as it had appeared. Whether William had magic powers or not was not important. The important part was that she was planning to crush him and make him submit by force. You want to whip me? Let's see if you can back it up. Morgana giggled. Tell me, Sir William. Do you know where we are? You don't need to ask. I'll tell you the answer. We are currently inside Anthielm, the nest of the myriad ant queen who is also the guardian beast of the Aenarion's dynasty. It's time for you to realize that going against me is the biggest mistake of your life. Two portals appeared behind Morgana. A few seconds later, two giant golden ants that were 5 meters tall crawled out of the portal and stood beside her. After Princess Sidonie had made the ant queen her beast companion, she gained the ability to summon the ant army anytime and anywhere she pleased. William narrowed his eyes as the information of the two newcomers appeared in his status screen. Golden Nightmare Ant. Ant Overlord. Threat Level, SS Mid. They are the personal guards of the Queen and overlords of the ant colony. They are among the few millennial beasts who specialize in both attacks and defense. Their scales are very tough and only spells of the 7th circle, and weapons made by Grandmaster blacksmiths, are able to damage it. These overlords can also use earth magic up to the 6th circle, which makes them a very formidable enemy to fight. Only full-fledged archmages and warriors can survive a battle against one of these behemoths. I'm going to be lenient and give you one last chance, Morgana said crispily. A man of your status should know when to back down. Now, tell me, are you going to submit or not? To Morgana's surprise, instead of feeling afraid, the half-elf seemed to be completely at ease. He was even assessing the two millennial ants as if they were some kind of delicacy. Thank you for being lenient, William replied with a smile. However, my answer is... A rainbow-colored anteater sprang up from behind William and raised its head in an arrogant manner. It gazed at the two golden ants as if they were mere two bugs that it could step on at any given time. The bodies of the two millennial ants suddenly shuddered. The moment the rainbow-colored anteater appeared, they felt that it was a terrifying foe that they couldn't beat no matter what. After basking in the limelight for half a minute, the Kusaganaga curled up into a ball and charged towards the nearest millennial ant. Its cute, yet imposing, voice echoed within the spacious cavern, making all the soldier ants that heard it scramble away in fear. Chapter 353, The Sin of Lust. A pained shriek reverberated inside Anthium as the golden millennial ant's body slammed against the cavern wall. The other millennial ant didn't fare any better as it too helplessly flew backwards after receiving an uppercut from the rainbow-colored wrecking ball. Morgana, who stood at the center of the two golden ants, was caught by surprise. She brandished her whip to hit the curled-up beast that she had never seen before, but the latter was quite nimble and evaded all of her attacks with ease. One could even say that Kusaganaga didn't even consider her a threat because Morgana's fighting ability was only around silver rank. This was equivalent to a grade D beast, which was far beneath the rainbow-colored anteater's rank. William had also noticed this point, so he ignored Morgana and immediately dealt with Priscilla, who was still in a daze due to the power of Morgana's charm spell. All it took was a quick and accurate jab to her lower jaw and Priscilla crumpled like a marionette that had lost its strings. "Sorry, I have no other choice," William said as he kept the black-haired beauty's body from falling to the ground. Although he knew that Priscilla's loyalty belonged to the Princess of Frisia, she was still his vice-commander. Also, Priscilla hadn't done anything to harm him. For William, it didn't matter if she had been a spy and reported his information to her kingdom. He was not worried about their information gathering because no matter how much information they gathered about him, half of it would be wrong most of the time. This was especially true when it came to his abilities and fighting prowess. "What are you doing? Kill that beast, now!" Morgana ordered the two millennial beasts as she summoned 8 nightmare ant commanders. These were the centennial-ranked beasts that the second prince of Anasia, Prince Aziel, had summoned during his battle with William. "Beat that hateful half-elf for me, but don't kill him." Morgana pointed at William with a hateful glare. She couldn't understand why the two millennial ants by her side were being helplessly toyed around with by the strange beast who seemed to be William's ally. Those were two millennial beasts, not some low-ranked monsters, but they couldn't hold a candle against a measly anteater who wasn't even in the centennial rank. Morgana couldn't believe it, she refused to accept it. "Ah, these guys again," William muttered while still holding the unconscious Priscilla in his arms. He then waved his hand. A blast of cold air permeated around him. Although the ants were stronger than him, that didn't necessarily mean that he had no way of dealing with them. "Icicle Realm," William shouted. A few seconds later several ice spikes jutted out from the ground, covering the entire cavern in a domain of razor-sharp ice shards. The centennial ants immediately gathered around Morgana to protect her from William's sudden attack. The half-elf knew that once he subdued Morgana, the ants would also stop attacking him. "Kusaganaga, didn't anyone tell you that it's bad manners to play with your food?" William yelled as he focused his attention on strengthening his icicle domain. "Che." The Kusaganaga understood that now was not the time to play, so it immediately wrapped its tongue around one of the millennial ants and swallowed it whole. Morgana's face paled when she saw how the anteater had easily eaten the millennial beast as if it was just eating candy. "Impossible." Morgana was in a state of denial. "This is impossible. How can this be?" As if to prove that what she was seeing was real, the rainbow anteater grabbed the other millennial ant with its tongue before it could burrow into the ground to escape. The golden ant shrieked in unwillingness and in fear as its entire body was swallowed whole by the rainbow-colored anteater who was only half a meter tall. The centennial ants that were protecting Sidoni shuddered when the anteater's gaze fell upon them. Their instincts were telling them that no matter how much they resisted, their fate was sealed the moment the Kusaganaga appeared in front of them. "Do you still want to continue?" William inquired. "My friend here has a very short temper. If you annoy it, it will swallow you whole." Kusaganaga glared at William, but it also understood that the boy was just bluffing. As someone that had protected humanity during the era of the gods, the anteater wouldn't attack humans unless it was for self-defense. Morgana had lost her composure after hearing that the anteater would swallow her as well. Although she was still half in doubt, she didn't want to gamble with her life. Her fighting ability was nearly non-existent. She had been too used to hiding behind the backs of her pets and hadn't considered fighting on the front lines. For the first time in their lives, Morgana and Princess Sidoni questioned their own ability to take control of the lives of others. Due to her connection with the Ant Queen, she could tell that the centennial ants protecting her were struggling to keep themselves from running away in fear. The beautiful seductress glanced at the anteater that was currently drooling, as it looked at the centennial ants around her. She was afraid that if she was too stubborn and ignored William's proposal, the adorable-looking beast would swallow her along with the ants. "I concede," Morgana said through gritted teeth. "You won." Hearing the princess's reply, William waved his hand and the icicle field disappeared completely. "Princess, know that I am not our enemy," William commented as he looked at Morgana with a serious expression. "I have heard what happened in Ravenlord Citadel. Although I am a citizen of the Helen Kingdom, I do not agree with the prince's methods. Actually, I am also currently fighting the organization that is backing him." Morgana's ears perked up when she heard William's explanation. She had long wondered if William was part of the Crown Prince's faction. If he was, he might be one of the people that the prince had sent to capture her. "Switch with me. The fight is over. It is now time for negotiations." Princess Sidoni, who had kept quiet within their sea of consciousness, had finally decided to interfere. Morgana reluctantly agreed to Princess Sidoni's suggestion and swapped consciousness with her. Just like before, William had noticed the subtle changes in the princess's aura. However, he didn't say anything and simply waited for the princess to continue the conversation. "How can I believe that you are not one of the members of the organization?" Princess Sidoni asked. "How can you prove that you're not one of the Crown Prince's subordinates?" William pondered for a while as he thought of a good way to prove that he wasn't working for the organization nor the Crown Prince. Although it was possible for him to easily subdue the princess, he didn't have any intention to antagonize her. Their meeting was a complete accident, and William didn't want to part with her on bad terms. Right now, he was in need of allies, and Princess Sidoni's ability to control the ants would prove to be very useful in the battles that were yet to come. After thinking long and hard, William decided to take a chance as he looked at the angelic beauty in front of him. "Do you perhaps know of Lady Eros?" William inquired. "I am one of the people to whom she has given her blessing." "This is why your charm doesn't work on me." Princess Sidoni and Morgana flinched at the same time when they heard William speak their patron god's name. No one, not even their parents, nor their slaves, knew that the goddess they served was the goddess of lust. There were many people that had the power to charm others, so Princess Sidoni's case was not extremely rare. However, one thing was certain. In the world of Hestia, only the Princess of Frisia was a member of the 7 deadly sins that represented the sin of lust. Chapter 354, Not on the Same Side. "Yes, I am somewhere in the Aenarionia dynasty," William said via telepathy. "For now, tell Jekyll that I'm fine and that he should return to Lant for the time being." "I want to go where you are right now," Ash replied. "I've heard that Princess Sidoni is very beautiful. Knowing the kind of womanizer you are, I'm sure that you're going to cheat on us." "Don't be absurd. Why would I cheat?" William couldn't stop himself from grinning because he could feel Ash's jealousy. "Listen, I have 3 beautiful ladies as my girlfriends. There's no need for me to cheat." A brief silence passed by before Ash's voice once again spoke inside William's mind. "Have you seen her face?" Ash inquired. "Yes," William answered. There was no reason for him to lie in regards to Princess Sidoni. Right now, the two of them had agreed to cooperate with each other in order to fight against the organization that had brought disarray upon their respective kingdoms. "Who among us is more beautiful?" "You are more beautiful than her, of course. She doesn't even hold a candle against you." William had been personally trained by the goddess of lust, and part of her training sessions included the proper way to answer a girl's inquiry, especially when it came to questions that were asked due to jealousy. "You answered my question too quickly," Ash argued. "I knew it. I can't trust you to stay by her side. I'm coming over there with Dave." William massaged his temple with his hand. Lady Eros had also told him that girls could be unreasonable at times, and advised him to just wing it when that happened. "Ash, listen very carefully." William's expression became very serious as he tried to pacify his mermaid lover who was miles away from him. "The princess has a very powerful charm spell, and only I am able to resist it. I can't let you come to my side. Although the two of us are cooperating, I don't trust her completely." "Are you sure you are able to resist her charms?" "Of course. Have more faith in your boyfriend. I'll come back to Lant as soon as I can. For now, stay there and don't contact Est and Isaac. Now that the Undying Lands have disappeared, Connor will surely raise a ruckus. We don't want him to know that we were the ones who foiled his plans." After talking for half an hour more, William ended his long-distance communication with his jealous mermaid lover. Their means of communication had only become possible due to the fact that Ash had given William half of her spirit core. This ability was further boosted due to the fact that she was also registered as William's first familia member. The two of them were able to communicate with each other as long as they were within the southern continent. William sighed as he looked at one of the most restricted places in the Aenarion dynasty, the cavern where the myriad Ant Queen resided. Currently, the Ant Queen was at the corner of the cavern with her back against the wall. Not far from her was Kasaganaga, who was drooling so heavily that William had no choice but to pay extra attention to it. He was afraid that the rainbow-colored anteater would forget about their agreed-upon cooperation and eat the myriad Ant Queen due to its desire to recover its former strength. "Can I eat a leg?" Kasaganaga inquired. "Just one leg will do." "No," William shot him down in a heartbeat. "You already ate 2 millennial ants. You still haven't fully digested them and you're already asking for more. It's hard to focus when the main course is right in front of you," Kasaganaga replied as its tongue playfully extended like a snake. "This is pure torture for someone like me." William sighed for the umpteenth time as he politely asked Kasaganaga to return to the Thousand Beast domain to prevent the Ant Queen from accumulating unnecessary stress. Princess Sidoni was also looking back at him in a vigilant manner. The Ant Queen was her beast companion. At most, a person could only have one beast companion at a time. Princess Sidoni was currently depending on the Ant Queen to protect her from her pursuers. She couldn't allow William's gluttonous anteater to eat her main pillar of support. "Okay, time to share our information with each other, but before that, I'd like to ask the Ant Queen a question," William said as he took out the onyx medallion that he acquired after defeating Prince Azil back in the Carinthar Mountains. "Tell me, how does this thing work?" William inquired. "If you lie to me, I'll let Kasaganaga lick you." The Ant Queen shuddered at the mere thought of having the bane of their existence lick her with its tongue. "Isn't that just asking to be eaten? The onyx medallion in your hand is the relic that I gave to the royal family of the Aenarion dynasty," the Ant Queen answered. "Through it, you will be able to summon my children, but there is a limit as well. You can only summon 1 millennial ant, a dozen centennial ants, and 1,000 soldier ants that are between rank D and C. Can I use this as well?" "Only if I allowed it. Will you allow me?" William asked with a smile. "Yes," the Ant Queen reluctantly replied. If not for the fact that she was afraid that the anteater would appear out of nowhere to eat her, she would have already crushed William to a pulp. The onyx medallion in William's hand glowed as the Ant Queen used her authority to grant William permission to use it. "With this, I'll have my own ant army as well," William thought. They were currently at war with the organization. He didn't mind using blackmail to have his way, especially when he was the one in control of the negotiation. The Ant Queen didn't mind giving William control over 1,000 ants. After all, the army under her personal command numbered in the millions. 1,000 was only a drop in the bucket, and she could always lay more eggs to create more soldiers to do her bidding. After giving William the permission to use the onyx medallion, the Ant Queen returned to her throne, which she had left earlier due to the threat that Kasaganaga posed. "You said that you had ordered scouts to check the current state of all 4 kingdoms, right?" William asked Princess Sidoni, who had regained her calm and was currently sitting on the Ant Queen's lap. "Do you have any news from them?" Princess Sidoni raised her head to look at the Ant Queen and the latter closed her eyes. As the mother of the colony, she was able to see what her subordinates could see. After several minutes passed, a frown appeared on the Ant Queen's face. It was as if she was seeing something quite unpleasant. "The Aenarion dynasty is currently under the control of black-robed men," the Ant Queen reported. "The images I am getting match the profiles of the members of the organization that you mentioned to me before. However, it seems that they are not the only ones that are currently invading the lands of this continent." "What do you mean?" Princess Sidoni asked. "Aside from the organization, who else is taking hold of the other kingdoms?" "The kingdom of Frisia is far from the east. It will at least take 2 more days before my scouts arrive in your kingdom, Princess Sidoni. However, a few of my scouts at the Zelen dynasty have already been killed, and they were not killed by humans." The Ant Queen's face contorted with rage. "They were killed by elves." William's expression immediately changed when he heard the word elves. Before he left Lant, Celine had told him that there was a possibility that the elven race would also arrive in the southern continent. Naturally, she was not fully confident about her assessment, because this was only the conclusion she could come up with when the letter from her grandfather arrived. "Elves?" Sidoni asked half in doubt. "Here in the southern continent? Are you sure?" The Ant Queen nodded. "I am very certain that the ones that have killed my children are elves." As long as they have only been dead for less than a day, I can still recover the memories they left behind. Do you know how many elves there are? William inquired. At least an initial estimate. The Ant Queen once again closed her eyes as if scanning the memories of her deceased scouts. Several thousands, the Ant Queen answered after a minute. The majority of them are young. If I am to make a bold conclusion, they wouldn't surpass the age of 20. This is the only reason that I can think of as to why they didn't turn into crystal statues. Also, there are also a few adults supervising them as well. I don't know how many there are, but I'll make a rough guess and say that they won't go over 20. Princess Sidonie felt that there was something more than met the eye with the appearance of the elven race. As a strategist, she would always try to understand her target's way of thinking in order to counter them. Are they doing something out of place? Princess Sidonie wondered. The Ant Queen pondered for a while as if trying to organize her thoughts. Before one of the scouts died, they were able to see a structure that was currently being built. I don't know what it is for, but I'm guessing that it holds a significant meaning to the elves. Also, I saw something quite interesting. And that is, William focused his undivided attention to the Ant Queen who was currently looking down on him with an evil smile. The organization fled from the Zelan dynasty, the Ant Queen replied. It seems that they are not on the same side. Chapter 355, Invaders from the Crater Empire. William looked up at the gray sky that was covered with thick clouds. Ever since the continental spell was unleashed, the light of the sun had not appeared again within the southern continent. Too bad, I can't increase the level of my sun-night job class, William thought as he closed his eyes. He then remembered the smug expression of the sun god, Luff, who had made things difficult for him back in the Temple of the Gods. If possible, William didn't want to see him ever again. The red-headed boy was currently lying on the highest point of the ant nest, while he arranged the information that he had gathered from the Ant Queen, as well as Princess Sidonie's own conclusion. Elves. William didn't know how to feel about these invaders that had come from distant lands. For him, elves were a complicated bunch. His mother, his master, and the dean of the academy were the only 3 elves that he knew so far. If someone were to ask him if he hated the elves, the answer would be, just a little. He was forced to part with his mother because she was afraid that he would be targeted by his father's enemies. His master, on the other hand, had made sure that he learned things the hard way. As for the dean of the academy, William didn't know him well enough to give his opinion. At the very least, the two of them were not at odds with each other. However, one thing is for sure, William mused as he opened his eyes. They didn't come here for peace. They came here with the intention to invade. According to the scouts that the Ant Queen had sent to the Zelan dynasty, the elves had either imprisoned or enslaved the teenagers that tried to resist their invasion. Although the elves were clearly stronger, it doesn't change the fact that there were millions of inhabitants in each kingdom. Among them would be the prodigies that would stand out from the rest. The fastest way to eliminate all opposition would be to either capture or enslave them as soon as possible. Whoever is leading their expedition has a good head on their shoulders. William had to admit that this was the most effective method available when conquering kingdoms. Aside from the elven invasion, there was also the threat of the organization in his own kingdom. Although the elves and the organization seemed to be at odds with each other, William instinctively felt that trying to form an alliance with them was a very bad option. There was also the matter with Kasaganaga. The moment the anteater became aware that elves had arrived, he had returned to the Thousand Beast domain to fully absorb the 2 millennial ants that he had eaten a few days ago. William could tell that the deity of the sky was focusing on getting as strong as it could. It was as if the rainbow-colored anteater was setting up a flag for an imminent battle with the elves in the future. He had already been in Anthium for 5 days. The reason he hadn't left yet was because the Ant Queen's ability to gather information was amazing, to say the least. She had employed a vast array of information-gathering ants that were no bigger than an inch long. Even at great distances, they could relay the information to the Ant Queen in real time, which saved William the trouble of sending Athon, his little wren, to gather information from all 4 kingdoms on the continent. William was quite thankful for the fact that Princess Sidonie and him had agreed to form an alliance. Without her help, he would still be in the dark about the appearance of the elves. What should I prioritize first? William sighed as he propped himself up into a sitting position. Whatever happens to the Zelan and Aenarionia dynasties is none of my business. Princess Sidonie is worried about her family in the kingdom of Frisia, so I can't count on her to help me deal with the organization in my home turf. William thought of gathering the scattered members of his Night Order in order to deal with the organization. However, after getting information from Connor's subordinates, he found out that it would be very difficult to face them in a head-on battle. There's also the issue of the Crown Prince. William frowned. He still hadn't had the chance to smack Prince Lionel's face for trying to kidnap his big brother and big sister while they were returning to Lant. William had been itching to give the bastard prince a good thrashing once he got his hands on him. "What are you thinking, Sir William?" An angelic voice called out to the half-elf, while he was busy thinking of ways to deal with the organization. Princess Sidoni walked towards him with the veil covering her exceptional good looks, which had brought many men and women to their knees. "I'm thinking about the problems I need to deal with within the Helen Kingdom," William answered honestly. "How about you? Do you have any plans to go back to the Kingdom of Frisia to liberate your people?" Princess Sidoni didn't answer. Instead, she sat beside William and stared at the massive ant colony in front of her. "I have some good news and some bad news," Sidoni said after a minute of silence. William scratched his head in a helpless manner. "Great. More bad news. Go on, tell me the bad news first." Princess Sidoni turned her head to the side to look at William. Frankly, the half-elf didn't know why the princess returned to wearing her veil after he had seen the face of the beauty that could bring down a nation. What he didn't know was that Princess Sidoni didn't want to face him straight on and use the veil to hide her expression. She was still embarrassed by how Morgana had acted in front of the red-headed boy. The Princess of Frisia was afraid that William would think of her as a loose lady that would openly tell anyone that she wanted to have their babies. "A new force has appeared and invaded our kingdom," Princess Sidoni reported. "The good news is that they don't seem to be on hostile terms with our kingdom. The flags of Frisia can still be seen in the capital. However, right next to it, another flag flutters in the breeze." William nodded. He had already figured out that the elves weren't the only invaders to come to the southern continent. "Do you recognize the flag? Does it belong to the local forces in your kingdom?" William inquired. Princess Sidoni shook her head. "There are no local factions within our kingdom. However, I guess you can say that I am related to them through my mother." William frowned, but didn't say anything because he knew that the princess had not finished her explanation. "The flags belong to the Crater Empire," Princess Sidoni continued. "My grandfather, Leonidas Agus Val Crater, is the current emperor of the Crater Empire." Chapter 356, To Our Successful Collaboration. "So, what do you plan on doing right now?" William inquired. "If they are not hostile, you should do your best to establish some form of communication with them." Princess Sidoni shook her head. "Although they didn't seem hostile, they still imprisoned my half-brothers and sisters, who were born from my father's concubines. The one who is currently sitting on the throne of Frisia is my 10-year-old little brother, Prince Karl." Hidden behind the veil, a small smile appeared on Princess Sidoni's lips as she thought of her little brother, who would always look for her whenever there was a thunderstorm. Prince Karl was born with an average talent in magic. Even so, that didn't stop Princess Sidoni and her mother, Queen Ophelia, from pampering him. Princess Sidoni also had an older brother. He was Prince Rainier, 24 years old, and the crown prince of Frisia. Sadly, he had turned into a crystal statue just like the rest of those that were above the age of 20. All the members of the royal family, who had turned to stone, were placed inside one of the spacious rooms in the castle in order to protect them from getting stolen. So in short, they are only giving the bloodline of your mother preferential treatment. William nodded in understanding. "Well, look at the bright side. At least, your half-brothers and sisters' conditions are still better than those who are in the Zelen dynasty." William remembered the devilish prince, Alaric Sol Zelen, who he had met in the Carinthar Mountains. His whereabouts were currently unknown. Based on the information from the ant spies that had infiltrated the Zelen capital, the crown prince had fled and took the surviving members of the royal family with him. "How about you, Sir William?" Princess Sidoni decided to change the topic and inquire about Willem's future plans. "What is your next course of action?" "I will return to the Helen Kingdom," William answered without batting an eye. "I need to deal with the problems in my own home first, before dealing with the unwanted guests that have already claimed the lands of others." A few minutes of silence passed between them before Princess Sidoni spoke what was currently inside her head. "I'll go with you, Sir William," Princess Sidoni said. "I may not be that much of a fighter, but I can offer you my advice when necessary. Also, I can summon a legion of warrior ants to my side. This will greatly aid you in fighting against the organization." If you want, I can even help you become the new king of the Helen Kingdom. William chuckled as he gazed at the princess by his side. Your offer is very tempting, princess. However, I have no wish for dominion. Even so, if you are willing to aid me in my quest, I'll gladly accept your offer. But, what is the catch? I'm sure that you want something else in return, right? Don't tell me that you want to have my babies as compensation. The half-elf wasn't able to stop himself from teasing Princess Sidonie. Unfortunately, her face was covered by a veil, so William couldn't see her current expression. Princess Sidonie's face reddened, but the veil on her face saved her from her embarrassment. She didn't even bother to reprimand William's teasing, because she couldn't possibly tell him that she was not the one that asked for his babies. He, you're so funny, Sidonie. Just say yes and let darling pin you down. Oh. Stop teasing me. This is all your fault, big sister. I admit that it is my fault. Now, switch with me and let me fix this problem for you. No, Sidonie rejected Morgana's offer. She was afraid that if he allowed her other half to take control, she would die of embarrassment if her bold and fiery counterpart were to do something provocative again. After regaining her composure, Princess Sidonie pretended as if she hadn't heard William's teasing and went directly to the heart of the matter. If we are going to return to the Helen Kingdom, we'd better return soon, Princess Sidonie proposed. The Ant Queen will keep me updated if there are any new developments from the Crater Empire and the elves. Let's deal with your problem first, so you can help me deal with mine. He then stood up and offered his hand to the princess who had piqued his interest. To our successful collaboration, William said. Princess Sidonie raised her own hand and grabbed William's hand. Unlike her own hand, the shepherd's hand was rough to the touch. Even so, she held it firmly because this hand belonged to the person she had recognized as a candidate to become her prince. The only boy in the entire southern continent that was not affected by the power of her charm. Yes, to our successful collaboration, Princess Sidonie replied as she held William's hand. 2 miles away from the ant colony, a man, wearing a black robe, looked at the two teenagers using a telescope. He was none other than Callum, who wanted to find the whereabouts of Princess Sidonie. The organization had secretly placed a tracking spell on the princess's flying carriage as insurance should she escape from their grasp. After following the trail for days, he had arrived in the lands of the Xianxia dynasty and entered Anthium, where the guardian beast of the dynasty resided. He was quite shocked when he found out that the princess entered the Ant Queen's domain. For him, the princess's action was completely suicidal. He even wondered what Princess Sidonie was thinking, doing such a crazy thing. However, Callum received another shock when he saw that the commander of the newly formed Knight Order was with the princess. According to their information, William was currently in a comatose state due to the injuries that he had received during the demon invasion. This was why he had been left behind when the students of the academy had gone to the front lines to help defend their kingdom. Callum also observed the behavior of the ant soldiers that were currently doing their duties. He noticed that none of them were paying attention to the two teenagers who were chatting happily right above their heads. Connor's right-hand man was aware that Princess Sidonie had the power to charm others. However, he didn't know how powerful her charm was. Looking at the scene in front of him, Callum felt that they had greatly underestimated the princess that Crown Prince Lionel was madly in love with. I need to report this to my lord, Callum muttered as he stealthily backed away. If my hunch is correct, then she might have already charmed the Ant Queen. Although this was a ridiculous thought, Callum was unable to toss it aside. The warrior ant's current behavior was more than enough for Callum to believe his suspicion. If his hunch was correct, then the princess was now someone who now had an entire army at her disposal. Such an individual would be a prized member in the organization. However, the problem lay with the boy by her side. William Von Ainsworth, Callum thought. Even though your grandfather is out of commission, you and your family are still a thorn in our side. Although he was miles away from the two teenagers, Callum could tell that the relationship between the Knight Commander and the princess was rather good. What he was afraid of was that the princess would use her newly acquired ant army to deliver a fatal blow to their organization. Chapter 357, Connor's Final Decision. Connor frowned after he arrived at the capital of Gladiolus. The first thing that was reported to him was the successful escape of the third princess of Frisia. The second thing was that their forces in the Zelen dynasty had retreated in order to escape the elves. Connor had already expected this outcome. The elves were an arrogant race. They would definitely not allow any kind of opposition to stand in their way. The problem lay in the kingdom of Frisia. He still hadn't received any news from the agents that were stationed in the faraway kingdom located in the east. Naturally, the officer in charge had been given a long-distance communication crystal. However, it had been days since the leader had last reported anything to him. This only meant one thing, and that was that something unfortunate had befallen the man he entrusted to take control of the kingdom of Frisia. After carefully weighing the current situation, Connor decided to send 300 of his trusted men back to the hidden domain. He, on the other hand, would stay in the Hellen capital to take command of the current situation. He knew that the peace here would be short-lived, since it wouldn't be long before the elves came knocking on their doors. I need to buy time until the secret of the Undying Lands has been unearthed, Connor thought as he carefully read the documents that were presented to him. It was the current list of forces that the Hellen Kingdom had. The list was composed of the young knights and students of the different learning institutions around the kingdom. Naturally, Connor focused on the documents pertaining to the students of the Hellen Royal Academy. These were the most talented students of the kingdom, and all of them represented precious manpower that he could add to his ranks through bribes or coercion. Still, just where are the officers that are supposed to look after the prince? Connor thought, just what is Callum doing? When he arrived, the first person he looked for was his right-hand man, Callum. However, his subordinates only said that the vice commander of the organization had personally set out to find Princess Sidoni's whereabouts. Right now, the number of agents that the organization had in the Hellen Kingdom numbered around 20,000. Most of them were wanted criminals that hailed from the different kingdoms, clans, and hidden factions within the southern continent. They were a ragtag group with their own agendas, and their loyalty to the organization would only last as long as their needs were met. Connor understood this. In order to appease them, he planned to have them become the new retainers of the lands belonging to the Hellen Kingdom. Of course, they would give face to their puppet king Lionel, because this was part of the agreement they had. Even though Connor would be unable to keep his part of the bargain to make Lionel the emperor of the southern continent, making him the king of his own kingdom was possible. Only when he was able to discover the secrets of the Undying Lands would he have enough ability to sweep away the foreign invaders and kick them off from his turf. Suddenly, one of the rings on his fingers glowed. These rings were connected to the leaders under his wing and served as their means of communication. Connor directed the ring on the wall and a projection of Callum appeared. The vice commander gave Connor a brief bow before starting his report. "My lord, I have found the whereabouts of Princess Sidoni, but the current situation has surpassed our expectations," Callum reported. "Although I'm not 100% certain, I believe that the princess has managed to tame the Ant Queen and make it her subordinate." Connor narrowed his eyes. He had known Callum for a long time and knew that his right-hand man didn't have the habit of talking senseless things. If Callum said that the princess might have charmed the Ant Queen, then the possibility certainly existed. "Also, there is more that I needed to report," Callum continued. "The Knight Commander of the Angorian War Sovereign, William Von Ainsworth, is with the princess." "How should I proceed, my lord? William and the princess are together." Callum tapped the top of his desk as he pondered their next move. This was an unexpected situation because he thought that the half-elf was currently unconscious. After careful consideration, he looked at this trusted subordinate and asked a question. "Can you capture the princess?" Connor inquired. Callum shook his head. "I am not confident that I will be able to snatch her from the ant warriors. Even if I succeeded, they would be able to track me down. Also, I can't outrun the Queen's millennial flying ants. Not to mention, the Knight Commander is also there. Our information regarding his abilities is non-existent." Connor thought long and hard before he gave his order. "Return to the Hellen capital for now. If you are discovered, then getting away will be extremely difficult. Also, there is something that I want you to handle personally. I will tell you the details after you've arrived." "Yes, my lord," Callum replied before the projection faded. Connor sat in silence as he considered negotiating with Princess Sidoni and William to work for him. Currently, the princess was far from home, and, if Connor offered her enough benefits, then there was a possibility for them to come to a compromise. As for William, the crown prince hates him, but he is also Celine's disciple. One wants him dead, while the other wants him alive, Connor mused. "I have promised both of them that I would fulfill their wishes, but I can't touch the boy due to my agreement with Celine." The leader of the organization in the southern continent knew that he had to make a difficult choice. Support Prince Lionel or keep his promise with Celine. The prince had given him the key to the Undying Lands, while the latter had given him the means to use the miasma to weaken the forces of the Hellen Kingdom. Not only that, the research for the artificial super soldiers, that had led to the birth of the gigantic trollhound, was research that Selene had started many years ago. Unfortunately, she abandoned it. This gave the organization a massive headache and they had no choice but to give the project to another scholar to continue her research. Honestly, Connor didn't want to make things difficult for William. After all, both of them were half-elves. The race that was shunned by the elven race and treated like a disgrace. Still, he was someone who looked at the bigger picture. The Undying Lands held untold possibilities. All he needed to do was send his men to explore the domain and find the secrets hidden within. I guess I'll just let the prince deal with William personally. Connor finally made his decision. As long as I don't take part in it, Selene will remain loyal to the organization. Connor knew that having Selene as an ally was way better than having her as his enemy. The blade wyvern soared in the sky as it made a detour towards the northern regions of the Hellen Kingdom. Before returning to Lant, William wanted to talk to the demigod of the Corinter Mountains, Takam, and ask for advice on how to break the spell that had turned the adults into crystal statues. The last time they met, the demigod had mentioned that the two of them could meet again, when the sky falls. Although William was asleep, the narration of his big brother Matthew, and big sister Leah, conformed with the description of the demigod. When the aurora borealis descended from the heavens, it was similar to the sky falling. Did Takam know all of this beforehand? William thought. If so, why didn't he do anything about it? William was deep in thought and didn't notice that Princess Sidoni and Morgana were paying close attention to his current expression. As a strategist, Princess Sidoni wanted to gather more information, so that she could find William's weakness. Morgana was doing the same, but her motives were impure. Darling looks so handsome when he's thinking seriously. Single quote. Maybe I should put an aphrodisiac in his food and drinks so I can attack him tonight. Princess Sidoni sighed internally. She had never expected her big sister to fall head over heels for William after getting dominated by the boy in their face-off. The image of her strong and dependable other half had long disappeared and had been replaced by a girl who just kept talking about making babies with the handsome red-headed boy. Due to this, she decided to forbid Morgana from taking over her body. Princess Sidoni was afraid that if Morgana really did have her way, she would definitely resort to attacking William in his sleep. What Princess Sidoni wanted was to find true love, not indulge in baby-making sessions. She had already recognized William as a possible candidate to become her future lover. However, she wanted to know more about the boy. As for William's other lovers, the princess wasn't worried about them. She believed that she could overcome all competition if she decided that William would officially become her lover. As a strategist, she was confident in her ability to win her battles. The only problem was, this was her first time to be on the battlefield of love. Princess Sidoni and Morgana would soon understand that the man whom they had chosen had very unusual tastes, which in turn would make both of them question their own taste in men. Chapter 358, We will be waiting for you at the peak of divinity. Will. As soon as William stepped out of the flying carriage, Ian immediately gave him a hug. Ian had been waiting for William's arrival ever since the red-headed boy told her that he would go to the northern regions to meet with the demigod of the Corinter Mountains. The journey took 6 days because the distance from the ant colony to the northern edge of the Hellen Kingdom was quite far. William had spent almost a week in the ant colony before traveling towards the northern regions. In the 12 days that they were apart, the two had kept in touch with each other. Ian was quite worried because during those 12 days, she hadn't been able to continue the recovery of William's spiritual world. Although the half-elf's sea of consciousness was recovering at a decent pace, Ian still wanted to speed up the healing by being there to act as medium. Also, it is the only place where she could face William in her true form. Ian didn't want to admit it, but those moments when the two of them were alone in William's damaged world, were the moments she looked forward to the most. "Did you miss me?" William asked with a smile as he returned Ian's hug. "Yes," Ian replied as she looked at William with a gentle gaze. Princess Sidoni, who had also stepped out of the flying carriage, saw everything. Her jaw almost dropped when she saw how intimately the two boys were hugging. Morgana, who was inside Princess Sidoni's mindscape, also had the same expression. This. Could it be? No. Don't say it. Wait. This is the only explanation I can think of as to why Darling didn't bat an eye when I placed his hand on my chest. So, this is the reason. It's because of him. Princess Sidonie wanted to shout that it was her chest that William had touched and not Morgana's. Even so, the situation in front of her made her completely unable to retort to her panicking other half. There has to be another reason, Princess Sidonie said as she tried to calm her emotions. Don't forget Wendy. Based on our investigation, she is Sir William's not-so-secret lover. We can't deny the fact that the two of them really looked that way. She even kissed him during the party back at the palace. Why, you're right. Morgana grabbed Princess Sidonie's argument like it was her last lifeline. While still hugging William, Ian glanced at the veiled princess, who was looking back at William and him. Ian didn't like the fact that William had spent 12 days with the princess who was said to be an angelic beauty. Although she knew that William was not someone who picked up beautiful girls left and right, she still wasn't able to stop herself from feeling jealous. Ian rested her chin on William's shoulder and gave the princess a sweet smile. It was a smile that screamed, "He's mine, FCK off, bitch." Morgana almost spat blood from within their mindscape because her understanding of the handsome half-elf had done a complete reversal. With just a glance, she and Princess Sidonie could tell that William wasn't acting. The half-elf seemed to enjoy Ian's show of affection and it made the two of them question their taste in men. Sidonie, did we make a mistake? William was unaware that Princess Sidonie and her other half were questioning their standards in men. Fortunately, William was the first to pull back from the hug and introduce Ian to the princess, who suffered from culture shock. "Ian, you already know Princess Sidonie," William said with a smile. "Princess, this is Ian. He is part of my personal night order." Ian extended his hand towards the princess and the latter subconsciously raised her hand to firmly grip the hand that was extended to her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess Sidonie," Ian said. "Likewise," Princess Sidonie replied. The handshake only lasted for a brief moment, but the two stared daggers at each other. Ian could tell that the princess was somehow interested in William, so she decided to do everything in her power to prevent the two of them from getting close. She would not allow William to increase the number of his lovers while Est and Wendy were away. The three of them had agreed that they would work together to prevent other girls from clinging to William's thigh. The half-elf's thigh had already been claimed by them. A cheerful and loud voice broke the tension in the air as an adorable loli ran towards William. When she was within range, Brianna jumped towards William's chest with outstretched arms. William hurriedly caught the little loli in order to prevent her from getting injured. He then spun her round and round, making Brianna giggle about his ability to go with the flow. "I missed you, big brother," Brianna said as she looked up at William with upturned eyes. "Is Ernest looking at us?" "I missed you too, Brianna," William replied with gentle eyes. "Yes, he is now on his way here and his face reeks of jealousy." "Good job." The two conspirators gave each other a wink as they continued to hug, making the youngest prince of the Helen Kingdom extremely jealous. "Sir William, I think it's about time that you let go of my fiancé," Prince Ernest stated. "I thought that I made it clear last time that I know that what both of you are doing is just an act to make me jealous. Please, stop it, big sister, stop bullying me." William sighed and patted Brianna's head. He just couldn't help but feel playful whenever he was around Brianna. For William, Brianna was the closest to the little sister that he never had. Whenever they were together, he just wanted to pamper her and spoil her rotten. This was different from how he treated his adorable cousin, Eve. For William, the two of them were precious. One was his family member, the other a non-blood related little sister. If possible, he wanted both of them to live carefree and happy lives, away from the struggles of war. "Sorry, Ernest," Brianna knew that the little prince was really jealous and it helped her know that the latter really did care for her. Due to King Noah's indecision about whether or not he should recognize Brianna as Prince Ernest's official fiancé, the little loli always felt like she would be thrown away once her grandfather lost the position of the great chief. Brianna knew that once that happened, she would lose her political value as Prince Ernest's fiancé. Although she was bubbly and confident on the surface, deep down, Brianna was feeling insecure. This was why she liked being around William. The handsome half-elf didn't care if she was a princess or just an ordinary girl. She could feel his sincere familial feelings for her and they made her feel safe and secure by his side. Sometimes she wondered, if she had met William before she had met Prince Ernest, perhaps. Brianna sighed internally and locked those feelings in the depths of her heart. She was still young and would know the answer when she had grown up a bit more. For now, she was happy to be by Ernest's side, knowing that the young prince truly cared for her as well. "Sir William, how is the capital?" Prince Ernest inquired. "Is His Majesty safe?" Prince Ernest was aware that all the adults had turned into crystal statues because Simon, the dean of the academy, had also become a statue a few days after they arrived in the Carinthar Mountains. The great chief had received them warmly, but he, too, turned into a crystal statue when the aurora borealis descended from the sky. No adults in the northern regions were spared from the continental spell. Right now, the one taking charge of all of the tribes was none other than Brianna. In the absence of the great chief, her father, mother, and uncle, Brianna was the highest authority among the northern tribes. She was now currently the great chieftain and was doing her best to ensure that the tribes would be able to function. Fortunately, the northerners were both warriors and hunters. Just like every strong faction in the continent, the tribes didn't lack prodigies who stood out from among the rest. These prodigies were currently working hand in hand with the survivors of their own tribes to provide food and security to their people. "I welcome your return to the Carinthar Mountains," a female voice said as a blue portal appeared in front of William. The oracle that served the demigod of the northern regions appeared. William was surprised because the oracle hadn't been affected by the continental spell. This made him affirm that the King of Goats had already known that this was going to happen and had sheltered his oracle in order to prevent her from being turned into a crystal statue. "Lady Brianna, you are doing a fine job in leading the survivors," the oracle said with a smile. "Our Lord is very satisfied with your management. He told me to tell you that you have His blessings and may you continue to strive to ensure that the tribes will continue to thrive, despite the hardships that we are currently facing." Brianna bowed respectfully to the oracle with her hands pressed over her chest. "My sovereign's will is my will. I will serve according to His Excellency's wishes." The oracle gave Brianna a nod of approval before returning her attention to the red-headed boy who had come all this way to meet with her master. "Please, come and visit the first peak in 2 days," the oracle stated. "My lord is currently busy and he will see you at the promised date." The oracle turned towards the portal, but she stopped before taking a step inside it. "The wind may blow, but the ice will never melt," the oracle said softly. "We will be waiting for you, Sir William, at the peak of divinity." After saying those parting words, the oracle left without turning back. The blue portal disappeared and William sighed in his heart. He had wanted to meet with Takam that very day, but the oracle said that the demigod was busy. "I guess I will have to wait 2 days before I see him," William thought as he allowed himself to be dragged towards the lodging that was prepared for him by Ian. The two of them had been separated from each other for too long and the mermaid was dying to have a tryst with William, in a world that was meant solely for the two of them. Chapter 359, Who Dares to Get in My Way? William looked towards the east as he waited for the sun to rise. It was still dark, and the air was quite chilly, but the half-elf didn't mind it one bit. Ash had taken the initiative to show William how much she had missed him, which caught him completely by surprise. They said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and the red-headed boy experienced firsthand how a mermaid showed her affection to her significant other. Although Ash could only transform into her true form for 3 hours a day, it was a different story in William's spiritual world. She could stay in her true form for as long as she wanted in that world where there were no barriers between the two of them. Whenever William thought back to when he and Ash first met, a smile would always appear on his face. "She will probably wake up around noon," William grinned after thinking about his exhausted lover, who was still sleeping in their warm and comfortable bed. The union between souls was very different from a physical union. It was more intimate, which helped William increase his synchronization rate with Ash, increase +15 enhancement bonus to all stats. Strength of stats and abilities will increase, or decrease, depending on the synchronization rate between the host and his familia member. Synchronization rate, 42%. Owen's and Lady Arrow's techniques are really effective, William thought as a mischievous smile appeared on his face. After coming to know the basics from Owen and training under the goddess of lust, William became confident in how to satisfy his lovers. Unfortunately, he was still underage, so he couldn't do it physically. However, inside his spiritual world, the union between souls was possible. "Good morning, Sir William," an angelic voice laced with surprise called out to him from behind. "Good morning, Princess," William replied. "You're up early. Were you not able to sleep properly?" Princess Sidoni shook her head as she walked towards William. "I'm just not used to sleeping in a place that I've never been before. I envy Priscilla. She's still asleep in our room right now." William nodded in understanding. He had also experienced something similar when he accompanied Ezio as part of his training. After the short exchange, William once again turned to face the east, waiting for the sun to rise from the edge of the world. Princess Sidoni stood a meter away from him. Her big sister, Morgana, was still resting within her mindscape. It was now a good time to ask the boy she liked the most some personal questions, while her other half was still asleep. Mindscape is another term for spiritual world, and sea of consciousness. However, I will be using mindscape more when referring to Sidoni's and Morgana's world. Sir William, you seem close with Sir Ian, Princess Sidoni said. What is your relationship with each other? William's attention was so focused on waiting for the exact moment when the sun appeared in the east that he casually gave an answer to the princess's inquiry. Ian is my boy, friend. William almost bit his tongue as he forcefully stopped himself mid-sentence. The two of us are friends. Princess Sidoni noticed William's sudden break in his words and decided to pry further. The two of you seemed closer than friends, Princess Sidoni commented. For a moment, I thought the two of you were lovers. Ha ha ha, how can that be possible? William might have looked like he was amused with Princess Sidoni's words, but deep inside he was already sweating buckets. Due to the fact that he was separated from Ash for almost 2 weeks, he had completely forgotten that he shouldn't show any kind of intimacy when the two of them were in public. You're thinking too much, Princess, William said. Princess Sidoni nodded. She was still half in doubt, so she decided to ask a follow-up question. What is your relationship with Lady Wendy? She's my lover. So, you admit that she's your lover? Sidoni inquired. Of course, William replied in a carefree manner. The image of the beautiful blonde beauty whom he teased when he was awake, and who beat him up in his dreams, flashed across his mind. I wish she was here. Princess Sidoni felt relief and a slight pain in her chest after hearing William's words, that were filled with love and longing. Relief because she had confirmed that the boy she liked was only interested in girls, and pain because, even though Wendy was not by his side, he still thought of her. This show of affection made her feel as if something was pricking her heart, making it feel pain. She's a very lucky girl, Princess Sidoni said softly. William shook his head as he faced the princess by his side. I am the lucky one, to be able to have her in my life. It was at this moment when the sun rose in the east and cast its light on the half-elf's back. Princess Sidoni looked at the handsome boy whose hair was as red as flames and whose eyes were clear and bright. The light of the sun provided a golden backdrop, which made him look like he was part of a beautiful painting. Princess Sidoni wasn't able to stop her wildly beating heart from skipping a beat, as her attraction to William grew in that brief moment in time. Callum, along with over 200 members of the organization, arrived at the southern regions of the Helen Kingdom, where the Hidden Valley was located. He had only rested for a day after his arrival before he set out to carry out Connor's direct command. When Callum learned that the hidden domain had finally been opened, he knew that their organization had acquired a priceless treasure. Although he was worried about Princess Sidoni's next course of action, the hidden domain was the main reason why they had prepared the continental spell. They wanted to prevent anyone in the southern continent from getting in their way. As long as they uncovered the secrets behind the Undying Lands, all of their efforts would be worth it. Are you sure this is where the Hidden Valley was located? Callum asked. He had a frown on his face as he looked at the mile-long deep pit in the ground. Why yes. Believe me, Vice Commander, one of the men that had accompanied Connor back to the capital stuttered. I swear that it is where the Hidden Valley was located. Isn't that right? The man looked at his comrade who had also been sent to guide Callum to the location of the entrance of the Undying Lands. Sir, this is indeed the place where the hidden domain is located, the man replied. However, it was not like this when we left it. It looks as if the entire valley has been gouged out of the ground. Callum sighed and took a red gem, that was as big as an adult's hand, out from his storage ring. Moments later, the image of Connor appeared in the space in front of him. Have you arrived? Connor asked. Callum nodded. We have arrived at the location, but the Hidden Valley is not here. What do you mean that it's not there? It is just as I mentioned, my lord. Please, take a good look for yourself. Callum rotated the gem and allowed Connor to see the actual site where the hidden domain was located. It had been 3 hours since the sunrise, so there was plenty of light to see the surroundings. Connor wasn't able to stop himself from slamming his fist on his desk in anger. The desk broke apart due to the impact, but he paid it no heed. He had toiled for many years researching the whereabouts of the hidden domain and its key. Now that he had finally accomplished his goal, the hidden domain had disappeared as if it had sprouted wings and flew away. Find it, Connor ordered. Find the monument that opens the path to the Undying Lands. Search for clues. Don't rest until you find it. Callum could hear, and feel, Connor's rage through the communication crystal and promised to conduct an extensive search to find the whereabouts of the monument. Back in the capital of Gladiolus. Damn it, Connor kicked the broken pieces of the desk away in anger. He couldn't stop the rage that was boiling inside his heart due to the disappearance of the Undying Lands. Suddenly, the door to his quarters opened and the crown prince of the Hellen Kingdom, Lionel, walked towards him with an equally furious expression. Where is the princess? Lionel inquired in anger. I have waited for over 2 weeks and she's still not here. Are you and your men all incompetent? Shut up. Connor slapped the crown prince, which sent the latter slamming towards the wall of his room. You dare look down on me and my men? Connor kicked the fallen prince repeatedly to vent out his anger and frustration. If not for the fact that the subordinates of the prince had been there to accompany their master, Prince Lionel might have been kicked to death by Connor, whose wrath was at its peak. Take him away and lock him up. I don't want to see him again. Connor ordered his subordinates, who had arrived at the room to check on the commotion. They looked at the badly injured crown prince who was lying on the floor. They hastily obeyed their leader's order because Connor was still emitting his killing intent. This was the first time they had seen their leader in this state and it made them feel fearful. After everyone had left the room, Connor punched the wall, sending pieces of debris flying. Who? Connor roared in anger. Who dares to get in my way? Who? Connor's mad raving continued for an hour before everything turned silent. During that hour, the room where he was staying had been completely turned into ruins. Chapter 360. We meet again, Little Will. How is the construction of the gateway faring? Elendor asked one of the officers in charge of the construction of the teleport gate that would connect to the Silvermoon continent. If all goes well, we will be able to complete its construction within 3 months, the elf, who looked like a man in his mid-50s, replied. Once the gateway becomes functional, we will be able to begin our conquest in full. Elendor nodded. Elder, please make sure that no mishaps happen during that time. Of course, you can count on me. For the time being, focus on consolidating the local forces that we have gathered. They will become our cannon fodder when we march towards the neighboring kingdoms. Worry not, that was exactly my intention. The elder of the Reese clan, whom Elendor also belonged to, nodded his head in satisfaction. He was quite happy with how Elendor had led the elven expedition and everyone's morale was at its highest. The number of human slaves was also increasing. Due to the many years where elves were captured and treated as slaves by the humans, they had developed a deep-rooted hatred of the people whom they referred to as barbarians. Naturally, Elendor allowed his subordinates to pick their favorites from among the lot and do whatever they pleased with them. Elendor himself had 6 beautiful ladies whom he kept as his bed warmers. All of them had collars on their necks, which put them completely at his mercy. I will take my leave, Commander, the elder bowed respectfully. Go, Elder, Elendor gave the old man a brief nod. May the goddesses of the moons shine upon us all. The old man placed his hand over his chest. May the goddesses of the moons shine upon us all. After the elder left, Elendor left his room and went to the highest vantage point of the castle of the Zelen dynasty. The wind blew through his long blonde hair and his deep blue eyes stared towards the east. According to the spirit beasts that served as scouts, the Crater Empire had taken hold of the kingdom of Frisia. The distance between the Zelen dynasty and the kingdom of Frisia was far, but Elendor knew that it was only a matter of time before he clashed with one of the most powerful armies in the central continent. He then gazed towards the north, where the Aenarionia dynasty was located. Just like the kingdom of Frisia, the Aenarionia dynasty was quite far from their location. Finally, the elven commander shifted his attention to the west. The closest kingdom to their territory was the Hellen Kingdom. After a long meeting with the elders of the different clans and his trusted officers, Elendor decided to strike at the Hellen Kingdom first after they had successfully solidified their control over the Zelen dynasty. 3 months, Elendor muttered. In 3 months, our reinforcements will pass through the gates. A smile appeared on the handsome elf's face. He was looking forward to the appearance of their clan's guardian beast in the southern continent. Soon, father, Elendor thought. Soon, I will be able to realize your dream. Also, I will find that filthy half-breed and bring him back to the Silvermoon continent in chains. With him as our captive, the head of the council and the Saintess will have no choice but to give in to our demands. Elendor grinned. The thought of personally stepping on the head of the son of the hero of the elves made him extremely happy. To his clan, the moment the elves had to entrust their safety into the hands of a human was the greatest shame of their lives. They had long wanted to wash away this shame, and they planned to use William as a hostage in order to make the Aenarion family submit to their will. William made his way towards the first peak of the Carinthar Mountains as per his agreement with the Oracle, who came to meet him when he had arrived among the northern tribes. He didn't know why he had to wait 2 days before meeting with the demigod, Takum. However, since he was the guest in his domain, he had no choice but to obey the host's wishes. This time around, he was told to travel alone. William didn't find this request strange, because bringing people along wouldn't aid his purpose for coming. After traveling for half a day, William finally arrived at a stairway that led to a snow-covered palace that was hidden deep within the Carinthar Mountains. Standing at the very top of the stairway was the one and only oracle of the northern regions, Olivia. "Welcome, Sir William," Olivia greeted. "The master is waiting for you." William nodded and allowed Olivia to lead the way. The two passed through the empty halls of the palace before they arrived at the gates of the throne room. "This is as far as I go, Sir William," Olivia said with a smile. "May your meeting with His Excellency be fruitful." After saying those words, Olivia left William behind. She still had things to do, which were also the wishes of the demigod she served. William took a few deep breaths to compose himself before he opened the gates. Just like last time, the throne room was covered in a thick white fog. The half-elf walked forward as the gates behind him closed silently. A minute later, a clearing appeared within the fog, showing a 3-meter-tall goat that sat on a throne with an amused expression on his face. "We meet again, Little Wool," Takum said in a teasing manner. "It's quite unfortunate that you were sleeping when the sky fell. It was such a majestic sight that will probably not happen again in your lifetime. It's truly a shame that you didn't get to see it." William scratched his head because he had no retort for the demigod's teasing. He was in a comatose state when the continental spell activated, so he wasn't able to even see a glimpse of this once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon. "Don't worry," Takum chuckled. "Consider this as a small gift from me." Takum snapped his fingers. Immediately, Takum and the throne room disappeared. William found himself standing on the hill of Lant where he used to watch the sunrise. Suddenly, a loud, mocking laughter was heard as a gigantic red skull appeared in the sky. William saw several pillars of light shoot towards the heavens. Moments later, specks of light gathered around the giant red skull. Soon, the skull stopped laughing and opened its mouth to swallow the millions of souls of those that had died on the battlefield. A minute later, a red beam of light shot towards the heavens from the red skull's forehead. As if waiting for that exact moment, a golden beam of light came from the west and collided with the red ray that came from the red skull. The two beams of different colors intertwined, forming a purple aurora borealis. William felt his hair stand on end as the purple sky descended towards the ground, bathing the land with its colors. William covered his eyes as the aurora descended upon him. Even though he knew that what he was seeing was not real, his body still unconsciously moved due to his instincts. A few moments passed before William regained his senses. He was once again inside the throne room and in the presence of the demigod that ruled the Carinthar Mountains. "I told you that we would meet again when the sky fell," Takum said with a serious expression. "Young man, the two of us have many things to discuss." William turned towards Takum. "Your Excellency, you already know the reason why I came here," William said in a respectful manner. "Can you help me undo the curse that has plagued the continent?" Takum propped the side of his face using the palm of his right hand as he looked at William with amusement. "The curse is unimportant," Takum replied. "There's nothing you can do to lift the curse, but it is not omnipotent. At most, you will just need to wait 2 years before the curse loses its effect. By then, all of the people that have been turned into statues will once again regain their freedom." William felt relieved and disappointed at the same time after hearing the demigod's explanation. Relief because the curse had an expiration date, and disappointment because he would have to wait up to 2 years for that to happen. While William was deep in thought, Takum casually waved his hand and a table filled with tea and snacks appeared beside the boy. The half-elf unconsciously sat on the chair and stared at the demigod, waiting for him to continue. After making sure that his guest was comfortable, Takum resumed their chat. "Now, I don't know how you did it, but you got more than you bargained for." Takum chuckled. "Even now, I don't know if I should praise you for your boldness, or mock you for your stupidity. All I know is that you have, unknowingly, bitten off more than you can chew. William looked at the demigod with a frown because he didn't know what the demigod was hinting at. Seeing his confusion, Tockham pointed at William's steaming teacup on the table. The half-elf nodded in understanding and started to drink the Lipton tea that was prepared for him by the host of the northern regions. Little Wool, Tockham said with a teasing smile. The reason the Undying Lands was hidden away was not only because of the precious treasures and resources that could be found inside it. Over 1,000 years ago, the first king of the Helen Kingdom discovered that domain. The history books all say that he was the one that made the domain, but if you think about it carefully, no mortal could possibly own a domain that large. William, who was listening to Tockham's explanation, wanted to say that he was a mortal in possession of his own domain. However, he decided to keep mum and allow the demigod to continue his explanation. It's funny how humans can twist the history of the land as they write their own history, burying the true story behind an ancient relic that belonged to an era where the gods still played an active role in this world. The half-elf munched on some biscuits while he listened. Perhaps it was due to him not having anyone to talk to aside from Olivia, his oracle, but the king of goats was quite a talkative demigod. He was very different from Vlad, who was too lazy to hold a conversation with anyone. Jekyll's father would just nod, grunt, and say, most of the time when someone talked to him. It was as if he couldn't be bothered to even give a proper reply, which made William refrain from asking him questions. The floating island is not only a stronghold, it also serves as a prison, Tockham continued. Imprisoned within it is an existence that is capable of bringing ruin to the continent once it breaks out of the chains that bind it. Tockham once again chuckled as he eyed William in a mischievous manner. Simply put, you have acquired a priceless domain with a notorious, man-slaughtering, pseudo-demigod as a freebie. Congratulations. When it breaks out of its prison, the first person it will kill will be you. William almost spat out the tea that he just drank after hearing Tockham's explanation. This piece of information made William break out in cold sweat. He knew that he had acquired a priceless treasure. However, after hearing Tockham's warning, he realized that it was not only a treasure trove, but also a problematic domain where a vengeful Dracolich had been locked up for thousands of years. He wasn't given much time to dwell on it as Tockham continued. The next important thing you need to know is Chapter 361, Loving Someone Hurts. While William and Tockham talked about serious matters inside his palace, 3 girls and 2 boys were also having a serious discussion inside the Great Chieftain's conference room. What is your relationship with Sir William? Princess Sidonie asked Ian. Ian placed his teacup on top of the table before looking at the veiled princess who was seated opposite him. Will and I are close friends, Ian replied. Only close friends? Then how come he stayed in your room last night, instead of sleeping in his own room? Princess Sidonie asked. Actually, the one in control of Princess Sidonie's body right now was Morgana. She asked Sidonie to switch with her so she could interrogate the good-looking boy who seemed to be very intimate with her darling. Princess Sidonie wasn't as bold as her other half, so she agreed to her request. Deep inside, she also wanted to know the truth behind William's and Ian's close relationship. I don't see anything wrong with Will sleeping in my room, Ian replied with a smug expression on his face. Also, why do you care about his private business? What is your relationship with him? Morgana leaned back in her chair. The two of us are allies. It is important for me to know more about the person whom I have allied myself with. Right now, I hold an entire ant army under my command. This is equivalent to having the military might of a kingdom. I have more than enough qualifications to know if Sir William is someone I should support wholeheartedly. William had explained to Ian, in detail the night before, how he and Princess Sidonie met. The half-elf didn't hide anything from her, even the part where the princess offered to make William the king of the Helen Kingdom. This made Ian very wary of the princess, who was rumored to be the most beautiful girl in the southern continent. As someone who just recently became William's lover, she understood that the half-elf had the uncanny ability to attract beauties left and right. Ian wanted to tell the princess that William didn't need her support, but he knew that this was not the right thing to do. Right now, they had no manpower to fight for their side. Having an army that numbered in the millions was a boon to their fight against the organization that had taken over the Helen Kingdom, as well as the army of elven prodigies, and the Crater Army. Brianna and Priscilla sat on the side and just listened to the banter between Ian and Morgana. Priscilla had a serious expression on her face, while Brianna looked like an auntie that was looking for juicy gossip. Prince Ernest, who was seated beside Brianna, felt that he was out of place. Something in him was telling him that he shouldn't be there. However, he had no other place to go aside from accompanying Brianna as she did her daily duties for the northern tribes. The young prince was quite impressed with how his fiancée handled the important matters of her tribe and clan during the absence of the adults. "Sir Ian, I know that you are part of Sir William's personal night squad," Morgana said after drinking her tea. "But, is your excessive clinginess necessary? If you continue this attitude, rumors will fly about Sir William's preferences." Ian did his best not to roll his eyes at the princess's barbed statement. He was very tempted to transform right in front of her and make the princess understand that there was nothing wrong with William's preferences. Still, he held himself back and just nodded his head. "I'll make sure to listen to your advice, princess," Ian replied. Morgana nodded. "As long as you understand, Sir Ian, I only have Sir William's best interest at heart." Ian pretended not to hear Morgana's words because the images of what they did last night, inside William's spiritual world, appeared in his mind. Ian's face immediately reddened. William had made her experience things she didn't know she could feel before. In fact, she had just woken up a few hours ago due to the spiritual exhaustion that came as a result of their time together. The corner of Morgana's lips twitched when she saw Ian's blushing face. She instantly realized that the boy's face didn't redden in anger because of her words. Ian was thinking about other things, and Morgana had a nagging feeling that they were about the things that William and Ian did last night. Her imagination went wild as she thought of forbidden things that could only be done between two. Forgive me for switching pronouns when it comes to Ian. I'm sure all of you understand the hardship. As much as possible, I don't want you guys to feel uncomfortable, but it's hard to show these scenes without going out of your comfort zone." Brianna and Prince Ernest were clueless about what was happening with Ian. Both of them were still too young to understand the complicated talks about relationships between people. Priscilla was not faring any better. This side of Ian was completely new to her. Back when they were still at the academy, she often noticed how her commander and Ian bickered every opportunity they got. William's and Ian's current closeness was something she didn't expect at all. "Why are you blushing?" Morgana asked in irritation. "I don't believe I said anything that warrants this reaction from you." Ian gave Morgana a teasing smile and his eyes had a smug expression in them. He had already confirmed that the princess was quite interested in William. However, he wasn't sure if this was only admiration, respect, or really love. One thing for sure, William didn't have any interest in the princess. He only cared about his rightful lovers, and the half-elf made sure that his feelings were relayed to her when the two of them had their spiritual union. "I just remembered a very happy memory," Ian replied. His tone was laced with mirth and affection that made Morgana feel more irritable. She was the sin of lust. The matters of the flesh were within her domain. Her sensitive senses had already informed her that William's scent lingered on Ian's body. This could only mean one thing. The two of them spent the night together. This bastard, Morgana cursed inside her mind. Princess Sidoni shared Morgana's feelings, so she also understood the source of her other half's irritation. An awkward silence descended upon the room because the two had stopped talking. The peanut gallery, namely, Prince Ernest and Priscilla, breathed a sigh of relief. Brianna, on the other hand, was somehow disappointed because she didn't get to see the fireworks she was envisioning. After an hour, Morgana returned to the room that was provided to her by Brianna. This was also the room she shared with Priscilla because the latter was her personal guard and maidservant. However, Morgana explicitly told the black-haired beauty that she wanted to be alone right now. Seeing that the princess was not in a good mood, Priscilla obediently nodded her head and left Morgana to her own devices. The princess removed her veil and stared at the full-size mirror inside her room. An angelic beauty with long, reddish-brown hair and mesmerizing hazel eyes looked back at her. She was worthy of her title as the most beautiful girl in the southern continent. Wendy, Ash, Est, and Rebecca were all beautiful girls, but Princess Sidoni's beauty was 2 to 3 steps above theirs. More than anything else, she was very confident in her looks. However, her confidence received a good beating when William didn't show any reaction to her after seeing her face. Although she did see appreciation in the half-elf's eyes, it was nothing compared to the gentleness and affection that William had shown to Ian. "I'm surprised you didn't use your charm on Ian," the beautiful lady thought as she stared at the image reflected in the mirror with a serious expression. If we were in Frisia, you would not allow anyone to talk back to you like that. Why didn't you charm him? Maybe if you make him submit to you. Naturally, the one that had spoken was Princess Sidoni. This was one of the ways they used in order to communicate to each other face to face. If you were me, would you have charmed Ian? Morgana asked back. Do you dare? Princess Sidoni shook her head. She was the brains and Morgana was the bronze. As the smarter one of the two, she knew that if she used her charm on Ian, the consequences would be terrible. I have a feeling that if we do that to Ian, Sir William will hate us for life, Princess Sidoni replied. Also, doing that would make me feel dirty. Right, I feel the same way. Morgana gritted her teeth. Is there something wrong with us? Why should we care about what he thinks? We can just use Ian and Wendy to force him to submit to us. Why should we care about his feelings? Princess Sidoni sighed. Meeting William allowed her to feel things she had never felt before. Jealousy, irritation, envy, and a certain possessiveness that made her feel as if she was inferior. Because we don't want to be hated by him, Princess Sidoni answered firmly. He's the type that will fight us to the death if we touch his reverse scale. I don't like this feeling, Sidoni. It makes me feel weak. Maybe, this is what it means to love someone. Loving someone hurts. Princess Sidoni closed her eyes because she agreed with Morgana's words. She thought that falling in love with someone would make her feel complete and happy. She thought that finding someone unaffected by her charms would allow her to understand what love was. Princess Sidoni and Morgana hugged each other inside their spiritual world. The two most beautiful girls in the southern continent were hurting because the love that they were looking for was very different from the love that they had envisioned in their dreams. Chapter 362, When a Demigod Sets Up a Flag. You have very little time, Little Wool, Takam said. In 3 months' time, the teleport gates that the elves and the Crater Empire are building will be completed. By then, they will be able to bring more of their forces to the southern continent. William listened seriously and pondered how he would be able to prevent such a thing. After racking his brains out, he figured out that it was impossible for him to fight the 2 foreign invaders alone. Even if he added the members of the Angorian War Sovereign to his forces, hundreds of children wouldn't be able to fight off against armies that numbered in the tens of thousands. Naturally, there was also Princess Sidoni by his side. However, William wasn't sure if the princess would change her mind in the future. Her loyalty didn't belong to the Hellen Kingdom, and the emperor of the Crater Army was her maternal grandfather. If she wished for it, she could return to the kingdom of Frisia and become its empress. When that happened, William would be left to fend for himself. This is why he was preparing for the worst-case scenario, an organization that is not well known and 2 foreign invaders. William sighed. Do you have any advice for me, Your Excellency? Takam chuckled. As a matter of fact, I do. The first thing you need to do is reach a compromise with that pseudo-demigod in the Undying Lands. He is the greatest threat that you are currently facing. Of course, if you can't reach a compromise, that is fine as well. He won't be going anywhere for at least 4 more years. William rubbed his forehead because he felt that he was going to have a headache. According to Takam, the pseudo-demigod was imprisoned on the floating island of the Undying Lands. However, it still had a few means in order to make William's life difficult. The attack he received when he was trying to relocate the Hidden Valley to his own domain proved that the prisoner on the floating island was a force to be reckoned with. Takam added that the pseudo-demigod also had an army at its command. Although they were restricted to the Undying Lands, that didn't mean that they weren't any less threatening. These forces could prevent William from gathering resources inside their domain and make things difficult for him. Is there a more effective way of dealing with this pseudo-demigod? William inquired. Takam pondered before giving the boy his thoughts about the matter. You have 2 choices. The first one is to hide the valley in a place where it won't be discovered by anyone. The second is to permanently seal it in the domain which you currently hold. William's body stiffened because he hadn't told the demigod that he had his own domain. His dumbfounded look made Takam roar in laughter. I bet you're thinking, how did he know that? Takam grinned. Unfortunately, I can't answer this question. Takam looked at William with a smirk as he gave him another piece of advice. Although the charming princess by your side has an ant army, it will never belong to you. You need to have your own army that will fight by your side. William nodded. He also understood the importance of building his own private force. I don't want to spoon-feed you, so you will have to deal with this yourself, Takam said with a smile. Also, just like last time, none of the northerners will be allowed to join the war. I will not allow any of the children of the tribes to step out of the Carinthar Mountains to fight for you." William once again nodded his head in understanding. He would be lying if he said that he hadn't thought about recruiting the warriors of the tribes. He knew that if he asked Brianna, the latter would do her best to accommodate his request. Unfortunately, Takam cared for the tribe's well-being as well. He would not allow the young warriors of the Carinthar Mountain to spill their blood in a war that they didn't need to fight. "Your Excellency, can you tell me, aside from the pseudo-demigod that is currently imprisoned, who is the greatest threat that I will face next?" "The elves." Takam didn't even bat an eye when he answered William's question. If they were to think about the overall might of the organization, the Crater Army, and the elves, the organization would probably be the weakest among the three. The commander of the Crater Army was Princess Sidoni's relative. Takam had told William that it would be a great idea if the princess were to meet them. That way, a proper dialogue could be held and they could come up with a compromise between the two sides. As for the elves, they came with the intention to conquer. Takam assured him that negotiation with them was impossible. He even warned William that he was included in their priority list to be captured. The moment the red-headed boy showed his face to the elves, the commander in charge would immediately give an order for his capture. Lastly, watch out for the members of the Holy Order of Light. Takam's expression became serious. They are more annoying than the 7 deadly sins put together. William was surprised because Takam showed a very rare hint of irritation from his usual calm countenance. "Understood," William replied, "I will not involve myself with them." Takam snorted, "Even if you don't involve yourself with them, they will involve themselves with you. They are like pesky bugs that won't die no matter how many times you step on them. Are they that annoying? Super annoying. If you kill one, another will come. If you kill 2, another 2 will take their place. It's a never-ending struggle. Although the chances of them appearing here in the south is slim, the possibility still exists." "How should I deal with them?" William inquired. If he were really not able to avoid a confrontation, he'd like to have some foreknowledge as to the best way to deal with this pesky organization. Takam became silent as he seriously thought of a way to answer William's question. Several minutes passed in silence as William nibbled on the snacks on the table, while waiting for the demigod to finish his thoughts. "Bury them alive," Takam answered after not talking for a long time. "There is no other way to make them stop coming after you." William almost choked on the cake he was eating after hearing Takam's unreasonable answer. He hastily drank the tea on the table in order to regain his breath. He then looked at the demigod in disbelief while the latter just shrugged. "Well, you can put them aside for now," Takam continued. "Their base of operation is in the central continent. Unless you have dogshit luck, they won't be appearing here in the south anytime soon." William wanted to cry bitter tears. Demigod was setting up a flag, how could it possibly not come true? "Castellas, how long would it take us to reach the southern continent if we left in a week?" A person wearing a white robe asked the person that was right next to him. Although he was wearing a hood to cover his face, his voice sounded young and cheerful. "We can't possibly leave now, Fides," the voice that belonged to a young lady answered from the side. "The academy is still busy with the upcoming event. Don't think about ditching your work to play. But something interesting is happening in the south. Isn't your sister there as well? Are you not worried about her?" The young lady raised her head and gave her acquaintance a glare. The man named Fides stuck out his tongue playfully as if to tell her that he was just joking. "There's no need to rush," the young lady answered. "We will leave in 2 months. Just focus on your work first and don't think about running away. If you dump your work on me, I won't forgive you." Fides sighed as he raised his hands in surrender. "Fine, you win, my lady. However, after the event is over, we are going to the south, okay?" The young lady hesitated before nodding her head. "Can we bring Caritas as well? I'm sure that he will be angry if we don't take him with us." Fine. Fides clapped his hands together and left the room in a good mood. He was the type that couldn't sit still and immediately went to find his friend, Caritas, to tell him that he decided to go on a whim. The young lady could only shake her head because this was just how her acquaintance was. She resumed going through the documents on her table in order to give the students of the academy a memorable event that they would fondly remember for life. A little girl, who was only as big as an adult hand, flew inside the room from the window. "That unruly Fides has left to go find trouble again. What sort of troublesome agenda is he brewing now?" Another little girl, who had the same features, appeared not long after. The two fairy-like creatures landed on the young lady's shoulders and sat on them. If one were to look at this scene, they would certainly be surprised. The reason was because the faces of the young lady and the two little fairies looked exactly the same. He's planned to go on an excursion to the southern continent and plans to drag me along, the young lady whined. Claire, what do you think I should do? The little fairy that had short green hair, with curls at the end, grinned. Why don't you let Chloe beat him to a pulp? She can even break his legs. That way he won't be able to go anywhere. Nice idea. The little fairy, Chloe, who had short blonde hair with curls at the end, clapped her hands. Wait here, I'll go beat him up for you. Chloe was about to fly away when she was grabbed mid-flight by the young lady. Violence is not the answer to everything. How many times do I have to tell you to not always deal with problems using your fists? Teehee, Chloe stuck out her tongue cutely. The young lady sighed and placed her adorable little familiar on top of the table. Be good and just help me sort out these documents, the young lady ordered. No hurting people, understand? After asking the two fairies for help, the young lady removed the glasses from her face and pinched the bridge of her nose. She then looked towards the south where her sister had gone to live her life in peace, away from the conflicts of her race. The young lady was worried about her older sister, but she also knew that her sister was not a delicate flower that needed to be protected. They hadn't seen each other for many years due to special circumstances. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, she decided to take the chance to reunite with her sister after many years of separation. A reunion that would make a certain half-elf realize that all of his earlier assumptions were completely wrong. Chapter 363, I'll come running to hide under your skirt. A day passed after William's meeting with Tockham. He went to find answers, and they were indeed answered. However, a new set of questions arose. One of them was how he would deal with the ticking time bomb that was inside his thousand-beast domain. There was no way he could fight off a pseudo-demigod, even though it was imprisoned. Just to clarify, pseudo-demigods are beings that are only a step away from becoming a demigod. One good example of this is Jekyll. Although they are only a step away, that final step is a barrier that many are unable to pass. Right now, there are only 10 demigods in existence in the entirety of the world of Hestia. Tockham said that he should handle the issue with the Undying Lands first, before he dealt with the other problems surrounding the Hellen Kingdom. Maybe I should ask Jekyll for help, William thought. However, by doing so, Jekyll would discover one of his secrets. Although he trusted the dentist of Lawn to a certain extent, he was still wary of sharing any of his secrets with someone who made his instincts scream in warning. No, I can't. William shook his head. I need to think of another way. William paced around his room as he tried to come up with other alternatives in terms of dealing with the threat that was looming over his head like a guillotine. Minutes passed, hours passed, and he was still unable to find a solution to his problem. While he continued to contemplate the best course of action to take, a loud knock was heard on his door, which brought him out of his trance. Soon, more knocking sounds were heard and a familiar voice reached his ears. Will, are you busy right now? Ian asked from behind the door. It's time for dinner. William raised his head to look at the clock that was hanging on the wall and was surprised to see that it was already 7 in the evening. Sorry, I didn't notice the time, William replied as he opened the door. It's fine, Ian replied. Do you want me to bring your dinner here? William shook his head. He would probably continue his line of thought if he stayed inside his room, so he decided to join everyone for dinner to have a change of pace. Brianna, Prince Ernest, Princess Sidonie, and Priscilla were already at the table. Dave, who had accompanied Ian to travel to the northern regions, preferred to eat with his beast companion, Lionheart. Also, he felt uncomfortable casually sharing the dining table with members of the royal family like Prince Ernest and Princess Sidonie. Everyone looked at William when he arrived at the dining table. They didn't know why he had met with the demigod of the Corinter Mountains. Although they were curious, none of them asked him any questions. They just gave him space in order to sort out his thoughts. Brianna, after dinner, the two of us need to talk, William said. His Excellency asked me to pass some words to you. Brianna nodded. As someone that was born in the Corinter Mountains, the word of their god was law. None of the tribes would defy a decree that had been issued by their sovereign. William then shifted his attention to the princess whose face was covered with a veil. Princess, I would also like to talk to you in private. Can you spare some time later after I finish my talk with Brianna? Princess Sidoni looked back at him before nodding her head in acknowledgement. She also wanted to talk to William in private, and this was a perfect opportunity to do so. Dinner was uneventful because everyone just focused on their food. The atmosphere was very formal, and the only sounds that could be heard were the clinking sounds of cutlery. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts and no one was in the mood to talk. Half an hour later, William found himself inside Brianna's room. The little loli insisted that the two of them talked inside her room to give them more privacy. William didn't argue with her because he was also curious about what her room was like. Your room doesn't look like it belongs to a girl, William commented after he sat on the seating mat on the floor. There were no dolls, or any girly colors that would make anyone think that the room belonged to a girl. Instead, there were bookshelves that lined almost every wall that made up her room, and all of them were filled with books. William finally understood why Brianna was so mature for her age. She was someone who loved to read, and the wisdom she had gained from reading allowed her to understand many things like politics, and how society worked. Should I decorate it to make it look like a girl's room? Brianna asked mischievously. Big brother, do you prefer girls that are feminine and delicate? William briefly thought about his three lovers, Wendy, Est, and Ian. The three of them were girls, but he couldn't place them in the feminine and delicate category. All of them were warriors in their own right. Wendy and Ian would only show their soft side when they were with William. As for Est, William still hadn't had the opportunity to spend some quality time with him. For him, the handsome, brown-haired boy was his best friend. Just like with Ian, he was very surprised when he found out that he was actually a girl. The image of the silver-haired beauty with stunning red eyes appeared in his mind. William wasn't able to stop himself from thinking about that now that they were miles apart. Big brother, it is very rude to think of other girls when you are with another girl, alone in her room, Brianna said with a pout. William stared at the adorable loli and pinched her cheeks. You're so young, and already this cheeky. I wonder how you'll be when you grow up. Naturally, I'll grow up to be a beautiful lady that will make your heart skip a beat, Brianna patted her chest with confidence. Oh, just where is this confidence of yours coming from? William lightly poked Brianna's nose. He didn't know why, but whenever he was with her, he just wanted to spoil her rotten. The two teased each other for a few minutes, which lightened the atmosphere. Ironically, it was Brianna who took the initiative to break the intimate moment and ask William about the message her sovereign wanted to tell her. William nodded his head in understanding. His expression immediately became serious as he relayed Takum's order to the temporary great chief of the northern tribes. Tell the surviving members of the different tribes that all of them should gather on the third peak of chivalry, William said. You are to stay in the designated lodgings where the tribes stay during special gatherings. Your food and other necessities will be provided to you by the oracle. His Excellency also added that none of you are allowed to participate in the war. All of the surviving members are not allowed to step out from the boundaries of the third peak of chivalry. Brianna sighed after hearing the message of their sovereign. Actually, she was very worried about how the tribes would take their stand in the chaos that was currently happening in the continent. She knew that William would be facing off against the organization, and perhaps the foreign invaders as well, but she didn't know whether she could order her people to fight by his side, knowing that many of them were going to die. Although she was mature for her age, the fact still remained that Brianna was still very young. This was the first time that she was given the responsibility to govern thousands of people, and the burden she carried on her small shoulders was immense. William could sense the complicated emotions that were swirling inside the little girl's head, but he resisted the urge to give her a hug and comfort her. Right now, he was talking to the great chieftain of the tribes. He would give her the respect she deserved when it came to official matters. William believed that Brianna would become an outstanding lady when she grew up. He hoped more than anything else that Prince Ernest would treat her well. If not, William would definitely beat the little shrimp until he shed bitter tears. Big brother, is it really okay for me to not help you? Brianna asked after a few minutes of silence. William smiled as he nodded his head. You can help me by being safe. That way, I will not have to worry about you when I leave the Carinter Mountains. Brianna bit her lip as she looked down on her hands. Big brother, can't you just stay here? You can even bring all the survivors from Lant. I'm sure that the sovereign will welcome them as well. You don't need to fight. Let's just wait until everything is over. Brianna reached out her hand to hold William's hand. She grasped it firmly. Although she already knew what answer William would give her, she still said the words that were inside her heart. "Thank you for worrying about me." William held Brianna's small trembling hand firmly. "However, I need to fight so that everyone important to me, including you, will be safe. This is a battle that I can't run away from." William then pressed his forehead on Brianna's small head. "Don't worry, if the enemy is too powerful for me to handle, I'll come running back and hide under your skirt. Make sure to take care of me when that happens." PFF'd. Brianna wasn't able to hold back a giggle after hearing William's shameless words. The anxiousness in her heart decreased by a big margin as she listened to her big brother's teasing. It was during these moments, when Brianna felt that her heart was truly at ease. Chapter 364, I Was Born Ready. After ending their meeting, William headed towards Princess Sidoni's quarters to talk about how they should handle their current enemies. "I know I already asked back at the Anthill, but are you sure you don't want to see the representatives of the Crater Empire?" William inquired. "Have you already grown tired of me, Sir William?" Princess Sidoni asked in a teasing tone. "Do you love your knight so much that you want to get rid of the third wheel?" William shook his head. "Frankly, I need your help. But I don't know if I can entrust my back to you." "Princess, be honest with me. What do you really wish to accomplish?" Princess Sidoni raised her hands to remove the veil covering her face. "What do I want to accomplish?" Princess Sidoni asked back. Her mesmerizing hazel eyes stared straight into William's own as she made her true feelings known. "I thought I knew what I wanted to accomplish. However, reality is very different from my expectations." Sidoni's eyes glowed, not because she was using her charm, but because of her overflowing feelings that were rising up to the surface. The seven sins had their own specialty and she was born to be the embodiment of lust. She was happy and sad that her powers didn't work on William. Princess Sidoni finally found what she wanted, but she was not what he wanted. This made her feel hurt, because she was used to being the apple of everyone's eye. Even the crown prince of the Helen Kingdom, Lionel, would do anything to have her good graces. "Sir William, I want to know what love is," Princess Sidoni said softly. "I want to know what it means to fall in love with someone, and be loved in return. Can you give me what I want? In return, I will give you my everything." William looked back at the princess with a serious expression before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, I cannot give you what you want." Princess Sidoni lowered her head and clenched her fist. She was not disappointed, because she had already expected this answer. In fact, it would be her who would be disappointed if William had nodded his head and agreed to her request. "As expected of darling. Yes. We didn't choose the wrong person. However, you also understand what we need to do, right? He will never look at us the way he looked at Wendy." "I know," Princess Sidoni replied. "Since I can't be his favorite, then I just have to be his." William and Princess Sidoni talked, but the two couldn't come to an agreement. Knowing that nothing more would happen in their discussion, William respectfully asked to end their talk. Princess Sidoni was in agreement and even bid William good night. As soon as the door of his room closed, a single tear slid down the side of Princess Sidoni's face. She felt regret that things had to end this way, but she and Morgana had already resolved themselves with their decision. "Are you sure, Princess?" Priscilla asked as she opened the door of the flying carriage. "Yes," Princess Sidoni replied. "We're going back to Frisia. It's time to return home." The blade wyvern opened its wings and flapped them a few times in order to warm them up. When it felt that everything was ready, it soared up into the air, pulling the flying carriage behind it. It didn't utter a screech because the princess wanted to leave silently. Due to the dark clouds in the sky, blocking the light of the moon and the stars, it was quite easy to leave undetected. Princess Sidoni glanced at the ground one last time before closing the curtains of her flying carriage. "Goodbye, Sir William. If we can't make you pay attention to us as your ally, then we will become your enemy. Let's see if you still ignore us when our army comes knocking on your door. I will look forward to the expression you're going to make then, darling." Princess Sidoni smiled at the thought of the man she liked thinking about her all day as she devastated his precious Helen Kingdom. Since she couldn't use the soft approach to make him submit, she would use force in order to get him to kneel. She was one of the 7 deadly sins after all, and it was perfectly fine for her to commit a sin. Princess Sidoni had long embraced her true self and she would not shy away from using her God-given talents to have her way. Hundreds of portals appeared beside the flying carriage as countless numbers of winged ants appeared and flew in a formation with it at its center. Princess Sidoni knew that the next time she would meet her beloved half-elf was when they faced off as enemies. For some reason, the mere thought of it thrilled her, making her heart beat wildly inside her chest. Morgana laughed loudly within their mindscape because she and Princess Sidoni were connected. She clearly felt that one of the seals, that bound their powers, had been broken the moment Princess Sidoni fully embraced the source of her sin and power. I wonder, will Darling be disappointed when he finds out what we are planning? The corner of Princess Sidoni's seductive lips curled up into a smirk as her eyes glowed with power. She didn't bother to answer her other half's question, because she didn't care whether William would be disappointed or not. The only thing she cared about was the moment when she sank her fangs into William's tender heart. William watched as Princess Sidoni's entourage disappeared in the distance. Ash, who was currently merged with him, appeared behind his back like an apparition. Although I don't like it, I would have endured if you made her your lover in order to gain control of the ant army under her command, Ash said with regret. Right now, we are lacking in manpower. I'm sure that Wendy, and young Master Est, would understand. William sighed as he turned his head to look at his mermaid lover. I don't want to do things half-heartedly, especially when it comes to relationships. This would be unfair to her, and to all of you as well. Ash caressed the side of William's head as she nodded her head in understanding. Let's face that pseudo-demigod together. I will not let you go alone. Okay, William replied as he focused his attention towards his thousand-beast domain. Soon, he disappeared from where he stood and reappeared in the valley where the monument stood. Although he felt sorry for Princess Sidoni's departure, now was not the time to worry about her. Ready? William inquired. I was born ready, Ian replied. That's not what you said last night, William countered. Last night, you said you were born to be with me. Were you lying to me back then? Instead of answering him, Ash pinched his ears out of embarrassment. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. William stopped his teasing as he took deep breaths in order to calm himself. When he was ready, he took the sheathed dagger out from his storage ring and placed his hand over the monument. A bright flash of light appeared that would send William and Ash into the domain where a strong adversary was waiting for them. Chapter 365, William's King's Legion, Part 1. William stared at the floating island in the sky. No matter how much he sent his senses towards the floating island, he couldn't feel anything. The domain itself was void of any animal life. There were no howls of beasts, no chirping from the birds. Even the subtle sound of insects couldn't be heard in this domain, which made William very uncomfortable. After looking at the floating island in the sky for 5 more minutes, William raised the sheathed dagger in his hand. A gentle wave of red light washed over his body. Soon, his feet rose from the ground as the power of the dagger guided him towards the floating island. It didn't take long before his feet were once again firmly planted on the ground. Beautiful, the apparition of Ash, that was floating above William's back, said as she stared at the imposing fortress that had existed since the time of the ancient gods. The structure that held back the attacks of the dark beasts that tried to wipe the human race from the face of the earth. The last stronghold of humanity, Avalon, stood in front of William in all of its ancient glory. William admired the fortress for a full minute before running towards its massive gates. He had already summoned Stormcaller in order to be ready for any unexpected surprises. Ironically, when he was halfway to the gates, they opened on their own. The sound of rattling reverberated in the air as thousands of skeleton warriors poured out through the massive gates. With a glance, the red-headed boy could easily tell that they weren't there to give him a warm welcome. William stopped his charge and used his appraisal skill to check the undead army that was in front of him. Skeletal Knight. Undead. Threat level, D low. Skeletal Archer. Skeletal Mage. Death Knight. Undead Champion. Bone Dragon. Undead Dragon. Threat level, S low. The only real threat is the Death Knight and his Bone Dragon mount. At least that is what I'd like to say, but their numbers cannot be scoffed at. William narrowed his eyes. There are at least 4,000 of them. Ash took a fighting stance above William. She was currently merged with him, so she needed to coordinate with his will. Remember, you can't fight for a long time, Ash reminded. We don't know if we will be fighting more monsters once we get inside. It is best to conserve your strength. William nodded. He agreed with Ash because there was still the pseudo-demigod to deal with. He couldn't possibly waste his limited time fighting against the skeletal army. Join me on the battlefield, William ordered as he pointed his spear at the army that was approaching him. Come forth, King's Legion. Several portals appeared behind William as his small beast army came forth to aid him in battle. Ella led the Angorian war ibexes and flanked William's right side. Fenrir led his troop of trollhounds and formed the vanguard in front of William. Skadres, the blood eagle, the rainbow birds, and the Cercops monkeys flanked William's left side. Suddenly, two giant portals appeared in the space several meters above the red-headed boy. Soon, two mighty screeches resounded in the domain as a wyvern and a griffin flew out of the portals. The two magical beasts circled around William once before hovering several meters from his left and right sides. Dave Cornwell, reporting for duty, my lord. Conrad Kent Carleton, at your service, my liege. This looks interesting. Count me in, Soglav declared as he also appeared on the battlefield. A small, rainbow-colored, anteater also appeared and looked at Avalon with nostalgia. It's been thousands of years since I saw Avalon. It's like having a reunion with an old friend. Oh, are those skeletons your friends as well? William inquired. I can't really tell, Kasaganaga answered. I can't possibly remember the faces of all the humans I've met in my lifetime. Besides, if they are really the ones I know, I will gladly send them off to end their suffering. William nodded his head in understanding. Kasaganaga was right, it would be best to let these undead warriors return to the cycle of reincarnation and put an end to their suffering. Dave and Conrad, the two of you handle the Death Knight and Bone Dragon, William ordered. The rest of you, smash that skeleton army apart. A series of bleating, screeches, and howls answered William's orders. Dave and Conrad led the charge of William's legion as they descended upon the skeletal army, leaving skeletal parts in their wake. Arrows and spells flew in the air as the skeletal archers and mages fought back. Most of their attacks hit the trollhounds, giving them serious injuries. They were the initial impact of William's forces, but they numbered less than 100. After fighting against the goblins in the goblin crypt and resting inside the magic crystal cavern, each of the trollhounds had increased their rank and were now all rank C mid beasts. Fenrir had also crossed the threshold and became a rank B low beast. A few seconds later, these injured trollhounds stood up and growled in anger. Because their bodies had mutated, their regeneration ability had become as powerful as the regeneration ability of a mountain troll. No, it was closer to the regeneration ability of a hydra. William had also blessed these trollhounds with the power of Rongomyniad. Because of this, all of their stats and latent abilities increased drastically. Their regeneration ability was only 2 stages short of the gigantic trollhound that William had fought back in the barony of Bradford. Fenrir roared mightily as it thrashed the skeletons in front of it. Right now, Fenrir was 1.5 meters tall, which was as tall as an adult horse. He was slightly bigger than the trollhounds that were 1 meter tall and were currently fighting bravely by his side. William couldn't help but remember when the skinny trollhound, who had been on the verge of death, agreed to become part of his herd. Right now, that same skinny trollhound was looking more and more like that legendary wolf who had swallowed a god whole. The half-elf was eager to see the day when Fenrir would become powerful enough to pave the way to allow him to emerge victorious in the battles that he would have to face in the future. No matter who it is, whether it is a mortal, a demigod, or a god, William hoped that his beast of conquest would swallow all opposition that would block his way. Chapter 366, William's King's Legion, Part 2. Not far from Fenrir and his troops were Skadres and the Rainbow Birds, whom William had given the nickname, Angry Birds. Just like Fenrir, Skadres was also a rank B low magical beast. If Fenrir was the captain of the trollhounds, Skadres was the leader of the birds in the Thousand Beast domain. Several wind blades emerged from its wings which cut off the body parts of the skeletal archers that were aiming at it. The Angry Birds weren't ones to back down either. They rampaged across the battlefield and rammed the skeleton warriors with their bodies. Only this time, their bodies didn't explode like they used to. William had forbidden them to self-detonate, and ordered them to only do it as a last resort. Thanks to training in the Goblin Crypt and the Magical Cavern, the birds had found new ways to fight using their beaks and talons. However, even though they listened to William's orders, the half-elf was unable to stop the birds from FCK off. A red rainbow bird screeched as it headbutted a skeletal warrior's head, smashing it to bits. Arrows flew in its direction so the bird had to forcefully fly to its right side to evade. What the FCK? The red rainbow bird was forced to fly away because of the concentrated fire that was aimed at it. Suddenly, a blue bird soared past his red comrade and flew in the direction of the skeletal mages. It was holding 2 indigo lollipops in each of its talons. When it was only a dozen meters away from the skeletal mages, it pointed the lollipops at them and said, "FCK off." Immediately several magical missiles flew from the lollipops and hit each of the skeletal mages one by one. Soon more magical missiles rained down from the sky as the rainbow bird cavalry descended with a vengeance. Each of the birds were holding indigo lollipops in their talons, and a series of magical bombardments commenced. "Not bad," William muttered softly as he rubbed his chin with great interest. This was the first time he had tried to incorporate Lily's lollipops with his subordinates. So far, he was quite satisfied with the results. William then shifted his attention to the meter-tall Cercops monkeys that were holding hollow concrete blocks in their hands. They were also Class C beasts mid, and their forte was brute strength. However, for some reason, all of them had become interested in William's alchemy. One time, out of sheer boredom, William tried to make some bricks to test his alchemy job class. The first thing he made were bricks, but he failed miserably. Instead of making bricks, what he made were hollow concrete blocks. He tossed these concrete blocks aside and thought of them as useless. However, the curious Cercops monkeys took the concrete blocks from the ground and started playing with them. Soon, they were throwing them at each other as if they were playing catch. Seeing that the monkeys were having fun, monkeying around, William decided to craft more bricks for them. Soon, all of the monkeys had a hollow concrete block of their own. What William didn't know was that the hollow concrete blocks that he had made were late bloomers. When he appraised them, his appraisal skill only stated that they were normal hollow concrete blocks. However, a day later, William was pleasantly surprised to see that the concrete blocks had suddenly gained 2 abilities. The first surprise was that the hollow concrete blocks had become as hard as steel. The second unexpected surprise was that they had become soul weapons for the Cercops monkeys. All in all, William had 30 Cercops monkeys inside his domain. They were fast and agile melee fighters that could use the terrain of the forest to their advantage. Due to the Cercops monkeys' superhuman strength, the steel concrete blocks in their hands became powerful cannonballs that could obliterate almost everything in their path. The scary part about this soul-bound weapon was that the monkeys could instantly summon them back with just a thought. Basically, they were the all-rounders in William's army that specialized in ranged warfare as well as close combat. Originally, the half-elf wanted to name the leader of the Cercops monkeys, King Kong. He wanted to pay tribute to the monster that became infamous in William's world, the giant ape that developed an infatuation with a beautiful human girl. It was then when William realized that the Cercops monkey might develop a tendency that would match its name. After careful consideration, William decided to scrap his first choice and decided to name the Cercops leader, Mohawk. The reason? Because the monkey had an unusual hairstyle that resembled an axe on its head. Instead of naming him Tomahawk, which was a mouthful, the red-headed boy opted for the shorter version, which was Mohawk. William then shifted his attention to Ella and the Angorian war ibexes. They had been with William the longest and were the ones who had stayed with him through the hardships of his younger years. Ella's battle strength was now at the peak of rank B, while the rest of the Angorian war ibexes were now all rank B low. Just as William expected, the skeleton army didn't stand a chance against their powerful charge. In the beginning, William was forced to choose between the strength path and the spirit path for the first members of his herd. Back then, he just focused on their physical strengths because he wasn't confident that a high-breed build would make them stronger. All of those worries disappeared with the help of the magic cavern, and William used it to its fullest advantage. Because of the magic cavern, he had been able to access the spirit path and upgraded some of the skills in that skill tree to make the war ibexes more versatile. Benevolent Shot was one of the skills from the spirit path that William had chosen for the goats. Now they had other skills like magical armor, shield, and protection against good and evil. These magical buffs heightened all of the Angorian war ibexes' defenses, making any attacks below their rank unable to even graze them. William was already confident about Ella and the others' offensive prowess, however, their defensive abilities were non-existent. This was why he used all of their skill points to upgrade all 3 of these defensive magics to their fullest. With this, the war ibex heavy cavalry was finally complete. Chrono and Aslan didn't even bat an eye as they charged through the rain of arrows and magic spells that descended upon them. Their bodies glowed due to the effects of the spells that were currently protecting them from the attacks that would have harmed them otherwise. William nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at this scene. Maybe I should have negotiated. With Takam and asked for 1,000 war ibexes from the northern region's tribes, William thought. Sadly, the demigod of the Carinthar Mountains was very firm in his decision to not involve the northern tribes with the upcoming war. However, that didn't mean that he wouldn't extend his hand to help William. Takam promised the half-elf that he would appear at the crucial moment. Until then, he told William to do his best to survive as he took part in the war that would rearrange the balance of power in the southern continent. Chapter 367, William's King's Legion, Part 3. After seeing that the battle on the ground was going smoothly, William then shifted his attention to the great battle that was currently happening in the sky. Dave and Conrad were currently waging war against the Death Knight and its powerful mount, the Bone Dragon. William's 2 knights had chocolate lollipops inside their mouth which prevented them from getting intimidated by the fearsome aura of the Death Knight and the Bone Dragon. At first, the Bone Dragon activated its special skill, Dragon Fear. However, due to the chocolate lollipop's ability to grant immunity to fear and increase resistance against mind-affecting spells, the 2 boys were able to battle without being affected by the Bone Dragon's powerful aura. Dave, the Crusader of the Sky, and Conrad, the Dragon Knight of War, worked hand in hand to prevent the most powerful threat on the battlefield from aiding the skeletal army on the ground. Each time the Bone Dragon would try to dive towards the ground, one of the 2 boys would activate the skill Dual X to force it to clash with them, which frustrated the Death Knight. Careful, it's going to use Dragon's Breath, Conrad warned Dave, who was currently in the Bone Dragon's line of sight. Black flames erupted from the Bone Dragon's jaw and flew straight towards the annoying griffin and its rider. Dave summoned a spear into his hand and took aim. This was the same spear that William had used to tame Lionheart back at the southern forest. Although the spear had been tainted due to William's unique way of taming, it was still a good weapon and Dave had no other option but to wield it. Light that shines upon the world, bathe us all in your eternal glory. Dave roared as the spear in his hands shone with a radiant light. Grand Cross, the chubby boy threw the spear directly in the path of the dragon's breath. Soon, the 2 forces collided. One light, the other dark. Both countering the other. The collision lasted for a few seconds before both attacks cancelled each other out. Lionheart charged forward as Dave reclaimed the spear midair. Conrad wasn't being idle either. Right after the Bone Dragon used its breath attack, he had activated one of the special abilities that he had gained after he had obtained his job class from William's knighting ceremony. Flames that were birthed in the heavens, make your mark now. Conrad shouted. Dragon Meteor. A 5-meter-wide flaming fireball descended from the sky and slammed directly into the back of the Bone Dragon, hitting the Death Knight in the process. The Bone Dragon roared in anger, but it managed to keep itself airborne despite the fact that some of its body parts had been destroyed. Dave and Conrad exchanged a glance with each other. Both boys nodded their heads simultaneously as they prepared to finish off their opponent once and for all. Tornado Descent. Dave ordered. Lionheart started to spin, midair, as it obeyed its rider's command. Soon, a green tornado enveloped the griffin as it flew towards the Bone Dragon. Dragon Descent. Conrad ordered his wyvern to initiate one of its special moves that coincided with Dave's tornado descent. Instead of spinning, the wyvern folded its wings and descended from the sky like a missile. Its body was enveloped with purple flames as the mighty roar of a dragon echoed across the heavens. The Death Knight cast a magic barrier to protect itself and its mount from the collision. However, the barrier broke seconds after the 2 powerful attacks collided with it. A powerful explosion erupted, sending shockwaves in all directions. William's robe fluttered as he looked at the sky with a serious expression. Ash was doing the same as well, because this was the first time she had seen Dave and Conrad fight together. It was an eye-opening experience because the mermaid didn't know that the 2 boys were very capable fighters. Although the majority of the students in the Magic and Spirit divisions looked down on the Martial division, Est, Ian, Isaac, and Wendy were some of the few students who recognized their potential. Seeing the 2 boys face off against a powerful opponent made Ash realize that she still had greatly underestimated the knights under William's command. They are the only knights I have in my current King's Legion, William said softly as if reading Ash's thoughts. In the future, I plan to add more. I look forward to the day when all my knights can sweep over the battlefield and turn the tides in my favor. Ash pondered for a brief moment before nodding her head. I want to see it, too. However, I also hope that the day arrives when you don't have to fight anymore. I don't want you to get hurt. William felt something warm spread in his chest as his mermaid lover wrapped her arms around him. The union between their souls held a very intimate feeling. It was as if both of them really were sharing a single body with their hearts beating as one. "I can't promise you that I won't get hurt," William said as he continued to look at the sky. "However, I will do my best to come back in one piece. I don't want you to cry a river when something happens to me. You're too full of yourself." "I'm not praising you," Ian nagged, but she still kept her arms wrapped around her handsome lover. She was already used to William's teasing and knew that it was already part of his character, one she had unknowingly fallen in love with. "It's over," William said as dragon bones fell from the sky. The two knights circled in the air once before joining their comrades, who were still fighting on the ground. William knew that this was only the beginning of his battle against the pseudo-demigod that was imprisoned within the fortress of Avalon. A mere appetizer for the true battle that was about to come. Chapter 368, Entering Avalon. The entire battlefield was littered with broken bones as William's legion decimated the skeletal army. Although they were lower in numbers, their fighting strength was overwhelming. It was an epic example of a battle between quality versus quantity. After the Death Knight and the Bone Dragon were defeated, there was no one in the enemy's forces that could oppose the rampage of William's elite warriors. Of course, there had also been several casualties and serious injuries on William's side. All the rainbow birds had died in battle, and the trollhounds suffered serious injuries from their enemies, and most of them were hacked until their limbs were severed from their bodies. Fortunately, the rainbow birds would start respawning after a day, and the trollhounds could regrow their limbs due to their strong regeneration ability. The Cercops monkeys were injured as well, but all of their injuries were not fatal. The goats were mostly unharmed and only received flesh wounds during their charge into the enemy's ranks. "Mass first aid," William said softly as he healed his herd. He cast the spell 5 times to ensure that his forces had recovered from their injuries. After making sure that everyone had been treated, William glanced at the gates of the fortress. "Dave, Conrad, scout the interior of the fortress," William ordered. Dave and Conrad urged their mounts to fly over the wall of the fortress. William didn't know if there were any other forces waiting for them inside the fortress, so he ordered his most mobile fighters to investigate to see if there was anyone waiting to ambush them from inside. The two knights circled the fortress 3 times to ensure that they didn't miss anything. After making sure that the area was safe, they waved their hands to William to tell him that the coast was clear. "Let's go," William ordered as he walked towards the fortress. Fenrir and the trollhounds took the lead, while the war ibexes and the Cercops monkeys walked on the half-elf's left and right sides, protecting him. Right after William's legion entered the interior of the fortress, the giant gates immediately shut themselves, trapping them inside. Moments later, a hoarse and contemptuous voice welcomed the guests that had entered one of the last surviving fortresses of humanity that had been built during the era of the gods. "Well, come, to Ava, Lon," the hoarse voice said in greeting. The contempt and the ridicule within the speaker's voice were not lost to William. However, he didn't mind it one bit. William ignored the voice and led his legion to explore the fortress. Although he was dealing with a pseudo-demigod, it was currently imprisoned, and as long as William didn't do anything stupid, the restriction that bound his adversary would keep it in place. Right now, William held the relic of the Oathkeeper in his hands. Anyone that had this relic in their possession was given the title of Steward of Avalon. Their duty was to keep the pseudo-demigod in place and prevent it from escaping its ancient prison. After thousands of years, the power of the seal was gradually weakening. Fortunately, it wasn't to the extent where the captive would be able to break free from its bindings. Even so, it was only a matter of time before the ancient runes would lose their power and set the eternal harbinger, Malachi, free to terrorize the world once more. Tockham had told William that Malachi was an ancient being who had cheated death. Originally, he was one of the original dragons that first roamed the world, since time immemorial. However, its fear of death made it pursue the unholy arts, which had given birth to an abomination that was stripped of its former nobility, and given eternal life at the expense of damnation. He was Malachi, the eternal Dracolich who ruled the undead, who had been sealed inside the fortress of Avalon. William had already asked the system to map the interior of Avalon. He wanted to know where Malachi was located, so that he could prevent anyone from mindlessly wandering to its location. According to Tockham, the seal that bound the Dracolich would still be in place for 2 to 3 more years. The best it could do was create undead creatures from the corpses that once thrived within the Undying Lands. Yes, the Undying Lands was once a thriving land where humans and beasts lived together. However, After Malachi finished his transformation, everything went south and the lives of all those who lived there had been extinguished, forever to accompany him through eternity, unless their souls could escape the domain and return to the cycle of reincarnation. Host, I have finished mapping the interior of the fortress. I also labeled everything to make things easier for you. Thank you, William replied. Please, show it to me. A map of Avalon appeared inside William's status page. The half-elf was surprised because it was bigger than he originally thought it was. William's gaze focused on the red dot at the center of the fortress. The Dracolich was sealed in the delete underground basement of the fortress, but that didn't stop it from gathering the dark energy that had accumulated inside the domain for thousands of years. This was how it attacked William when the latter was trying to merge the Hidden Valley with the Thousand Beast domain. Malachi thought that it was being sealed away again, so it used the available dark energy within the fortress to prevent William from having his way. William looked at the blinking red dot for half a minute before he shifted his attention to another place. The pseudo-demigod was not going anywhere, so it would be best to take the things he needed first. Follow me, William ordered. Where are we going? Ash asked William through telepathy. Are we going to fight with the pseudo-demigod? William shook his head. We can't possibly beat it now. There is a place we needed to visit first. However, it's not going to be easy. The half-elf stared at the countless orange dots that were currently headed in their direction. Just as he expected, Malachi intended to play with them and sap their strength through continuous battles. Takam had warned him that dealing with Malachi wasn't going to be easy because it could infinitely reanimate the skeletal army no matter how many times they broke apart. Even now, the undead army outside of the fortress, that William and his legion defeated, was starting to reform again. As long as they were inside the Undying Lands, the forces that Malachi had at its disposal were infinite. This was a battle of attrition that William had no way of winning. Fortunately, he didn't come here to fight the Dracolich in a straightforward manner. His purpose for coming inside Avalon was to gather some precious items that would help him deal with Malachi at a later time. William only hoped that he and his legion would be strong enough to retrieve these items before they were overwhelmed by the skeletal horde that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Chapter 369, Flames of Purification. Ice-cycle Realm. A sound similar to hundreds of tinkling glasses reverberated in the surroundings as William activated this ice-cycle realm. This spell was one of the most powerful spells in the Ice Wizard job class. It allowed William to create a zone where icicles protruded from the ground. However, it didn't stop there. Within this battle zone, hundreds of sharp icicles crisscrossed in the air, attacking those that the red-headed boy deemed to be his enemy. Simply put, it was a slaughterhouse that was designed to prevent others from entering, while keeping its victims inside as they got cut down with blades made of ice. William decided to go all out because he was not confident that he could prevent anyone from getting seriously hurt from the swarm of undead that had appeared from the depths of the fortress. A hoarse laughter echoed within Avalon as Malachi watched its guests get cornered by his minions from his underground prison. It had been many years since he had seen something entertaining. The hollow sockets of its eyes glowed eerily as it watched the battle that was taking place above ground. Do not bother fighting them, William ordered. These cannon fodders are just here to sap our strength. Just follow me and don't lag behind. William waved his hands as several walls of ice blocked the advance of the undead army. He knew that the walls wouldn't hold for long, but it was more than enough for them to gain some distance from the skeletons, who were determined to make William, and his entourage, part of their undead army. Ash, who was residing inside William's sea of consciousness, was monitoring the changes in his spiritual world. This was the first time that William had fought for an extended time, and the beautiful mermaid was there to ensure that her lover wouldn't overtax himself by going past his limit. 20 more minutes, Ash reminded William. After that, I will start to supply you with spiritual energy. If possible, do whatever you need to do within that span of time. Understood, William replied as he cast 2 glacial lance to pierce through 2 draugrs that suddenly appeared in front of him. These warriors were a higher form of undead. A draugr was often referred to as a revenant or ghost that had gained a physical body. Unlike zombies, with a decaying exterior, draugrs had dark blue skin and possessed immense strength. They were classified as Class C mid-undead, which were as strong as the Angorian war ibexes in William's herd. The 2 draugrs were pinned against the wall where they growled in anger. They smashed their hands on the glacial lance that had pierced their chests in an attempt to break free from it. William didn't even bother to give them a second glance as he ran through the spacious hallways of the fortress. Unfortunately, These hallways were also infested with the undead, so William had to use brute force in order to clear the way, so that they could pass. Fenrir and the trollhounds had positioned themselves to guard the rear, while Ella and the other war ibexes charged at the front. The Cercops monkeys were at the center, throwing their hollow concrete blocks that were as hard as steel at any undead they saw along the way. In time, even these strong monkeys felt their arms getting heavy from the non-stop throwing that they were doing. Mohawk understood that his subordinates were reaching their limit and ordered them to just keep pace with William. Dave and Conrad were also by William's side because the two were not used to fighting multiple enemies at the same time. The trollhounds did their best to stop the undead's advance as they used their limited numbers to block the hallway, giving William time to flee. William understood the trollhounds' mindset, so he didn't stop them from staying behind. The half-elf had already blessed them with the power of Rongomyniad, making their bodies stronger than before. Right now, Fenrir and his pack of trollhounds only had one weakness, and that was an acid strong enough to melt adamantium. Although the undead army could hack them to pieces, they could still regenerate themselves if given enough time, like what happened to the gigantic green-scaled trollhound that William had faced in the past. Fenrir growled as he used his special ability to turn himself into a 3-meter-tall, silver-gray trollhound with bloody eyes. He clawed, bit, kicked, and swiped any undead within his strike range. Fenrir had long decided to hold on until he fell from exhaustion. The trollhounds under his command had the same intention. They would hold down their line of defense no matter what, and not allow a single undead to pass through them. "Those dogs are very loyal," Soglav commented as it ran behind the half-elf. William snorted, "Yes, unlike you who only accompany me to pillage for resources. By the way, our contract is set to expire next month." "Ha ha ha, what are you talking about, partner? Of course, the contract will be extended. But, what if I don't want to extend it?" "William, you shouldn't think like that. Where will you find someone as strong and as smart as me to handle the dirty work for you?" Soglav asked. "You don't need to do anything, just tell me what to do and it shall be done. I can even promise to stop eating human meat for 5 years if you like." William sighed as he glanced at the shameless demonic dog who was looking at him with its single eye. "Meaning, you will eat humans again after 5 years? Of course. Ah, but I will compromise. I will only eat the bad guys." "That's fine, right? Fine. Just make sure to do your duties well. Naturally, you can count on me, Soglav, to get things done right." Right now, the demonic dog was a bona fide class A beast after enjoying the resources that he had obtained from being William's business partner. Because of this, he had become the strongest ruler of the forest among his comrades, and this made them very jealous. Some of them even asked Soglav if he would introduce them to William. Clearly, they also wanted to experience the benefits that Soglav was enjoying through the red-headed boy's company. The sly demonic dog agreed on the surface. But, deep inside, he had no intention of letting his acquaintances hug the half-elf's thigh. He planned to hoard all the resources that he could get from William, and had no plans to share them with anyone. Trying to steal my game? Not a chance. Soglav mused as a devilish grin appeared on its demonic face. It was certain that if it continued to follow William, it would soon step into the centennial rank, which had seemed to be far from its reach in the past. William didn't know that Soglav wouldn't leave his team even if the half-elf were to end their contract. It would shamelessly hug his thigh until he reached the millennial rank. Until then, it would shamelessly stick to the golden goose that gave it wealth and power. Finally, after a great struggle, they finally arrived at their destination. William raised the sheathed dagger in his hand and the giant gates opened wide to allow him entry. "Everyone get inside," William ordered. The goats, monkeys, the 2 boys, and Soglav entered the room without questioning William's orders. William was the last to enter and the gates immediately closed behind him. "King's Legion," William shouted. A brief flash of light illuminated the room before the sound of several bodies collapsing on the floor echoed within its walls. All the trollhounds had green blood oozing from their bodies and they were all in a very miserable state. Fenrir was the only one left standing, but its trembling legs soon gave way as the leader of the pack lost its strength. Mass first aid. William cast his healing spell to treat their injuries without batting an eye. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and his breath had already grown ragged. Advancing towards their destination took them 2 whole hours. If not for the fact that Ash had merged with William, and was constantly supplying him with spirit energy, the half-elf would have long run out of juice and would have been forced to abort their mission. "Are you all right?" Ash asked. "Does it hurt anywhere?" Ash had been monitoring William's body and, aside from exhaustion, she couldn't sense anything else that might be wrong with her lover. Still, she still felt anxious, so she asked William if he was hurting somewhere. "I'm fine," William replied as he tried to catch his breath. "Just give me some time to rest and recover." William took deep breaths in order to calm his nerves. The adrenaline rush had receded, and he was feeling sore all over. Still, he could still count their expedition a success because they managed to reach their destination in one piece. "Sir William, what's that?" Dave asked as he pointed at something that was floating in the center of the room. William patted the chubby boy's shoulder as he stared at the white fireball that was hovering in the center of the room. "That is the reason why we came to this place," William answered. "That white fireball is called Astrea's tear. However, it also goes by another name." William walked towards the center of the room before he continued his explanation. "The mortals that survived the era of the gods simply called this flame, born from the tear of a goddess, the flames of purification." Chapter 370, Eve's Extortion. Flames of purification, what does it do? Ash inquired. William smiled as he extended his hand towards the flame. "Just as its namesake, this flame has the power to purify all things." The flames of purification trembled as if it was about to wake up. Soon, the flames grew brighter and began to dance around the room. Everyone backed away in fear of getting burned, but William opened his hand in a gesture telling everyone to stop whatever they were doing. "Calm down," William explained. "This flame cannot hurt the living." The flames of purification grew in size until it became a 2-meter-tall fireball. William fearlessly extended his right hand to touch it. "I have come to take you out of this place," William said softly. "I, the steward of Avalon, need your power. Help me purify the mortal lands from those who wish it ill." Tendrils of white flame wrapped around William's right hand. A few seconds later, the flames extended to his entire body, covering it in white flames. Surprisingly, William didn't feel any heat coming from the flames of purification. Instead, he felt as if he was being embraced by a refreshing breeze that melted away the exhaustion in his body. Soon an emblem of a white lotus flower appeared on the back of his hand. It lingered there for a brief moment before disappearing completely. William sighed in relief because his mission was finally complete. It was now time for them to leave the fortress and return at another time. There were several other priceless treasures, like the flames of purification, that were being kept inside Avalon. William had to gather all of them in order to stand a fighting chance against the Dracolich, that was only a step away from becoming a demigod. Meanwhile in Lant, Eve walked around the garden of the Ainsworth residence under Leah's supervision. Trailing behind her were 7 ducklings who, for some reason, had regarded her as their parent. Eve had accidentally discovered the eggs when they were about to hatch. When the ducklings had come out of their shell, the first one they saw was Eve, and she was automatically registered in their heads as their parent. Since then, the ducks followed Eve wherever she went, which made Matthew and Leah chuckle from time to time. Ever since the incident with Prince Lionel, the two decided to remain in Lant to manage the survivors of the 3 towns that were part of their territory. After having a meeting, they decided to bring all the children back to Lant so that they would all be cared after. Due to the threat of another beast tide, the veterans of Lant had constructed an underground shelter, which could also be called a small town of sorts. There was more than enough space for the survivors of all 3 towns, and they didn't need to worry about their food and security. At first, the kids were terrified of the many beasts that roamed around Lant, like the golden ape, the wyverns, and the mountain trolls. However, after spending a few days inside the town, they realized that they didn't need to fear these beasts. Some of the children from the other 2 towns even spent their time playing beside the Orobro because the giant golden ape made them feel safe. Vlad, on the other hand, mostly stayed inside the Ainsworth residence. He would just sit there and meditate and not get in anyone's way. James and him were best friends, so he decided to stay and protect the town while the curse on the adults was still in place. Suddenly, Vlad's eyes opened as he stared at the north. For a brief moment, he felt a surge of power that came from the Corinter Mountains. As the only 2 demigods that lived in the southern continent, Vlad and Takam naturally knew about each other. They had even met twice and formed a non-aggression pact of sorts. This was also why James was among the very few people that were allowed to visit the Corinter Mountains unimpeded. Unfortunately, this didn't apply to William because Takam didn't even know he existed. Only when Ella appeared in the northern regions did he discover that the red-headed boy was James's grandson. Because of this, William had become one of the VIPs that could visit him in his palace located in the first peak at any given time. Estrella's tear, Vlad muttered. Avalon has finally appeared. Vlad sighed and closed his eyes once again. He didn't want to meddle with the affairs of the southern continent because he was a magical beast. For him, whoever sat on whatever throne was of no importance. Suddenly, the door of his room opened and an adorable little girl walked up to him with a smile. Eve greeted the black-haired man who was currently staying in her grandpa's room. The ducklings following Eve walked in front of her and looked up at Vlad with expectant eyes. "What do you want now?" Vlad asked. Eve said as she pointed at the ducklings beside her feet. The corner of Vlad's lips twitched as he looked down at the chirping ducklings who were asking him to give them food. He, a demigod who brought terror into the hearts of humans and beast alike, was currently being treated as a nanny by a little girl and 7 ducklings. Leah had momentarily left Eve to get something from her room. She didn't expect that her lover's little sister had the guts to visit the nightmare behemoth of the Strathmore forest and even went as far as to extort him for food. Vlad was very tempted to step on the ducklings and turn them into meat paste. However, the little girl who was looking at him with expectant eyes was preventing him from carrying out this plan. In the end, he could only sigh as he rummaged through his storage ring to find something that the ducklings could eat, so that they would leave him alone. "These are grapes I found in a domain a while ago," Vlad said with a heavy heart. He then gave the grapes one by one to Eve, who crouched down to feed them to her little ducklings. Vlad felt his liver itch as he watched the ducklings happily eat the grapes that were rich in spirit energy. Although he didn't really care about these grapes that he had randomly gathered during his exploration, he still thought that it was a waste to feed them to livestock. "Thanks," Eve said and waved her hand to bid Vlad goodbye. The demigod forced himself to smile and waved back. If not for the fact that James's blood was flowing inside Eve's body, he would not even bother to be nice to her. "Fortunately, he's not around to see me like this," Vlad sighed a second time before closing his eyes to meditate. If James was there to see the scene of Eve bullying his best friend, he would definitely laugh out loud and start praising his grandchild. After all, aside from Eve, no other child below the age of 5 was able to extort anything from an existence that could instantly wipe out the Helen capital with just a wave of its hand, and get away with it scot-free. Chapter 371, The Leaders of Deus Part 1. "Please be careful, big brother," Brianna said as she hugged William. "If you need a safe place to stay, you can always come back here in the Carinthar Mountains. I will welcome you with open arms." William patted Brianna's head with a smile. He also felt reluctant to leave the adorable Loli behind, but he couldn't stay with the northern tribes. There were still many things he had to do and people to protect. Besides, hiding would not change anything. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," William replied as he assured Brianna. "Make sure to follow your sovereign's decree. Also, look after your people. They need you right now." William then shifted his attention to the youngest prince of the Helen Kingdom who was a few meters away from them. "Prince Ernest, stay here in the Carinthar Mountains," William stated. "I already told you about the state of affairs in the capital. Going back will only endanger your life. Until the curse has been lifted, you are to stay here with the northern tribes. Do you understand?" "Yes," Prince Ernest replied. The young prince also understood that he couldn't do anything for the kingdom at this point in time. His brothers had already aligned themselves with the organization, which was an act of treason. Although he didn't have a bad relationship with his elder brother, the crown prince, he still couldn't accept the fact that Prince Lionel had betrayed his own kingdom. This was something Ernest couldn't forgive. Seeing that his message had been taken seriously by the prince, William patted Brianna's head one last time. "It's time for me to go," William said softly. Brianna nodded and reluctantly let go of William. The half-elf planted a kiss on her forehead before going towards the flying carriage which would take him back to Lant. He didn't look back, because she didn't want to see Brianna's sad expression. Although they were not related by blood, he had long thought of her as his little sister. He didn't want Brianna to take part in this battle that would stain her hands with blood. After entering the carriage, Dave and Lionheart prepared for takeoff. Conrad, who had also been summoned to the Carinthar Mountains, soared into the sky with his wyvern to serve as an escort. Moments later, the griffin took off, pulling the flying carriage behind it. Brianna looked at the flying carriage that was slowly going farther away from the north, with a sad expression. She then felt a warm and small hand hold hers in a firm grip. "Although Sir William makes me jealous, I believe in him," Prince Ernest said with a serious expression. "Why do you believe in him?" Brianna asked. She looked at the young prince beside her with expectations. Prince Ernest smiled, "Because he is someone that my father has chosen. Also, he is the person that my big sister has chosen." Brianna nodded because she also believed in William. She only wished that the red-headed boy wouldn't come to any harm when he took part in this war that would change the fate of the entire southern continent. Inside the flying carriage, William and Ash had entered his sea of consciousness in order to allow the mermaid to make a detailed diagnosis of his body. The fight inside Avalon was quite intense and Ash was worried that there had been some damage made to her lover's spiritual world. "Everything is fine," Ash said after her inspection. "Your spiritual world is still in a state of recovery. At most, it will take 2 to 3 months before it regains stability." She was holding William in an embrace and the latter's head was resting over her chest. "I told you that I'm fine," William replied while keeping his eyes closed. "You just won't believe me." Ash sighed as she placed her hand over the jewel on William's chest. "Of course I was worried. You were casting spell after spell without pause. Now, don't talk. I will start to transfer spirit energy to your soul." The gem on her own chest glowed and synchronized with the gem that was also glowing in William's chest. Soon, the two gems pulsed in a steady rhythm like the beating of a heart. William was still tired from the recent battle, so he immediately fell asleep due to the comfortable sensation that was flowing inside his body. It would take them at least 2 days to reach Lond where he would reunite with Matthew and Leah. He also needed to consult with Vlad to see if he would be willing to extend his hand to help William take care of the foreign invaders in their home turf. Takam had already warned William that Vlad was someone who didn't want to meddle in the affairs of mortal men. However, there was still a chance to gain his assistance, so it was worth a shot. Having a demigod on their side would drastically increase their chances of winning. William just hoped that the demigod of the Strathmore Forest would be in a good mood when he asked for his assistance. Connor traveled day and night to reach the site of the hidden valley. He couldn't believe that the domain he had been looking for had vanished without a trace. The subordinates that were left behind were missing as well. No matter what he did, he was unable to contact any of them. The domain was very important to him, so he set aside the pressing matters of the kingdom and left it to his subordinates to handle. Just where did it go? Connor thought as he surveyed the vast pit that had once housed the hidden valley. He couldn't think of anyone, or anything, that had the ability to make the valley disappear from the face of the earth. Callum and the rest of his subordinates had explored the surroundings and even explored the pit in order to find any clues that they could use to locate the valley that they were looking for. Unfortunately, their efforts didn't bear any fruit. This piece of bad news made Connor very angry and helpless at the same time. He had spent a vast amount of time and resources in order to find the Undying Lands. He even had to instigate a war in order to ensure that none of the strong individuals in the continent would get in his way, so that he could explore the domain's secret without any interference. The loss of the domain that held the secrets of immortality gave him a blow that he couldn't swallow and accept. "Search the nearby towns and villages for clues," Connor ordered. "I will return to the capital and send more men to join you in this endeavor. All of you are not going to rest unless you have covered every inch of the Helen Kingdom. Find the valley and find the monument. This mission takes precedence above all." The members of the organization nodded and split into teams to investigate the nearby towns and villages. The members that had accompanied Connor from the capital had also been split to accompany these groups of investigators. Connor remained even after his subordinates had left his position. He stared at the pit with a serious expression as if he was using his willpower to summon the valley back to its original position. "So this is what you've been up to, Connor. That's one big pit. Are you trying to build an artificial lake? You sure have a unique taste." Two teasing voices said from behind Connor. The leader of the organization in the southern continent snorted and turned to look at the two uninvited guests that had come to ridicule him. An elf and a middle-aged man, who seemed like veteran warriors, openly sneered at Connor. They were the two leaders of the organization who were stationed in the Silvermoon continent and the Crater Empire. Naturally, they didn't like Connor and were more than happy to make things difficult for him. "Did the two of you come here to kill me?" Connor replied. "Or did you two foolishly come here to be killed by me?" Connor held the handle of his short sword by his waist as he eyed his comrades in contempt. All of them were leaders of the organization in their respective domains, but they didn't really get along with each other. More than anything, they were rivals, even enemies to a certain extent. They all listened to the Supreme Pontifex and adhered to his orders at all times, but that didn't mean that the branch leader of each organization had to give each other face. The two of you came at the right time, Connor said as he pulled out the sword by his waist. I've been in a very bad mood as of late, and I need to find an outlet to release some stress. Why don't the three of us spar for a while? Chapter 372, The Leaders of Deus Part 2. This is why I hate you humans. The elf, Alessio, shook his head in disdain. All of you are crude and barbaric. Can't we just sit down and talk like civilized people? Berthold, the middle-aged man who stood beside the elf, spat on the ground. This is why I hate elves. You pretend to be so refined and elegant, yet every word that comes out of your mouths is rubbish. Do you all, perhaps, eat the deer dung in your forests for breakfast? As expected of humans, all of you are scum. As expected of elves, all of you are hypocrites. The two glared at each other, completely ignoring Connor, who had his short sword at the ready. Although the two were quarreling with each other, Connor didn't lower his guard. Backstabbing was very common among the leaders of the organization. They would be more than happy to kick those that had fallen from the grace of their pontifex and take all of his possessions like spoils of war. Speak, why are both of you here? Connor declared as he pointed his short sword at the elf. The elf frowned as he faced Connor's glare fearlessly. Why are you pointing that thing at me? It's really simple, Connor replied. I hate elves more than I hate humans. Berthold laughed out loud as he saw Connor antagonize his elven counterpart. He already knew of Connor's hatred for elves, so he wasn't surprised at his current action. Alessio also knew of Connor's hatred for the elves, but the same was mutual, so he wasn't backing down as well. Ironically, after a standoff that lasted for a few minutes, it was Berthold who took the lead to pacify both sides. Calm down, both of you, Berthold said. Connor, we didn't come here to fight. At least for now. Our real fight will start soon. But, since we are acquaintances, we decided to come here to give you a chance to surrender. Connor grinned as he looked at his acquaintance with disdain. Surrender? Me? What nonsense are you talking about? Alessio chuckled as he crossed his arms over his chest. Aren't you wondering why the two of us are here? Connor gave the elf a sidelong glance. Naturally, he was surprised when his rivals had suddenly appeared in the southern continent. However, knowing that the two were opportunistic bastards, his surprise didn't last long. Since all of them were members of the same organization, it was highly possible that his plans were leaked out by the spies that his two guests had planted in his own men. Seeing that Connor wasn't planning on saying anything, Alessio gave an exaggerated sigh as he continued his explanation. Simply put, the Elven army and the Crater Empire have invaded this continent. Alessio smirked. We are just giving you an opportunity to surrender before our armies trample on your men during our conquest of this kingdom. Connor snorted at the elf's arrogant words. Conquer this continent? You make it sound so easy. Do you really think that you can do that? Of course. What can a few scum humans do to our mighty Elven army? Alessio raised his head arrogantly. No matter how many subordinates you have, do you think you can beat a tenth of the Silvermoon continent's army? I'd love to see you try. Berthold, who was keeping quiet earlier, yawned as if the elf's bravado was just the boast of a 5-year-old child. Maybe a miracle will happen and you can beat these weak elves, but you cannot do anything about the forces of our Crater Empire, Berthold stated. You already know what kind of army we have, right? Connor frowned. He didn't know how many men Berthold and Alessio had brought to the southern continent. However, their confident words made him understand that both of them weren't joking. Frankly, I don't mind if you cut the ears of some of these elves and take them back as trophies. Their arrogance had been rising as of late. The kids in my army are looking forward to capturing some elven beauties to be raised as their pets. Barbaric brutes, I'd like to see how you do that under my watch. It's about time you realize that the time when you can enslave our race is now over. Connor watched the two men bicker with each other as he thought of their plans to invade the Hellen Kingdom. If one of them invaded, he might be able to resist, but if the two of them were to work together? What if I refuse? Connor asked. Alessio and Berthold exchanged a glance before laughing together. Their laughter rang out freely, which irritated Connor's ears. Do you dare refuse? Alessio asked with disdain. Do you dare? Berthold had also stopped laughing and his expression became serious. He wanted to know if Connor had the guts to fight the two of them at the same time. Why shouldn't I dare? Connor challenged. Both of you came here, uninvited, in my domain, and you think I will just bow and allow you to have your way? I am the leader of the organization in this continent. Both of you are mere trespassers. Berthold and Alessio didn't deny Connor's accusation because he was correct. Both of them were trespassers, but in the face of such a juicy opportunity to gain more lands, they were unable to resist wanting to take a slice of the cake as well. Within the organization, it was not forbidden for the leaders to fight against each other. The strong will lead and the weak shall have to submit. This was a rule that their supreme pontifex had decreed. Even Connor, Berthold, and Alessio had to fight against the former branch leaders before they were able to gain the position they had now. All three of them were ruthless individuals, which allowed them to become the leaders in their respective territories. Since it has already come this far, we have nothing more to discuss, Alessio replied. We will just have to fight and see who becomes the top dog between the three of us. I agree. I have long wanted to punch your face, just once, Alessio. Berthold nodded his head in agreement. This is a good opportunity to do that. Ha ha ha, fine, I'll give you an opportunity, just make sure that you don't die in your attempt, Alessio commented. He then turned towards Connor and smirked. May the best elf win. Berthold scoffed. It's time for you to wake up from your daydream. Connor ignored the two men's bickering and walked away with steady steps. He still had many things to do, and one of them was assigning men to find the undying lands before the elves, and the Crater Empire, got wind of the real reason for bringing the entire continent to its knees. Chapter 373, The Betrayer of the Hellen Kingdom. Est, who was currently in the capital, was inside the house where he had stayed with his mother for many years. Just like all the adults, his mother had also turned into a crystal statue while seated in her favorite chair. Herman, Nana, and the three maids who stayed behind to watch over his mother's safety, had suffered the same fate as well. Young master, dinner is ready, Isaac said as he finished arranging the dining table. Currently there were only the two of them inside the house, and both of them worked together to do the house chores while waiting for the promised date when all of the students of the academy would return to the capital and discuss their next course of action. Frankly, Est believed that not all of the students who had returned to their domains would come back on the promised date. Most of them were the heirs of their territories, so it was up to them to take care of the welfare of the survivors that were left behind. Also, he was quite worried about William. After the Crown Prince gave everyone permission to return to their hometowns, Est went to the academy to check on the half-elf's condition. However, when he arrived, William and Ian were nowhere to be found. Est was very tempted to go to Lant, but he was worried about his mother, so he decided to stop by their residence back in the capital of Gladiolus. Is the food not to your liking, young master? Isaac asked after seeing that Est did not seem to be in the mood for dinner. Est shook his head as he gave his loyal retainer a smile. Sorry, I was thinking of other things. The food you make is always delicious. Isaac sighed in relief after knowing that it was not his cooking's fault. The two talked as they ate because the house was very quiet. It made them feel like they were in a ghost town, because they could not hear any noises in the vicinity. Est's house was located in the second level of Gladiolus. This was where the residences of important people, and nobles of the Hellen Kingdom, were located. Naturally, there was a certain distance from every household and all their properties held considerable space. This gave each household some privacy, which also made the current situation so dark and gloomy. Do you think Will and Ian are in Lant? Est asked. Isaac finished chewing the food inside his mouth before he answered his young master's inquiry. I think that is the case, young master, Isaac replied. I can't think of any other place where the two of them could have gone. Est nodded in agreement. Ian wouldn't take a risk when it came to William's safety, so the town of Lant was the safest place to go during these chaotic times. We still have a week before the gathering will take place, Est said softly. If William is not there at that time, we will go to Lant and visit him. Isaac nodded. Currently there was nothing they could do in regards to the people that had been turned into statues. Fortunately, each residence was protected by special runes that prevented intruders from entering them. Only those that had a certain imprint could enter and leave the premises unimpeded without facing the high-level spells that could potentially give them serious injuries. For now, Est's mother, Nana, Herman, and their maids were safe inside their residence. Tell me, what do you think about the current situation? Est asked with a serious expression. Among the three of them, Isaac was the least vocal, but he was the one who liked to plan things and ensure that they had everything they needed whenever they went on an expedition. Est trusted him to give insights on certain things, especially when he needed a second opinion. It's fishy, Isaac answered in a heartbeat. All the adults have turned into statues, but those black-robed men that appeared inside the fortress were perfectly fine. Not only that, they seemed to have a close connection with the Crown Prince. I didn't want to say this at first, but it's possible that they were the ones responsible for the incident that had turned all those who were above the age of 20 into statues. Est's expression turned serious. He had been thinking of the same thing, but he lacked the evidence to back up his suspicions. When he went to see the statue of the king for the first time, the Crown Prince didn't react as strongly as he had at that time. It was as if Prince Lionel had already anticipated that something would happen to his own father. The other suspicious thing was the way he greeted the black-robed men that had appeared in the fortress after the incident. Although it was not an overly warm reception, one could tell at a glance that they were on good terms with each other. Not only that, they were the ones who volunteered to gather the statues of the king and other high-ranking nobles and officers of the army for safekeeping. Est didn't think much about this in the past because his state of mind back then was filled with confusion. Back then, all he cared about was the king's safety and the eradication of the soldier ants that had been paralyzed due to the purple aurora borealis that descended from the sky. "Are you implying that the Crown Prince has betrayed the kingdom?" Est asked in a voice that only Isaac could hear. Although the residents had soundproofing magic, this kind of discussion was something that shouldn't be known by other people. Isaac firmly nodded his head. "Of course, this is only my assumption. I would rather be wrong than right about this matter, young master." Est didn't say anything and allowed Isaac to clear the dishes on their table. Just like his trusted retainer, Est wished that the Crown Prince wasn't part of this conspiracy. Because if that was true, then Prince Lionel had not only betrayed the Helen Kingdom, but also betrayed his own family. Est clenched his fist as he held back the anger that was rising in his chest. He had never liked the Crown Prince, but he didn't hate him to the extent of wanting to cause him harm. "I need to know the truth," Est thought as he raised his head to look at the ceiling. "I need to know if he really betrayed His Majesty." Meanwhile, inside a tower that served as a prison located on the east side of Gladiolus. "Ha ha ha, I bet you didn't see this coming, didn't you, dear brother of mine?" Rufus laughed hysterically as he looked at his older brother's swollen face. The two of them were locked in different cells, but Rufus' condition was way better than the Crown Prince's. After barging into Connor's room when the latter was in a bad mood, the Crown Prince received a beating which had broken some of the bones in his body. Naturally, after regaining his composure, Connor ordered the healers of the organization to treat his injuries. However, Connor prevented them from healing Prince Lionel's face, which made the latter mad with anger. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do but swallow his anger in the fear that Connor would come to his cell to beat him up again if he made a scene. For Prince Lionel, who adored the beautiful princess of Frisia, he cared about his face just as much as he cared about his life. He hated the fact that his loser brother was mocking him, but there was nothing he could do but endure. Connor had stationed guards to watch over the two of them, so the Crown Prince ignored Rufus' ingratiating taunts. "Connor, you bastard, this prince will make you pay for this offense." Prince Lionel swore as he glared hatefully at Rufus, who was currently rejoicing at his current state. "You, too. After I get out of here, I will ensure that you will not be able to ridicule and laugh at me again." The Crown Prince's heart was filled with hate and anger. For someone like him who wanted to stand above others, being treated like this was a stain on his ego. If given the chance, he would definitely turn back time and tell his father the whereabouts of the organization that had made his life miserable. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. Prince Lionel knew that his options were limited. For now, the only thing he could do was wait. He would wait for the time when he could reclaim what was rightfully his and make everyone who dared to look down on him kneel on their knees and beg for his forgiveness. Chapter 374, Visitors from Outside the Borders of the Helen Kingdom. A 4-meter-tall lamassu soared through the sky, while pulling a flying carriage. 30 more lamassus flanked the flying carriage, serving as their escorts. Lamassu, protector of the divine. Human-headed winged bull. Threat level, a low. Success rate, 5%. Lamassus are often called the protectors of the divine because they were fierce and loyal guardians of the bull god that had walked the land thousands of years ago. They have the body of a bull, the facial features of a man, and the wings of an eagle. In the Zelan dynasty, most houses that have a certain kind of influence and power have a pair of carved lamassus beside the entrance of their gate. They believed that as long as the lamassus stood guard to protect their house, their safety was assured. Inside the flying carriage, the crown prince of the Zelen dynasty, Alaric Sol Zelen, watched over his brothers and sisters, who were currently asleep. When the elves invaded the outskirts of their dynasty, the Minotaur race immediately reported it to their sovereign. Minos, the myriad great bull of the Zelen dynasty, knew that it would be impossible to stop the advance of the elves at this point in time. Just like the ant colony of the Xianxia dynasty, the bovine beast protectors of the Zelen dynasty were also weakened by the continental spell. In order to preserve the lineage of the royal family, he ordered a platoon of lamasus to immediately gather the surviving members of the royal family and take them to a place where the elves couldn't reach them. He then ordered all of the remaining bovine races to gather at the palace of Gnosis where he resided. It was located in a labyrinth that was 10 miles away from the capital of the Zelen dynasty. This labyrinth was protected by powerful runic formations that even the elves wouldn't be able to break through in such a short period of time. This was Minos' last resort to protect the royal family and his own subjects from getting captured and enslaved by the elven race. Minos left Prince Alaric a special artifact that would allow the prince to summon Minos' two sons, Icarus and Daedalus. Both of them were millennial beasts, but their powers were currently halved due to the effect of the continental spell. Even so, the great guardian of the Zelen dynasty told Prince Alaric that he could summon them during critical moments to aid him when he and the lives of his brothers and sisters were in danger. After escaping the capital, Prince Alaric ordered the lamasus to head west. His goal was to reach Lant where his distant cousins resided. Right now, there were very few places in the continent where they could run and hide. The reason he could pinpoint the location of Lant was due to the bracelet that he had given his half-sister, Princess Aila, before parting ways in the Carinthar Mountains. Prince Alaric was wearing the same bracelet on his wrist, and it allowed him to pinpoint the location of his sister by using the ability that was imbued in their bracelets. Finally, after more than a week of traveling, the town of Lant was seen in the distance. At the same time, one of the lamasu flying beside the carriage roared. It had detected another flying carriage being pulled by a griffin and escorted by a wyvern. Since their numbers were greater, the lamasu guarding the carriage wasn't the least bit worried of the two magical beasts that were also headed in the direction that they were going. Alaric had already told them that they were forbidden from fighting against anyone because he was currently in a different kingdom. "Who goes there?" the lead lamasu asked. "State your name and affiliation." Since the lamasu had the head of a man, it was capable of speaking the human language. William, who just returned from the north, frowned when he saw the mighty force that was currently hovering 100 meters away from them. Lionheart and the wyvern screeched in defiance, but the lamasu didn't pay them any attention. They were very intelligent creatures and knew that the two magical beasts weren't the ones that they needed to talk to. "My name is William Von Ainsworth," William replied with pride. "All of you are currently within the airspace of our territory. State your name and the reason why you are headed to my hometown." Although they were currently outnumbered, William recognized the flying beasts that were all looking at his carriage with serious expressions. This was also why he ordered Dave to intercept the flying platoon that was headed towards Lant. He wanted to know if his hunch was correct. "Well met, cousin," Prince Alaric replied. The lamasu pulling his flying carriage moved forward. "Is my sister, Princess Aila, doing well?" William nodded and even smiled when he saw the devilish-looking prince of the Zelen dynasty. Seeing his mighty entourage, he had a feeling that he already knew the reason for their arrival. "Did you perhaps come here to visit her?" William inquired. Prince Alaric shook his head firmly. "Actually, we came here to ask you and your family to shelter us for the time being." Shelter? What do you mean? It's a long story. Can we resume our talk once we have arrived at your residence? We've been traveling for many days and we are very exhausted. Naturally, William knew that the elves had invaded the Zelen dynasty. However, he pretended to be unaware of this fact. First off, he hadn't known Crown Prince Alaric long enough to trust him completely. Secondly, he wanted to know the Crown Prince's next course of action now that he had left his dynasty behind. William had experienced what desperation could do to people. The red-headed boy wanted to know if Prince Alaric was one of those people who had succumbed to that kind of pressure. William glanced at the prince who had bags under his eyes and nodded. "Let's go to Lant. I'll lead the way." Prince Alaric sighed in relief. "Thank you. I will return this favor in the future." "I'll take your word for it." William grinned as he made a gesture for Dave to depart. Lionheart screeched and flew in the direction of Lant. Conrad didn't lag far behind and flew alongside the flying carriage. The wyverns and the Orobro were alerted when they sensed the arrival of beasts that they hadn't seen before. If not for the fact that the one leading them towards the town was William, they would have immediately attacked them. Jekyll, who also sensed the arrival of a sizable force, was waiting on top of the town's wall as he gazed at them from afar. He was quite familiar with the bovine race because he had stored them inside his stomach before he left the fortress that was facing off against the Zelan dynasty. He didn't eat them because James had told him in passing that William had an uncanny ability to tame beasts that belonged to the herd. Although Jekyll was unsure if minotaurs, and the other bovine beasts, could be considered part of the herd, he still took them in to allow William to tame them at a later date. It was supposed to be a surprise that he would give him after they finished investigating the Undying Lands, but something unexpected had happened, which delayed Jekyll's surprise for the red-headed boy. "Well, I guess this is fine as well," Jekyll muttered as he looked at the two flying carriages that were slowly descending from the sky. "Perhaps our visitors will be able to give us news of the things that are happening outside the borders of the Hellen Kingdom." Chapter 375, Dark and Difficult Times. Princess Aila was relieved to see that her brothers and sisters were safe and sound. However, she was also sad about the series of events that had transpired in their own kingdom. Prince Alaric had gone to the conference room where William, Matthew, Leah, Ian, Jekyll, and Celine were waiting for him. They wanted him to give them a detailed account on how powerful the elven forces were. Prince Alaric was shocked when he saw that Jekyll and Celine were unaffected by the continental spell. He wanted to ask them how they were able to resist the curse, but he knew that now was not the time for that. In order to gain their trust, he must first show that he was worthy of it. Prince Alaric had been tutored at an early age on how to govern the Zelan dynasty. He was taught the art of negotiation and intimidation. Naturally, he didn't plan to use the second option because he was not on his home turf. He was a guest, and a guest should act according to his role, and not antagonize the host. Prince Alaric didn't want his brothers and sisters to suffer, so he was willing to take a step back and lower his standing in order to form a partnership with William and the two adults who were with him. Vladimir didn't participate in the meeting because he had no interest in it. His only mission was to protect Lant, and that was it. Whatever happened outside of its borders was none of his business. Even if the entire Hellen Kingdom were to turn to ashes, Vladimir would not even bat an eye. For him, the fall of kingdoms, empires, and dynasties was part of a natural cycle. He couldn't be bothered to care about the lives of the short-lived humans who held no importance in his heart. "I didn't get to see them personally," Prince Ulrich started, but according to the Minotaurs that rushed to the palace, the elves were all above the platinum rank. No one in the Zelan dynasty is their match because the survivors are only teenagers and children. Although we have promising geniuses in our ranks, most of them are only at the initial stages of the gold rank. The elven prodigies outclass us in both rank and battle proficiency. Prince Alaric sighed as he rubbed his forehead with his hand. "I am embarrassed to say that I wasn't able to bring them with me in our escape. The elven invasion was too sudden and most of them had flying mounts that flew directly towards the capital. If not for Sovereign Minnow's timely help, we would have been captured long ago." This is a little recap of the power rankings in this novel. The metal ranks are for the humans, and the class ranks are for the beasts. Copper equals beginners, amateurs. Bronze equals Class E. Silver equals Class D. Gold equals Class C. Platinum equals Class B. Mithril equals Class A. Adamantium equals Centennial Beast. Black equals Millennial Beast. Saint equals Myriad Beast. As for magic ranks, they are ranked by circles. First circle, second circle, third circle up to the 10th circle. I added an auxiliary chapter for the rankings, so check it out in order to have a recap about the ranking systems of this novel. William raised an eyebrow as he glanced at his master, Celine. His beautiful master had told him long ago that the elven prodigies were stronger than humans. He just didn't know how strong they were because he hadn't faced any of them in battle. William's current power level was at the middle stages of the platinum rank. However, if he unleashed all of his abilities, his battle prowess could easily reach the late stages of the mithril rank. Celine returned her disciple's gaze coolly because she understood William's line of thought. "Don't worry, with your current level of strength, even normal elven geniuses aren't your match," Celine stated. "The ones you should worry about are the captains and commanders of this elven expedition. If I'm not mistaken, they have already reached the adamantium rank." Matthew's, Leah's, Ian's, and Prince Alaric's expressions turned grim when they heard Celine's declaration. Currently, Matthew's and Leah's battle prowess were at the initial stages of the platinum rank. The same could be said for Prince Alaric, who was proficient in both martial arts and magic combat. "What are your plans now, Prince Alaric?" William inquired. The Crown Prince of the Zelen dynasty raised his head to look at William. "There's no way I can reclaim my dynasty with the current forces in my possession. The 30 Lamasus that accompanied us in our escape are the current fighting force we, of the royal family, have. If possible, I'd like to stay here in Lant while I think about our next course of action. I apologize because I haven't thought about anything else aside from reaching this place." Prince Alaric looked at William with a serious gaze. "Will you allow us to stay?" All the people in the room glanced at William. Although Matthew and Leah were older than him, William was the Knight Commander of a Knight Order. His rank was higher than them because, during wartime, Knight Commanders had the rank of a general. "Of course you can stay," William replied with a smile. "However, it will not be for free." William knew that letting Prince Alaric stay was the right thing to do. However, he also understood that if he allowed him to stay for free, the Crown Prince would think that he had underlying motives for his hospitality. It was better to establish some conditions to their cooperation so that both sides would be able to rest easy. "I want 10 of the Lamasus under your command to work for me," William stated. "Right now, I am lacking in manpower. Just like what happened to your dynasty, the Helen Kingdom is under siege by an organization called Deus. I need all the fighting forces that I can get." Prince Alaric nodded his head. He was already expecting this outcome, so he had prepared himself to compromise and transfer up to 20 Lamasus to help William's cause. Fortunately, William only asked for 10, which made the prince breathe a little easier. "William, later, spare me some time," Jekyll said with a mischievous smile. "I want to show you something." William eyed the dentist of Lant suspiciously because Jekyll had always given him the creeps. The red-headed boy felt goosebumps when he saw the mischievous smile plastered on the dentist's face. He felt as if he was going to have a transaction with a scammer, and he had no choice but to allow himself to be scammed without any form of resistance. "How did your meeting with Sir William go?" Princess Aila asked as soon as her big brother, Prince Alaric, appeared in the house that William had designated to be the temporary residence of the royal family from the Zelen dynasty during their stay in Lant. It was a house that was built for VIP guests who decided to visit Lant. This house had 2 stories and was only 100 meters away from the Ainsworth residence. "It went well," Alaric replied as he sat on the comfortable couch in their living room. "They are good people." Princess Aila nodded in agreement. Ever since she had arrived in Lant, the Ainsworth family had treated her kindly. Her master, the life archon, Owen, had taught her a lot of things. Even his young wife had treated Princess Aila like a family member and would often invite her to have lunch and dinner with them. "Big brother, do you think we will be able to reclaim our dynasty?" Princess Aila asked with a sad expression on her face. Prince Alaric looked up at the ceiling and didn't give an answer. He and Princess Aila both knew that recovering their dynasty from the hands of the elves was merely a pipe dream. Right now, the only thing that they could do was hope that a miracle would happen. Prince Alaric knew that the only way to have a chance of winning was to wait for the Minotaur race to regain their strength. Then and only then would they have a chance to challenge the elves. The only question was, when would King Minos and his subjects recover their strength? This was a question that Prince Alaric couldn't answer. Perhaps, even King Minos himself didn't know the answer to this question. However, one thing was clear. These were dark and difficult times. A time where hope was fleeting, and salvation was nowhere to be found. Chapter 376, Quick Shot Shepherd Skills. "Sir Jekyll, where are you taking me?" William asked. Jekyll just smiled and placed a finger over his lips. "It's a secret. You'll know when we get there." The two of them were currently riding one of the wyverns that had become one of the protectors of Lant. William didn't know why they had to do their talk away from Lant. Deep inside, he hoped that Jekyll wouldn't use him as a specimen for his experiments. Because this was a private affair, Ian wasn't allowed to accompany William. This made the half-elf think that whatever the dentist of Lant wanted to talk about, had to be done in secret. Soon, the two arrived at a familiar place. This was the silent forest where William had trained under the sentinel of Lant, Trent, and his drunken monk master, Dwayne. The wyvern landed in the clearing beside the lake and allowed his 2 passengers to disembark. Jekyll then crossed his arms over his chest as he looked at the red-headed boy in front of him. "Your grandpa said that you can tame herd-type beasts. Can you really do that?" William nodded. In the past, He had used contracts to make the Spire and Soglav become temporary members of his herd. His shepherd job class didn't have a taming skill. The method he used to make the hippogriffs and the trollhounds become part of his herd was to invite them using promises and compromises. He promised the hippogriffs that he would regrow their limbs if they became part of his herd. Due to this agreement, the shepherd job class was somehow able to tame these magical creatures and add them to his herd. What he didn't know was that the king's chesspiece divinity was subtly helping him in the background. Jekyll smirked. Well then, why don't you give the taming skills of yours a try? Turn around for a second. William obediently obeyed Jekyll's command and turned around. Suddenly, the stillness of the silent forest changed and the ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. The red-headed boy was about to turn his head around when a hand held his head in place. Did I tell you to turn your head around? Jekyll's voice, that was laced with intimidation, made William unable to even move his head. The vice grip that was locking his head in place was the real deal. William had a feeling that even if he used all of his strength, he wouldn't be able to release himself from Jekyll's hold. A few minutes passed, and the tremors finally stopped. Jekyll let out a loud burp as he released William's head. When the red-headed boy finally regained his freedom, he still didn't dare to look behind him. He was afraid that the dentist would once again grab his head and, this time, snap it off from his body. Okay, you can turn around now, Jekyll stated. William gingerly looked behind him and his jaw dropped instantly at the sight that was right in front of his eyes. More than 100 beasts of varying sizes lay on the ground panting for breath. There were at least 20 lamasus, 50 red minotaurs, over 100 inferno bulls, and a giant demihuman ox that was over 6 meters tall. Jekyll chuckled when he saw William's dumbfounded face. He didn't expect that his surprise would be able to make the narcissistic, red-headed boy speechless, which made him think that his effort was worth it. Go on, do your best to tame them, Jekyll urged. William nodded his head as he walked over to the giant ox that was radiating the aura of a millennial beast. If he hadn't evolved his shepherd job class, William believed that there was no way he would be able to add this powerful creature to his herd. He was still feeling regretful about the titanic green-scaled trollhound that had refused his invitation. Because of this, William wanted to have a taming skill that would be able to capture any herd-type creature with increased chances. When he gained the quick-shot shepherd job class, William didn't expect that this new job class of his would allow him to create 12 skills of his own choosing with the power of the system. Each of the trials that he had passed allowed him to create a single ability. This made William very happy, so he and the system had collaborated to design the most optimal skills that he could use to strengthen himself and the herd under his command. Right now, the quick-shot shepherd had 12 skills in total. Quick-shot war art, active skill. Allow the quick-shot shepherd to employ his own war arts. The maximum number of war arts that can be created is 13. Beast taming. Throw an orb of light to any beasts that can be tamed. The chances of taming will increase if the beast is weaker than the shepherd. The chances of taming will increase if the beast has a good impression of the shepherd. The chances of taming will increase if the beast is in a weakened state. Only applicable to herd-type beasts. Beacon of Hope. Every member of the herd under the shepherd's command receives +50 enhancement to all stats. A. Shepherd's Blessing. The shepherd may choose one blessing to bestow upon the entire herd. Each spell gives a corresponding +20 enhancement to their respective stats. Only one blessing can be active at a time. Ox's Strength, Feline's Grace, Hawk's Splendor, Wolf's Cunning, Turtle's Wisdom. Freedom Striders. All members under the shepherd's herd gain the freedom of movement in any kind of terrain. They will not suffer any kind of restrictions that would hinder their movement. As long as this spell is in effect, the herd will be able to move underwater as if they were walking or running on land. Heroism. When members of the herd are fighting against opponents that are a rank or several ranks higher than them, all of their stats will increase by 50%. Herd Immunity. All members of the herd gain all of the shepherd's natural resistances. If the shepherd has an immunity to status ailments or diseases, all members of the herd would share this immunity. Underwater Breathing. All members of the herd gain the ability to breathe underwater. Guardian of the Herd. Allows the shepherd to transform into any beast that is a member of his herd. This skill will last for an hour. This skill can be cancelled anytime. Healing Wind. The shepherd calls upon a gentle breeze that heals up to 2,000 health points in a 20-meter radius. Kinship Evolution. The shepherd may choose one beast to form a pact with them and allow it to evolve to a more powerful form. only one beast can use kinship evolution at any given time. Unstoppable 1000 Beast Charge. When charging towards the enemies, all members of the herd gain 80% resistance against ranged attacks. When charging towards the enemies, all members of the herd gain 80% resistance against magical attacks. Each member of the herd will receive a magical barrier that can endure up to 100,000 health points of damage. Any member of the herd that receives damage that surpasses 100,000 health points will immediately lose the effect of this buff. This skill can only be used if the herd has 1,000 or more members. Because of this set of skills, William was confident that he would be able to strengthen his herd to the next level. Right now, he was only lacking in skill points. This was why he couldn't upgrade all of them at the same time. However, he knew that, when all of these skills were unlocked, his herd would be able to reach their full potential. These skills would give William the power to make a difference in a war where he was greatly disadvantaged. Chapter 377, Fight for me, and I shall hold your vows fulfilled. The millennial beast, xianxia, felt an unfamiliar, yet warm, force wash over its body. It felt very comfortable, and yet, its instincts told him that it mustn't allow itself to be lulled by the power that was slowly binding it to someone's will. The xianxia was a giant white ox that was almost as tall and as broad as the diabolic hell ape that once helped William during the dungeon outbreak. Its 2 horns were massive, which made it very imposing. Unfortunately, its strength was currently halved due to the power of the continental spell that had affected every creature in the continent that had the rank of centennial and above. The only ones that didn't get affected by the spell were the extremely powerful ones like pseudo-demigods and demigods. Minnows, the sovereign of the Minotaurs, and the Ant Queen had been affected by the spell. However, since the Ant Queen's main purpose was to lay eggs, her threat didn't diminish. Only Minnows, the king of the Minotaur race, suffered heavily from the spell. Because of this, it had no choice but to seal off their palace to prevent the elves from capturing his subjects. The xianxia resisted William's taming spell with all of its might. Although its current strength had dropped down to the initial stages of the centennial rank, it was still a very powerful monster. Moments later, the taming skill failed and the giant white ox panted heavily from its effort to resist William's spell. "Curse you," the xianxia said through telepathy as it opened its eyes to glare at William. However, the moment its eyes landed on the boy, a hint of surprise passed over its beastly features. "Why you?" xianxia gasped in shock as it eyed William with disbelief. "No. Impossible. This cannot be." The giant white ox tried to prop itself up, but was unable to move its body. Due to the continental spell and being starved inside Jekyll's stomach, it was too weak to even stand up. However, its eyes remained strong as it stared at the red-headed boy in front of him. "Come closer, boy," xianxia stated. "I promise I won't hurt you. I just want to confirm something." William didn't bat an eye and walked forward fearlessly. Jekyll, who was standing nearby, frowned and prepared himself to defend the boy if xianxia tried something funny. When William was only 2 meters away from the head of the giant ox, xianxia sniffed the boy's body as if trying to confirm its suspicions. "Your name?" xianxia asked. "William," William answered. xianxia narrowed its eyes then asked the most important question it could think of. "What is your profession?" William smiled because he understood the real meaning behind the giant white ox's question. He then remembered David's short lesson before he was sent to the heavenly domain to partake in his 13 trials. "I am the eternal guardian of the herd," William said with pride. He then looked at the giant white ox that was lying on the ground with a serious expression. "Will you honor the oath made by your ancestors?" xianxia chuckled, but coughed a few moments later. Its weakened body was still sore from being held up in Jekyll's stomach and the chuckle it did only made matters worse. "Earlier, did you try to form a contract with me?" xianxia inquired. William pondered a bit because he knew that the proud beast in front of him demanded an honest answer. After organizing his thoughts, he decided to just tell the truth. "Yes and no," William replied. "Yes, it is a form of contract, similar to that of a beast companion, but different. What I attempted to do earlier was to add you to my herd. In short, I am adding you to my own private force." William then looked at the lamasus, minotaurs, and flaming bulls that were also lying on the ground. "Not only you, I plan to add them in my herd as well," William continued. After looking at the fallen beasts for half a minute, he shifted his attention back to the giant ox that was looking at him with a serious expression. "xianxia, I ask you to fight for me," William stated. "Fight for me, and I shall hold your vows fulfilled. What say you?" All of the beasts that were currently in a weakened state had been listening to William's and Urchitu's exchange. They had also noticed something very different about the red-headed boy's aura, and Urchitu had confirmed their suspicion. William was the eternal guardian of the herd, and the Minotaur race had made an oath to serve the god of shepherds and his chosen disciples who would don his mantle in the mortal realm. The beasts that protected the Zelan dynasty now had to make a choice. Fulfill their oaths and follow William, or reject him and remain loyal to their king. Tell me your goal, Urchitu demanded. It wore a complicated expression on its face as he asked the half-elf another question. Although we made an oath to the eternal guardian, we cannot betray our king and the citizens of our dynasty. What is your plan regarding the Zelan dynasty? William knew that he was now at the turning point of a subtle negotiation between him and the commander of the Minotaur race. Depending on his answer, Urchitu and the rest of the beasts would either join his side or resist him with everything they had. I do not wish for dominion. The red-headed boy placed his closed fist over his chest as if to make a pledge. My goal is to fight against the organization that has brought chaos to this continent, as well as to fend off the foreigners that have invaded our lands. This is my goal. And what will you do after you complete your goal? Urchitu asked. What of our dynasty? William scratched his head as he gave the giant ox a sheepish smile. Ah, you don't need to worry about this. Don't you know that the crown prince is a distant cousin of mine? Distant cousins, yes. In fact, Crown Prince Alaric is currently in Lant. Ah, Lant is my hometown and just a few miles away from here. You can meet him later after we are done with our business. William summoned his shepherd's staff and held it firmly in his grasp. He then pointed its tip at the Urchitu's face. Although David had told him that the Minotaur race was the guardian of the shepherds, this was a vow made thousands of years ago. He didn't know if the current Minotaurs would still honor this ancient oath. One thing was for sure. Whether they honored it or not, William was determined to add Urchitu and its subordinates to his herd whether they liked it or not. I'll ask again, will you fight for me? William inquired. There was no threat in his words, but he radiated an imposing aura that wouldn't take no for an answer. Urchitu knew that the time to make a choice had come. The beasts lying on the ground looked at their leader and waited for its answer. Whatever Urchitu's decision would be, they would follow it as his loyal subordinates. My answer is, Chapter 378, The Calm Before the Storm. To think that James was right, Jekyll said with undisguised curiosity. How do you do it? No, don't say anything. Just let me dissect you. I promise I'll put you back together as if you were brand new. William hurriedly hid behind the Urchitu, who was now standing on its feet. After adding them to his herd, William made them eat Lily's pink lollipops to remove the status effects that had been plaguing their bodies. After that, he used healing wind to help them recover from whatever injuries they had suffered. When William asked Urchitu in a discreet manner how they got here, it said that they were swallowed by Jekyll and stored inside his stomach. This made William become even more wary of the always smiling dentist of Lant. He also made a vow that he would never again meet with the dentist alone. Jekyll's latest outburst of wanting to dissect him made William realize that the dentist was half serious with his teasing. If given the opportunity, he really would dissect William to find out what made him tick. Jekyll grinned when he saw the boy's reaction. However, since the matter with the Minotaur race was done, it was now time to return to Lant. Jekyll rode the wyvern and returned first because William said that he wanted to talk to Urchitu in private. Although he was curious, the dentist decided to give William some privacy and left him to deal with his own business. William and Urchitu discussed for an hour before making their way to Lant. When the procession of over 100 beasts appeared within their area of responsibility, Luffy and the wyverns immediately went to intercept them. However, when they saw William sitting on the shoulders of the giant white ox, the defenders of Lant lowered their guards and allowed their new allies to pass through. The kids who saw the never-before-seen beasts for the first time looked at all of them with wonder. The corner of the Urchitu's lips twitched when William left it near the entrance of Lant where Luffy usually sat. The two giant beasts sat opposite each other while the children of Lant played beside them. Does this always happen? Urchitu asked Luffy through telepathy. Luffy nodded its head and gave his new comrade a grin that said, "You'll get used to it." Cousin, I thought I had already overestimated you, but this, how did you do this? Prince Alaric asked in disbelief. When William had returned to Lant, Prince Alaric was one of the people that went to meet with him because there was something he needed to discuss. However, when he saw William sitting on Urchitu's shoulders, the prince was unable to hide the shock spreading across his face. After his escape from their capital, he ordered the lamasus to go to the battlefield where Urchitu and the other beasts were stationed. When he arrived there, none of the beasts could be found. All he saw were the soldiers that had turned into statues, still holding their weapons and wearing their armors. After retrieving some important supplies from the army camp like food, water, and clothes, Crown Prince Alaric headed straight to Lant to ask William and his family to shelter them. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would meet their dynasty's beast commander in Lant. "It's because of my overflowing charisma," William replied as he flipped his hair. "For the time being, Urchitu will work with me to fight off the organization in the Helen Kingdom. I'm sorry, but I can't make you any promises that we will help you take back your dynasty. We can't defeat the elves with our current forces." William sighed as he looked at the giant white ox in the distance. One millennial beast won't make a difference at this stage. Although the Urchitu was strong, and had recovered its power to the peak, it alone was not enough to overthrow the elven army that had stationed itself within the capital of the Zelen dynasty. William was worried about the teleportation gates that the elves were currently building, but there was nothing he could do about it. Before he worried about the affairs of others, he needed to fix his own problem first. For now, he planned to get some resources from the Undying Lands to strengthen his own private force. Now that he had obtained the Flames of Purification, the Dracolich would definitely beef up the defenses of Avalon. It didn't expect that William would steal one of the priceless treasures that was hidden inside the fortress. The Dracolich thought that it could easily capture William using his minions and force him to release his seal. What it didn't know was that a certain system had already fully mapped the interior of the fortress and labeled the locations of the treasures that would be beneficial to William's goal to fight against the invaders. The Dracolich may be powerful, but it couldn't do anything in its current state. The attack it formed to prevent William from taking the Undying Lands was a one-time thing. It had used the accumulated dark energy that it had gathered over the years to kill the boy, but it was all for naught. Instead of taking his life, the system happily absorbed the dark energy and turned it into experience points. Now that you have a sizable force by your side, are you going to take control of the Helen Kingdom? Prince Alaric asked. He wanted to know if William was finally planning to fight the organization that was responsible for all of this mess. Not yet. William shook his head. One millennial beast is not enough. I need more help. I will give you command of all the lamasus that are with me right now, Prince Alaric said decisively. He knew that the sooner William dealt with the organization, the sooner he could deal with the elves, who were the nearest threat to the red-headed boy's kingdom. William carefully considered Prince Alaric's offer before nodding his head. I accept your generous offer, but leave 5 of them behind. Also, continue to stay here for the time being. As long as you are here, I can guarantee your safety. Guarantee my safety? Prince Alaric raised an eyebrow. Just where is that confidence of yours coming from? William didn't answer the prince's inquiry and simply smiled. Even if he were to tell the crown prince that a demigod was currently safeguarding Lant, he had a feeling that Prince Alaric wouldn't believe him. Since that was the case, he just decided to play it cool and give a mysterious vibe. Seeing that William didn't plan to answer his inquiry, he decided to ask. What now? Although the prince's question only consisted of 2 words, its meaning was conveyed properly. I need to leave Lant, William said with a determined expression. I need to look for allies. While I still have time. While you still have time? Prince Alaric asked. Do you have some kind of deadline? William nodded. 3 months. After 3 months, the current situation will escalate. The calm before the storm will have passed and a powerful force will sweep across the land. If we don't want to get blown away by the powerful winds, we need to brace ourselves for the impact. The red-headed boy looked at the gray clouds that were hanging in the sky. The clouds that had cast a gloomy atmosphere into the hearts of the survivors in the southern continent. If possible, he wanted to sweep them away and allow the light of the sun to warm the hearts of everyone. Unfortunately, this was not possible at this point in time. The only thing he could do was to gather as many allies as possible. He only had 3 months to do it, and even William himself didn't know if he would succeed in this endeavor. I'll be leaving tomorrow, see you later, Prince Alaric, William said softly. He then walked towards the Ainsworth residence to tell Matthew, Leah, Celine, Ian, and Jekyll the plan he had in mind. Although he would like to stay in Lant for a few more days, time wasn't on his side. He already had some ideas on whom to invite to fight with him. The only question was, what price would he have to pay in order to gain their help? Chapter 379, This child is as good as mine. Take care of yourself, okay? William said as he hugged his adorable niece, Eve. Always listen to your big brother Matthew, and big sister Leah, okay? Eve replied as she happily hugged William back. William sighed as he reluctantly pulled back from the little girl's hug. He then summoned a small wooden staff that David had attached to his mail containing 200,000 God points. This is my gift to you. William handed the small wooden stick to the cute little girl who had already grabbed the stick from William's hand. Always carry with you when you leave the house. Eve almost always saw William carrying a wooden staff around. There were times when she would even ask him to let her play with it. Because of this, she became happy when she was given a stick of her own. Eve waved the small wooden stick that was only 24 inches long. She giggled as the ducklings chirped beside her feet, while looking at her playing around with the stick. William couldn't help himself but smile when he saw this scene. Although he didn't know why David wanted Eve to become his disciple as well, he knew that his adorable niece would be safe as long as the God of Shepherds looked after her. I'll be leaving now, Master, Big Brother, and Big Sister, William said. Take care of yourselves while I am away. Oliver will accompany you, Celine said as she patted William's head. He's been bored as of late and wants to go on an adventure. Do take him along with you. William nodded his head. Having Oliver with him was a great thing because his second master was a very dependable ally. Make sure to take good care of yourself. Leah hugged William after Celine had stepped back. Remember, we will always be waiting here in Lant. If it gets difficult, you can return anytime you want. Okay, William commented and hugged her back. He then sneakily whispered something in Leah's ears which made her face turn beet red. Now is not the time for that, Leah playfully pounded William's head with her closed fist. Rest assured, after all of this is over, I will consider it. William chuckled as he gave his big brother Matthew a thumbs up. Although they were cousins, the two treated each other as siblings, so William wanted the best for him. Matthew was unaware of what his mischievous little brother had whispered in his wife's ear, but knowing William, it was certainly something not good. I will not tell you to stay out of trouble, because this is exactly what you plan to do, Matthew said as he patted William's shoulder. However, just like Leah said, you can always return here when things get out of hand. As long as he is here, we will be safe. William agreed with Matthew's words, but he also knew that he, himself, was not meant to be where it was safe. Currently, there were still treasures that he needed to retrieve from the Undying Lands. However, in order to get those treasures, he needed additional help. He had a feeling that the Dracolich wouldn't make things easy this time around, and he would have to fight an uphill battle if he were to return to the Undying Lands. Even with the addition of Urchatu and the Minotaur races, William was not confident that it was enough to turn the tides in his favor. I'd like to come with you, but there are a few things that I need to do here in Lant, Jekyll said as he walked towards William. He then handed William some of his regeneration potions that were filled with troll's blood. Take these, maybe they will come handy in whatever you plan to do. Thank you, Sir Jekyll. Don't thank me, just let me dissect you once. William's body unconsciously shuddered as he took a few steps back. Clearly, he couldn't let his guard down with the smiling dentist for even a second. Lionheart descended from the skies pulling the flying carriage behind him. Conrad's wyvern circled the skies because they, too, would be accompanying William in his travels. Before he climbed into the carriage, William glanced once more at his loved ones and waved his hand. He didn't know when he'd be able to return to his hometown. He hoped that when that time came, everything would have already been settled. With a mighty screech, Lionheart soared towards the sky. The lamasus that were now part of William's herd flew in a formation to protect the flying carriage. Urchatu and the other beasts had entered the 10,000 beast domain because it would be impossible for them to catch up with William while traveling on land. A few hours after William left Lant, a white goose flew in the sky as it escaped from the eastern part of the Hellen Kingdom. It had just recovered its strength a few days ago and decided to flee its territory to find a safe place to wait out the impending war. On the outside, it looked like an ordinary goose that one could see anywhere. However, it was actually a millennial beast in disguise. This particular millennial beast was a very sly creature and would often eat unsuspecting humans who thought that it was a wild animal that they could roast for lunch. It loved seeing the despair on the faces of the humans that it had eaten alive due to their stupidity. When it arrived at the airspace of Lant, it was shocked when it sensed many powerful beasts residing in the small town. This piqued its curiosity, so it decided to investigate. The white goose landed near the most imposing residence because it had studied the customs of humans. It knew that those who ruled a territory always lived in the biggest house in every city. That was when the white goose saw Eve. Since the white goose was a millennial beast, it had a very strong perception. It had immediately sensed the unbelievable spiritual power that was hidden within the little girl. This made its mouth salivate. Magical beasts ate the beast cores of others in order to increase their strength or to evolve. This also applied to special humans whose magical and spiritual powers exceeded the norm. In the goose's eyes, Eve was like a very potent elixir that would help it increase its strength. It also understood that Eve's power would further increase as she grew up. Because of this, it hatched a plan to kidnap the girl and raise her until she had reached the right age before it feasted on her flesh and absorbed her powerful spiritual essence. Only that giant gold ape is a threat, the white goose thought. However, it can't fly, so it will not be able to catch me. This child is as good as mine. The white goose approached Eve with a mischievous look in its eyes. It was looking forward to raising the child that would allow it to step into the ranks of myriad beasts after a few years. The adorable girl, who was playing with her ducklings, was unaware that a dangerous threat was fast approaching her. Leah had gone back inside the house to cook lunch and left Eve in the garden for the time being. She was not worried because Eve was a very obedient girl and only played in the garden, never venturing outside their residence. This gave the white goose the perfect opportunity to strike. It walked with steady steps because it was sure that no one in this small town was capable of snatching its prey away from its grasp. Chapter 380, Bad Birds Needs to be Punished. The ducklings that surrounded Eve felt something amiss and looked at the approaching goose with caution. All of them stepped in front of their mama and spread their little wings while chirping at the white goose that was releasing malicious intent. Chirp, chirp. The goose stopped 3 meters away from the ducklings and gave a light honk. It then waved one of its wings and blew the 7 ducklings away with a gust of wind. Honk, you brats are lucky that we are distant relatives. I will spare your lives just this once. Eve turned her head to look at the ducklings that lay on the ground tens of meters away from her. They had all lost consciousness and were not moving. Bad, Eve shouted as she pointed her wooden stick at the white goose. Bad bird. The white goose ignored the little girl's words and stepped forward. It did not care about its food's opinion. It seems that I'm right, the white goose thought as he neared Eve. She is indeed a rare human with strong spiritual powers. The white goose drooled as it approached the little girl. It had already confirmed that it wasn't mistaken in its assumption, and its determination to kidnap Eve and raise her until she grew older became stronger. Eve was a kind girl. Even though the white goose had harmed the ducklings, she didn't use the stick in her hand to hit it. More like, she was unfamiliar with the concept of hurting others because she had been raised with love and care every single day by her family. Bad bird, bad, Eve shouted as she took a few steps back. Even though she was young, she felt that the goose was very different from her ducklings and the adults who were always by her side. When the goose was only a meter away from Eve, its body stiffened when it felt a strong pressure press down on it like a mountain. Eve looked up to see a white-haired old man with a long white beard standing right behind her. Who? Eve tilted her head as she asked this question. This was the first time she had seen this old man, but for some reason, she didn't feel any bad feelings coming from him. I'm one of your big brother Will's friends, David said with an award-winning smile that would put all of the Oscars' best actors to shame. David gently patted Eve's head before looking at the millennial goose who planned to kidnap and eat his new chosen disciple. The god of shepherd was smiling, but his smile never reached his eyes. Yes. William is Eve's cousin, but our half-elf didn't want to be called cousin, so he insisted on being called big brother by Eve. I'm going to give you a choice, David stated. Become my disciples. Contracted beast, or I'll roast you, right here, right now. The white goose started to shed bitter tears. It wanted to cry foul because it was being bullied by a god. It had completely forgotten the fact that its plan was to kidnap a defenseless little girl with the intention of eating her to increase his rank in the future. I see, so you reject my offer. Okay, time for you too, David sneered and raised his hand. Honk, wait, I accept, the white goose hurriedly replied because it knew that the god in front of it was serious. I see, it's good to see that you are smart enough to understand your predicament. Sob sob. The goose could only cry bitterly as the god of shepherds bound him with a contract spell. It didn't dare resist because resistance was futile. How can a millennial beast possibly fight against a god? Also, David was the god of shepherds. Aside from managing the herd, shepherds also managed the flock. Almost all bird-type creatures were regarded as members of the flock. Meaning, the white goose was also under David's jurisdiction, which made it unable to do anything but submit to his will. After completing the contract, David lightly pricked Eve's finger to gather a drop of blood and flicked it at the head of the white goose. Soon, the goose glowed and Eve's body shuddered unconsciously. She felt a connection with the goose in front of her. It was the first time she felt something like this and it made her confused. David, who saw the girl's confusion, patted her head once again and told her that the white goose would follow her from this day onwards. He even added that she could treat it as a pet if she wanted. David then waved his hand and the 7 unconscious ducklings that were on the ground regained their consciousness. He even healed all of their injuries so that his new disciple wouldn't cry when she found out that they were injured. The ducklings immediately ran towards Eve and chirped at the white goose as if telling it to go away. The white goose was very tempted to eat the 7 annoying pests, but held himself back due to David's intimidating aura. After finishing his task, the god of shepherds gave the white goose the "you better take good care of her or else" glare before bidding his goodbye to Eve. Eve looked at the old man and waved her hand, which David returned with a gentle smile. Soon the god of shepherds turned into particles of light and returned to the temple of the 10,000 gods. Usually, gods didn't descend to the mortal realm without a very good reason. Since David had chosen Eve to become one of his disciples, it gave him the excuse to come to her aid 3 times. All gods were given this privilege, so he didn't break any rules. When he saw the white goose making an attempt to kidnap his future disciple, David didn't hesitate and immediately descended to Hestia. He had already sensed Eve's spiritual powers and called dibs on her, before the other gods could make her their oracle or priestess. Another reason why he chose the little girl to become his disciple was because Eve was William's family. Naturally, all good things must belong to the family, so he decided to make Eve a shepherd as well. William commanded the herd, while Eve now commanded the flock. It was the perfect combination and David was very satisfied with this happy coincidence. An hour after David left the world of Hestia, Eve returned to the residence with her 7 ducklings and the white goose walking behind her. The millennial beast had a dejected expression as it followed behind Eve with its head lowered. That was when it met another strong presence that made its body shudder uncontrollably. Vladimir looked down at Eve and the chirping ducklings who had once again raided his room. He then looked at the millennial beast whose feathers were standing up, as if it was prepared to flee at any given time. After appraising the new addition to Eve's small flock, Vlad sighed and took out a few grapes from his storage ring. "I'd better lock the door next time," Vladimir thought bitterly. He didn't mind fighting against strong opponents, but against James's cute grandchild, he was completely powerless. Eve had once again come to extort him for food to feed the ducklings. As for the millennial beast, Eve didn't have any intention of feeding it, because it was a bad bird, and bad birds need to be punished. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.